Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 247 to Chapter 328. The dark cave was like an underground world, incomparably vast. There were strange stones all around, and above his head hung clusters of stones, like arrows, sharp. But about 100 zhang in front of Xianxia, there was a spring water, emitting a misty light, and wisps of white spiritual mist pervaded the air. Xianxia slowly walked forward, stopping in front of the spring water. In front of him was a stone pool with a radius of several zhang. At the bottom of the pool, there was a thin layer of crystal-clear spring water, surrounded by white mist. And in the middle of the stone pool, a pinky-sized spring water gushed out, looking gorgeous and dazzling. In the darkness, there was a different kind of beauty. Whoosh, a sense of danger rose in Xiao's heart, and then there was the sound of something breaking through the air, like a bolt of silver lightning. Without thinking, Xiao used his palm as a knife and chopped down. Clang, as if he had struck a metal rock, sparks and light burst out. The silver lightning in front of him was knocked back by Xiao, falling into the spiritual spring. Hiss, at this time, Xiao discovered that the silver lightning was a small silver snake. It looked to be only a foot long, and its whole body was shining with silver light, as if it had merged with the spring water. There was a small horn on the snake's head, and a cold and bloodthirsty look appeared in the snake's eyes. It flicked its tongue and stared at Xiao. It's actually a silver-ringed lightning snake? I didn't expect there to be such a wild beast here. Xiao's eyes flashed, recognizing the origin of the silver snake in front of him. Legend had it that the silver-ringed lightning snake had a trace of the bloodline of the true dragon. A mature silver-ringed lightning snake could not only ride the clouds, but also control lightning. Its speed was extremely fast, and its strength was monstrous. Just like the silver-ringed lightning snake in front of him, it was only in its infancy, and was only a rank 4 demonic beast. But after being struck by Xiao's palm knife, it was actually unharmed. And that speed made Xiao's heart tremble. Perhaps even a martial scholar expert would be bitten by the silver-ringed lightning snake if they were not prepared. The silver-ringed lightning snake was highly toxic, and extremely difficult to neutralize. Even a martial scholar expert would die without a doubt if they were bitten. Hiss, the silver-ringed lightning snake let out a soft hiss, and there seemed to be silver lightning flashing in its mouth. In the next moment, it broke through the air, and bit at Xiao's neck from a very tricky angle. Bastard, you're courting death. A cold light flashed in Xiao's eyes. He grabbed at the snake from the air. Golden divine light flashed in his hand, and he instantly grabbed the snake's vital point. How terrifying was Xiao's divine strength! Even though the silver-ringed lightning snake was a savage mutant, with its weak point pinched by Xiao, it instantly wilted. Its eyes actually revealed a hint of a human begging for mercy. A mere rank 4 demonic beast actually has such a strong intelligence? Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Since this silver-ringed lightning snake was born from the spirit spring, it would naturally treat the spirit spring as its own territory. And this astonishing spirituality was probably caused by the spirit spring. Fine, I can spare your life. Are you willing to submit to me? Xiao's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Hiss, the silver-ringed lightning snake nodded repeatedly, causing Xiao to be speechless. It simply did not have any of the pride of a demonic beast. Wang, Xiao pointed out a finger and a sharp light landed on the silver-ringed lightning snake's body. He extracted a drop of blood and then drew a mysterious rune in the air. Together with the drop of blood, he fused it with the silver-ringed lightning snake's head. Slave seal, this was a special method used to enslave demonic beasts. After being inflicted with the slave seal, not only would the silver-ringed lightning snake be innately close to Xiao, it would also not go against Xiao's wishes. With just a thought, Xiao could control the silver-ringed lightning snake's life and death. If this silver-ringed lightning snake can be nurtured, it can be considered a top-notch demonic beast. I can leave it for Shuiwei to protect herself. Xiao smiled slightly and released the restraints on the silver-ringed lightning snake. The silver-ringed lightning snake instantly landed on Xiao's shoulder. The cold look in its eyes became incomparably gentle. It used its head to gently rub against Xiao in an extremely intimate manner. This silver-ringed lightning snake's defense is extremely strong. I'm afraid that even ordinary bejeweled weapons would find it difficult to break through its snake scales. Moreover, when it breaks through to rank 5, its snake venom would probably be able to poison even a heaven-tier powerhouse to death. Ling Xiao thought to himself. With a thought, the silver-ringed lightning snake instantly turned into a streak of silver lightning and coiled around Ling Xiao's wrist. It looked like a silver bracelet and was extremely beautiful. Ling Xiao checked the spirit spring again and did not find any danger. He then flew out of the abyss and brought Ling Qingqing, Li Chungfeng, and the rest down. It really is the legendary spirit spring. But isn't this spirit spring a little too thin? Li Qingfeng's face was filled with excitement as he walked around the spirit spring. However, when he saw that the spirit spring was only as thick as a pinky finger, he said with some disappointment. You should be content with what you have. Ling Qingqing looked at him exasperatedly and said, if it was a large spirit spring, it would have been plundered by the sacred lands long ago. Although the spirit spring is very small, it's enough for us to break through to the next realm. Let's cultivate here for the next 3 days. When the Yin-Yang Valley opens, we'll go over. That's right. Although the spirit spring is small, it contains an incomparably majestic spiritual qi. It's much stronger than the spiritual qi in spirit crystals. It's enough for the 6 of us to cultivate. Xiaohongshu also nodded and said. It's best if we break through a few realms in one go. When that happens, we'll see if those bastards from the great Huang ancient country still dare to look down on us. Li Qingfeng's eyes were filled with eagerness. The siblings, Lu Feng and Lu Yun, were also very excited. Especially since Lu Yun was only at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. Perhaps he could use this spirit spring to break through to the Grandmaster realm in one go. Even without the Yin-Yang Valley, the spirit spring was still a huge harvest. This rock pool is not small. Everyone, go ahead and cultivate. Ling Qingqing said with a smile. Everyone nodded excitedly. Then, they walked into the spirit spring and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Boom, a powerful aura spread out, and the majestic spiritual qi in the spirit spring began to surge towards everyone. The spiritual qi was as vast as the sea, but it was also very gentle. It was absorbed and refined by everyone, and their cultivation began to increase bit by bit. Ling Xiao also sat cross-legged in the spirit spring. Golden divine light lingered around him as the sky-devouring secret technique instantly erupted. Rumble, it was as if there was a 5-colored divine light surrounding Ling Xiao's body. The power of the 5 elements flowed, and the sky-devouring spirit seed buzzed. Heaven-devouring true qi spread out, turning Ling Xiao into a huge vortex. He began to rapidly devour the spiritual qi in the spirit spring. The incomparably pure spiritual qi was devoured and refined by Ling Xiao. It quickly turned into heaven-devouring true qi and integrated into Ling Xiao's huge sea of qi. His cultivation began to slowly increase. The spiritual spring was created by the heavens and earth. It was formed by the dragon veins and earth qi. Just like those martial holy lands, there were precious spiritual springs that could turn a mountain into a pure land. The concentration of spiritual qi there was far greater than the outside world. However, the spiritual spring in the abyss was too small. Otherwise, Ling Xiao and the rest would not have gotten it. They would have been taken away by the martial holy lands. Ling Xiao used the sky-devouring secret technique and quickly devoured the majestic spiritual qi in the spiritual spring. The aura around him surged and golden light shrouded him. The 5-colored divine light turned him into a devouring vortex. The scene was extremely shocking. This guy. He can even cause such a big commotion when he's cultivating. Ling Qingqing's eyes lit up. Her heart was slightly shaken, but she only smiled bitterly and shook her head. She continued to refine the spiritual spring. Xiaohongshu's eyes also showed a trace of shock and bitterness. She took a deep breath and began to cultivate. The aura that came from Ling Xiao's body shocked Xiaohongshu. She guessed that Ling Xiao might have cultivated an extremely powerful Tian-tier martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so terrifying. Xiaohongshu was a little disappointed. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. She began to feel a faint sense of regret. Ling Xiao was immersed in cultivation. As the majestic spiritual qi in the spiritual spring was refined, his cultivation became stronger and stronger. Boom, after a few hours, a strong wave of cultivation spread out. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the Dragon-Tiger realm. However, more than half of the spiritual spring in the rock pool was devoured by Ling Xiao. This spiritual spring is enough for a grandmaster to break through a few levels. However, I only broke through 1 level. It seems that if I want to continue to break through, this spiritual spring is not enough. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and woke up from his cultivation state. He had several peerless godly techniques. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had broken through to the 10th level of the complete realm in each of his realms. This made his accumulation very strong, which made it much harder for him to break through. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue cultivating. Breaking through 1 or 2 levels would not affect his combat strength much. Unless he could break through to the Grandmaster realm in one go, Ling Xiao stood up from the spiritual spring. He did not disturb Ling Qingqing, Li Chongfeng and the rest. Instead, he headed deeper into the cave. For some reason, the wordless heavenly book in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness became more and more agitated after he arrived at the underground cave. The direction seemed to be the depths of the underground cave. There was something there that had a strong attraction to the wordless heavenly book. Could it be some kind of heavenly treasure? A glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he followed the strange undulations and walked forward. The underground cave was vast, and there were many dark passageways leading to unknown areas. Ling Xiao followed the strange tunnel and crossed an underground river. He saw countless strange rocks and even some broken corpses and weapons in the tunnel. It was quiet all around, except for the occasional sound of water dripping. The further they walked, the colder the air became. The coldness seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, making them shudder. Ling Xiao instinctively felt that he couldn't go any further. There was a fatal danger ahead. But at this moment, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, releasing waves of anticipation. It was as if there was something in front that was attracting the wordless heavenly book more and more. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment but decided to continue. There were many secrets in the 8 desolate secret territory. This was the first feeling Ling Xiao had when he arrived. The calamity 10,000 years ago should have happened after Ling Xiao's death. The weakening of the Chongsun sect, the destruction of the 4 ancient nations, and Xianxia's disappearance all pointed to that mysterious calamity. Only by finding the cause of that calamity would he be able to find information about Xianxia and the rest. Ling Xiao could faintly feel that the 8 desolate secret territory was not simple. Logically speaking, the 8 desolate secret territory was the battlefield of that calamity 10,000 years ago. It contained the treasures and legacies of the 4 ancient nations. But who would spend so much effort to seal off such a large area? This feeling was as if the 8 desolate secret territory had become a prison, imprisoning something terrifying. If it was not for the fact that the seal had weakened after 10,000 years, and the fact that the martial Holy Lands had worked together to break open the 8 desolate secret territory and take away a large amount of legacies and treasures, no one would know the whereabouts of the 8 desolate secret territory. Perhaps the truth that Ling Xiao was looking for was hidden under the heavy fog. The underground cave was unexpectedly huge. Ling Xiao passed through a few forks and walked for 100 miles before coming to a stop. In front of them, a mysterious underground sea appeared. The sea water was black and endless, with no end in sight. However, above the sea water, there were strands of strange black fog floating. There was no sound of flowing water. The black sea before him was deathly still and calm. However, Ling Xiao felt a fatal danger from the seawater. That is, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared at the black mist above the sea. The strange black mist floated slowly as if it had a life of its own. It changed into various mysterious shapes and exuded a faint dark and evil aura. Ling Xiao was shocked because the strange black mist was exactly the same as the one he had encountered in the mysterious bronze divine palace in the Fierce Beast mountain range. It was the aura of the strange creatures. Strange creatures. Could it be that the calamity 10,000 years ago was related to those strange creatures? Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly as he thought of a possibility. Buzz, when Ling Xiao saw the black mist seemed to have seen Ling Xiao as well. It quickly spread toward Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao struck out with his palm and a vast amount of energy exploded. The wind from his palm whistled and swept away the black mist. However, it seemed to have hit nothing. The strange mist was not affected at all. It continued to gather and then approached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was about to do something when the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness moved. Swoosh, a brilliant light spread out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows and turned into a huge vortex, swallowing all the strange mist. Boom, the wordless heavenly book's action seemed to have angered the black mist. The black mist in the sea actually rioted at this moment. The mist that covered the sky and the earth contained a cold and evil aura. It was as if it was going to drag people into hell forever as it whizzed over. Buzz buzz buzz, the excited fluctuations from the wordless heavenly book grew stronger and stronger. The light that shot out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows also grew brighter. Strands of light intertwined like divine chains and flashed with strange runes that Ling Xiao could not understand. After the wordless heavenly book devoured the strange black fog, it actually gave back traces of mysterious energy. Traces of warm aura blended into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, causing Ling Xiao's mental strength to begin to grow. Ling Xiao was shocked. He could feel the wordless heavenly book's desire for the strange black fog. After suffering such a huge loss, the black fog seemed to have realized the power of the vortex in the void. It seemed to have been frightened and fled into the sea. Boom, but how could the wordless heavenly book let go? Suddenly, a dazzling light shone in the void, illuminating the underground cave. From the vortex in the void, strands of mysterious light emerged and swept in all directions. Immediately, a large amount of black fog was captured and refined by the wordless heavenly book. Rumble, at this moment, the calm sea in front of him suddenly began to boil. The waves surged and rolled, faintly forming a huge whirlpool. It was as if some unknown existence had awakened. A fatal danger shrouded his heart, and Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Ling Xiao hurriedly activated the wordless heavenly book and gave up on devouring the black fog. Although the wordless heavenly book was unwilling, it eventually quieted down. Ling Xiao was now certain that the wordless heavenly book had awakened the terrifying existence in the sea. And the black sea water, Ling Xiao realized that it was formed by the strange black fog. Moreover, there was a mysterious power of law intertwined in it, binding a large amount of black fog and preventing it from escaping. The vast sea is actually formed by the strange black fog. What exactly is sealed in it? Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. He exerted all his cultivation and turned to run. Rumble, the black fog surged like a huge wave. In the huge vortex, a huge head slowly emerged. Crack, black lightning spread across the void. Strands of black fog rose as if cheering and galloping. The head was as big as a small mountain. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly. Moreover, there was a strange ancient sword on the head, emitting a peerless sharpness. The head emerged from the sea of black fog, emitting a peerless evil spirit that made the world tremble. A pair of blood-red moon-like eyes slowly opened. Rumble, it was as if he was a peerless ferocious beast that swallowed the heavens. His eyes were cold, bloodthirsty, and contained a monstrous rage. After being stared at by him, Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body had sunk into mud, unable to move. This strange creature is able to trigger the power of the natural laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, it has the power of a supremacy. How can there be such a terrifying creature in the 8 desolate mystic realm? Ling Xiao's heart trembled as an incomparably grave expression appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the sense of danger in his heart rose to the extreme. Being stared at by such a terrifying creature, Ling Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. The gap was too big. Rumble, at this moment, there seemed to be countless runes shining above his head, bursting out in a mighty manner. Like a canopy in the sky, a blazing wave of divine light burst out in an instant, suppressing the terrifying creature below. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body felt light. Without even thinking, he unleashed all of his cultivation and shot off into the distance like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom, behind him, a terrifying divine light burst out, completely enveloping the terrifying creature. At a place where Ling Xiao couldn't see, the ancient sword that was inserted into the head of the terrifying being suddenly erupted with a peerless sword light that swept out in all directions. It was mighty, masculine, and vast, and it evaporated a large expanse of the sea of black mist. Roar. Wait until I break out of the seal. I will slaughter the entire 8 desolate mystic realm. A terrifying voice reverberated in the karst cave, but it did not shatter a single rock. It was as if there was some mysterious power that had confined the space. The terrifying creature unwillingly fell silent. However, the strange ancient sword above his head had been forced out by him by more than half. Only the tip of the sword was left, as if it had triggered the power of the natural laws, firmly suppressing the creature. Ling Xiao flew for dozens of miles. When there was no movement behind him, he finally stopped. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The 8 desolate mystic realm is indeed a place where great evil is sealed. If not for the seal, I'm afraid I would have died there. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly as he muttered to himself. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with doubt. This was because Ling Xiao had felt a very familiar aura from the seal that had erupted, but he could not recall it. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked around. He realized that he had come to an unfamiliar place. In front of him was an underground river that twisted and turned, leading into the distance. They are cultivating in that spiritual spring. It should be very safe. I'd better go out and investigate. Following this underground river, I should be able to find the exit. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and flew into the distance. The underground river was indeed connected to the outside world. When Ling Xiao followed the underground river and left the karst cave, he saw a huge waterfall in front of him. The cliff was thousands of feet high, and the huge waterfall rushed down. The surging waves were majestic and majestic. The huge pool below the waterfall turned into a huge river that flowed towards the mountains in the distance. Over there, Ling Xiao could vaguely see a dilapidated palace complex. Furthermore, there were figures flashing. Are they from the Great Huang ancient country? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. In an instant, he concealed his aura and sneaked into the distance. Ling Xiao's mental strength was very strong, and his eyesight was also very sharp. Therefore, he easily discovered that the 3 people were following Huang Yunji. However, looking at their sneaky figures, he did not know what they were planning. Ling Xiao's mouth curved into a smile as he quietly crept towards the 3 people. Why do you think the 7th prince wants us to follow the people from the Great Xian ancient country? Can't he just capture them and interrogate them? Why is it so troublesome? A voice said with dissatisfaction. It's not as simple as you think. I heard that although Ji Shuiyao's cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, her combat strength is extremely abnormal. Even the 7th prince is wary of her. Anyway, no matter what treasure they find, it will definitely be ours. Another voice said calmly. However, these little girls are really beautiful. Their figures are simply enough to make one's bones go soft. Hee, when the 7th prince is done, we brothers will also have a good time. That's a good idea. Ha, be alert. Don't be discovered by them. The 7th prince will be here soon. The 3 geniuses from the Great Huang ancient country whispered. Not far away, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and revealed a trace of coldness. The dilapidated palaces were located between 2 mountains. One could still see the glorious buildings from 10,000 years ago, but now, they were all in ruins. Ling Xiao could see that Ji Shuiyao and the rest had already entered the ruins, and the 3 from the Great Huang ancient country quickly followed behind. This is the spiritual herbal garden? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. There were actually some spiritual herbs growing in the ruins. Although they were very ordinary, from the size of the area, it should have been a huge spiritual herbal garden in the past. Ji Shuiyao and the rest carefully inspected the ruins, but did not pick any of the spiritual herbs. Finally, they stopped in front of a large green rock. The 3 from the Great Huang ancient country were hiding far away, and their auras were completely concealed. It was as if they had some kind of aura-concealing treasure on them. Ordinary people would not be able to discover them. Ji Shuiyao and the rest looked around vigilantly, then they surrounded the large green rock. A golden jade pendant appeared in Ji Shuiyao's hand, emitting a dazzling light. Buzz, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw Ji Shuiyao imprint the jade pendant on the large green rock. The large green rock rippled like water, and a fragrance spread out. Then, Ji Shuiyao and the rest revealed an incomparably excited expression. They stepped into the ripples and disappeared in front of the large green rock. It's actually a mustard seed array? It seems like the treasure Ji Shuiyao is looking for should be in that large green rock. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. That large green rock was actually a camouflage. It used a mustard seed array to cover the void and hide the treasure. This method was very powerful, and it meant that there must be a great treasure inside. Ling Xiao did not act rashly. Since the people from the great Huang ancient country wanted to be the mantis, he didn't mind being the oriole. There's actually a mustard seed array in this spiritual herbal garden. Ha ha ha. It seems like there must be an unimaginable treasure inside. Quickly informed the seventh prince. The three from the great Huang ancient country revealed an incomparably excited expression. Ji Shuiyao opening the entrance of the large green rock gave the three of them a shock. If it wasn't for Ji Shuiyao, they wouldn't have been able to find the treasure no matter what. Not long after, Huang Yunji brought a few people over. The faint sense of danger in Ling Xiao's heart rose again. It seems that the Wanshou sect's people are hiding among these people. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he glanced at Huang Yunji and the other geniuses from the Grand Huang ancient country. In the end, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on an ordinary-looking young man behind Huang Yunji. The young man looked ordinary, and his cultivation was only at LV1 of the supreme power realm. It was easy for people to ignore his existence, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, this ordinary-looking young man in a black robe was the source of the danger in his heart. It's actually a powerhouse at the first level of the heaven tier. The Wanshou sect really put in a lot of effort. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and he could sense that the black-robed young man was exuding a faint celestial qi. After all, he was only at the first tier of the celestial realm. That kind of aura of being one with the heavens and the earth was not so easy to conceal. Ling Xiao could feel that the reason why the black-robed young man looked so simple was because his entire being seemed to have become one with the heavens and the earth, making it easy for people to overlook his existence. However, with the seal of the 8 Desolation secret land, the highest combat strength here is only at LV9 of the supreme power realm. If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The reason why Xiao Long and the other 3 celestial realm powerhouses did not enter the 8 Desolation secret land was not only that the 4 of them were needed to maintain the entrance, but also that the seal of the 8 Desolation secret land was very strong. Even a noble realm powerhouse could only exert combat strength at LV9 of the supreme power realm. Therefore, in the 8 Desolation secret land, there was nothing for Ling Xiao to be afraid of except for those unknown and terrifying existences. They have already entered. Seventh Prince, let's go in quickly. The 3 men from the Grand Huang ancient country hurriedly reported to Huang Yunji. Very well. Today, not only will the treasure be mine, but Ji Shuiyao will also be mine. The other women of the Grand Xian ancient country will be rewarded to you. Let's go. Huang Yunji's eyes revealed a hint of passion as he laughed heartily. Thank you, Seventh Prince. Everyone roared in agreement, and their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. The Grand Xian ancient country was backed by the Jade Lake sect, so the majority of the geniuses were women. The women of the Grand Xian ancient country had celestial skin and jade bones. Even the geniuses of the Grand Huang ancient country were no exception. In their eyes, as long as the 7th prince was here, whether it was the treasure or the people of the Grand Xian ancient country, everything was already in the bag. Huang Yunji and the others also entered the mustard seed array on the green rock. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he followed after a moment. Buzz, with a flash of light, Ling Xiao appeared in a valley. In front of him were green mountains and a few towering ancient trees. The valley was filled with exotic flowers and plants. There was also a small green lake that was as clear and calm as a mirror. After entering the array, Ling Xiao instantly turned into a ray of light and flew up an ancient tree without making any noise. Ji Shuiyao's group and Huang Yunji's group didn't notice Ling Xiao. They were facing each other hundreds of meters away from him with an unfriendly expression. Beside them, there was an ancient tree that was about 1 zhang tall. Its branches were knotted, and its leaves were sparse. However, it emitted an emerald green radiance. There were more than 10 golden peaches hanging from its branches. They were like flames, flowing with gorgeous golden multicolored light. Moreover, there was an enticing aroma that lifted the spirits of those who smelled it. It's the immortality peach ancient tree? Ling Zhao's eyes widened, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He immediately recognized that this ancient tree was the legendary immortality peach ancient tree. It was a top spirit root comparable to a king medicine. The immortality peach ancient tree sprouted once every 300 years, bloomed once every 300 years, and bore fruit once every 300 years. The immortality peach ancient tree had a very mysterious effect. Not only could it help a cultivator to be reborn, but it could also increase one's aptitude and cultivation. More importantly, the immortality peach ancient tree could extend one's life by 300 years. One had to know that a grandmaster only had a lifespan of 200 years. Even if they broke through to the heaven realm, they wouldn't live past 500 years. If the cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan knew that one immortality peach ancient tree could increase one's lifespan by 300 years, they would definitely fight for it. I've never heard of the immortality peach ancient tree in the 8 great ancient countries. Could it be that they obtained it later? No wonder Xianxia is so anxious about the treasures here. If they knew about the existence of the immortality peach ancient tree, I'm afraid all the old guys in the martial Holy Lands would go crazy. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The immortality peach tree? I didn't expect the 8 Desolation secret territory to have such a treasure. It seems like this prince is truly blessed today. Xianxia, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? Huang Yunji stared at the immortality peach tree in front of him. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Xianxia. The people from the Grand Yellow Ancient Kingdom surrounded Xianxia's group with an unfriendly expression. In terms of cultivation, the Grand Yellow Ancient Kingdom was one level higher than the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Outside of Huang Yunji, who was a 6th level Grandmaster, there was another 5th level Grandmaster and a 4th level Grandmaster. On the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's side, Xianxia was at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm while the strongest was only at the 4th level. However, in terms of cultivation, the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would definitely be at a disadvantage in a real battle. This was why Huang Yunji was so fearless. Xianxia stood in front of Huang Yunji with a veil covering her face and a snow-white robe. At this moment, there was a hint of coldness in her bright eyes. Huang Yunji, this immortality peach tree was found by my Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If you leave now, I will let bygones be bygones. Xianxia's voice was cold as she exuded an otherworldly aura like a goddess from the Moon Palace. No one dared to look at her directly. Huang Yunji greedily stared at Xianxia's body as if he wanted to strip her naked. He suppressed the evil fire in his heart and sneered, "Princess Xianxia, the treasures in the 8 Desolation secret territory are all ownerless. If you want to obtain a treasure, you must rely on your strength." What a joke. What qualifications do you have to say that I will let bygones be bygones? Let me tell you, today, not only will I have the immortality peach tree, but I will also have you. How dare you? The young men and women from the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom angrily glared at Huang Yunji. In their eyes, Xianxia was a supreme goddess from the 9 heavens. No one could profane her. Huang Yunji's words had touched their reverse scale. Humph. The people from the Grand Yellow Ancient Kingdom also snorted and took a step forward. Their powerful auras caused the people from the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom to lose their colors. Princess Xianxia, have you thought it through? As long as you agree to be my woman, then from now on, our Grand Yellow Ancient Kingdom and the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom will be the strongest allies. Also, it is your fortune to be able to become the women of our geniuses. Huang Yunji had an arrogant look on his face as he swept his gaze across Xianxia and the other pretty girls. I've thought it through. Xianxia nodded her head, a strange look in her eyes. Oh? So, Xianxia, you've agreed? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I will definitely love you dearly. Huang Yunji's eyes lit up, and his heart burned with passion. I've thought it through. You deserve to die. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. She shot forward like a beam of light, exuding an unparalleled sword intent. Her finger was like a sword, and a powerful sword light pierced towards Huang Yunji's forehead. This move was earth-shattering. The terrifying sword intent pressed down on Huang Yunji, causing his expression to change drastically. You're courting death. Huang Yunji's eyes became incomparably gloomy. His cultivation of the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm erupted as he sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. In his opinion, although Xianxia was rumored to be extremely powerful, she was only at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. she was no match for him. Boom, the sword intent was pure and vast as if it could encompass heaven and earth. It actually penetrated Huang Yunji's palm strike in an instant and shot towards his forehead like lightning. Mysterious heaven sword technique? Huang Yunji's expression changed drastically. He instantly saw through the mystery of the sword intent and became extremely embarrassed. He had to use all of his cultivation to barely dodge the sword light. However, a trace of blood was left behind between his eyebrows. Huang Yunji's expression instantly became extremely ugly. No wonder Princess Xueyao's cultivation of the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm can suppress a Grandmaster realm expert. It turns out that she has cultivated the heaven-level low-grade mysterious heaven sword technique. However, you're not the only one who knows heaven-level martial arts. Die. Huang Yunji said with a ferocious expression. There was a flash of light in his hand and an azure gold battle saber appeared, emitting a cold light. At the same time, a roaring lion seemed to appear behind him. Its aura was monstrous and oppressive. As Huang Yunji raised his battle saber, it pressed down from the sky. Mad Lion Rage Saber. Huang Yunji's body exuded an overbearing aura as he slashed his saber toward Ji Xueyao. The Mad Lion Rage Saber was a peerless martial art of the great Huang ancient country. It was a heaven-level low-grade saber. When used, it was like an ancient lion destroying the world. However, Ling Xiao, who was hiding at the side, shook his head. He could see that this Mad Lion Rage Saber required an indomitable aura and a domineering aura. Although Huang Yunji seemed to be very powerful when using it, Ling Xiao was able to see the flaws in the saber technique with a single glance. Huang Yunji's domineering aura was arrogant and despotic. He had not truly comprehended the true meaning of the Mad Lion Rage Saber. In comparison, Ji Xueyao surprised Ling Xiao because she had cultivated the mysterious heaven sword art to the small completion stage. Moreover, there was a very powerful bloodline power in Ji Xueyao's body that made Ling Xiao feel threatened. Ji Xueyao's bloodline was very mysterious. Mad Lion Rage Saber? Ji Xueyao's eyes flashed. She leaped into the air like a goddess. Her figure was ethereal, and an ancient blue sword appeared in her hand as well. It emitted a dazzling light. Sword chi swept across the void, and a mighty sword will exploded. Slash! Ji Xueyao spat. In an instant, a dazzling sword light slashed down toward Huang Yunji, forming a huge blue sword light in the void. Boom, when the saber and sword collided, it was as if thunder had exploded in the void. Endless light shot out in all directions, and the lion in the void exploded. Ji Xueyao and Huang Yunji's bodies trembled and they were both sent flying. Ji Xueyao was like a fairy as she spun in the void before landing gracefully on the ground. Huang Yunji, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. He flew back dozens of feet and almost fell on his butt. This woman's battle strength is too abnormal. Huang Yunji secretly thought as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, attack. Kill all the men and capture the women. Huang Yunji's voice was incomparably cold. Yes. The people from the great yellow ancient country trembled and erupted with all their cultivation as they charged toward the geniuses from the great mysterious ancient country. Form the battle formation of 4 symbols and slaughter everyone from the great yellow ancient country. Ji Xueyao's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as she coldly ordered. The 8 geniuses from the great mysterious ancient country also responded. They formed groups of 4 and formed the battle formation of 4 symbols as they charged forward. The battle broke out in an instant. Although the people from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom were weaker, the battle formation of 4 symbols was quite strange. The 4 of them occupied the east, west, north, and south positions. Their auras were connected to each other, forming a grand momentum of heaven and earth that doubled their battle strength. With the battle formation of 4 symbols, each of them could erupt with 4 times their normal strength. Even when facing the geniuses of Grand Yellow Ancient Country whose cultivation was higher than theirs, they were still able to fight with greater ferocity. There were faint signs of them suppressing their opponents. What? Huang Yunji's expression changed and his eyes became gloomy. He didn't expect the people from the Grand Mysterious Ancient Kingdom to be so difficult to deal with. He originally thought it would be easy to deal with them, but he didn't expect his side to be at a disadvantage. Whoosh, The moment Huang Yunji was distracted, a sharp sword energy slashed across his cheek and left a bloody mark. Ji Shuiyao held the blue ancient sword and used the mysterious heaven sword art. Her clothes fluttered as she soared into the air like a peerless sword goddess and charged toward Huang Yunji. Ji Shuiyao. When I catch you, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Huang Yunji flew into a rage. His face was ferocious. Holding the azurite saber in his hand, he rushed over with a violent aura. Clang, Huang Yunji used the wild lion blade. The blade energy was incomparably sharp and slashed through the air. However, it was blocked by the blue ancient sword in Ji Shuiyao's hand and erupted with a bright divine light. Huang Yunji, on the other hand, felt a strong force coming from the ancient blue sword. His arm went numb, and the green-gold saber in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Wild lion roar. Huang Yunji roared. The azurite saber in his hand rotated rapidly, emitting a strange sound wave. It was as fast as lightning. The sound of the saber was like the roar of a mad lion, almost making people's mind collapse. Ji Shuiyao's body also trembled as if she was affected by the strange sound wave. She paused in the air for a moment. Kill. Huang Yunji's eyes lit up, and his azure gold battle saber slashed down without hesitation. The violent saber light instantly split Ji Shuiyao in half. An afterimage? There wasn't the scene of blood splattering. Instead, an afterimage disappeared before Huang Yunji's eyes. Huang Yunji's expression changed as he felt a fatal danger coming from behind him. He didn't even think about it and used the blade to block behind him. Boom, an unparalleled sword light pierced towards Huang Yunji. It carried an unparalleled penetrating power and directly collided with the azure golden saber. The violent sword chi erupted and instantly left a bloody mark on Huang Yunji's back. At the same time, the power of the ancient sword pierced through Huang Yunji's protective vigor and slammed into his body. His face reddened as he suddenly vomited blood. Good, very good. Princess Shuiyao, I've underestimated you. But it ends here. Prepare to die. Huang Yunji's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He could not imagine how Ji Shuiyao, who was only in the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, could injure him. If Ji Shuiyao had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, how terrifying would she be? Huang Yunji's heart instantly surged with a blazing killing intent. Boom, the blood chi in his body began to boil. Huang Yunji's aura rose as an endless baleful aura filled the air. The figure of a scarlet lion appeared behind him. Its eyes were blood red. Huang Yunji's strength began to skyrocket. Berserk Lion Demon Spirit? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The Grand Huang ancient country was a vassal state of the Myriad Beasts sect. Who would have thought that the Myriad Beasts sect would learn such a method? After the death of a powerful demon beast, the Myriad Beasts sect would use a secret method to extract the demon spirit and integrate it into the cultivator's body. As the cultivator's cultivation increased, the cultivator would become stronger. Furthermore, after integrating with the demon spirit, the cultivator would be able to unleash a strength that was several times stronger than before. During the battle between Ling Xiao and Shi Tianluo, if Shi Tianluo hadn't integrated with the heavenly snake demon spirit, he would have lost even faster. Although this berserk lion demon spirit wasn't comparable to Shi Tianluo's heavenly snake demon spirit, it was still very powerful. It actually increased Huang Yunji's strength by several times. Boom, Huang Yunji's black hair was scattered as his body was enveloped in a violent aura. The blade in his hand shone brightly as he slashed towards Ji Shuiyao. Ji Shuiyao's eyes also revealed a trace of seriousness. She felt a strong sense of threat from Huang Yunji's body. Whoosh, Ji Shuiyao didn't take Huang Yunji's blade head-on. Instead, she leaped and dodged. Boom, where Ji Shuiyao was standing, a towering ancient tree instantly turned into dust. The earth trembled violently as the aura was frightening. Let's see where you can hide. Huang Yunji sneered as he soared through the air. He raised his blade and slashed downwards. Violent blade aura swept towards Ji Shuiyao. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, Ji Shuiyao's clothes fluttered as she executed the astral steps. Her figure was elegant and graceful as she left behind afterimages in the air, constantly dodging Huang Yunji's attacks. Boom, after Huang Yunji's blade slashed down, Ji Shuiyao's sword soared through the air. The sword light was incomparably sharp as it slashed towards Huang Yunji from the side. However, in the next moment, Ji Shuiyao's expression changed. The berserk lion aura around Huang Yunji was extremely powerful. It was as if it had formed an aura domain, causing her sword light to instantly slow down. Kill. Huang Yunji's eyes revealed a trace of arrogance as he swung his blade. The blade light was as resplendent as the Milky Way, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Clang, sparks flew in all directions as Ji Shuiyao had no choice but to take the attack head-on. She was instantly sent flying dozens of feet away as her face turned pale. Ha ha ha. Princess Shuiyao, be my woman obediently. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Huang Yunji laughed arrogantly. After merging with the berserk lion aura, his combat strength had reached its peak. Facing Ji Shuiyao at this moment, he had a mocking attitude. Dream on. Ji Shuiyao's cold voice resounded. The ancient sword in her hand began to vibrate as a mysterious aura rose up. It was as if a Milky Way had appeared behind Ji Shuiyao. At the same time, Ling Zhao's gaze shook. He could feel a mysterious bloodline power slowly awakening within Ji Shuiyao's body, emitting terrifying fluctuations. This kind of power isn't something that can be formed by bloodline power. Who exactly is she? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. This kind of power gave Ling Zhao the feeling that a terrifying life form had suddenly awakened within Ji Shuiyao's body. The power was so strong that even he could feel it. Could it be that Ji Shuiyao was the reincarnation of an expert? Ling Zhao thought of a possibility. Rumble. Berserk Lion's Wrath. Feeling this terrifying sword essence, Huang Yunji's expression changed drastically, and he felt his scalp go numb. He slashed out with all his might. At the same time, the berserk lion's wrath surged, forming a powerful True Kong defense. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent and fell into a world of white. The Milky Way sword raged round Huang Yunji. The terrifying sword chi slashed on the berserk lion's wrath, destroying all the saber rays in the sky. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as Huang Yunji's body was sent flying out from the heavenly river sword light. His entire body was dyed red with blood, and one of his arms had turned into dust. He coughed up blood incessantly, and his face was pale as a sheet. He was on his last breath. Ji Shuiyao's face was also pale. It was obvious that this move had taken a toll on her. Her body swayed and she almost fell. Many of the geniuses from the great Huang ancient country were stunned. How could Ji Shuiyao have such terrifying combat strength? A stage 9 Dragon Tiger realm martial artist had seriously injured Huang Yunji. This kind of combat strength was earth-shattering. It was too demonic. Swoosh, a black-robed young man left the battlefield and caught Huang Yunji. He took out a healing pill and fed it to him. Finally, you can't help but make a move? Ling Zhao's gaze fell on the black-robed young man, revealing a trace of coldness. This black-robed young man was the danger that Ling Zhao had sensed. A Stage 1 Celestial Realm expert had disguised himself as a Stage 1 Grandmaster to sneak into the 8 Desolate Secret Region. He had an extremely mysterious aura concealing treasure on him that had fooled the 4 Celestial Realm experts and almost fooled Ling Zhao. Now that Huang Yunji was seriously injured, he could no longer hide. Who are you? Ji Shuiyao's gaze fell on the black-robed young man, revealing a trace of vigilance. She had not noticed before, but now that the black-robed young man had suddenly jumped out, the hidden aura was also released, making Ji Shuiyao feel a fatal threat. Uncle Sun, catch her. I want her to suffer all kinds of torture, so much so that she can neither live nor die. Huang Yunji's face was contorted as he looked at Ji Shuiyao with eyes full of hatred. The anger in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water of the 3 rivers. He looked too miserable. His clothes were in tatters and his body was covered with crisscrossing scars. Especially his left arm, which had completely disappeared. If Huang Yunji could not find the supreme elixir to regrow his severed limbs, it would mean that he would never be able to break through to the celestial being realm. Your Highness, rest well and leave the rest to me. The black-robed young man said indifferently. Then, he signaled the people of the great Huang ancient country to come over and take care of Huang Yunji, while he walked towards Ji Shuiyao and the others. Boom, an incomparably powerful aura rose from the black-robed youth's body, and his cultivation began to skyrocket at a speed visible to the naked eye, first level of the Grandmaster realm, second level of the Grandmaster realm, third level of the Grandmaster realm. It was only until he reached Xianxia realm 9 Dan that his cultivation gradually calmed down. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force restricting his cultivation. The black-robed youth's expression was indifferent and his eyes were cold. His body emitted a violent aura that pressured Xianxia's group. The people from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom were startled. Celestial being realm expert? You are soul-chasing spear Sun Feng? Xianxia's body trembled, and her eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. There were very few celestial being realm experts in the 4 ancient countries. Now that the black-robed youth no longer hid his identity, Xianxia instantly recognized him. Soul-chasing spear Sun Feng's cultivation was at the first level of the celestial being realm. Although the 36-style soul-chasing spear technique was only an earth-level peerless martial skill, it had reached perfection in his hands. Sun Feng was the Grand Commander of the Great Huang Ancient Country's royal army, so Xianxia easily recognized him. Oh? You know me? Sun Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Xianxia said coldly, I didn't expect the Great Huang Ancient Country to be so unruly and send you in. Don't you know that celestial being realm experts are not allowed to enter the 8 desolate secret region? Of course I know, but I didn't enter the 8 desolate secret region for you guys. Sun Feng smiled faintly and said, originally, I didn't want to reveal my identity, but I didn't expect a little girl like you to be so powerful. Since that's the case, I can only kill all of you to not affect my grand plan. Sun Feng said casually, but the bone-chilling coldness in his voice greatly changed the expressions of everyone from the Great Xian ancient country. Soul-chasing spear Sun Feng was a very dazzling name. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Great Huang ancient country 30 years ago. As a commoner, he defeated many geniuses and reached the top in one fell swoop. Legend has it that this person's willpower was firm, and his actions were ruthless. Since he commanded the royal army, countless people had died in his hands. Facing such a person, even Xianxia couldn't help but change her expression. Sun Feng, if you dare to attack us, you better think about the consequences. Xianxia's voice became incomparably cold. Consequences? Hee. Little girl, you don't need to worry about this. His Highness said that he wants you to be his woman, so you better obediently come here. Sun Feng's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he soared through the air towards Xianxia. He grabbed at the void, exuding a vast and unparalleled aura. When he attacked, there was an earth-shattering momentum. Although he could only explode with the battle strength of a 9th-level Grandmaster, Sun Feng was still a Heaven Realm expert. His cultivation was unparalleled, far from what Xianxia could contend with. After all, the difference between the two was too great. Boom, Xianxia's expression changed. The ancient blue sword in her hand trembled, and rays of sharp light flickered as it slashed towards Sun Feng's wrist as fast as lightning. Clang, Sun Feng's 5 fingers were like the claws of an eagle, surrounded by a layer of black baleful aura. He directly grabbed the ancient blue sword, and a strange force emitted from it. Sparks flew in all directions as the ancient sword trembled. Xianxia felt her arm go numb, and the ancient sword in her hand almost flew out of her hand. Boom, Sun Feng's speed was extremely fast. After his attack succeeded, he circled behind Xianxia at a strange angle and slapped out with his palm. Clang, a bright light flashed, and the ancient blue sword trembled non-stop. This time, Xianxia could no longer hold the ancient sword in her hand, and it instantly flew out of her hand. She was also hit by Sun Feng's palm, and her entire body flew back dozens of feet. An abnormal flush appeared on her face. After all, she had just fought with Huang Yunji. Although Xianxia had won, she had paid a certain price. Moreover, Sun Feng was barehanded, and the legendary soul-chasing spear did not appear. Sun Feng, do you really want to kill all of us? Xianxia's voice was cold and contained a suppressed anger. The people from the great mysterious ancient kingdom were extremely pale. Even Xianxia had been defeated, who could save them? Could it be that the people from the great mysterious ancient kingdom were going to die here? Don't worry, you won't die. His Highness will take good care of you. Princess Xianxia, just obediently surrender. Sun Feng stood with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. His powerful aura locked onto Xianxia. Ji Shui Yao, you slut, I will definitely take good care of you. Huang Yunji's eyes were full of lust and desire as if he wanted to strip off all of Ji Shui Yao's clothes. Ji Shui Yao's face instantly paled. Her eyes revealed a trace of determination as she said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. You want to die? That depends on whether you can die or not. Since Princess Shui Yao doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being impolite. Sun Feng sneered and stepped forward in the air. His body emitted a cold and domineering aura that suppressed Ji Shui Yao. Each step seemed to cause the void to tremble. Ji Shui Yao and the people from the great mysterious ancient kingdom couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair on their faces. A dignified Heaven Realm expert actually dares to make a move against a Dragon Tiger Realm girl. Do you still have any shame? A lazy, casual, and clear voice resounded, causing everyone's expression to change as they looked towards the source of the voice. This was especially true for Ji Shui Yao and the people from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom. In the distant forest, a slender youth wearing snow-white clothes walked over. He looked to be around 15 or 16 years old and was very handsome. At this moment, he had a grass vine hanging from the corner of his mouth. His smile was bright and he looked casual and carefree. Ling Xiao? Seeing this youth, Ji Shui Yao was the first to be stunned with a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Why is this guy here? He is only at the 4th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm. Okay, he is already at the 5th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm, but he is still at the bottom of the group. This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What can he do here? Ji Shui Yao's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Ling Xiao? Why are you alone? Could it be that the Grand Desolation Ancient Kingdom also wants to overestimate their own capabilities and reap the benefits of others? A cold light flashed in Huang Yunji's eyes. He looked behind Ling Xiao and saw that he was alone. No one else from the Grand Desolation Ancient Kingdom had appeared. When Sun Feng heard Ling Xiao's name, his eyes narrowed and he gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Don't worry, it's just me. I just can't bear to see you bully the weak and bully women. Why don't you give me some face and let Princess Shui Yao and the others go? Ling Xiao smiled casually as he walked over step by step. His eyes were calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Xianxia, since this brat doesn't know what's good for him, kill him. Huang Yunji's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he coldly shouted. Yes. Suddenly, a young man with a sinister face jumped out from the great Huang ancient country. His eyes were like a poisonous snake. Although he was only at level 1 of the Grandmaster realm, the cold air he emitted made people shudder. Brat, you'll die if you meddle in other people's business. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for it. Xianxia sneered and threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. Boom, black innate chi surged and emitted a cold aura. A huge palm print came down from the sky, containing a strong murderous aura. In the face of this attack, Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He was still calm as he walked over step by step. His body was shrouded in a layer of faint golden light, which made him look mysterious and majestic. There was a trace of mysterious chi flowing around him. Stop. Ji Shui Yao's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety as she hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at level 5 of the Dragon Tiger realm. How could he be a match for Xianxia? Ji Shui Yao was grateful that this silly brat stood up for her. However, she would feel uneasy if Ling Xiao died because of this. Moreover, before she came to the 8 Desolation secret area, her sister had told her to take care of Ling Xiao if she met him. In a flash, Sun Feng stood in front of Ji Shui Yao and said indifferently, Princess Shui Yao, you can't even protect yourself. You should take care of yourself first. At the same time, Xianxia's palm strike had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. An extremely cold palm strike enveloped Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao did not even look at Xianxia. He did not even stop for a moment as he continued to walk forward calmly. When Xianxia's palm strike landed on Ling Xiao's body, it landed on the golden light and was unable to move forward. Then, an unparalleled divine force suddenly came back, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. It completely exploded. Roar, Xianxia issued a blood-curdling scream when the terrifying power erupted. His entire body was sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. His arms had exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. He was coughing up blood as he heavily smashed into the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After Ling Xiao had cultivated the earth dragon body, how terrifying was his physical strength. Even an elite of the heaven realm would be blasted apart by Ling Xiao if they fought with just their physical strength. Ling Xiao had still shown mercy. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have just lost his arms. His entire body would have been blasted into a fine powder. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao, who was at the 5th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, did not even make a move. Just the force of his physical body was enough to cripple the arms of a grandmaster. How abnormal was that? Everyone could not believe their eyes. They felt as if they were in a dream. Ji Shuiyao also widened her eyes in shock. Even she would not be able to injure Zhang Qian so severely without making a move. No wonder Ling Xiao dared to come alone. It turned out that he was very confident. Ji Shuiyao recalled that when they entered the Ba Huang secret area, she said that she would protect Ling Xiao. Now that she thought about it, it was a joke. Ling Xiao's true strength was stronger than hers. Only Sun Feng's eyes flashed. Although he had already expected Ling Xiao to be strong, such terrifying physical strength was still beyond his imagination. You. Who exactly are you? Huang Yunji's face revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. His voice unconsciously trembled. Sun Feng, the soul-chasing spear? You're here for me, right? If that's the case, make your move. Ling Xiao ignored Huang Yunji and looked at Sun Feng calmly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to battle. After cultivating the earth dragon body, Ling Xiao's physical body had reached a terrifying level. Hence, he wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a celestial realm elite. Sun Feng was the best touchstone for this. You're really smart. Sun Feng looked deeply at Ling Xiao. You're worthy of being able to defeat Shi Tianluo with your cultivation at the 3rd level of the Dragon Tiger realm. You should be proud that the Wanshou sect is so afraid of you that they're willing to pay the price to have me kill you. Sun Feng's words were like a bolt of lightning that shocked Ji Shuiyao and Huang Yunji. What? Ling Xiao defeated Shi Tianluo. Who was Shi Tianluo? He was one of the 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect, a peerless genius of the 8 Desolates region. Although he wasn't considered a top genius, he was still extremely terrifying. At the very least, Shi Tianluo could defeat all the young geniuses of the 4 great ancient nations. However, Sun Feng said that Shi Tianluo was defeated by Ling Xiao, defeating Shi Tianluo, who was at the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm, at the 3rd level of the Dragon Tiger realm. This kind of terrifying talent made Ji Shuiyao pale in comparison. Ling Xiao defeating Shi Tianluo should have been a big event that would shock the entire 8 Desolates region. However, because it was only a short time ago and the 4 great ancient nations were very far away, Ji Shuiyao and Huang Yunji didn't know about it. Especially Huang Yunji. He originally thought that Sun Feng had come to the 8 Desolates' secret land to protect him. However, he now knew that Sun Feng's real purpose was to kill Ling Xiao. Kill me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Even when facing a celestial realm elite, Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, a strong desire to battle rose in his heart. He was a supreme being in his previous life and was destined to rule the world in this life. What was a mere celestial realm elite to him? Arrogant. Sun Feng's eyes darkened as a powerful aura emanated from his body and suppressed Ling Xiao. Boom. Although he was unable to unleash the battle prowess of the celestial tier, Sun Feng had long since become one with the world and Zhou Tian as one. He was able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth with his human strength. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a cold and sharp chi locked onto Ling Xiao. It was as vast as the sea, and it wanted to force him to kneel. The reason why a celestial being realm expert could crush a master realm expert was not only because they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but also because they had comprehended the momentum of martial arts. With the momentum of the momentum, they were always successful. The force of heaven and earth on Sun Feng's body caused Ji Shuiyao, Huang Yunji, and the others' expressions to change as they retreated. Waves of air billowed and formless chi intertwined. Vast amounts of heaven and earth power gathered and pressed down on Ling Xiao. Scram! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he shouted. Instantly, a violent aura was awakened from Ling Zhao's body. It was domineering, ancient, majestic, and mysterious. Ling Zhao's gaze was as indifferent as steel. He was like a supreme being who looked down on the world, emitting a power that could make the heavens and earth tremble, rumble, formless auras collided, causing waves of energy to surge in the air. The earth trembled, and countless plants and rocks were turned into dust. The scene was astonishing. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's roar shook the clouds. Ling Xiao was bathed in golden light as his qi and blood surged. It was as if a blazing sun had formed behind his head. His black hair fluttered and his eyes were bright. His body seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth as he took a step forward, bang, as if a heavenly drum had been struck, the earth trembled. The intertwined qi in front of Ling Xiao instantly became chaotic. Sun Feng's expression changed as he felt his qi and blood surging. How can this kid have such a terrifying aura? Sun Feng's eyes revealed a trace of shock, and his expression became very ugly. Martial artists cultivated the power of heaven and earth. When martial arts were cultivated to the extreme, they could form their own martial concept. When the martial concept was perfected, one could touch the power of heaven and earth, mobilize the momentum of heaven and earth, and comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. The momentum here was the momentum of heaven and earth, the momentum of martial arts. Sun Feng originally wanted to use the momentum of heaven and earth to oppress Ling Xiao and make him kneel down. He wanted to win without a fight. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the dragon-tiger realm. Although his battle prowess was strong, he was still far from a celestial realm powerhouse. However, he did not expect that not only was Ling Xiao not affected by Sun Feng's momentum of heaven and earth, but he also emitted an aura that shocked Sun Feng. Sun Feng faintly felt that he was not facing a young man, but a supreme master who could sweep through the world. He could not help but tremble in his heart. Bang! Ling Xiao took another step forward. His foot seemed to land on the note of the momentum of heaven and earth, causing Ling Xiao's aura to rise a little more. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao walked towards Sun Feng step by step. Every step he took made his aura stronger. It was as if the momentum of heaven and earth had gathered around Ling Xiao. It was as if the waves of the heavenly river were rolling in reverse, suppressing Sun Feng instead. Boom! Ling Xiao took 9 steps in a row. When the last step landed, the void instantly shook violently. Thunder boomed, and the vast power of heaven and earth condensed behind Ling Xiao, turning into a golden dragon-shaped wave of qi. With a roar, it suddenly pressed down on Sun Feng. Sun Feng's expression changed, revealing an abnormal flush. He instantly retreated more than 10 steps. With a palm across the sky, a palm print exploded, and only then did he manage to disperse the dragon-shaped air wave. Celestial realm powerhouse, that's all there is to it. Ling Zhao's gaze was sharp as he said indifferently. Sun Feng's gaze instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, a huge wave was set off in his heart. He was incomparably shocked. The clash of momentum between the two actually ended with him losing miserably. Ling Xiao only took 9 steps, and he was forced to make a move to disperse it. Therefore, he had completely lost. Ji Shuiyao and Huang Yunji were also stunned. Although they could not see the mystery of the clash of momentum, they could see that Sun Feng had lost in this formless clash. However, Sun Feng was an expert of the heaven realm. How could he lose to Ling Xiao? This simply overturned everyone's understanding, especially Ji Shuiyao. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile, but her expression also became much more relaxed. The stronger Ling Zhao's battle prowess was, the greater the chance of the grand mysterious ancient kingdom's people escaping alive. Ji Shuiyao became more and more curious. What was the relationship between this youth and her sister? Sharp tongue. I want to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Sun Feng's gaze was cold, revealing a trace of burning killing intent. The more monstrous Ling Xiao was, the more intense his killing intent was. He must kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao matured, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Boom! Sun Feng's body emitted a powerful cultivation fluctuation. With a flash of light in his hand, a black war spear appeared, emitting a deep light and unparalleled sharpness. Soul-chasing spear. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all the nonsense? Ling Zhao's eyes also revealed a trace of powerful battle intent. The blood in his body boiled as he urgently wanted to fight Sun Feng. Roar. Rumble, the earth rumbled and the forest held. Many towering ancient trees collapsed and turned into dust. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ling Xiao, Sun Feng, and the rest were shocked and turned to look in that direction. Roar. Roar, a terrifying evil aura filled the air. Many giant black apes rushed out from the forest. Each of them had shiny black fur and a monstrous demonic aura. They were about 10 feet tall and their arms were so long that they almost touched the ground. The galloping and howling earlier were caused by this group of giant apes. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 100 giant apes. Their eyes were blood red and filled with murderous intent as they stared fixedly at Ling Xiao and the others. This was especially true for the giant ape in the lead. It was over 100 feet tall and looked like a small mountain. It held a large iron staff in its hand, and its entire body emitted a monstrous baleful aura. It bared its teeth and let out a loud roar. Long-armed giant apes? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he immediately revealed a trace of seriousness. The group of long-armed giant apes in front of them were the same as the chaotic world demonic apes that Ling Xiao encountered in the ferocious beast mountain range. They were all primordial apes, especially the leader, the long-armed ape king. Judging from the aura on its body, it had actually reached the peak of the 6th rank. The rest of the long-armed giant apes were at least 4th-rank demonic beasts. Most of them were 5th-rank demonic beasts. They stood there beating their chests and their eyes were filled with cold and bloodthirsty murderous intent. Oh no! Sun Feng's expression changed as he felt a strong threat. He retreated without thinking. He was the closest to the group of long-armed giant apes. Especially the long-armed ape king's terrifying aura made his scalp tingle. His eyes were filled with fear. He was no match for a 6th-rank demonic beast. Moreover, the long-armed giant apes were primordial apes. Boom, however, it was too late. The giant iron rod emitted a cold luster like a heavenly pillar. The long-armed ape king lifted it up and smashed it towards Sun Feng. After all, the long-armed ape king sensed that Sun Feng's cultivation was the highest and he was the most threatening one. Therefore, it attacked instantly. Damn it! Sun Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The staff covered an area with a radius of several hundred feet. Demonic chi was rolling, and the divine power was unparalleled. It was as fast as lightning. He had no chance to dodge at all. He could only try his best to perform the soul-chasing spear technique in his hand. The soul-chasing ancient spear rose into the air and blocked the big iron staff. Rumble, as the monstrous divine power descended, the earth shook violently. The surrounding rocks were instantly reduced to dust. The soul-chasing spear in Sun Feng's hand suddenly bent. His face instantly revealed an abnormal flush. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. His arm was almost numb. Roar! 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 Seeing that the long-armed ape king had made his move, the rest of the great armed apes roared and pounded their chests. They bared their fangs and charged towards Ling Xiao and the rest with wooden sticks, boulders, and even bare fists. Although the giant long-armed ape had a huge body, it was extremely agile. Its speed was extremely fast and it walked like the wind. That monstrous baleful aura caused many people's faces to instantly turn incomparably pale. Not good. These beasts are too strong, quickly retreat. Ji Shuiyao's expression greatly changed. She quickly brought the geniuses of the grand mysterious ancient kingdom and rushed towards the exit of the mustard seed formation. Roar! One of the great armed apes that rushed at the front instantly arrived in front of a youth from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom. This youth was scared silly. His eyes were full of fear and he couldn't even run. The great armed ape's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. Its huge palm leaf fan-like hand instantly grabbed the youth's throat. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit the youth into 2 pieces. It was an extremely bloody scene. Senior Brother Zhao? A girl from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom turned pale with fright and loudly shouted. However, her shout also alarmed a few giant full-armed apes. They rushed toward her at an extremely fast speed, causing her complexion to change greatly. There was no trace of blood in her face, and despair appeared in her eyes. Ling Xiao sighed. These geniuses of the grand mysterious ancient kingdom only had cultivation, but their willpower was too weak. In the face of these great armed apes, their minds were taken away and they were easily buried in their demon stomachs. If that youth from earlier had the courage to fight, even if he wasn't a match, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to escape. Boom! Ling Zhao's body was like a golden lightning bolt. He instantly appeared in front of that girl and punched out with a blazing golden light. He suddenly pushed back the nearest great armed ape. You guys run, I'll cover you. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold glint. After leaving behind these words, he rushed towards the two great armed apes. Rumble. Ling Zhao's physical strength was extremely powerful. Even though these great armed apes were archaic variants, they were simply not Ling Zhao's match. After a few punches, they were blown away. At the same time, this also aroused the ferocity of the great armed apes. More and more of them rushed towards Ling Xiao. The girls from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude. Then, they quickly regrouped with Ji Shui Yao and escaped towards the exit of the array. On the other side, the grand yellow ancient kingdom was even more miserable. Although Sun Feng temporarily blocked the great armed ape king, there were still 3 geniuses who couldn't dodge in time. They were torn into pieces by a few great armed apes. The scene was extremely bloody and caused people's scalps to tingle. Huang Yunji was already pale with fright. Under the protection of the 2 youths, he also retreated towards the exit of the array. Boom! Boom! Sun Feng held the soul-chasing spear in his hand as he engaged in a fierce battle with the great armed ape king. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. Everywhere they went, rocks were turned into dust. Ancient trees collapsed one after another. The great armed ape king was too terrifying. Although there weren't many techniques in the battle between him and Sun Feng, one person could defeat 10 people with brute force. Sun Feng could only dodge in a sorry state. The soul-chasing spear in his hand didn't pose much of a threat to the great armed ape king. The soul-chasing spear left bloody scars on the great armed ape king's body. On the contrary, it aroused the great armed ape king's ferocity. It attacked Sun Feng even more violently. Hurry up and run. I can't hold on for much longer. Sun Feng roared at the Grand Yellow Ancient Kingdoms group. These great armed apes were too ferocious. Moreover, they didn't fear death. Their battle prowess was extremely strong. This caused the geniuses from the 2 ancient kingdoms to lose all their will to fight. Ling Xiao brought up the rear and blocked many great armed apes for Ji Shui Yao and the rest of the grand mysterious ancient kingdom. In the end, only the unlucky youth from the grand mysterious ancient kingdom died. The others successfully made it to the exit of the array. Boom! Roar! Roar! Ling Zhao's battle instantly attracted the attention of the 2 long-armed giant apes that were 30 feet tall. The aura of the 2 giant long-armed apes had reached the peak of rank 5, just a hair's breadth away from rank 6. Their addition instantly put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. Rumble! The 2 giant long-armed apes charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the thick steel cudgel in their hands emitted a chilling radiance. They were wrapped in a majestic demonic aura as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. His aura was like a dragon, and he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with both his fists, using his physical body to resist the thick steel cudgel. Bang! With a loud bang, Ling Xiao and the 2 giant long-armed apes trembled and retreated at the same time. On the other side, the long-armed ape king's aura was like a rainbow. With a swing of his cudgel, Sun Feng was sent flying a few hundred feet away, spurting out blood. Roar! The long-armed ape king's cold gaze fell on Sun Feng. His battle-intent soared, and the demonic aura around him became even more terrifying. He swung his cudgel at Sun Feng. Sun Feng's face was pale, and his aura was weak. At this moment, he no longer dared to tangle with the long-armed ape king. In an instant, he turned into a black shadow and dashed towards the exit of the mustard seed array. Rumble! However, the terrifying demonic aura of the cudgel followed him like a shadow. It emitted a ghostly howl, and the airwaves were torrential. Its power was unparalleled. Sun Feng's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He grabbed the last young man from the great Huang ancient country and threw him behind him. No. The young man's face was filled with fear. He let out a miserable cry, and was instantly smashed into a bloody mist by the long-armed ape king's cudgel. Taking advantage of the moment when the long-armed ape king was stunned, Sun Feng's figure dashed out of the valley. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not continue to tangle with the giant long-armed apes. He turned into a streak of golden lightning and dashed towards the mustard seed array. Roar! 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 All the giant long-armed apes were enraged. Their cold gazes fell on Ling Xiao, and they chased after him together with the long-armed ape king. It was as though they wanted to vent all their anger on Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. His roar shook the heavens, and the earth shook. Ling Xiao sensed a fatal danger and his gaze turned grave. With his current combat strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the long-armed ape king. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with questions. The seal of the Bahuang secret territory was too strange. Why wasn't the cultivation of the creatures in the secret territory restricted? Take the long-armed ape king as an example. The strength of a peak rank 6 demonic beast was not diminished at all. Ling Xiao, come out. The exit of the mustard seed array was right in front of him. Ling Xiao could already see Ji Shuiyao's anxious face as she urged him to come out quickly. However, at this moment, Sun Feng's ferocious expression appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Ling Xiao, go to hell. Ha ha ha. The killing intent in Sun Feng's eyes was incomparably intense. He slammed his palm towards the large green rock outside the exit. That large green rock was the hub of the mustard seed array formation. No, Ji Shuiyao cried out in surprise, but stopped abruptly in an instant. This was because Ling Xiao saw that the light gate formed by the mustard seed array formation instantly disappeared with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's eyes turned bloodshot instantly. Sun Feng, damn you! Ling Xiao clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms, leaving traces of blood. His heart was filled with towering rage. Roar! At this moment, Ling Xiao could no longer be bothered with his anger. This was because the group of long-armed apes behind him had already surrounded him. Each of their eyes were filled with cold killing intent as they surrounded Ling Xiao. Especially the long-armed ape king. He was over 100 feet tall and was surrounded by a murderous aura. His blood-red eyes were glaring at Ling Xiao with a terrifying aura. Brother ape, it's not good to fight and kill. Why don't we have a good talk? Ling Xiao forced a smile on his face as he looked at the long-armed ape king and said. Since the long-armed ape king had the strength of a peak rank 6 demonic beast, it should have the intelligence of an ordinary human. Perhaps it could understand Ling Xiao's words. The long-armed ape king was taken aback as he stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were still cold and he did not say a word. Brother ape, you guys must have been trapped in this secret realm for a long time, right? How about this, I'll bring you guys out. Ling Xiao probed. He was a little nervous as he was unsure if the long-armed ape king could understand his words. Roar! The long-armed ape king suddenly let out a furious roar. Its blood-red eyes were covered with a layer of black light. A faint murderous aura emanated from its body, giving off a dark, evil, and cold aura. The long-armed ape king did not hesitate as he raised his huge metal cudgel and smashed it towards Ling Xiao with a murderous aura. Strange black fog? Ling Xiao's body trembled. Although the layer of black light in the long-armed ape king's eyes was faint, Ling Xiao could still sense it. It was the strange black fog that he had encountered a few times before. How did these long-armed ape kings get tainted by the strange black fog? However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to think about these things at this moment because the long-armed ape king's metal cudgel was already coming down on him. Light flashed beneath Ling Xiao's feet as he retreated instantly. Rumble! The long-armed ape king's cudgel landed on the ground with a loud rumble. A crack that was dozens of feet long appeared and Ling Xiao was sent flying dozens of feet away by the shockwave. What a freak! It's worthy of being an archaic variant. This violent strength is even stronger than mine. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. After he had cultivated the earth dragon body, his physical strength had increased by 100-fold. Ling Xiao was confident that he could even kill a rank 6 demonic beast with a single punch. However, the long-armed ape king was too terrifying. With the strength of a peak rank 6 demonic beast and the bloodline of an archaic variant, it was similar to the chaotic world demonic ape. It possessed a strength that was close to that of a demonic lord. Xianxia could not help but admit his inferiority. Roar! Under the command of the long-armed ape king, all the long-armed ape kings began to go on a rampage. Each of them thumped their chests and pounced towards Xianxia without fear of death. Bastards, do you really think I'm afraid of you? A cold light flashed in Xiao's eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Xiao's mouth. It shook the heavens and exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. At the same time, the secret skill of the ancestral dragon in Xiao's body exploded. The blood of the earth dragon in his body began to burn. A powerful dragon's aura, as if the archaic dragon had awoken from its slumber, emanated from Xiao's body. The dragon tribe was the supreme divine beast, the ruler of the billions of demonic beasts. They had once dominated an era, killing archaic divine demons and hunting archaic behemoths. They were the top tribe. Therefore, the aura of the dragon tribe was extremely intimidating to most demonic beasts. Even though this group of giant long-armed apes possessed a trace of the primordial bloodline, they were still ordinary demons after all. When they felt the pure dragon's might from Xiao's body, their eyes were immediately filled with fear. Only the long-armed ape king was not afraid. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he remained where he was and did not continue to attack Xianxia. However, he did not let his guard down. He continued to use the secret skill of the ancestral dragon, exuding a vast and majestic dragon aura. His expression was calm and indifferent as he walked towards the giant long-armed apes. No matter what, he could not lose his momentum. As expected, all the giant long-armed apes could not help but tremble when they felt the dragon aura getting closer and closer. They automatically opened a path for Xianxia. Xianxia walked past the giant long-armed apes calmly with steady footsteps. The group of giant long-armed apes behind him stared at Xianxia with fear and struggle in their eyes. Since the giant long-armed ape king did not make any moves, all the giant long-armed apes stopped in their tracks. Only when Xianxia walked out of the group of giant long-armed apes did he heave a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in sweat. If the giant long-armed apes had broken free from their fear of the dragon aura and were surrounded by them, Xianxia would have died without a doubt. However, Xianxia had made the right bet. Xianxia did not dare to quicken his pace and continued to walk forward slowly. The giant long-armed apes behind him looked at Xianxia in silence, forming a strange scene. The immortality peach tree was right in front of him. The immortality peach tree was about 10 feet tall. Its branches and leaves were intertwined with each other and its entire body emitted a faint glow. Although the leaves were sparse, there was a sacred aura around it. Especially the dozens of immortality peaches hanging from the branches. Each of them shone with golden light and a fragrant smell. It was obvious that they were precious treasures. Around the immortality peach tree, there were 2 giant long-armed apes who were about to pick the immortality peaches. However, when they felt the dragon aura from Xianxia, they immediately became obedient and stood there, not daring to move. The closer Xianxia got to the immortality peach tree, the more he struggled in his heart. These giant long-armed apes were most likely the demonic beasts guarding the immortality peach tree. The immortality peaches were already ripe. If he left now, the immortality peaches would fall into the hands of these giant long-armed apes. However, if he were to pick the immortality peaches, the giant long-armed apes would probably break free from their fear of the dragon aura and turn around to hunt him down. What should he do? Xianxia had already reached the immortality peach tree. The 2 giant long-armed apes were only rank 4 demonic beasts. At this moment, their bodies were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go all out. A cold light flashed in Xiao's eyes, and he immediately made up his mind. If he gave up the peaches of immortality now, he might not have another chance. If he didn't take it, he would be punished instead. How could he leave such a heavenly treasure to these beasts? Xianxia made up his mind and threw out 2 punches at lightning speed. His fists were blazing hot and directly knocked the 2 long-armed giant apes unconscious. At the same time, a bright light flashed in Xiao's hand. The evil vanquisher sword emitted a sharp light as it slashed the area around the immortality peach tree. In an instant, the immortality peach tree was uprooted by Ling Xiao. Then, he quickly put it into his longevity ring and used his movement technique to rush forward. Ling Xiao's series of actions were done in one go. By the time the group of apes reacted, Ling Xiao had already kept the ancient peach tree into his longevity ring. Roar! The long-armed ape king's eyes were filled with rage. At this moment, he no longer cared about Ling Xiao's powerful dragon aura. He grabbed his huge metal rod and chased after Ling Xiao with all his might. The long-armed ape king had been waiting for the peaches of immortality to ripen for hundreds of years. He was waiting for the peaches of immortality to ripen so that he could break through to rank 7 demon lord. In the end, the long-armed ape king's peaches were taken by this audacious brat. How could he take this lying down? The long-armed ape king's body was filled with murderous aura. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he roared and charged forward. Under the lead of their king, all the giant long-armed apes instantly forgot about the deterrence of the dragon's might and roared loudly as they chased after Ling Xiao. Rumble, the earth trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping. Hundreds of long-armed apes turned into a flood and chased after Ling Xiao in a frenzy. Isn't it just a few peaches? These beasts have gone mad. Ling Xiao was also shocked and ran even faster. He unleashed all his cultivation. His entire body was like a bolt of golden lightning. He pierced through the void, passed through the dense forest, and fled towards the mountain peak in the distance. Behind him, the long-armed ape king, who was more than 100 feet tall, chased after Ling Xiao as fast as lightning. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster, leaving all the long-armed apes behind. All the rocks and ancient trees in its way were smashed into smithereens. It hated Ling Xiao to the extreme and its furious roar echoed through the forest. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if he dared to stop, he would be torn to pieces by the long-armed ape king no matter how powerful the dragon aura was, even if the secret skill of the ancestral dragon was fully unleashed. The valley was huge. The further he went, the more he could feel the vastness of the valley. Ling Xiao saw that at the end of the valley, there was a huge mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. It exuded a vast and ancient aura. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in white clouds. The mountain was majestic, as if it was the king of the mountains. It had an indescribable domineering aura. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt an extremely familiar aura from the mountain peak. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he instantly quickened his pace. Swoosh swoosh, Ling Xiao and the long-armed ape king, one running and the other chasing, rapidly approached the mountain peak. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more Ling Xiao felt the majestic aura of the mountain peak. Moreover, there was a mysterious fluctuation that permeated the air. As for the long-armed ape king, its footsteps slowed down. There was a tinge of fear and indignation in its eyes. It's afraid of the mountain peak? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. His mental strength had been monitoring the state of the long-armed ape king. Therefore, he instantly sensed the long-armed ape king's fear. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao's body moved even faster. Golden lightning flashed and clouds surrounded him, making him look like he was riding on the clouds. The Cloud Dragon 9 Changes, an Earth-class peerless martial skill, was executed to the extreme by Ling Xiao. In just a moment, he had leaped onto the mountain peak before him. Roar! Behind him, the long-armed ape king let out an indignant roar and stopped at the foot of the mountain. Its eyes were filled with indignation and anger. Brother ape, come up if you dare. I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Ling Xiao taunted the long-armed ape king shamelessly. Seeing the long-armed ape king roaring in anger, Ling Xiao laughed out loud and walked up the mountain peak. The mountain peak was majestic and had jagged rocks of strange shapes. However, the trees were sparse and most of them were withered. There was no sign of life. A mysterious fluctuation permeated the air and shrouded the entire mountain peak. There was a faint feeling that caused one's heart to tremble. Ling Xiao followed the mountain path and walked up the mountain peak. Along the way, he saw some broken corpses. There were also some ancient swords and long spears that were stabbed into the huge rocks. However, the essence of the weapons had long dissipated and they had become scrap metal. Ling Xiao raised his head and saw that the mountain peak was shrouded in clouds. The sky was dark, but he could vaguely see a corner of an ancient palace. It was giving off a holy aura. That is. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could feel a strange black mist coming from the ancient palace. This mustard seed array has covered such a large area. It seems like it's not just to hide the immortality peach tree. Perhaps its main purpose is to hide this mountain peak. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He took a step forward, stepping on the hard mountain rocks as he walked towards the ancient palace. Clouds and mist swirled around, and the surroundings were blurry. There were no signs of life. It was as if this place had turned into a deathly stillness. There was only that ancient palace. The closer they got, the more they could feel a mysterious aura spreading out. Holy yet evil, bright yet dark. That ancient palace gave Ling Xiao a very strange feeling. There were more and more corpses around. There were broken weapons and broken rocks. There were still traces of a great battle. Time had washed away everything, but it couldn't hide the past. Ling Xiao saw a dragon-shaped saber. It was still emitting a cold saber intent and killing intent. However, the blade was broken. It should have been a powerful Dao artifact, but it had lost its power. Ling Xiao also saw a white skeleton. The bones were hard and gave off a faint glow. There was a black bull horn on the abdomen that had pierced through his body. The space between his eyebrows was cracked and his true spirit had dissipated. Such hard bones could only be left behind by a monarch realm expert at the very least. Ling Xiao was sad. He thought about the strange black mist and looked at the traces of a great battle. He couldn't help but imagine how tragic the battle was 10,000 years ago. Even the heaven-devouring secret skill couldn't refine the strange black mist. If Ling Xiao didn't have the wordless heavenly book that could counter the strange black mist, he would have died. 10,000 years ago, those strange creatures descended and unleashed a great calamity. They ravaged the entire Eight Desolates region, destroying the long-life sect that had swept through the entire region and shocked the world. Xianxia. Where is she? Did she survive? Ling Xiao sighed. The Eight Desolate secret land was shrouded in layers of mist. Ling Xiao could not help but want to explore it. Back then, the 8 great ancient countries were vassal states of the Longevity sect. They were closely related to the Longevity sect. Maybe they could really find news about Xianxia? Ling Xiao's footsteps became heavy. Ling Xiao stepped over the piles of corpses and slowly walked to the top of the mountain. There was a simple and unadorned palace there. Although it looked a little dilapidated, it was well preserved. Outside the palace, there were corpses everywhere. There were incense burners, demon-subduing pestles, prayer beads, and wooden fish everywhere. However, most of them were damaged, and there wasn't any precious light. They had all turned into scrap metal. Bang! Ling Xiao kicked a huge bronze plaque. Ling Xiao blew away the dust on it, revealing 4 ancient words. The Great Strength Hall. The Great Buddha Hall of Buddhism? There is no Buddhism in the 8 Desolates region, so why is there a plaque of the Great Strength Hall here? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with doubt. 10,000 years ago, the 8 Desolates region was the territory of the Longevity sect. There were no traces of Buddhism. However, there was a plaque of the Great Strength Hall on this mountain, which surprised Ling Xiao. Finally, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the palace. The 2 stone doors were tightly shut, and there was a mysterious fluctuation coming from them. Ling Xiao walked towards the palace slowly and stood in front of the huge stone door. He placed his palm on the stone door. It was bone-chilling to the touch, and there was a chill that could freeze one's soul. Open! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and unparalleled divine energy exploded from his body. The 2 stone doors were instantly pushed open by him. In an instant, a strange black fog surged over like a bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao whole. Ling Xiao was already prepared. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness shook slightly. A mysterious light rolled out from his glabella, and it devoured all the strange black mist. Inside the palace, there was an 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. It was refined, and there was a faint Buddhist light around it. There was also a strange black mist lingering around it. In the middle of the pond of virtue sat an ancient monk wearing a kasaya. There were 10 incense scars on his head, and he was emitting a mysterious aura. The ancient monk looked lifelike, and his eyes were lowered. He had a benevolent look on his face, and his entire body was emitting a clear and benevolent aura. However, the strange thing was that half of his body was emitting a golden light, and the other half was emitting a black light. With the glabella as the dividing line, half of his body was shining with Buddhist light, and the other half was emitting an eerie demonic aura. The two auras of holiness and evil intertwined, making him look exceptionally evil. And those black lights were the strange black fog. Why is there an ancient monk here? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he slowly walked towards the pond of virtue. This 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue, and virtue was in the shape of a refinement. There were a total of 8 petals, and each petal had an ancient rune. There was a thread between them that slowly intertwined and suppressed the body of the ancient monk in the center. Other than the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue, the entire palace was very spacious, but there was a mysterious flow of energy. When Ling Xiao saw the runes on the 8 petals, his eyes were instantly filled with excitement. The 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array? This is Xianxia. It's Xianxia's work. So Xianxia really came here. Ling Zhao's heart was in turmoil, and his originally calm state of mind was instantly lost. He was so excited that his entire body trembled. The 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array was the array that Ling Xiao had imparted to Xianxia in the past. When Ling Xiao had become the world's #1 sovereign, he had used the power of yin and yang, wind, thunder, volcano, and the power of the laws of heaven and earth to form a sovereign god array. It had the power to kill sovereigns, slay gods, and exterminate demons. In the world, other than Ling Xiao, only Xianxia could set it up. However, before Ling Xiao could test the power of the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array, he had already died in the Scarlet Dragon's secret territory. Ling Xiao had not expected to see the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array here. The 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue, and virtue was actually formed from the energy of the earth veins and the power of the laws of heaven and earth. And this ancient monk in front of him had actually become the eye of the 8 Desolate Devil Suppression Grand Formation. Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. It seemed that the ancient monk must have been a sovereign when he was alive. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to be the array eye of the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array. Ling Xiao carefully examined the array and found that it had indeed merged with the laws of heaven and earth of the entire 8 Desolation secret territory. It contained a strong sealing power. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the ancient monk in front of him did not have any vitality, but why was he tainted by the strange black gas? Could it be that the strange creature suppressed in the underground sea is under this mountain? The strange creature that Ling Xiao saw in the underground ocean had a majestic aura and was incomparably terrifying. At the very least, it had the strength of a supreme being. If it wasn't for the seal underground, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Because he left in a hurry, Ling Xiao didn't carefully investigate the seal underground. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was the power of the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation. The ancient monk sat cross-legged in the 8 treasure lotus pond of virtue and virtue. His head was lowered, and his face was filled with a compassionate expression. However, his temperament was extremely strange. Half of it was glowing with Buddhist light, while the other half was surging with demonic qi. He was tainted by the strange black fog, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of life on his body. To be able to remain intact for 10,000 years and be used as the eye of the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation by Xianxia, this ancient monk's strength was definitely extremely terrifying. However, his origin made Ling Xiao very puzzled. 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao was the #1 supreme being in the world. He had some understanding of almost all the supreme experts in this world, but he had never seen this ancient monk. However, this ancient monk's body was glowing, and his body was indestructible. The terrifying fluctuation was even stronger than Ling Zhao's previous life. This ancient monk is so powerful, but he's also been tainted by the strange black fog. In the long run, I'm afraid the seal left behind by the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation will be broken. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Although the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation was powerful, this ancient monk was formed from the eye of the formation. If the ancient monk was completely tainted by the strange black fog and turned from a Buddha to a devil, the terrifying creature underground would probably really break the seal and come out. In the current 8 Desolation region, there might not even be a monarch realm expert, let alone a supreme being. Once that terrifying creature came out, the entire 8 Desolation region would probably be destroyed. The only thing I can do now is to move this ancient monk away. Although the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation strength will be much weaker without the Eye of the Formation, it can still suppress that terrifying creature for 10 years at least. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rather than waiting for the ancient monk to be tainted by the strange black fog and turn into a peerless devil, why not move it out of the Eye of the Formation and strengthen the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation again? At least it could suppress that terrifying creature for 10 years. And with a buffer of 10 years, perhaps Ling Xiao would be able to find a way to deal with that terrifying creature. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of determination. The 8 Desolation Devil Subduing Great Array was created by Ling Xiao, so he naturally knew how to remove the array core. Moreover, after 10,000 years, although the 8 Desolation Devil Subduing Great Array used the earth vein as its energy, it had also weakened significantly. Ling Xiao walked towards the ancient monk. His hands glowed faintly as he formed seals in the air. In an instant, he sent out 8 palms, landing on the heaven, earth, yin, yang, wind, thunder, volcano, and 8 directional divine seals. Boom! Suddenly, 8 resplendent rays of light shot out from the 8 treasure lotus pond of virtue and virtue. They slowly intertwined in the air, and the ancient monk in the center was lifted up by a mass of golden light and floated up. Rise! A light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. His hands radiated with copious amounts of energy, wanting to move the ancient monk out of the 8 treasures lotus pond. Rumble, but at this moment, an incomparably vast power, holy and evil intertwined, filled with life and death, erupted from the ancient monk's body. Ling Xiao could feel that the golden body of the ancient monk, which was originally filled with the aura of death, actually had a trace of vitality that was slowly recovering. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression changed as he felt a strong sense of danger. His body immediately turned into a ray of golden light and retreated in an instant. Boom! The ancient monk in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light, one golden and one black, shot out, instantly exploding in the air. Buzz! Buzz! The air trembled slightly. Golden rays of light filled the air, holy and vast. At the same time, it was accompanied by an evil and dark power. The ancient monk stood up from the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. A vicissitude, ancient, mysterious, and vast fluctuation spread out, accompanied by a world-destroying evil aura. Righteousness and evil intertwined, light and darkness coexisted. At this moment, the ancient monk looked like a Buddha and demon that cultivated both righteousness and evil. He had awakened from his endless slumber. One of his eyes shone with a resplendent golden light, containing boundless benevolence, while the other was filled with an eerie demonic aura, emitting a crazy, bloodthirsty, world-destroying murderous intent. Such different auras appearing on the same person at the same time made one's scalp tingle, and one's entire body was filled with bone-chilling coldness. He stood there with an extraordinary look. The light in his eyes converged, and in the end, they were filled with deep confusion. Ling Xiao was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Previously, he was very sure that the ancient monk was indeed dead. His entire body was filled with a deathly aura, without any signs of life, and his primordial spirit had completely dissipated. But now, the ancient monk, the demonic Buddha, had actually come back to life. Life and death did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, and the cycle of life and death repeated itself. This concept of reincarnation made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. Because even in his previous life, Ling Xiao did not understand the mystery of life and death. "Senior, who are you?" Ling Xiao stood in front of the demonic Buddha and asked carefully. "Who am I?" The demonic Buddha slowly opened his mouth. His voice was obscure, and a few strange syllables came out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with confusion. "Senior, do you know why you are here? Who put you here?" Ling Xiao asked softly. Although the demonic Buddha in front of him looked terrifyingly strong, Ling Xiao still wanted to try and find out the whereabouts of Xianxia from him. "They're all dead. Gods are dead. Buddha is annihilated. Eternal sea of bitterness. 8 treasures of merit, only I am left." The demonic Buddha did not look at Ling Xiao. His voice was deep and filled with vicissitudes of life, containing a sense of sorrow. 2 lines of blood tears flowed down from his eyes. The kasaya on his body was very tattered, and the Buddhist light and demonic aura on his body had fused together. There was a faint, strange power bursting forth and gathering at his vitality, allowing him to come back from the dead and reappear in the world. Ling Xiao had no way to understand this strange change. However, the demonic Buddha did not seem to hear Ling Xiao's words at all. He stood there crying and laughing. His voice was sorrowful, and his blood-red eyes stared at the sky as he slowly walked out of the ancient palace. "Senior! Senior!" Ling Xiao shouted a few times, but the demonic Buddha did not seem to hear him. He walked out of the ancient palace with heavy steps, and his figure disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao wanted to follow him out and ask him about it. He had too many doubts in his heart, but just as the demonic Buddha left, a strange black mist gushed out of the 8 treasures lotus merit pool. It was surging violently as if it was about to overflow. Not good. Rumble, strange black fog surged out of the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues. It changed its shape in the void, resembling phantoms of demon gods, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed towards Ling Xiao. The strange black fog seemed to have sensed the departure of the demon Buddha. A flaw appeared in the 8 desolation demon suppression grand array, and it began to erupt. Rumble, the entire mountain began to tremble. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the earth, as if it wanted to tear the world apart and rush out from the depths of the earth. Not good. Ling Zhao's expression changed. He simply released the control of the wordless heavenly book. A brilliant light shot out from between his eyebrows. The wordless heavenly book rushed out and floated above the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book emitted a bright light and floated in the void. Golden runes hung down like divine chains, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura. The strange black fog seemed to have met its nemesis. It wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The golden divine chains wrapped around it, and it was instantly swallowed by the wordless heavenly book. Bang! 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 The wordless heavenly scripture was like a heart, slowly beating. Every time it breathed in and out, it would devour large swaths of the strange black mist. None of the black mist could escape the range of the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. Wisps of mysterious essence energy merged into Ling Zhao's body. It was like the purest Xiantian energy, slowly improving his foundation and enriching his life source. Of course, the most important thing was that the power of his spirit began to advance by leaps and bounds. Although this strange black fog was terrifying, and if an ordinary martial artist were to come into contact with it, they would instantly be assimilated into a monster that only knew how to kill. However, the wordless heavenly book was its nemesis. Moreover, it could devour the power of the strange black fog and transform it into the purest mental strength. Ling Xiao simply sat cross-legged beside the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues. His hands rapidly formed seals, activating the 8 divine seals of heaven, earth, yin, yang, wind, thunder, volcano, and fire to seal off the power of the 8 desolation demon suppression grand array. At the same time, he was refining the mysterious energy from the wordless heavenly book. Furthermore, as Ling Zhao's spiritual power grew stronger, so did the universal devil suppression grand formation. In the end, the Octotera demon suppression grand formation used the 8 energies of heaven, earth, yin, yang, wind, thunder, fire, and fire as its foundation. It mobilized the power of heaven and earth, used the dragon chi of the earth, and the power of the laws of the heaven to form a powerful sealing force. It could erupt with unparalleled power to seal or even destroy those powerful beings. Although the strange creature underground was terrifying, it was still unable to break free from the power of the 8 desolation devil suppression great formation. It had no way of destroying the 8 desolation secret land, so it was impossible for it to escape. Now, although the demonic Buddha had left as the eye of the formation, the power of the universal demon subduing formation was extremely weak. In Ling Zhao's opinion, it would be difficult for it to hold on for 10 years. Moreover, the moment the demonic Buddha left and the universal demon subduing formation showed a flaw, the strange black fog began to riot. If not for the existence of the wordless heavenly tome, it would have been impossible for Ling Xiao to reseal the universal devil suppression grand formation. The strange black fog could have swallowed him in an instant. Roar! Ling Xiao seemed to feel that from the depths of the endless underground, the angry roar was getting louder and louder. It seemed to have felt the threat of the wordless heavenly tome, but it was unwilling to retreat. More and more strange black fog, mixed with balls of black divine light, erupted in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. Rumble, the violent divine light exploded, and the strange black fog contained the power to destroy everything. It wanted to break through the seal of the divine chains of order and escape completely. However, it was useless. The wordless heavenly tome emitted a mysterious light. Those soft divine chains of order looked like they could be broken by a touch, but they were incomparably sturdy. They blocked all the black divine light inside. At the same time, the 8 divine seals of heaven, earth, yin, yang, wind, thunder, and fire burst out with bright light. The entire 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue began to spurt out divine light, and the 8 divine seals slowly floated up and began to merge. Once the 8 divine seals merged again, the Octotera demon suppression grand formation would stabilize again. Rumble, as if sensing the threat of the 8 divine seals, the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue began to tremble. A furious roar containing a monstrous baleful aura rose from the pond. Moreover, a black demonic palm broke through the layers of seals and struggled to grab the wordless heavenly book. Crack, black divine light flashed, and the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be shattered by this grab. The void trembled slightly. The terrifying power contained in this grab made Ling Zhao's eyes turn serious. Could the wordless heavenly tome block this demonic palm? Boom. Those soft divine chains of order instantly erupted at this moment. The divine chains of order intertwined, and endless golden light spread out. The wordless heavenly tome actually slowly opened at this moment, and a golden ancient rune character floated out from it. It seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it directly imprinted on the black demonic palm. Heaven and earth trembled, and the entire mountain peak began to shake violently. The black demonic palm actually began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the strange black fog in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue was instantly swallowed up by the wordless heavenly tome. A powerful and pure energy instantly poured into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, containing a majestic and mysterious power. Ling Zhao's dissipated spiritual energy actually slowly condensed in an instant, forming a small golden figure, emitting a soft golden light. The small golden figure seemed to be only an inch tall, but it contained a majestic and unparalleled power. Its face was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's, and it sat cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. In an instant, it shone brightly, and the world shook. This is the primordial spirit? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. A warrior's spiritual energy was usually very scattered. Even an alchemy master's spiritual energy was strong, but it was not condensed into a form. For an expert at the 9th level of the celestial realm to break through to the noble stage, and for an alchemy master to break through to the alchemy grandmaster, the most crucial step was to condense a martial path primordial spirit, dominate one's own world, and condense the will of heaven and earth to become a supreme noble. However, it was too difficult to condense a martial path primordial spirit. Otherwise, Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Qinyang Zhenren, these 3 outstanding martial arts geniuses, would not have wasted so many years at the 9th level of the celestial realm. One could imagine how great of a fortune it was for Ling Xiao to be able to take this step. No, this is only the embryonic form of the primordial spirit, and not the true primordial spirit. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he felt a faint trace of the will of heaven and earth condensing on the small primordial spirit. Generally, the weakest martial path primordial spirit was 3 inches tall, and some exceptional geniuses could even condense a 9-inch primordial spirit, or even stronger. Ling Zhao's mental strength had indeed become much stronger and had reached the level of a peerless alchemy master. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the alchemy grandmaster realm. That black demonic palm is actually so terrifying? Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. No matter how much the wordless heavenly book devoured, it could only increase his mental strength. It was far from being able to instantly condense the embryonic form of the martial Tao primordial spirit. Therefore, what shocked Ling Xiao was the black demonic palm. However, a black demonic palm was already so terrifying. Once the true body of the strange creature was born, what kind of monstrous demonic flames would it be? Boom! As the black demonic palm was destroyed, the 8 divine seals instantly merged into one and fell back into the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit and virtue. The 8 desolation demon suppression formation stabilized again. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, but the seriousness in his eyes did not lessen at all. It seems that I still underestimated that strange creature. With the current power of the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Formation, it might be able to seal it for 3 years. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That strange creature has been sealed for 10,000 years. It should be at its weakest now. If I can kill it now, it might be the best opportunity. However, I'm afraid I can't do it by myself. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. Although the wordless heavenly book was powerful, it was only a treasure after all. Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. He might die before he could even get close to that strange creature. If Senior Demon Buddha makes a move, he might be able to kill it. However, Ling Xiao thought of the Demon Buddha. Although the Demon Buddha's state was very strange, with the chi of life and death intertwined. He looked like a living dead, but his strength was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao felt that the Demon Buddha had at least the combat strength of a monarch realm expert. However, when he thought of the Demon Buddha's chaotic state, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Demon Buddha seemed a little deranged and didn't even know who he was. It was unrealistic to ask him to eliminate the demon. Now, I can only slowly think of a way. Ling Xiao sighed softly. That strange creature was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was a great threat to the entire 8 Desolates region. However, Ling Xiao did not have any good ideas. Ling Xiao stood up and looked at the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. His eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. This 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation was the only clue Ling Xiao had left behind to find Xianxia. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find Xianxia's location. That Senior Devil Buddha might know. I can only wait for him to regain his consciousness and find an opportunity to ask him. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then he slowly walked out of the ancient hall and closed the 2 doors. The immortality peach tree must be brought back to the longevity sect as soon as possible. Only the path understanding tree can accelerate its growth. These peaches are extremely precious to the disciples of the longevity sect. Each of them can create a genius or even a monster. With a flash of light, Ling Xiao took out the ancient peach tree from his longevity ring. There were a total of 15 peaches. Each of them was the size of a bowl. They shone with a golden light and a fragrant smell. At first glance, one could tell that they were peerless treasures. Spiritual herbs could be divided into lower-grade spiritual herbs, middle-grade spiritual herbs, upper-grade spiritual herbs, supreme-grade spiritual herbs, royal-grade spiritual herbs and supreme sage herbs. Although this immortality peach tree was not as precious as the path understanding tree, it was still at the level of a royal-grade spiritual herb. Not only could the immortality peach increase one's lifespan by 300 years, but it could also allow a martial artist to be reborn and raise their aptitude. Even a good-for-nothing could be raised to the level of a genius by a single immortality peach. It could also allow a genius to evolve into a monster. However, the immortality peach tree grew on the dragon chi of the spiritual veins. Without a suitable method, it would die easily. Ling Xiao did not know why the martial arts holy lands had only left behind this immortality peach tree after plundering all the treasures and inheritances in the 8 Desolates secret region. Perhaps it was because of the long-armed ape kings. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. In the end, he used spiritual crystals to set up a formation and used a seal to seal the vitality of the immortality peach tree. Then, he carefully placed it into his longevity ring. It might be difficult for others to transplant the immortality peach tree, but it was not difficult for Ling Xiao. The Yin-Yang Valley should be opening soon. I wonder how Sister Qing and the rest are doing with their cultivation. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It took Ling Xiao more than a day to reseal the 8 Desolates Demon Suppression Formation. By his calculations, the Yin-Yang Valley should be opening soon. Ling Xiao left the ancient palace and walked down the mountain. He did not know if the long-armed ape king was still guarding the foot of the mountain. If the long-armed ape king was not around, Ling Xiao could find an opportunity to find the exit of the mustard seed formation. If the long-armed ape king was still guarding the foot of the mountain, it would be troublesome. This time, Ling Xiao did not choose to go back the way he came. Instead, he went down the mountain through a small path. This towering mountain seemed to have a special meaning. It was where the earth veins of the 8 Desolates secret region gathered. Hence, it could be used as the hub of the 8 Desolates Demon Suppression Formation. On his way down the mountain, Ling Xiao came across many wreckage and weapons. He even came across many dilapidated palaces and caves. However, the treasures and inheritances within had all been swept clean. There were no valuable treasures left behind. Moreover, Ling Xiao noticed that the few plants on the mountain had all withered. There was even a faint strange black fog lingering around. The originally majestic and boundless divine mountain had actually become eerie and ghostly. A faint and strange black fog drifted about, turning everything that had life into a land of death one after another. It seems like the demonic Buddha left the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues and allowed some of the strange black fog to escape. Ling Xiao's heart was heavy. The strange black fog that he encountered along the way was devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Not long after, Ling Xiao arrived at the foot of the mountain. The long-armed ape king? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw the long-armed ape king standing at the foot of the mountain. It was exuding a monstrous aura. It was like a small mountain, blocking Ling Xiao's path. Why is this guy here? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect his worst fears to come true. In order to avoid the long-armed ape king, he took a detour down the mountain. He didn't expect to meet this big guy. Something's not right. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt that something was wrong with the long-armed ape king. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of strange black fog and his blood was boiling. Even though his eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, there was a hint of pleading in his eyes when he looked at Ling Xiao. The strange black fog in its body has erupted? Ling Xiao's eyes darkened. He suddenly thought of something. Previously, when he was confronting the long-armed ape king, he had already sensed the fluctuations of the strange black fog from the long-armed ape king's body. However, at that time, the influence of the strange black fog on the long-armed ape king was very small and did not threaten its foundation. Now, the long-armed ape king was shrouded in the strange black fog. It wanted to completely erode it and turn it into a monster that only knew how to kill. It's asking for help from me? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a day ago, Ling Xiao was still fighting to the death with this group of long-armed ape kings. Ling Xiao had even snatched away their immortality peach tree. Ling Xiao reckoned that the moment the long-armed ape king saw Ling Xiao, they would be incomparably enraged and tear Ling Xiao to pieces. However, he did not expect the strange black fog in the long-armed ape king's body to erupt. The ape king was desperate and sought help from Ling Xiao. Is this fellow trying to trick me? Ling Xiao's expression was a little strange. He stood on the mountain peak and did not descend immediately. Oh, the strange black fog on the long-armed ape king's body was getting thicker. Ling Xiao could see the crimson red and bloodthirsty eyes of the ape king mixed with an unyielding struggle. Roar! The ape king roared and pounded his chest with both fists. The blood in his body boiled as he tried to break free from the corrosion of the strange black fog. However, the strange black fog was like a tarsal bone. It was like a black light that flowed slowly on the ape king's body. In the end, it surged towards the ape king's head. One could imagine that once the ape king was completely engulfed by the strange black fog, its intelligence would be wiped out and it would turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. Forget it. You're lucky. Seeing the unyielding and stubborn look in the ape king's eyes, Ling Xiao was slightly touched and sighed. At this moment, he did not care if the ape king would seek revenge. Ling Xiao decided to save the ape king. Swoosh, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of golden light and swept to the foot of the mountain. Rumble, the space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows shone brightly. Strands of golden light swept across the sky like God-ordered chains and rolled towards the strange black fog on the ape king's body. The strange black fog felt threatened and boiled instantly. It rose from the ape king's body and spread towards the ape king's head at an even faster speed. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He slammed his palm down and the heaven-devouring secret skill was fully activated. A golden vortex fell on the ape king's head and devoured the strange black fog. Buzz, the God-ordered chains intertwined and wrapped around the ape king. Faint runes were imprinted on the ape king's body and they were constantly devouring the strange black fog. At the same time, although Ling Zhao's heaven-devouring secret skill could not devour the strange black fog as fast as the wordless heavenly book, it was able to prevent the black fog spread. Rumble, the strange black fog on the Ape King's body seemed to be boiling. It charged left and right, but in the end, it was unable to break through the blockade of the God sequence chains. In the end, the strange black fog was completely devoured. The Ape King gradually regained its calm, and its eyes became clear again. Whoosh, in an instant, Ling Zhao's figure dashed out several hundred feet and stood on top of the mountain peak again. He looked at the long-armed Ape King warily. Roar, the long-armed Ape King roared at Ling Zhao, but its voice was very low and slow. Its cold eyes softened as it looked at Ling Zhao with gratitude. It scratched its head, looking very simple and honest. Then, to Ling Zhao's surprise, the huge body of the Ape King actually knelt down and kowtowed to Ling Zhao a few times. This time, Ling Zhao felt a little embarrassed. He seemed to have been a little too vigilant. The Ape King really knew how to repay kindness. "Brother Ape, please get up." Ling Zhao laughed bitterly and slowly walked down from the mountain peak. It seemed like after saving the Ape King, not only did he resolve the Ape King's hatred for him, he even gained the Ape King's favor. "Don't go near this mountain in the future. Take your monkeys and leave this place." Ling Zhao looked at the Ape King and smiled, then prepared to leave. Roar, the Ape King stared at Ling Zhao with its bell-like eyes. At this moment, its ferocious aura had disappeared, and it looked very simple and honest. It picked up the huge metal rod and followed behind Ling Zhao. "Why are you following me? Hurry up and find your monkey grandchildren." Ling Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He realized that the Ape King was sticking to him. Wherever he went, the Ape King would follow. Roar, the Ape King pointed at itself and then at Ling Zhao. It made a few gestures in the air, and its eyes were filled with anticipation. "You mean, you want to follow me?" Ling Zhao was slightly taken aback. The Ape King nodded repeatedly. Its face was filled with excitement and emotion. It then raised the huge metal rod in its hand. "You mean, you want to help me beat up the bad guys?" Ling Zhao's expression became even more strange. This big guy looked very ferocious before, but after gaining its favor, Ling Zhao realized that the long-armed Ape King was very simple and honest. Its spiritual intelligence was only equivalent to a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Maybe it's because of the influence of the strange black fog. Ling Zhao thought for a moment. Usually, a peak rank 6 demonic beast's spiritual intelligence was no different from a normal person. Perhaps the Ape King's spiritual intelligence was slower because of the influence of the strange black fog. "Alright, follow me from now on. I'll bring you out of the 8 barren secret region." Ling Zhao smiled and jumped up. He patted the Ape King's furry head. The Ape King nodded repeatedly. Its eyes were filled with excitement. This was a peak rank 6 demonic beast, and an archaic variant. If the bloodline of the long-armed Ape King was fully activated, the potential it could unleash would be terrifying. Ling Zhao thought that the Xianxia sect was still too weak. If he could activate the bloodline of the long-armed Ape King and help it break through to rank 7 Demon King, it would be a good choice to be the guardian of the Xianxia sect. Roar, roar, the long-armed Ape King pointed at itself and then pointed into the distance. It gestured with its arms and then looked at Ling Zhao with anticipation and pleading. "You mean, you want to bring your monkeys out with you?" Ling Zhao was slightly taken aback. He could understand the meaning of the Ape King's cryptic words. There were more than 100 long-armed apes. If so many long-armed apes were to leave the 8 barren secret region, it would definitely increase the strength of the Xianxia sect. However, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. This was not in line with Ling Zhao's temperament of making a fortune silently. The longevity ring is still unable to store living creatures. However, I have the ancient painting left behind by Jin Se. The ancient painting has its own dimension and a void boundary stone. If it could be combined with the longevity ring, not only would it increase the quality of the longevity ring, it might even restore the ability of the longevity ring to store living creatures, Ling Zhao thought to himself. Now that he had the mental strength of a peerless alchemy master, and by chance, he had condensed the embryonic form of a martial way primordial spirit. Perhaps he could try to combine the longevity ring and the ancient painting. Brother Ape, go and gather your monkey grandchildren. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I'll think of a way to bring all of you out. Ling Xiao looked at the Ape King and smiled. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he took out an ancient painting. Looking at the figure in the ancient painting and the poem, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. This feeling can become a memory, but I was already at a loss. Jin say, no matter what, I will find you. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he took a deep breath and suppressed the sadness in his heart. His eyes became incomparably calm again. Boom, the true devouring fire emitted a 5-colored light that rose from Ling Xiao's palm. Strands of light wrapped around the ancient painting, and faint runes began to appear on the ancient painting. Ling Xiao was the one who had refined the ancient painting. Thus, he was incomparably familiar with it. The ancient painting was a secret treasure. It contained the secret heaven-gorging technique and the longevity supreme scripture. Additionally, Ling Xiao had also fused a void plane stone into it. The ethereal stone was a top-grade heavenly treasure used to refine supreme weapons. It contained the laws of the void realm and was incomparably precious. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to take out the ethereal stone from the ancient painting and fuse it with his longevity ring to repair a part of it. Buzz, the true devouring fire shone brightly. Ling Xiao was very careful. He wanted to take out the ethereal stone, but he did not want to destroy the ancient painting. The ancient painting could be said to be the last thing that Jinsei had left for him. The runes on the ancient painting were dazzling. Under Ling Xiao's control, the true devouring fire emitted a 5-colored light that fused into the ancient painting like strands of fire. A majestic aura spread out as the true devouring fire began to extract the ethereal stone from the ancient painting. Ling Xiao's movements were very skillful. The ancient painting was a secret treasure that he had personally refined. Therefore, even the difficult method of extracting the ethereal stone was as smooth as flowing water in his hands. Soon, a black ball of light floated out from the ancient painting. The ball of light was as bright as a crystal, and there were specks of silver light floating on its surface. This was the ethereal stone. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The longevity ring floated down from his finger and turned into a ball of light that instantly enveloped the ethereal stone. Buzz, the longevity ring trembled slightly and emitted a faint fluctuation of joy. Ling Xiao could feel that a mysterious rune was beginning to awaken. The dazzling light became even stronger. It was as if the world was being created inside the longevity ring. The void trembled and chaotic fog spread out. The void in all directions was constantly expanding. The space that was originally only 100 feet in radius became bigger and bigger. It seems that as long as I continue to fuse precious heavenly treasures into it, the longevity ring will one day return to its previous life. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He had sensed the spiritual energy in the longevity ring. Originally, Ling Xiao had assumed that the longevity ring's artifact spirit had already dissipated. However, from the looks of it, perhaps the artifact spirit had been damaged. In the end, however, there was still a seed left. As long as the longevity ring grew stronger, the day would come when the artifact spirit within it would completely awaken. Boom, the surface of the longevity ring shone with a resplendent light. Inside, however, it was as though heaven and earth had been split apart. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and a large stretch of space was split open. Additionally, there was also a faint strand of power of laws spreading out from it. A few hours later, the longevity ring shook slightly and a formidable aura spread out from the longevity ring. Supreme-grade prized artifact? What a pity. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a look of pity. He had thought that with the ethereal stone, he might be able to restore the longevity ring to the level of a low-grade Dao artifact. Unexpectedly, it was still lacking. The damage to the longevity ring had been too severe. One ethereal stone was not enough for the longevity ring to leave behind a Dao seal, engrave the laws, and upgrade it to the level of a Dao artifact. Sensing the space within the longevity ring, Ling Xiao's face revealed a look of satisfaction. The space within the longevity ring had a radius of 50 li. It was almost the size of this valley. It was more than enough to accommodate over 100 great long-armed apes. With a flash of light, the longevity ring reappeared on Ling Xiao's finger. Then, Ling Xiao carefully kept the ancient painting. When Ling Xiao came down from the mountain, he saw the Ape King leading over 100 great long-armed apes at the foot of the mountain. Roar! Seeing Ling Xiao come down from the mountain, the Ape King roared excitedly. His eyes were filled with excitement. The great long-armed apes also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. After all, they had just been tricked by this kid. Even the immortality peach tree was snatched away by him. Now, their king wanted them to submit to this human kid. Immediately, a few of the great long-armed apes revealed looks of dissatisfaction. Pa. The Ape King had long since noticed the arrogant great long-armed apes. He quickly ran over and sent a few slaps at them. After being beaten up, the great long-armed apes became obedient. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. All right, brother ape. Later on, don't resist. I will keep you all into my storage magic treasure first. Once we leave the 8 desolate secret region, I will release you all. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The Ape King nodded, indicating that he understood. The longevity ring shone with a gentle light, which enveloped all the great long-armed apes. All of the great long-armed apes cast curious looks at the light above their heads. However, all of them stood there obediently, not daring to move. Ling Xiao's mental strength exploded, instantly keeping all of the great long-armed apes into the longevity ring. Sister Qing and the others should be almost done with their cultivation. I hope they don't run around. If they bump into that strange creature, it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of worry. In an instant, he flew into the distance. Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book, which could devour the strange black fog. However, if Qing and the others were contaminated by the strange black fog, they would not be able to resist at all. In the 8 desolate secret region, a black palace sat among the mountains. The black palace was ancient and majestic. It exuded a boundless aura, and there were traces of sharpness in the air. Within the palace, a terrifying saber radiance swept across. A saber essence that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth spread out, enveloping a slender young man in a black robe. In front of the black-robed young man, there was a black skeleton. The terrifying saber essence was emanating from the skeleton. The black-robed young man's mouth was spitting out divine radiance. Strands of mysterious saber essence merged into his body. The black skeleton in front of him slowly floated in the void, emitting mysterious energy that surged toward the black-robed young man's limbs and bones. Young Master Chen, how is the refining of the Heavenly Saber King's bone going? The Yin-Yang Valley is about to open. If we are late, we will miss it. Rumble, the black-robed young man opened his eyes abruptly and a cold and sharp light shot out. It was as though the heavenly saber was soaring through the sky. The black skeleton instantly turned into a black mist and surged into his body. The black-robed young man stood up slowly and exuded a terrifying aura. It was as though he was going to split the sky and his saber essence was domineering. He was Chen Fengdao. The bone of the Heavenly Saber King has been refined by me. Ha ha ha. Let's see who can stop me now. Ling Xiao and Ling Feng must die. Chen Fengdao laughed wildly. His black hair flew in the wind and his eyes were extremely cold. His cultivation had reached LV4 of the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, the terrifying saber essence fluctuation caused the young man outside the palace to tremble. Congratulations, young Master Chen. Congratulations. The Heavenly Saber King has the legendary bloodline of the Heavenly Saber. After refining the bone of the Heavenly Saber King, young Master Chen has inherited a part of the power of the bloodline of the Heavenly Saber King. When the time comes, killing Ling Xiao and Ling Feng will be a piece of cake. The black-robed young man outside the palace was called Xianxia. He was the 9th prince's subordinate. He knelt down in front of Chen Fengdao and said respectfully. Xianxia was one of the 9th Prince Xia Yunran's men. Other than replacing Xia Yunran, his biggest purpose in entering the 8 desolate secret territory was to bring Chen Fengdao here to refine the Heavenly Saber King's bone. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Chen Fengdao laughed when he heard Xianxia's compliment. He walked out of the palace with Xianxia and headed toward the Yin-Yang Valley in high spirits. Chen Fengdao felt that after refining the bone of the Heavenly Saber King, not only had his cultivation soared to level 4 of the Grandmaster realm in 3 days, but his comprehension of the Saber Dao had also increased. He had instantly comprehended the third slash of the 8 annihilation slashes. He could not wait to find Ling Xiao. Chen Fengdao was full of confidence and wanted to trample Ling Xiao under his feet. Rumble, golden lightning flashed and the void trembled slightly. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and appeared in the void instantly. He's finally out. This mustard seed formation is really powerful. Ling Xiao sighed. In order to find the exit of the mustard seed array, he had turned the entire valley upside down. In the end, he found a weak node and forcefully broke out of the array. Sun Feng, you dare to plot against me? Let's see if you can escape this time. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, emitting a blazing murderous intent. Sun Feng'an's calculation had almost caused Ling Xiao to fall into a desperate situation. Even Sun Feng did not expect Ling Xiao to not only escape, but also tame the long-armed ape king. The place where Ling Xiao appeared was on top of a cliff, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a lake. It was so clear that one could see the bottom, and it emitted a faint mist that mixed with the surrounding clouds. It was incomparably misty. And Ling Xiao actually felt a trace of restriction fluctuation from below. Could there be some kind of treasure below? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he followed the steep cliff and headed downwards. The 8 desolate secret land was the central battlefield of the Great Calamity 10,000 years ago. However, according to Ling Xiao's understanding, the most important thing was to seal the strange creatures in the 8 desolate secret land. Therefore, even the few martial arts sanctuaries were wary of the 8 desolate secret land. Although they had obtained many inheritances and treasures, they had not fully explored the 8 desolate secret land. There were many places that were shrouded in a layer of mystery. The lake below was very clear, and there was a faint spiritual energy emitting from it. The surroundings were misty, and it looked very peaceful. In the middle of the lake, there was a small piece of land. There was a very ordinary black tree growing on it. It was only 3 feet tall, and there were 3 black fruits hanging on it. They were the size of longans and looked very ordinary. And the restriction fluctuation that Ling Xiao felt came from that small black tree. Those 3 black fruits, could they be? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Swoosh, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light as he flew across the lake and landed on the land in the middle. The small black tree in front of him was shrouded in a layer of strange fluctuation, and all the smell was blocked. At a closer look, it was blurry and hazy. Is there really a restriction? If there really is, then it is not strange that there is a restriction around it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on the small black tree. Crack, a ray of black lightning shot out, and the restriction outside the small black tree was activated. A terrifying killing intent shrouded Ling Xiao, as if it was going to turn him into dust. Break! Ling Xiao looked very calm as he uttered a word. Suddenly, golden divine light burst out from his body and shattered the lightning. Then, he slammed heavily on the restriction. Rumble, a layer of ripples appeared outside the small black tree, and the light in the void trembled. At the same time, heaven-devouring true qi spread out from Ling Xiao's hand and slowly devoured the power of the restriction. Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret skill could be said to be the nemesis of all restriction formations in the world. When the heaven-devouring secret skill was cultivated to the extreme, it could even devour heaven and earth, not to mention restriction formations. After all, the so-called restriction and formation power were the use of the law of heaven and earth and energy in the void. They were still energy. Once the energy was drained by the heaven-devouring secret skill, no matter how powerful the formation was, it would be destroyed instantly. Bang! Before long, a layer of ripples appeared outside the small black tree. Instantly, the light dimmed and it shattered. Ling Xiao finally saw the shape of the small black tree. It was a small tree that was 30 feet tall. Its whole body was black, and its branches and leaves were as bright as jade. It was very delicate, and it gave off a gentle aura. Especially the 3 fruits. They were the size of longans and looked like black pearls. They gave off a faint black light and a strong fragrance. These are transformation fruits? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he instantly recognized the origin of the 3 black fruits. The transformation fruit was a peerless spiritual medicine. It was very rare and usually grew in places with strong evil chi or the burial grounds of experts above the demonic royal realm. It contained the power to purify the bloodline and could help demonic beasts refine their demonic bodies and transform into human form. There was also a peerless spiritual medicine called the transformation elixir, which used the transformation fruit as the main ingredient. It could help peak rank 6 demonic beasts to break through to the rank 7 demonic king realm. However, the transformation fruit was too rare and had a fatal attraction to demonic beasts. Usually, it would be swallowed by demonic beasts before it was ripe, let alone a ripe transformation fruit. The strong fragrance drifted with the wind and was about to spread out of the lake. Oh no! The fragrance of the transformation fruit had a fatal attraction to demonic beasts. If the fragrance were to spread and attract those powerful demonic beasts, it would be troublesome. After Ling Xiao plucked the 3 transformation fruits, the small black tree started to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it turned into ashes in an instant. With these 3 transformation fruits, as long as I can refine the transformation pill, the Ape King will be able to transform into a rank 7 demon king. It will be enough to protect the Chongsun sect, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he moved his body and dashed out from the center of the lake. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 2 figures appeared by the lake and blocked Ling Xiao's path. They were 2 burly young men in black robes. They were tall and had a long breath. Both of them were at level 2 of the Grandmaster realm. Both of them had a faint smile on their faces as they stared at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were cold and there was a hint of greed in them. Little brother, can you show us the treasure you just obtained from the center of the lake? One of the young men in black robes looked at Ling Xiao and asked with a smile. Treasure? I didn't get any treasure. Ling Xiao said indifferently as his eyes flashed. Brat, don't push your luck. I saw you plucking 3 spiritual fruits from the center of the lake. Do you dare to say that you didn't get any? The other young man in black robes stared at Ling Xiao with a cold gaze. His face was filled with arrogance as he stared at Ling Xiao. Little brother, we are here for the 3 spiritual fruits. We didn't expect you to beat us to it. How about this? We won't take advantage of you. Since there are 3 spiritual fruits, we can take 1 each. How about that? The young man with a smile on his face said with a glimmer of light in his eyes. 3 spiritual fruits? Are you talking about this? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a flash of light in his hand, 3 shape-shifting fruits appeared in his palm. A rich aroma filled the air. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that these 2 young men were the geniuses of the great Han ancient country. He didn't expect that a calamity would befall him. It's these 3 spiritual fruits. The eyes of the 2 young men lit up in an instant, revealing undisguised greed. Although the 2 of them didn't know what the transformation fruit was, they could feel their blood boiling when they smelled the rich fragrance. They knew that these 3 spirit fruits must be supreme treasures. Little brother, you're really something. Ha ha ha, the friendly-looking young man laughed as he reached out to grab the fruit. Wang, with a flash of light, the 3 fruits were stored in his longevity ring. The 2 young men's faces instantly darkened, and their eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Brat, are you toying with us? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, that's right. What can you do about it? You're courting death. The cold-looking young man could no longer hold back his anger. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he unleashed his cultivation at LV2 of the Supreme Power Realm. Innate gang chi filled the air and his fingers were like the claws of an eagle, shining with a jade-like luster. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold, and he also threw out a punch. Bang, the fist and the claw collided, and a muffled sound rang out. The expression of the cold-looking young man, who was originally filled with murderous intent, changed drastically in an instant. He felt an incomparably terrifying divine power attack him. He let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly sent flying backwards, coughing up blood incessantly. What? The kind-looking young man's expression changed drastically. The young man in front of him was only at the Dragon Tiger realm. How could he have such terrifying combat strength? Without thinking, he pulled out a war saber from behind his back. His eyes were burning with killing intent as he slashed at Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao kicked the young man's abdomen. The unparalleled divine power from his foot caused the young man's internal organs to churn. His whole body bent like a prawn, and the war saber in his hand couldn't be held steadily. He fell to the ground. Puff, the two young men coughed up blood and fell to the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of shock. You don't come over? Who are you? Looking at the faint smile on Ling Xiao's face, the two of them trembled and revealed a trace of fear. Slap. Slap, Ling Xiao walked over and gave them a few slaps. The two young men were stunned and their faces were swollen. How dare you snatch my things? How bold of you! Ling Xiao sneered and hit them hard. The two young men from the great Han ancient country knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Young master, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again, the two young men kowtowed as though they were pounding garlic. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that a young man at the Dragon Tiger realm would be so terrifying? The two of them were Grandmaster realm experts, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Why are the two of you here? Where did Flood Demon go? Ling Xiao looked indifferent as he began to interrogate the two young men. After being beaten up by Ling Xiao, the two of them were much more honest. They directly answered Ling Xiao's questions. After the people from the great Han ancient country entered the 8 Desolation secret area, the two of us were sent out by young Master Flood Demon to scout the way. We accidentally found this lake and sensed that there might be treasures. So, young Master Flood Demon and the others heard that they found a spiritual spring and rushed over there. Hearing the two of them, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. Spiritual spring? Where is the spiritual spring? Ling Xiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be the spiritual spring where Ling Qingqing and the others were? If that was the case, it would be terrible. We also don't know where the spiritual spring is. However, we heard that the spiritual spring is between 2 mountains. Young Master Flood Demon is preparing to occupy the spiritual spring before the Yin Yang Valley opens. The two young men from the great Han ancient country revealed a trace of curiosity in their eyes. However, they still answered honestly. Damn it! Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He directly sent out a palm blade and knocked the two young men out. Then, he leaped up, turned into a golden lightning, and flew towards the distance. Sister Qingqing, nothing must happen to the two of you. If anything happens to the two of you, I will make the people from the great Han ancient country accompany you in death. Ling Xiao's eyes were very cold. According to the description of the two young men from the great Han ancient country, the spiritual spring that Flood Demon and the others were going to was the place where Ling Qingqing and the others were. Ling Qingqing, who had the highest cultivation among the group, was probably only at level 3 Grandmaster realm. It was impossible for her to be a match for Flood Demon and the others. The people from the great Han ancient country were definitely not easy to deal with. Once they broke through, Ling Qingqing and the others would be in danger. In the underground karst cave of Gemini Mountain, Ling Qingqing, Xianxia, Li Qingfeng, Lu Feng and Lu Yun were surrounded in the middle. They all looked like they were in a sorry state, with streaks of blood on their bodies. Their eyes were filled with rage. Xianxia, we have already given you the spiritual spring. What else do you want? Qingfeng's eyes were red and his aura was surging. His cultivation had reached LV2 of the Grandmaster realm. However, there was a long trail of blood on his back, which dyed his white robe red. Opposite them were 6 young geniuses in black robes. Their eyes were cold and they were holding long swords and sabers, exuding a cold murderous intent. Xianxia was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were like lightning as his entire body emitted a black demonic aura. His entire being carried an evil aura. He appeared wild, unrestrained, and very aggressive. He ignored Qingfeng and looked at Xianxia. He smiled and said, Princess Xianxia, I admire you a lot. As long as you agree to be my woman, I will let them go. Otherwise, they will all die. Although Xianxia was laughing, his voice was extremely arrogant and contained a ghastly baleful aura. Xianxia, you bastard! Xianxia's eyes were filled with anger. Her chest heaved up and down. She was very emotional. After Ling Xiao left, the 5 of them cultivated in the spiritual spring. Originally, they planned to cultivate until the Yin Yang Valley opened before heading to the Yin Yang Valley. However, they did not expect uninvited guests like Xianxia to come to the spiritual spring. They had planned to give up the spiritual spring, but Xianxia had taken a fancy to Xianxia. He said that if Xianxia did not agree to be his woman, he would kill Qingfeng, Ling Qingqing and the rest. Xianxia, Princess Xianxia is a true disciple of the Sun Moon Star sect. Aren't you afraid that the Sun Moon Star sect will come after you if you touch her? Ling Qingqing stared coldly at Xianxia. Her face was pale. Ling Qingqing had gained a lot from the 3 days of cultivation. Her cultivation had reached LV4 of the Grandmaster realm, but she was no match for Xianxia. Xianxia had cultivated an extremely powerful Tian-level martial art, which caused Ling Qingqing to suffer a great loss and be severely injured. Now, both sides were at daggers drawn. Ling Qingqing, Qingfeng and the rest could not tolerate Xianxia bringing Xianxia along. That was why they were in a standoff. Ling Qingqing could only hope that the name of the Sun Moon Star sect could make Xianxia fear them. Sun Moon Star sect? Hee, no matter how strong they are, they can't control great Hong ancient country. To tell you the truth, when I leave the 8th secret domain, I will become a true disciple of the Terminator demon sect. The Princess Xianxia is a true disciple of the Terminator demon sect. With me. Is to be, Princess Xianxia's Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. He didn't take the Sun Moon Star sect seriously at all. Black demonic chi surged from his body and his hair danced in the wind. He seemed extremely wild. His burning gaze landed on Xianxia's body as if he wanted to strip her naked. Princess Xianxia will never go with you. Xianxia, if you really want to take Princess Xianxia away by force, then let's fight to the death. Li Qingfeng laughed coldly, a hint of madness in his eyes. Fight to the death? You don't have the right to do that. Xianxia laughed disdainfully. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. If you know what's good for you, let us go. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao returns, you will die. Even Shi Tianluo was defeated by Ling Xiao. Do you think you are stronger than Shi Tianluo? Ling Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Xianxia and said coldly. Ling Xiao? You mean that dragon tiger realm brat? Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? How could he defeat Shi Tianluo? Xianxia had some impression of Ling Xiao. The image of a handsome young man appeared in his mind. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who was Shi Tianluo? He was one of the 10,000 Beasts' 7 disciples, a famous peerless genius in the entire 8 Desolates region. How could Ling Xiao, a mere dragon tiger realm cultivator, defeat Shi Tianluo? Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Were these people scared out of their minds? How could they make up such a lie? Xianxia, this is absolutely true. I advise you to think this through. Although you are strong, you are no match for Ling Xiao. Qingfeng glared at Xianxia and said coldly. As she watched Ling Qingqing and Li Qingfeng argue, Xianxia felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but think of Yi Zhang's delicate face. If he was here, perhaps today's crisis would not have happened, right? Xianxia's heart was filled with complex emotions. Although it was complicated, she really hoped that the young man was here. That young man had a kind of magical power that could always make the impossible possible. As long as he was by her side, there would always be an extra sense of security. So what if you praise Ling Xiao to the heavens? Since you don't want to hand over Xianxia, you can all die. Xianxia said disdainfully, a trace of impatience in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the geniuses of the great fled ancient kingdom raised their weapons. I've implicated you all. Xianxia's beautiful eyes reddened as she looked guiltily at Ling Qingqing, Qingfeng, and the rest. There's nothing to feel guilty about. We are all from the great barren ancient kingdom. How can we be bullied by these bastards? If anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer to Ling Xiao. Ling Qingqing smiled at Xianxia. That's right. Your Highness, we'll fight it out with them. Ling Xiao will definitely avenge us. Qingfeng gripped the sword in his hand tightly, a trace of determination in his eyes. No, Xianxia shook her head as if she had made a decision. Her eyes were filled with determination. Stop. Xianxia, I'll go with you, but you must promise to let them go. Xianxia said word by word as she stared at Xianxia. Really? Ha ha ha. Xianxia, don't worry. As long as you become my woman, I promise to let them go. Xiao's eyes lit up, and he instantly laughed out loud. No. Your Highness, let's fight it out with him. Qingqing and Li Qingfeng gasped in shock and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. You can't die here for me. Hurry up and go find Ling Xiao. If you see him, tell him I'm sorry. Xiaoxia's eyes were red, but there was a trace of a smile on her face. She ignored Ling Qingqing and Qingfeng's attempts to stop her and walked towards Xianxia. A few years ago, when he was at his lowest point, when he had tasted the fickleness of human nature, he had unintentionally seen that young girl smiling at him and giving him a hot steamed bun. From then on, that young girl had become the goddess of his dreams. He thought about it day and night and cultivated like crazy. In just a few years, he had many miraculous encounters and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. All of this was because he wanted to see the girl again. Now, he found out that Xianxia was that girl. That was why he wanted to make Xianxia his woman at all costs. It had become his obsession. Now that his dream was about to come true, he felt a sick pleasure in his heart. Xianxia walked closer until she was only 3 feet away from him. As if she saw him in a daze, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Whoosh, a snow-white dagger flew through the air and slashed towards Xiaoxia's neck at lightning speed. Xianxia did not believe that Xianxia would let Ling Qingqing, Li Qingfeng and the rest go. That was why she was prepared to take the risk and assassinate Xianxia. As long as they killed Xianxia, the biggest threat, they would have a chance to escape. Clang, the snow-white dagger was as fast as lightning, instantly landing on his neck. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not happen. Instead, there was the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew as if the dagger had struck a metal rock. His neck was as hard as a rock, emitting a gray glow and blocking the dagger. Why? Why? Xianxia woke up, his eyes filled with pain and hatred. He glared at Xianxia, as if he was about to devour her. Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't be your woman. Xianxia clenched her teeth and snorted coldly. The dagger in her hand instantly turned into 9 afterimages in the void like a long river, aiming at the vital parts of Xiaoxia's body. Boom, Xiaoxia looked like he was about to go crazy. Demonic qi surged from his body and a terrifying Xiantian qi exploded, shattering all the blade lights. At the same time, his hand shot out like black lightning and grabbed Xianxia's neck. I've worked so hard just to get you. Why don't you want to be my woman? Why? Xianxia roared at the top of his lungs. His eyes were filled with madness. Because, you are, a lunatic. Xianxia's face was completely red. She felt like she was about to suffocate, but she still stubbornly stared at Xianxia and said. Lunatic? Ha ha ha. That's right, I am indeed a lunatic. Since that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Kill them all. Xianxia seemed to have gone mad. His black hair was disheveled, and his blood-red eyes suddenly looked at Li Qingfeng and the others as he roared. Yes. The 6 young geniuses of the great fled ancient country replied in unison. Their eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent as they charged towards Qingfeng and the others. Boom, a fierce battle instantly broke out. Among the 6 young geniuses of the great fled ancient country, the weakest was at level 2 of the great fled ancient country. 2 of them were at level 3 of the great fled ancient country, 2 of them were at level 4 of the great fled ancient country, and 1 of them was at level 5 of the great fled ancient country. Their cultivations were far superior to Qingfeng and Ling Qingqing. In addition, Qingfeng and Ling Qingqing were both injured. Hence, when the battle broke out, Ling Qingqing and the others were in a tough battle. They were at a disadvantage and were in imminent danger. You. Let them go. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anxiety. She coughed violently and looked at Xianxia with a pleading gaze. Now you know how to beg me? It's too late. Ha ha ha. Today, I will let you watch them die in front of you. Anyway, I never intended to let them go. Xianxia laughed as he pinched Xianxia's snow-white neck. His face flushed a sickly red as he laughed. Cough cough. Ling Xiao, will not let you go. Xiaohongxiu's eyes were filled with despair. She slowly closed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? He should be glad that he isn't here. Otherwise, I would be the first to kill him. Hearing that Xiaohongxiu was still pinning her hopes on Ling Xiao, Hong Xiao's heart was filled with an unknown rage as he roared. Kill me? Who do you think you are? At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice rang out in the karst cave. Xiaohongxiu, who had closed her eyes and accepted her fate, suddenly opened her eyes. She was crying tears of joy. He's back. He's finally back. Swoosh, a beam of golden divine light shot through the sky. It contained a cold and terrifying presence. Like a golden bolt of lightning, it shot down towards Hong Xia. Who's there? Hong Xiao's expression changed as he felt the terrifying aura rapidly approaching him. Without hesitation, the demonic aura around his body surged and his blood boiled. A terrifying fist aura that contained a trace of the destruction of the heavens and earth went up to meet the attack. Boom! The entire underground karst cave shook violently as a terrifying divine power swept out in all directions. Ling Xiao was enveloped in golden divine light. His eyes were indifferent as he appeared where Hong Xia was originally and snatched Xiaohongxiu away from Hong Xia. On the other hand, Hong Xia was sent flying dozens of feet away by Ling Xiao's punch. He slammed heavily into a rock wall in the distance with a loud boom. The rocks turned into dust. The aura was terrifying. Are you all right? Ling Xiao carried Xiaohongxiu and put her down. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Thank you. Xiaohongxiu's face reddened. She did not dare to look into Ling Xiao's eyes. After leaving Ling Xiao's embrace, she felt a sense of loss. She had mixed feelings. Ling Xiao is back. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, kill these bastards. If you came back a little later, we would have died at the hands of these bastards. Cheng Feng and Ling Qingqing were overjoyed. They perked up and forced their opponents to retreat. The worry in their hearts was swept away. Sister Qingqing, Cheng Feng, I'm glad you're fine. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, he was not too late. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He saw that they were in a sorry state. Their clothes were tattered but they did not suffer any injuries. The bloodstains on their bodies were only superficial wounds. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. He then slowly regained his composure. You're Ling Xiao? Level 5 Dragon Tiger Realm. You have such terrifying combat strength. No wonder they said that Shi Tian was defeated by you. It seems like the rumors are true. You deserve to die. Ling Xiao looked at Hong Xia with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. From the injuries on Ling Qingqing and the rest, it was obvious that Hong Xia and the rest wanted to kill. If Ling Xiao had arrived a little later, Ling Qingqing and the rest would have been in danger. Ling Xiao was filled with murderous intent towards the people from the great Hong ancient country. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. I would like to see how you, a mere level 5 Dragon Tiger Realm martial artist, are qualified to defeat Shi Tian Luo. Hong Xia laughed out loud. Black devil chi rose from his body. There seemed to be a devil light flickering in his eyes. It was dark and evil. A sense of nirvanic extermination spread out. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Rumble, the void shook as black demon chi rolled over. The wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves disturbed one's mind. Extermination demon fist. As Hong Xia roared, countless fist shadows appeared in an instant and pressed down on Ling Xiao from the sky. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as blood rose from his body. He held the Vajra fist print and used the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique. His aura was majestic and his fist force was unparalleled. Bang! When the two fists collided, Ling Xiao did not move an inch while Hong Xia was sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, Hong Xia's figure made a circle in the void and deflected Ling Xiao's divine force at a strange angle. He then charged at Ling Xiao at an even faster speed. Bang, 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 the demon light grew brighter and brighter as Hong Xia's eyes were filled with madness. The extermination demon fist that he cultivated was a heaven-class lower-grade martial skill. It contained the power to exterminate everything and was extremely good at borrowing force to attack force. Therefore, after exchanging a few blows with Ling Xiao, although his physical strength was not as strong as Ling Zhao's, he was able to borrow Ling Zhao's strength to unleash a terrifying force. Gotcha! Black thunderbolts swept across the void. Hong Sha's eyes were cold as he looked like a demon god. His black hair was scattered and he was bathed in thunderbolts. He attacked Ling Xiao with the power of the extermination demon fist. Borrowing force to attack force? I am the master of this world. I would like to see how you are going to borrow force. A cold glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as his heaven-devouring true qi erupted. The endless demonic qi, gang qi, and blood qi in the void were all devoured by him, forming a vacuum in an instant. The strength of Hong Sha's fist weakened. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and leaped over. He punched Hong Sha in the back and sent him flying dozens of feet away. He crashed heavily into the rock wall in the distance. Crack, a large chunk of the rock wall was shattered and the ground was trembling. However, a layer of gray light appeared on Hong Sha's body. It was as though nothing had happened. He stood up from the ground. No wonder you were able to defeat Shi Tianluo. I'm afraid you're the only one in the 8 Desolates region who has such terrifying battle prowess at the 5th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. But today, you will still die. Hong Sha's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. However, his battle intent also grew stronger. Moreover, his body was covered by a layer of gray light. It looked like a stone wall that wrapped around him. The aura emanating from Hong Sha's body rose to its limits at this moment. Rumble, Hong Sha broke through the air. The cultivation that erupted from him had exceeded the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm and was heading towards the 6th or 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Gifted superpower? Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect Hong Sha to be a bloodline master. Moreover, he was a demon who had awakened a gifted superpower. This talent was even more terrifying than Shi Tianluo's. Hong Sha's awakened gifted superpower seemed to be a defensive type of superpower. His body was as tough as diamond and indestructible. Just like Ling Zhao's terrifying punch that landed on Hong Sha's body, it did not cause any harm to him. Rumble, Hong Sha strode over like a stone man. Demonic qi surged from his body. With the combination of his gifted superpower and the demonic Nirvana fist, he unleashed a power that terrified everyone. Why is Hong Sha so powerful? Ling Xiao can't defeat him, can he? Li Qingfeng secretly clicked his tongue and his face turned pale. Hong Sha's current appearance was like a demon god. Li Qingfeng's heart palpitated at the sight of him. He did not witness the battle between Ling Xiao and Shi Tianluo, so he could not help but feel a little worried. Don't worry. He won't be defeated. Although Ling Qingqing's eyes were filled with worry, she was still confident in Ling Xiao. She had witnessed the battle between Ling Xiao and Shi Tianluo. Although Hong Sha was powerful, he was only on par with Shi Tianluo or even slightly weaker. Naturally, he was no match for Ling Xiao. Ling Qingqing could feel that Ling Xiao was much more powerful than when he fought Shi Tianluo. Kill them. At this moment, the 6 young geniuses under Hong Sha also charged towards Ling Qingqing and the rest with murderous intent in their eyes. Stellar energy surged and the earth quaked. The entire underground cavern trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. Although Ling Qingqing and the rest tried their best to defend, they were no match for the 6 young geniuses. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He threw a punch and the golden divine light was dazzling. It was as if a Vajra had descended from the void, emitting golden lightning. He had unleashed the Vajra demon fist to the extreme. What? A young man at LV4 of the Grandmaster realm was scared out of his wits. Sensing the fatal danger, he slashed his saber behind him without hesitation. At the same time, he unleashed all of his Xiantian qi to defend himself. Boom! After cultivating the earth dragon body, how terrifying was Ling Zhao's physical body now? The light in the void exploded and the young man's saber was instantly shattered by Ling Zhao's punch. Then, Ling Zhao's punch landed heavily on the young man's back. The young man's back caved in instantly and many of his bones were broken. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his body flew forward involuntarily. Kill. Li Qingfeng, who was suppressed by him, saw the opportunity and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand instantly slashed across the young man's neck. Instantly, the young man's head flew up and blood spurted out. The remaining 5 young geniuses trembled in fear and looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Wasn't this young man too terrifying? When he was fighting with Hong Sha, he could still divert his attention to kill one of them. If Hong Sha wasn't here, he would have killed all of them. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Ling Xiao's killing of the young man infuriated Hong Sha. He unleashed his innate divine ability. The Nirvana demon fist traversed the void like a demon dragon and blasted towards Ling Xiao. He was not angry because Ling Xiao killed the young man. He was angry because Ling Xiao dared to divert his attention while fighting with him. Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Boom! Hong Sha's punch was extremely fast and landed on Ling Xiao's body in an instant. Endless demon chi erupted and enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was sent flying for more than 100 feet. His internal organs were slightly shaken. One had to admit that after Hong Sha unleashed his innate ability, his combat strength had increased by several folds. It did pose a certain threat to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at him coldly. Taking advantage of the time he was sent flying, he instantly appeared in front of the 2 geniuses of the great fled ancient country. His chi and blood surged, emitting a clear dragon's roar. He punched out with both fists, like 2 golden dragons emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Although the 2 geniuses of the great Hong ancient country had decent combat strength, they were far inferior to Hong Sha. They couldn't even withstand a single move from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's terrifying physical strength erupted. The 2 geniuses simply didn't have any chance to resist. In an instant, they were heavily injured and were sent flying while coughing out blood. This allowed Xianxia and Xianxia to seize the opportunity. They instantly flew up and ended the 2 geniuses' lives. In an instant, 3 out of the 6 geniuses of the great Hong ancient country had died in battle. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Hong Sha was about to go crazy. Smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. He fully activated the Nirvana demonic fist. Demonic chi rose up like the sea. A black demonic fist appeared behind him. It emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. It wanted to cause everything in the world to fall into nirvana. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire body was covered with dazzling golden clouds. A golden vortex appeared behind his head. At this moment, the earth trembled. 4 types of terrifying power spread out from Ling Xiao's body. The earth was heavy, the sea was turbulent, the astral winds were devastating, and the raging flames were surging. The power of the 4 symbols fused together and condensed in Ling Xiao's palm. It erupted with a power that could destroy the sky. For symbol sky striking style, this move was sublimated to the extreme. In an instant, more than half of Ling Xiao's power was used to suppress Hong Sha. Nirvana demonic fist vs 4 symbol sky striking style, rumble. In an instant, the heavens and earth went silent. The huge rocks in the surroundings all exploded at this moment. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness, covering everything. When the light dissipated, the layer of gray stone wall on Hong Sha's body actually cracked like a spider web with a cracking sound, and it instantly shattered. As for the black demonic fist, it was also reduced to dust by the divine light of 4 divisions. Hong Sha's face paled as he coughed up blood. He smashed heavily into the ground, leaving behind a human-shaped crater. His aura became extremely weak. Even though Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu had seen Ling Xiao defeat Shi Tianluo before, they were still shocked when they saw Ling Xiao execute the 4-elephant sky-striking style again. Li Chengfeng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. Lu Feng and Lu Yun were still very shy. Their eyes were filled with shock, but there was also an indescribable feeling in them. Young Master Hong, are you all right? The remaining 3 young geniuses were also scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. How could they still have the will to fight? They hurriedly ran over and helped Hong Sha up. Cough cough. I'm fine. Hong Sha said with some difficulty. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Ling Xiao. His gifted superpower was called the Bronze Battle Body. Although he had not cultivated to the point where he was invincible, he had already tried it. If he fully activated the bronze battle body, even a level 9 Grandmaster expert would find it difficult to break through it. This was where his confidence came from. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to break through it with a single punch. The power that Ling Xiao unleashed in an instant made him feel as though an expert of the celestial realm was attacking him. The unparalleled divine power that surged in all directions and suppressed everything sent chills down his spine. Bang! Ling Xiao strode towards Xianxia. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely cold. Xiao's face instantly turned ghastly pale. He realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Now that he was in danger, perhaps everyone in Hong ancient country would die here. However, at this moment, an evil, dark, and strange aura spread out. From the depths of the underground karst cave, a strange black fog surged out. It was like the huge mouth of an archean ferocious beast, swallowing everyone. *T. Ling Xiao's face changed drastically. He instantly thought of the terrifying strange creature in the depths of the karst cave. Let's go. Ling Xiao's body flashed. He could not care less about killing Xianxia. In an instant, he stood behind Ling Qingqing and the rest. He unleashed his devouring true qi and activated the wordless heavenly book to block the strange black fog. What's that? Li Chongfeng and the rest's expressions changed. Although they did not know what this strange black fog was, they could feel a terrifying wave of energy coming from it. The strange black fog was fatal to them. When they heard Ling Xiao's words, they did not hesitate at all. All of them leaped and tried to escape from the underground karst cave. This is a good chance. Xianxia originally thought that he was going to die. He did not expect such a sudden change of events. Ling Xiao no longer cared about killing him. He immediately escaped from the underground karst cave with the other 3 youths from Hong ancient country. Roar! Roar! A terrifying sound wave came from the depths of the karst cave. It contained a terrifying power that could cause one's blood to boil and one's heart to explode. Ling Xiao's face was extremely solemn. Could it be that the terrifying creature underground had broken free from the suppression of the universal demon suppression array and was about to come out? However, Ling Xiao instinctively felt that it was impossible. He was very clear about the power of the universal demon suppression array. Although the strange creature was very terrifying, it was impossible for it to break free now. Something must have happened that Ling Xiao did not know about. Whoosh! Seeing that Ling Qingqing and the rest had safely escaped from the underground karst cave, Ling Xiao no longer resisted the strange black fog. He instantly turned into a ray of golden light and flew out of the underground karst cave. Outside Gemini Mountain, Ling Qingqing and the rest were waiting anxiously. When they saw Ling Xiao appear, they heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao, we did not manage to stop Xianxia and the rest. They escaped. Chongfeng said embarrassedly. After all, Xianxia had been severely injured by Ling Xiao. The other 3 geniuses from Hong ancient country did not have high cultivation. If they could not stop them, they were too useless. It's okay. If we have the chance to kill them in the future, we will leave this place quickly. Ling Xiao looked at the Gemini Mountain behind him with a solemn gaze. His heart was shrouded in a layer of shadow. He could not care about Xianxia anymore. He quickly led Chongfeng, Ling Qingqing and the rest into the distance. Rumble! In the 8 desolate mystery region, the originally dark sky suddenly exploded with the sound of thunder. Endless strong winds howled and the sea of clouds surged. 2 mysterious beams of light, one black and one white, rushed into the sky, forming the shape of a mysterious Taiji diagram in the void. The Yin-Yang Valley is open. Ling Qingqing's eyes flashed. She instantly revealed a look of incomparable joy. The black and white divine rays in the void were the rising of Yin and Yang Qi. It would only appear when the Yin-Yang Valley was open. Let's go. In the center of the 8 desolation secret territory, there were 4 towering mountains that pierced through the clouds, exuding a majestic and ancient aura. In the center of the 4 mountains, there was a huge valley that was shrouded in clouds, looking peaceful and mysterious. At this moment, the clouds in the valley were rolling, and black and white divine light shot out from the ground, shooting into the clouds and forming a huge Tai Chi diagram in the void. This valley was the Yin-Yang Valley. In the Yin-Yang Valley, there was an ancient Yin-Yang pool. It looked square, with a radius of 1,000 feet, and was shrouded in clouds all year round. At this moment, the yin-yang pool was filled with spiritual light, and yin and yang qi flowed within, looking very mysterious. When Ling Xiao and Ling Qingqing arrived at the yin-yang valley, they saw that there were already many people in the yin-yang pool. On the east side were Huang Yunji, Sun Feng, and the people from the great Huang ancient country. In the mustard seed formation at the immortality peach tree, 4 people from the great Huang ancient country died in the stomach of the long-armed giant ape, so there were only 5 people left. On the west side were Ji Shui Yao and the people from the great Xian ancient country. Originally, there were 9 people, but 2 were dead, leaving 7 people. They were all sitting in the yin-yang pool, absorbing the yin and yang baleful qi. Hong Sha and the other 3 were sitting on the north side, surrounded by the yin and yang baleful qi, and their auras were gradually increasing. Ling Xiao also saw Chen Fengdao and Tang Xian in the corner, as well as the arrogant young man who acted alone. They were all in the yin-yang pool, racing against time to cultivate. Other than those who died in the 8 Desolation secret territory, everyone else had gathered in the yin-yang valley. In comparison, Ling Xiao and the others were the last to arrive. He's still alive? The arrival of Ling Xiao and the others alarmed the people in the yin-yang pool. Huang Yunji and Sun Feng's eyes revealed a trace of shock, and their faces turned ugly. Especially Sun Feng, who had tricked Ling Xiao and sealed the mustard seed formation. He originally thought that Ling Xiao had died in the hands of the long-armed ape king, but he came out unscathed. Don't worry about him. Let's absorb the yin and yang baleful qi first. When my cultivation is complete, it will be time for him to die. Sun Feng looked at Huang Yunji and said slowly. Huang Yunji nodded and closed his eyes again, continuing to refine the yin-yang evil qi in the yin-yang pool. When Hong Sha, Chen Fengdao, Tang Xian, and the others saw Ling Xiao, their eyes flickered with cold murderous intent. However, they soon withdrew their murderous intent. Their figures were submerged in the yin and yang baneful qi, and they did not do anything. Only Ji Shui Yao and the others were pleasantly surprised. They were the most worried about Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had come out of the mustard seed array, they were relieved. Don't worry about me. First, refine the yin-yang baleful qi and cultivate. Ling Xiao sent a voice transmission to Ji Shui Yao and smiled at her. Ji Shui Yao nodded her head. She looked at Ling Xiao, then at Xia Hongxiao and Ling Qingqing. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. Let's make the best use of our time and cultivate. Ling Xiao led Ling Qingqing, Li Qingfeng, and the rest into the yin-yang pond and sat cross-legged on the southern side. The yin-yang baleful qi in the yin-yang valley was the essence of heaven and earth. It contained the power of creation. Not only could it cleanse one's marrow, it could also help one achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. However, the yin-yang valley would only be open for 3 days. After 3 days, the yin-yang baleful qi that had accumulated over the past 10 years would be exhausted. Therefore, no matter how great their hatred was, everyone put down their grudges and focused on absorbing the yin-yang baleful qi. The black yin-yang baleful qi and the white yang baleful qi intertwined, containing a strange power. They did not need to expend any effort to refine it. As long as they used their cultivation techniques to absorb it, they would be able to convert it into their own cultivation. Ling Xiao sat in the yin-yang pool, feeling the ethereal yin-yang baleful qi around him. He was excited. I've finally found a place of extreme yang and yin. As long as I refine the divine yin essence and divine sunstone, yin and yang will complement each other. The heaven-devouring spiritual seed will be able to nurture the heaven-devouring golden lotus, and the heaven-devouring secret skill will be able to break through to the 2nd level. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. He had obtained the divine yin essence and divine sunstone in the royal capital. However, he had not found a place of extreme yin and yang. That was why he had not broken through. Now that the yin-yang pool was filled with yin-yang baleful qi, it was boundless. With the divine yin essence and divine sunstone, it was the best time for Ling Xiao to break through. Boom! Ling Xiao's entire body emitted a powerful aura. Golden divine light pervaded the air and coiled around his body. Moreover, there were mysterious runes that emitted a bright light. The heaven-devouring secret skill exploded. Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a devouring vortex. A large amount of yin-yang baleful qi began to surge towards him. In Ling Zhao's energy center, the heaven-devouring spiritual seed emitted a five-colored light. It was like a bright sun, floating in the air above his energy center. It was extremely mysterious. At this moment, under Ling Zhao's control, the heaven-devouring spiritual seed shone brightly. Thousands of rays of light shone brightly. The yin-yang baleful qi was devoured by Ling Zhao. Finally, it gathered around the heaven-devouring spiritual seed, forming a mysterious Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram supported the heaven-devouring spiritual seed. Vaguely, it seemed like the heaven-devouring spiritual seed was about to merge into the Tai Chi diagram. As Ling Zhao devoured more and more of the yin-yang baleful qi, the heaven-devouring spirit seed's aura grew stronger and stronger. The five-elemental divine light flowed and formed a mysterious resonance with the Tai Chi diagram, causing the sea of qi in his dantian to surge. Chaotic mist filled the air and golden lightning flashed. Ling Zhao's energy center seemed to be splitting the world apart. Endless heaven-devouring true qi surged and waves of qi rose to the sky. Now's the time. Ling Zhao's heart shook. The divine yin essence and divine sun stone flew out from the longevity ring. They turned into two rays of light and were devoured by Ling Zhao in an instant. In the yin-yang pool, yin-yang baleful qi flowed. The light was dazzling and there were explosions of yin-yang baleful qi. It was a shocking scene. Everyone was in a state of cultivation. They only left a strand of their consciousness to guard against Ling Zhao. Since Ling Zhao caused a small commotion, no one paid attention to him. Ling Qingqing, Li Qingfeng, the Lu siblings and the rest sat cross-legged in the distance. Their bodies were enveloped by the yin-yang baleful qi. They were all working hard to improve their cultivation. Boom! In Ling Zhao's dantian qi sea, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and chaotic fog surged. After Ling Zhao swallowed the divine sunstone and the divine moon essence, the true devouring fire burned fiercely, melting the two treasures in an instant. The divine yin essence and divine sunstone represented the two supreme treasures of yin and yang. Especially the divine sunstone. Even the sun-moon star sect did not have many of them. It was formed from the essence of the sun and contained the laws of yang. Buzz, everything in the world carried yin and embraced yang. After the divine essence of sun and the divine essence of sun merged into his dantian qi si, the illusory Tai Chi diagram instantly solidified as if it had taken a great tonic. A mysterious wave spread out. The balance between the sky-devouring spiritual seed and the Tai Chi diagram was instantly broken. The sky-devouring spiritual seed was directly wrapped by the Tai Chi diagram. Rumble, in Ling Zhao's dantian qi si, the sky-devouring qi was surging. As the evil qi of yin and yang was devoured, it became more violent. A mysterious force of yin and yang flowed in Ling Zhao's blood vessels. It began to cleanse his bones and fill up his life source. This was an evolution of life level. The mystery of the sky-devouring secret skill flashed in Ling Zhao's mind and turned into an indescribable power of law. He began to comprehend it. After Ling Zhao swallowed and refined the evil qi of yin and yang, his blood vessels began to be contaminated with yin and yang qi. The power of the earth dragon body became stronger and stronger. It was about to reach a limit. Shrouded in yin and yang qi and bathed in golden light, Ling Zhao sat cross-legged in the yin-yang pool. His black hair fluttered in the wind. With a faint smile on his face, he exuded a mysterious and transcendent temperament. There was no need to look with the naked eye. It was as if Ling Zhao had already disappeared from this world. His entire being was untainted by the dust of the mortal world. He was like a young divine king, with the appearance of a divine being. Ling Zhao's aura returned to normal. A large amount of yin and yang qi was devoured by him. A mysterious wave spread out. Ling Zhao's body was undergoing the most mysterious transformation. Hong Sha was seriously injured by Ling Zhao in the underground karst cave. However, in the yin-yang pool, after devouring the yin and yang qi, his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura became stronger and stronger. A day later, a powerful wave spread out. Hong Sha's cultivation had reached LV6 of the Supreme Power Realm. The yin and yang qi of yin and yang is indeed wonderful. At this speed, I am confident that I can break through to LV7 of the Supreme Power Realm in 3 days. Hong Sha's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. There was a barrier between LV6 and LV7 of the Supreme Power Realm. If he cultivated at a normal speed, it would take him at least half a year to break through. But now, under the influence of the yin and yang qi of yin and yang, his cultivation speed had increased by hundreds of times. Furthermore, Xianxia sensed that after refining the yin-yang baneful aura, his innate ability was beginning to transform towards greater mastery. The gray light on his body was gradually turning bronze. When Xianxia became bronze, his bronze battle body would be able to complete bronze battle body. With the bronze battle body at the grand completion stage, his fists could shatter mountains, his feet could split the heavenly river, and he could overturn rivers and seas. His power was unparalleled, and his defense was almost invincible. Xianxia was LV Ling Xiao, you will die when my bronze battle body is fully developed. Hongxiao, you can only be mine. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom. Xianxia wasn't the only one. After cultivating in the yin-yang pool for a day, Huang Yunji, Ji Shuiyao, Chen Fengdao, and the others all felt the aura of a breakthrough. The main benefit of cultivating in the yin-yang pool was not to increase one's cultivation, but to cleanse one's bones and improve one's talent. Li Qingfeng broke through to LV3 of the Supreme Power Realm. Xia Hongxiu's talent was the most terrifying. She was like a tiger that had grown wings in the yin-yang pool. She broke through 2 levels in one day and reached LV3 of the Supreme Power Realm. Moreover, after breaking through to LV3 of the Master Realm, Xia Hongxiu's body emitted a mysterious aura. She was surrounded by a layer of blazing aura, and a mysterious mark faintly appeared between her eyebrows. Qing's cultivation had broken through to LV4 of the Supreme Power Realm. Only the Lu siblings did not break through, although their aura was also increasing. Just when everyone was ready to continue breaking through, there was a change in the yin-yang pool. Boom, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the void and the entire yin-yang pool began to boil. The yin and yang qi surged violently and mysterious rays of light scattered. They began to gather crazily and turned into a huge vortex in the yin-yang pool. Everyone felt that there was no way to refine the yin and yang qi anymore because all of it was taken away by the mysterious force. It was like a bottomless pit that began to devour everything. What's going on? The expressions of Chen Fengdao, Xianxia, and the others changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Especially Xianxia. His bronze battle body was about to reach the great completion realm. When that time came, he would be able to defeat everyone and suppress all the geniuses. However, all of a sudden, the yin and yang qi was taken away by someone. He would feel terrible if he was killed. However, when they saw the huge whirlpool clearly, their noses became crooked from anger. The yin and yang qi flowed like 2 divine dragons, one black and one white. They formed a terrifying vortex in the middle of the yin-yang pool. All of the yin and yang qi surged towards a figure. That figure was like a bottomless pit. His aura was ethereal. The black vortex surged and devoured all of the yin and yang qi. That person was Ling Xiao. Everyone had just tasted the sweetness of refining the yin and yang qi, but Ling Xiao had already taken it away. This was worse than killing them. At Ling Xiao's speed, wouldn't all of the yin and yang qi be devoured by him? Ling Xiao's black hair fluttered in the wind. His whole body was shrouded in golden light. His face was peaceful and he was smiling. He looked like a smiling Buddha. He looked extremely mysterious. In Ling Xiao's Dantian Qi Si, the Tai Chi diagram had merged with the heaven-devouring spiritual seed. It faintly emitted a 7-colored light. It was enveloped by the heaven-devouring fire. Boom, endless yin and yang qi was devoured by Ling Xiao and integrated into the Tai Chi diagram. Even the heaven-devouring true qi in his Dantian Qi Si began to burn. It seemed to have turned into a world of fire. In the blazing flames, a golden light flickered. The Tai Chi diagram was filled with chaotic mist. The golden light was dazzling. One could vaguely see a golden lotus growing. The power of the 5 elements filled the air. The yin and yang qi flowed. In the chaotic mist, it was extremely peaceful. However, there was a trace of terrifying power in the golden lotus. It seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. It contained the mysterious power of laws. At this moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation also began to skyrocket. Initial stage 5 Dragon Tiger Realm, Intermediate stage 5 Dragon Tiger Realm, Late Stage 5 Dragon Tiger Realm, Complete Stage 5 Dragon Tiger Realm. 6th Dragon Tiger Realm, Ling Xiao's cultivation, which was originally calm, was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it. Ling Xiao has devoured all the yin yang baleful qi. What should we do? Huang Yunji looked at Sun Feng with a gloomy face. Sun Feng's eyes were cold and his heart was filled with anger. He was about to break through, but all the yin yang baleful qi was taken away. He was going crazy. Ling Xiao was sitting in the yin yang pool, forgetting about everything around him. The yin yang baleful qi surged towards his body. His cultivation was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was awakened by the commotion caused by Ling Xiao. They all stood up from the yin yang pond and looked at Ling Xiao in shock. This kid. How can he be so abnormal? Hong Sha was shocked and angry. He could see that Ling Xiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In just a few moments, his cultivation had risen from Dragon Tiger Realm Level 5 to Dragon Tiger Realm Level 6. Boom, Dragon Tiger Realm Level 7, a peerlessly violent aura swept out in all directions, and all the yin and yang baleful qi was like the heavenly river flowing backwards, being swallowed by the terrifying vortex and transforming into a part of Ling Xiao's cultivation. Kill him. We can't let him continue to improve. Otherwise, we'll be finished when he wakes up. Sun Feng said coldly. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He felt uneasy. Ling Xiao was too strange. When Ling Xiao was at Dragon Tiger Realm Level 5, he was already on par with him. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation was getting higher, he might surpass him in the end. Sun Feng knew that he had tricked Ling Xiao once. The two of them were irreconcilable enemies. Moreover, he had the mission of killing Ling Xiao. He couldn't let Ling Xiao live. As the saying goes, take his life when he's weak. Now was the best chance to kill Ling Xiao. Sun Feng and Huang Yunji looked at each other and rushed towards Ling Xiao with killing intent in their eyes. Hong Sha and the rest of the people from the Great Hong ancient country also rushed towards Ling Xiao under his lead. What are you doing? Qingqing's expression changed. She immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao with Qingfeng, Xia Hongxiu, and the rest. Sun Feng, Hong Sha, do you really want to fight in the Yinyang Valley? Ji Shuiyao's eyes flashed. She quickly led the people from the Great Xian ancient country to confront Sun Feng, Hong Sha, and the rest. Get out of my way. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me today. Sun Feng's eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. The soul-chasing spear in his hand flashed with a sharp light. His entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent as he charged forward. This was a celestial realm expert. Even if his cultivation was suppressed in the 8 desolate secret land and he could only unleash the combat strength of a LV9 supreme power realm expert, he was still not someone the group of people in front of them could withstand. Ji Shuiyao's and Ling Qingqing's expressions changed when they sensed the powerful aura. Now is the critical moment of Ling Xiao's breakthrough. We must not let him disturb Ling Xiao. Determination flashed through Ling Qingqing's eyes. A resplendent sword appeared in her hand as she charged towards Sun Feng. Attack together. Ji Shuiyao also gritted her teeth and exuded a sharp sword energy. She led the grand mysterious ancient kingdom's people forward. They all knew that this was a life and death battle. Everyone was racing against time to kill each other. It depended on whether Sun Feng would be the first to break through the blockade and kill Ling Xiao, or whether Ling Qingqing and the rest would block Sun Feng and wait for Ling Xiao to wake up. Young Master Chen, should we attack? Tang Xian glanced at Chen Fengdao and asked carefully. Chen Fengdao's gaze fell on Ling Xiao in the distance. He was a little uncertain. In just a short while, Ling Xiao's cultivation had risen to LV8 Dragon Tiger Realm. For some reason, even though Chen Fengdao had refined the bone of the Heavenly Saber King and his cultivation had risen to LV5 Supreme Power Realm, he was still very nervous. It was as if there was a fatal danger on Ling Xiao. If he dared to act rashly, he would definitely die without a burial place. We won't attack. Wait. Chen Fengdao gritted his teeth and said. If Sun Feng could kill Ling Xiao in the end, it would make no difference whether he attacked or not. However, if Sun Feng couldn't kill Ling Xiao, it would be useless even if he attacked. Therefore, he chose to bide his time. As for the cold-looking young man sent by the first prince, a strange black light flashed in his eyes when he saw everyone fighting. His figure slowly sank into the yin-yang pool, and no one noticed him at all. Boom, the soul-chasing spear emitted a monstrous killing intent. It swept across the sky and formed a huge black spear shadow in the void. It was like a collapsing pillar that suppressed Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the rest. Under the soul-chasing spear, all the sword radiance, sword energy, and innate protective energy were shattered. A terrifying aura swept across the surroundings, causing Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the rest to cough up blood and retreat. There was no helping it. The gap between them was too big. Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the rest were geniuses, but Sun Feng was a celestial realm expert. With a sweep of his spear, they were all sent flying. Ling Xiao, go to hell. Sun Feng's eyes were burning with killing intent. The soul-chasing spear in his hand trembled slightly and turned into a black flowing light that swept across the sky toward Ling Xiao. No. Stop. Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the rest were shocked. They struggled to stop Sun Feng, but they were blocked by Hong Sha, Huang Yunji, and the rest in an instant. There was no way for them to take a step forward. Boom, at this moment, Lu Feng and Lu Yun, who were beside Ling Xiao, moved. A dark and cold aura was emitted from their bodies. The shyness on their faces faded, and they became cold and indifferent. A blue dagger appeared in their hands. One from the left and the other from the right, they stabbed toward Ling Xiao's heart and head. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one had expected the Lu siblings of the Great Desolation ancient kingdom to suddenly attack Ling Xiao. The aura on their bodies was cold and strange. Their cultivation had reached LV9 of the Grandmaster realm in an instant. The two daggers emitted a blue light, which was obviously dipped in poison. The Lu siblings and Sun Feng, 3 LV9 experts of the Grandmaster realm, attacked at the same time. How could Ling Xiao, who was still cultivating, resist? Qing Qing, Xia Hongxiu, Ji Shuiyao, and the rest turned pale in an instant. The two daggers and the soul-chasing spear pierced toward Ling Xiao's head, heart, and glabella respectively. They were as fast as lightning, leaving no chance for people to react. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The daggers and the soul-chasing spear arrived one after another. However, when they came within an inch of Ling Xiao's body, they could not move forward anymore. It was as if there was a layer of transparent bounded domain that emitted a faint light. What? Sun Feng and the Lu siblings were shocked. No matter how they urged the daggers and the soul-chasing spear, they could not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. It should be known that when 3 LV9 experts of the Grandmaster realm attacked with all their strength, even a celestial realm expert would die, let alone Ling Xiao. Rumble, a blazing aura emanated from Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, a raging inferno was set ablaze. It emitted a mysterious 7-colored light which distorted the void. It contained a terrifying power that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. The yin-yang pool began to boil, and a terrifying aura spread out. A golden lotus appeared on Ling Xiao's body. Golden light filled the air, and divine chains of order intertwined. They traversed the void and swept toward the dagger and the soul-chasing spear in the void. Boom, terrifying flames spread out. The dagger and the soul-chasing spear were powerful treasured weapons, but at this moment, they began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Lu siblings and Sun Feng both let out a muffled snort at the same time and retreated. Only when my life is in my hands can I plant a golden lotus in the fire. A faint sigh came from Ling Xiao's mouth. At this moment, he opened his eyes. 2 blazing divine lights traversed the void, exuding endless majesty and mystery. The golden lotus swirled in the yin-yang pool, and instantly swept away all the yin-yang evil qi. Then, Ling Xiao swallowed it in one gulp. Ling Xiao stood up in the yin-yang pool. It was as if the entire world began to tremble. A vast force pressed down on the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. The underworld has indeed not given up on their evil intentions. It must have been hard on you 2 golden assassins to hold back for so long before making a move. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Feng and Lu Yun as he spoke calmly. Assassins from the underworld? Qing Qing and the rest trembled as they looked at Lu Feng and Lu Yun in disbelief. These two were famous young geniuses in the imperial capital. How could the children of the current prime minister be golden assassins from the underworld? Lu Feng stared fixedly at Ling Xiao and said, "How did you tell? We've disguised ourselves well. Even a celestial realm elite would not be able to discover us." Ling Xiao said calmly, "I don't know Lu Feng and Lu Yun very well, but I know that they are very outgoing in front of people they know even though they are shy. Coincidentally, Princess Hongxiu is their good friend. However, the two of you have been too shy along the way, plus, Sister Qingqing and Li Qingfeng were heavily injured in the underground cave. Only the two of you, although you look like a mess, were unharmed. No matter how hard you try to hide, it's hard to change the habits of an assassin." Lu Yun's face was very cold, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He said, "Just this alone is probably insufficient to determine that we're assassins from the underworld, right?" "Of course not, that's why I'm just suspecting." "Now, didn't you jump out yourselves?" Ling Xiao sneered. However, Ling Xiao was very alert. He could tell that Lu Feng and Lu Yun were assassins from the underworld not just because of those two reasons. The main reason was that after his spiritual power had broken through to the level of a peerless alchemy master, he sensed a very subtle aura from Lu Feng and Lu Yun. It was exactly the same as the assassins from the underworld that Ling Xiao had encountered. However, Lu Feng and Lu Yun were both at level 9 of the Grandmaster realm. Ling Xiao was not confident that he could take them down and was also afraid that he would accidentally hurt Ling Qingqing and the rest. That was why he waited for them to give themselves away. "Ling Xiao, no matter what, you're going to die today." Sun Feng's eyes were cold as he exuded a powerful aura that suppressed Ling Xiao. There was shock in his heart, but there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. Ling Xiao had swallowed the yin and yang murderous aura so quickly, and his cultivation level had broken through from the 5th level of the Dragon Tiger realm to the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. He must have a great treasure on him, or he must have cultivated an exceptional godly technique. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, the treasure on him would be his. No matter what, he could not let Ling Xiao walk out alive today. "Ling Xiao, Xia Hongxiu is mine. That's why you have to die." Hong Sha sneered as well. His eyes were filled with a frenzied murderous intent. His body exuded a bronze radiance that gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although his bronze combat body had not reached the phenomenal level, it was much stronger than before. Now, he was confident that even if Ling Xiao performed the 4 elephants hitting the sky again, he would be able to take it. Lu Feng, Lu Yun, Sun Feng, and Hong Sha surrounded Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Their goal was clear, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. In the face of these 4 powerhouses who had the combat strength of LV9 of the Grandmaster realm, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although the long-armed ape king might be able to get rid of the 4 of them quickly, Ling Xiao still wanted to do it himself. After cultivating level 2 of the heaven-devouring secret skill, condensing the heaven-devouring golden lotus, and reaching level 9 of the Dragon Tiger realm, Ling Xiao wanted to see how strong his current combat strength was. To Ling Xiao's surprise, Chen Fengdao remained silent and did not attack him. "If that's the case, all of you can come at me together." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were gleaming, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Golden clouds surrounded his body, and he exuded an invincible aura. Although Ji Shui Yao and the rest were worried, they could see Ling Xiao's determination. Therefore, they did not help him but slowly retreated from the yin-yang pool. After all, this battle was beyond their ability to interfere. If they were to help, they would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. "Arrogant." Sun Feng snorted. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. With a flash of light in his hand, a black golden battle spear appeared. He was exuding a fierce aura. "Ling Xiao, don't blame others if you're courting death." Hong Sha sneered and took the initiative to attack. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Power realm, he had practiced the demonic fist of Nirvana, a heaven-level inferior martial art. Moreover, he had awakened the bronze battle body, which made his combat strength unparalleled. Even an expert at the 9th level of the Supreme Power realm would find it difficult to break his bronze battle body. Although Ling Xiao's 4 elephants hitting the sky was terrifying, Hong Sha was confident that he would be able to defeat him with the improvement of his cultivation and the evolution of his bronze combat body. Boom, Xianxia threw out a punch. The void shook slightly, and endless demonic qi surged. The fist essence exuded a vast killing intent and suppressed Ling Xiao. Kill! Sun Feng also shouted. The black golden battle spear in his hand buzzed and vibrated. Strands of black light intertwined and instantly traversed the void, piercing toward Ling Xiao's glabella. Lu Feng and Lu Yun did not attack. Their figures were like ghosts, trembling slightly in the void. The murderous intent in their bodies intertwined, and they were looking for a chance to kill. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out a punch and lightning surged in the void. The golden heaven-devouring true qi surged across the sky like a huge wave and swept away the surging demonic qi in an instant. Bang, Ling Xiao and Xianxia hit each other with their fists. Although Xianxia's conception of nirvana was very strong, it couldn't break through Ling Xiao's fist aura. There was a huge vibration in the void. Ling Xiao didn't move, but Xianxia was blown away by Ling Xiao as if he was struck by lightning. The black golden battle spear emitted an ominous demonic qi and its speed was extremely fast. The soul-chasing spear art was famous for its speed. It could kill people without them noticing. Especially when Ling Xiao and Xianxia collided, Sun Feng found the weak qi. The black golden battle spear pierced through the void and came to the back of Ling Xiao's head. The unparalleled sharpness sent chills down one's spine. Clang, Ling Xiao did not look back. He threw out a palm blade that contained a destructive force. It hit the black golden battle spear. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Ling Xiao's monstrous divine power passed through the black golden battle spear to Sun Feng's arm. Sun Feng's arm went numb and the battle spear almost flew out of his hand. Swoosh swoosh, Ling Xiao's body was extremely fast. He moved freely in the void and fought with Xianxia and Sun Feng with his bare fists. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Xianxia and Sun Feng were getting more and more shocked. They had attacked at the same time but they were still at a disadvantage. Looking at Ling Xiao, it seemed that he still had some strength left. Even if his cultivation had increased by a few levels, how could this young man's combat strength increase so quickly? Heaven and earth grieve, demonic fist suppressing the world. Xiaoxia's eyes were filled with madness. He suddenly roared and a terrifying demonic qi was emitted from his body. Endless demonic qi surged and turned into a blood-red color. It was as if the sky was crying blood. A terrifying demonic god appeared in the world and wreaked havoc. Xianxia threw out a punch and the demonic qi surged. It formed a huge demonic fist in the void. It was like a divine mountain, emitting a monstrous demonic qi and pressing down on Ling Xiao. Tian-class martial arts contained a trace of the power of law. Xianxia's demonic fist suppressed the heaven and earth. Facing this fist, Ling Xiao could only take it head-on. There was no way he could dodge it. Today, I'm going to break your tortoiseshell. Ling Xiao sneered as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Roar, the blood qi around Ling Xiao soared into the sky, turning into a golden divine dragon that coiled around his body. It was as if the power of an ancient ferocious beast had been awakened. Ling Xiao pushed the earth dragon constitution to the extreme. From the Yin-Yang Valley, an endless amount of Xianhuang earth energy surged towards Ling Xiao. It was thick and ancient. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and was in high spirits. The power of the earth dragon body was fully unleashed. He was like an erupting volcano as he threw a punch at the Xianxia in the sky. Rumble, the mountain-like demonic fist and the golden divine dragon collided in the void. It was like a sun had exploded, spewing out endless light. The demonic qi and the golden light were annihilated, but the golden divine dragon was still pressing down on the flood demon. Good chance. Sun Feng's eyes flashed, and he caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao's chaotic qi. The black gold battle spear in his hand trembled slightly, and a terrifying sharpness erupted. He held the black gold battle spear in his hand and formed a mysterious connection with the battle spear. It pierced through the void like a huge divine spear and shot straight toward Ling Xiao. Man and spear unite, soul-chasing spear skill, this was the man and spear unite that Sun Feng had comprehended. Once he unleashed the power of the man and spear unite, his battle strength would be multiplied, and his power would be unparalleled. Even an expert of the celestial realm would die without a doubt. The two sisters, Lu Feng and Lu Yun, found this opportunity at the same time. Killing intent flashed in their eyes, and they took action. Whoosh! Whoosh, two obscure figures flew, leaving a trace of faint afterimages in the void. Their auras were extremely weak, but the two daggers in their hands were like two poisonous snakes, trembling slightly and aiming at the vital parts of Ling Zhao's body. Rumble, above the void, Ling Zhao's punch, which was like a peerless war god, actually missed. Xianxia only left behind an afterimage. With a flash of light in the void, Xianxia actually appeared behind Ling Xiao in an extremely strange manner. Ling Xiao, go to hell. The Xianxia's bronze battle body shone brightly. His arms were like iron chains, and he suddenly hugged Ling Xiao. Unparalleled divine power burst out and completely bound Ling Xiao. Just now, he pretended to fight Ling Xiao with his life, but in fact, it was just a smokescreen. After he performed the demonic fist of Nirvana, he took advantage of the dazzling light to directly teleport behind Ling Xiao with a secret treasure that could teleport him. What he wanted to do was to completely bind Ling Xiao, so as to give Sun Feng and the two ace assassins of the Netherworld a chance. The bronze battle body burst out, and an ancient and boundless power flowed in the Xianxia's body. It was like the power of heaven and earth, and even Ling Xiao could not break free for a moment. Sun Feng, Lu Feng, and Lu Yun had already arrived in front of him. What? Ji Shuiyao and Ling Qingqing were shocked, and their faces turned pale in an instant. They did not expect the Xianxia to be so insidious. Ling Xiao was already in a desperate situation. How could he resist the killing blow of 3 experts of the LV9 Supreme Master Realm? Ling Xiao is dead. A trace of coldness appeared in Chen Fengdao's eyes. Although he was a little regretful that Ling Xiao did not die in his hands, this despicable guy was finally dead. No. Young Master Chen, look. Tang Xian's expression suddenly changed, and his voice trembled as he pointed to the void. Chen Fengdao immediately looked over. In the void, Sun Feng and Lu Yun performed the human spear unity, and Lu Feng and Lu Yun performed their unique assassination skills. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao when the Xianxia restrained him. However, at this moment, just like before, when the black gold battle spear and dagger came within an inch of Ling Xiao's body, they strangely stopped in their tracks, as if they were blocked by a transparent barrier. Idiots! I wanted to play with you for a while, but since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. 5 elements sky sealing style, seal the 5 elements, suppress heaven and earth, kill. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of mockery. Looking at the pale faces of Sun Feng and the others, he instantly roared. Boom, with Ling Xiao as the center, a vast divine light storm swept out. White, green, black, red, and yellow divine light shot up to the sky like pillars, forming a huge barrier around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret skill had reached the 2nd level. After condensing the heaven-devouring golden lotus, the heaven-devouring secret skill had many mysterious changes. More importantly, Ling Xiao could practice the 2nd and 3rd moves of the 7 limits divine skills of devouring heaven and destroying earth. The 2nd move, heaven sealing 5 elements style, the heaven sealing formation was constructed with the origin of the 5 elements. It could hide one's aura, seal an expert, build an absolute defense, absorb all energy and dharma, and create an absolute vacuum. Just like when Ling Xiao was cultivating earlier, Sun Feng and the Lu siblings were unable to break through the layer of invisible barrier outside Ling Xiao's body. That was the absolute defense formed by the 5 elements heaven sealing style, isolating the outside world from the outside world and forming an independent whole. Now, with Ling Xiao as the center, the heaven-supporting 5 elements style formed an absolute vacuum. It absorbed all dharma and energy, and even the physical strength of Sun Feng and the others. It was extremely overbearing. Of course, the heaven-sealing 5 elements style had to pay a terrible price. The heaven-devouring qi in Ling Xiao's body was almost exhausted. Only then could he resist the dharma of heaven and earth and maintain the absolute vacuum. Even so, Ling Xiao could not hold on for too long. Die. Ling Xiao did not dare to waste any time. His cold eyes fell on Xianxia. His terrifying physical strength broke out, and he broke free from Xianxia's restraint in an instant. Then, he punched Xianxia. Crack, golden lightning exploded. Xianxia's bronze battle body could no longer withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying punch. Countless spider webs appeared instantly, and Xianxia was about to explode. Puff. You can't kill me. I am the son of Hong Ba, the king of Hong Ancient. If you kill me, Hong Ba will not let you go. Hong Sha spat out a mouthful of blood as he sensed the threat of death. His eyes were filled with extreme fear as he spoke. Hong Ba's son? Illegitimate son? Even so, you have to die. Ling Xiao sneered and punched again. The golden fist was like a divine dragon. It instantly penetrated Hong Sha's body and smashed his heart into powder. Hong Sha's eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. He fell from the void instantly. Hong Sha, one of the 4 experts, was dead. Ling Xiao's gaze then landed on Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and Sun Feng. Their expressions changed drastically as well, and without a second thought, they leaped out of the absolute vacuum's range. You want to leave? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Whether it was Sun Feng or the assassins from the underworld, they were all on his must-kill list, so they had to die. 5 elements seal the sky, shatter the vacuum. Ling Xiao let out an explosive bellow, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. The 5 elements' heavenly pillars in the surroundings instantly collapsed like 5 flood dragons sweeping across the sky. The absolute vacuum instantly shattered, engulfing Sun Feng and the Lu siblings. No, Sun Feng roared, unwilling to give up. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was instantly engulfed by the shattering storm and disappeared into the void. Just as Lu Feng and Lu Yun were about to escape the absolute vacuum, they were instantly pulled in by a powerful force and disappeared into the void as well. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and lightning flashed. Bathed in golden divine light, Ling Xiao slowly walked down from the void. His eyes were like lightning, incomparably majestic. No one dared to look at him directly. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Hong Sha, who had the bloodline bronze battle body, and 3 peerless experts at the 9th level of the supreme power realm, disappeared into the void just like that. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Originally, Ling Xiao was already in a life-or-death crisis. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, he would erupt with such terrifying power and kill the 4 experts in one fell swoop, especially Chen Fengdao, who was trembling with fear at this moment. He lowered his head very low, fearing that Ling Xiao would notice him. At the same time, he felt extremely fortunate that he did not attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would not be just the 4 of them who died, but also Chen Fengdao himself. His battle strength is actually so terrifying? Ji Shuiyao's beautiful eyes glowed, and her face was filled with shock. She had seen Ling Xiao's attack in the mustard seed array. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, it was not as shocking as what she saw now. The figure that was like a peerless god of war was forever imprinted in her heart. I knew that Ling Xiao would definitely win. Ha ha ha. This group of bastards who take advantage of others' difficulties should have died long ago. Li Qingfeng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with excitement. Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu also looked at each other and smiled. They could see the relief in each other's eyes. After all, Sun Feng was a sky human realm expert, and he was quite famous in the 4 great ancient countries. However, in the 8 Desolation secret area, due to the restrictions of the seal, he could only exert the combat strength of a level 9 supreme power realm expert. Thus, he died in the hands of Ling Xiao. In the Yinyang Valley, the fog began to dissipate, and everything became clear. The Yinyang baleful qi in the Yinyang pool had been completely devoured by Ling Xiao. Most of the geniuses from the 4 great ancient countries had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Only the geniuses from the Great Desolation Ancient Country and the Great Mystery Ancient Country did not suffer many casualties. The remaining experts from the Great Desolation Ancient Country and the Great Desolation Ancient Country were scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with horror as they turned around and fled out of the Yinyang Valley. Kill. Kill all of them. Ji Shuiyao and Ling Qingqing said at the same time with a trace of baleful qi in their eyes. Li Qingfeng, Xia Hongxiu, and the rest thought for a moment and understood. If they were to spread the news of what had happened in the 8 Desolation secret area, Ling Xiao would be in danger. One should know that the Great Desolation Ancient Country and the Great Desolation Ancient Country still had 2 Sky Human Realm experts outside. If they knew that the geniuses from the 2 great ancient countries were almost completely wiped out, they would definitely go crazy. Apart from Ji Shuiyao, Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu who stayed behind, Li Qingfeng volunteered to go with the people from the Great Mystery Ancient Country to kill the geniuses from the Great Desolation Ancient Country and the Great Desolation Ancient Country. Ling Zhao's gaze swept past Chen Fengdao and Tang Xian, causing their hearts to skip a beat. They looked at Ling Xiao and squeezed out a smile. However, that smile was even more painful than crying. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to take action. He shifted his gaze and looked at the location of the arrogant youth. Strange, where did Chen Fei go? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The genius sent by the first prince was called Chen Fei. He was extremely arrogant and seemed to be unsociable. After entering the 8 Desolation secret area, he acted alone. It was only until Ling Xiao arrived at the Yinyang Valley that he saw him. However, he had disappeared at this moment. Rumble, right at that moment, the Yinyang pool started to boil. Black fog started to flow out of the clear pool, making it look extremely creepy. Ling Zhao's body shook as he understood the reason for his uneasiness. There was a creepy black fog in the Yinyang pool. Oh no, get out of here! Ling Xiao shouted at Ji Shuiyao, Ling Qingqing, and Xia Hongxiu. His voice was filled with anxiety. Ji Shuiyao and the other two saw the changes in the Yinyang pool and their expressions changed drastically. Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu had seen the creepy black fog in the underground cave. Although they didn't know what it was, the creepy, evil, and terrifying aura from the black fog made their scalps go numb. It was as though they were afraid from the depths of their souls. Rumble, the creepy black fog surged in the Yinyang pool, forming all sorts of ghostly faces and demonic shadows. The ominous aura that filled the air made the Yinyang Valley look creepy. Furthermore, the creepy black fog seemed to have a life of its own as it rushed towards Ling Xiao and the others. You guys leave quickly. I'll block these damn things. Ling Zhao's expression was very serious. The golden light around him shone brightly, and the sky-devouring golden lotus appeared above his head. It swept towards the strange black fog, and in an instant, it devoured all the strange black fog that had rushed out of the Yinyang pool. Be careful. Ji Shuiyao and the other two looked at Ling Xiao deeply. They knew that they would only be a burden to him if they stayed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao seemed to have a way to deal with the creepy black fog. Rumble, right at that moment, the entire 8 desolate secret region started to rumble. Countless mountains shook and streaks of black lightning streaked across the sky. It was as though the sky was about to shatter as black fog spread out from it. Leave the 8 desolate secret region quickly. Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically as he used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour and refine the creepy black fog. The creepy black fog seemed to have sensed the aura of life. It surged from the depths of the earth, the mountains, and the sky and rushed towards Ling Xiao and the others. Ji Shuiyao and the others' eyes turned red when they saw Ling Xiao trying his best to block the black fog. However, they still turned around and dashed towards the exit of the Ba Huang secret region. As for Chen Fengdao and Tang Xian, they were unlucky. When the strange black fog appeared, the two of them were still in the Yinyang pond. Tang Xian instantly screamed as he was sucked into the black fog and disappeared without a trace. Chen Fengdao was scared out of his wits. How could he still care about Tang Xian? He hated that he didn't have an extra pair of legs and quickly fled outside. Rumble, the Yinyang pond suddenly split open and boundless black mist surged out from within. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Demonic chi surged into the sky, and it contained a terrifying fluctuation that caused one's entire body to tremble. Roar, a loud roar came from the depths of the ground, causing Ling Xiao to tremble. His blood and chi started to churn. This is the voice of that strange creature? Ling Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he finally understood. The bottom of the Yinyang pool was where the terrifying creature was sealed, not the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. Bright runes started to spread out from the 4 ancient stone walls of the Yinyang pond. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge sealing force. However, the sealing force was already very weak. As the strange black fog surged, the sealing force became weaker and weaker. Ling Xiao saw a black figure below the Yinyang pond. It was moving rapidly in all directions and constantly smashing the runes on the stone walls of the Yinyang pond. Damn it! Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold. He immediately recognized that the black figure was the person sent by the first prince. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was as if he had turned into a puppet and was madly destroying the seal. Boom! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and dived into the Yinyang pond. The sky-devouring golden lotus floated above his head and turned into a huge golden whirlpool. It continuously devoured the strange black fog. As long as the strange black fog came within 3 feet of Ling Xiao, it would be instantly devoured by the sky-devouring golden lotus. Then, a large amount of the strange black fog would be refined by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the wordless heavenly book recklessly. He could faintly feel that the wordless heavenly book was very important. It was very likely that it would alarm the terrifying creature underground. Therefore, he used the sky-devouring golden lotus as a medium to transfer all the strange black fog into the wordless heavenly book. The space within the Yinyang pond was unimaginably huge. Ling Xiao's entire body was shrouded in the strange black fog. It was pitch black and impossible to see clearly. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength was very strong. Therefore, he could easily see that Chen Fei was directly below the Yinyang pond and was still destroying the runes on the stone walls. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately threw a punch. Countless strange black fog exploded as a huge fist aura pressed down on Chen Fei's head. Clang! Ling Xiao's punch seemed to have landed on metal, causing his arm to feel slightly numb. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's body flickered with black light. His face looked very ferocious, and a mysterious black light flickered in his eyes. Boom! Feeling Ling Xiao's attack, Chen Fei growled. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Demonic chi surged as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Clang! 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 Ling Xiao and Chen Fei exchanged a few blows. The strange black fog around them exploded, and the divine light was unparalleled. Chen Fei was like a metal man. He didn't know pain or fatigue. He even had a monstrous divine power. He was not at a disadvantage at all. This is the power given to him by the strange black fog? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately felt that the strange black fog was flowing around Chen Fei's body, forming a mysterious cycle. It was as if some kind of power of law was providing him with endless power. After all, Chen Fei's cultivation was only at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. If it weren't for the strange black fog, he would have been blown up by Ling Xiao's punch. 5 elements sky sealing style, absolute vacuum. Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands. A bright light suddenly shrouded Chen Fei. The power of the 5 elements flowed and stabilized the world. Suddenly, the strange black fog and the laws of heaven and earth around Chen Fei were completely extracted. Boom! Ling Xiao threw a punch. This time, the terrifying divine power on Chen Fei's body disappeared. His entire body was smashed into a fine powder. However, the strange thing was that there was not a single drop of blood on Chen Fei's body. Roar! Ling Xiao killed Chen Fei. It was as if he had angered an unknown existence. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently. Endless strange black fog spewed out from the ground and instantly shattered a small part of the seal runes around the Yinyang pool. Swoosh! Swoosh! The strange black fog condensed in the void and turned into a black war spear and a huge mountain-splitting axe. They emitted a monstrous killing intent and slashed toward Ling Xiao. The terrifying power made Ling Xiao's scalp tingle. This kind of power was far beyond the Grandmaster realm. Boom! Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique and turned into a golden divine light. He instantly rushed out of the Yinyang pool. Infinite sword of light and darkness, break! Ling Xiao did not dare to fight the 2 weapons with his bare fists. He took out the evil vanquisher ancient sword, which shone brightly in all directions. Ling Xiao struck out with his sword. The evil vanquisher ancient sword vibrated in the void and drew 2 circles. Suddenly, the black and white sword radiance intertwined and slashed towards the black war spear. Clang! Sparks flew and the black fog on the black war spear dissipated a little. The mountain-splitting axe struck down again. Clang! Ling Xiao blocked with the evil vanquisher ancient sword. Suddenly, an unparalleled force came from the mountain-splitting axe. The evil vanquisher ancient sword was split in half, leaving a long bloody mark on Ling Xiao's chest. Kill! After Ling Xiao was injured, he did not show any fear. Instead, a tinge of madness appeared in his eyes. He flew out of the Yin-Yang Valley and used the Vajra-subduing demon fist and the infinite sword of light and darkness to block the attacks of the Black War Spear and the mountain-splitting axe. When Ling Xiao was 1,000 feet away from the Yin-Yang pool, he could clearly feel that the power of the Black War Spear and the mountain-splitting axe had weakened significantly. Rumble, Ling Xiao clenched the Vajra fist print. His blood boiled and his fists were like dragons. He used his physical strength to fight against the two demonic weapons. The eerie black fog that tried to enter Ling Xiao's body was refined by the wordless heavenly book. Crack, in the end, Ling Xiao's physical strength exploded to the maximum. The void rumbled and the Black War Spear was broken by his fist. The broken black spear turned into a strange black fog. Before it could condense into a solid form, it was swallowed up by Ling Xiao. The other mountain-splitting axe was also broken by Ling Xiao and turned into nourishment for the wordless heavenly book. I can't stay here for long. Ling Xiao looked at the eerie black fog rising from the Yin-Yang pool with a solemn expression. If the eerie creature really appeared, he would not be able to resist it. Perhaps no one in the 8 Desolation region could resist it. He could imagine that the 8 Desolation region would be filled with blood. Just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the Yin-Yang Valley and leave the 8 Desolation secret region, the surrounding 4 mountains suddenly began to shake violently. Rumble, the sky shook and lightning flashed. The Yin-Yang Valley actually collapsed. Endless black fog surged and formed a black ocean. Meanwhile, the surrounding 4 mountains had also cracked open. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. All of them were shrouded in black demonic energy. Heaven, earth, water, earth, sun, moon, and stars. The place where yin and yang converge is actually the place where that strange creature is suppressed. However, at the same time, it is also the location of a node. I don't know when Xianfei was controlled by the strange black fog, but he actually destroyed the yin-yang pool and caused such a change. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Looking at the strange black fog rising from the yin-yang pool in the distance, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. The worst-case scenario that Ling Xiao was worried about did not happen. The 8 Baron Demon Suppression Great Array was still intact, and Ling Xiao had strengthened the seal. That strange creature could not leave the 8 Baron Mystery region, but it could come out from underground. At that time, the entire 8 Desolate Mystic Realm would be engulfed in a sea of devils, and Ling Xiao would be in trouble. This was because he felt an ice-cold aura locking onto him. Rumble, monstrous demonic energy surged within Yin-Yang Valley while the strange black fog emanated ghastly wails and howls as it slowly dispersed towards the sides. An enormous demonic palm stretched out from within Yin-Yang Valley, and it caused the ground to tremble. Bang! 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 It sounded like the sound of a drum that shook the heavens and the earth. It carried a strange fluctuation that caused Ling Xiao's heartbeat to become slightly chaotic. Along with the appearance of the demonic palm, the strange black fog within Yin-Yang Valley started to seethe even more, and it seemed like it was cheering as it shook the surroundings. An enormous head slowly rose up from the ground, and its ferocious and monstrous aura caused even space to start to warp. A pair of blood-red moon-like eyes slowly opened, and then 2 terrifying rays of divine light shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely swift speed. Rumble, Ling Xiao's expression changed. He only had time to utilize the 5 elements heaven seal technique to block it before he was instantly blasted over 300 m away. His internal organs roiled while a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even if it's sealed, it's actually still able to erupt with a strength comparable to a Monarch Realm expert. It really is terrifying. There was a trace of a solemn expression in Ling Xiao's eyes. He noticed that he'd been targeted by that strange being, and he couldn't escape at all. Hand over the heavenly scripture, or die. A few icy cold and obscure syllables resounded. Even though only a head and an arm had been revealed, the terrifying aura it emanated made others feel like kneeling before it. It was the same being that Ling Xiao had encountered in the underground cave. It was completely enveloped by a strange black fog, and it was impossible to see what sort of monster it was. Has it taken a liking to the wordless heavenly scripture? Ling Xiao's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the strange being would take a liking to the wordless heavenly scripture in his possession. Moreover, it was determined to obtain it, and it didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape at all. It was probably because the strange being had taken a liking to the wordless heavenly scripture when Ling Xiao devoured the strange black fog in the underground cave. Moreover, Ling Xiao recalled the bronze divine hall he'd encountered in Beast Mountain Range. In the end, it was the wordless heavenly scripture that had drawn the attention of a certain terrifying existence. If it wasn't for the assistance of that mysterious existence within the bronze divine hall, then he would have probably died a long time ago. The wordless heavenly scripture was able to counter the strange black fog, and there seemed to be some sort of mysterious connection between the two of them. It caused the strange being to feel both fear and desire towards it. Ling Xiao felt the wordless heavenly scripture tremble, and it impatiently wanted to charge out from the center of Ling Xiao's forehead. It seemed as if it had encountered its prey, and it emanated an extremely excited fluctuation. However, Ling Xiao didn't allow the wordless heavenly scripture to emerge. He had a premonition that he might really lose this treasure if he allowed it to emerge. After all, no matter how formidable the wordless heavenly scripture was, it was still a treasure, and it depended on Ling Xiao's strength. He didn't feel that he could rely on the wordless heavenly scripture to annihilate the strange being before him. Ling Xiao's gaze turned serious as he looked at the strange being before him. His thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to escape from the predicament before him. At this moment, the surrounding demonic aura surged violently, and a faint golden light sprinkled down from the void. Golden lotuses appeared in the void, and the heavenly flowers sprinkled down. A holy and auspicious aura swept across the sky. Let me obtain Buddha. All living beings in the 10 directions believe in bliss, and wish to give birth to my country, and even 10 thoughts. If I don't give birth, I won't attain enlightenment. A Sanskrit voice came from afar. It was loud and clear, and it was like a great bell that cleansed one's mind. It had the feeling of destroying one's inner demons and cleansing one's soul. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw a figure approaching from afar. It was an ancient monk wearing a kasaya. He stepped barefoot in the void, and every step he took created a lotus. His aura was clear and pure, and his entire body emitted boundless Buddhist light. He held prayer beads in his hand, and he chanted the name of Buddha as he walked towards Ling Xiao. The ancient monk's appearance was very strange. Starting from the center of his brows, half of his entire body was emitting golden light, and it was filled with a benevolent Buddhist nature. The other half was emitting demonic aura, and it contained the sin of falling into depravity and slaughter. He stepped on the void, but it gave people the illusion that heaven and earth were moving with him. Senior Demonic Buddha? The demon Buddha exuded an ancient aura, as though he had experienced millions of years. Moreover, he was able to return from death to life, which had already surpassed the realm of Ling Xiao's previous life. Therefore, it was only right for Ling Xiao to address him as senior. Ling Xiao originally thought that the demon Buddha had left the 8 desolate secret region, but he did not expect him to come here. Could it have sensed the presence of this strange creature? Block my path for 10,000 years, die. The strange being let out a furious roar, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty. When he saw the demon Buddha, he seemed to be enraged. Ling Xiao guessed that the demon Buddha was the eye of the 8 desolate demon suppression array. Perhaps the strange being knew about it, or else he would not have said that he would block his path for 10,000 years. Boom, demonic chi rose from the strange being's body, and the huge demonic palm slapped towards the demon Buddha. The demonic palm was thousands of feet in size, like a mountain, covering the sky and the sun, causing the void to tremble violently. The demon Buddha's expression was calm. Heavenly flowers fell from his body, and Buddhist light shone as he pointed at the demonic palm. Clang, sparks flew in all directions. The demon Buddha's finger seemed to have pierced through the void, shattering countless mountain rocks, and landed on the demonic palm. It caused the void to tremble, and the sky began to tear. Swoosh, in the eyes of the strange being, a monstrous demonic light shot out. His body began to tremble violently, and the surrounding earth trembled. Even the 4 mountains began to shake. Ling Xiao could see that there was a divine chain of order on each of the 4 mountains. It traversed the void and locked the body of the strange being, preventing him from breaking free completely from the ground. A single palm was thousands of feet in size, and the height of the strange being was at least 10,000 feet, comparable to an immemorial sacred mountain. Such a terrifying aura burst out, like a huge wave of the heavenly river, sweeping in all directions, causing Ling Xiao to feel a suffocating pressure. The combat strength of a supreme being. This strange being is definitely a supreme being expert, and not an ordinary one. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he watched the battle between the demon Buddha and the strange being. Rumble, the demonic Buddha stepped on the void, creating a lotus with every step he took. There wasn't a trace of smoke or fire chi when he attacked. The Buddha's radiance was dazzling, illuminating the void. He and the huge demonic palm clashed a few times in the void. Large patches of the firmament were torn apart, revealing the terrifying turbulence of the void. Crack, black lightning filled the air. The eyes of the strange creature were blazing with murderous intent. It spat out a giant black hammer with mysterious patterns on it and smashed it toward the demonic Buddha. As the giant hammer fell, there was a sudden burst of lightning. It was as if it could trigger the power of thunder between heaven and earth. Clang, the demonic Buddha's golden palm held up the sky and slapped on the giant hammer. Suddenly, the blazing lightning rolled back and shot toward the head of the strange creature. The black fog around the strange creature rolled and submerged the thunderbolt. Although the giant hammer was a little broken, it still exuded an unparalleled power. With a slight shake, the giant hammer revealed the figures of thousands of creatures, such as Pixiu, Thunder Dragon, Xianxia, and other ancient fierce beasts. They all pounced on the devil Buddha. Boom, the prayer beads in the demonic Buddha's palm floated in the void. There were a total of 108 Bodhi pearls. They emitted emerald green light like 108 small worlds that enveloped the sky. The Tao marks formed by the thousands of creatures instantly crashed into the Bodhi pearls and collided with the giant hammer. Monstrous light burst out. The demonic Buddha's palm slashed down. A flaming blade swept across the sky, containing a power that could cut through everything. The giant hammer rumbled. Countless runes on it exploded at the same time and swept out in all directions. Countless mountains, rocks, and ancient trees were turned into dust. Roar, the strange creature let out a furious roar. A giant demonic palm that contained immortal chi kept pressing down on the demonic Buddha. Above the void, large patches of the void were shattered. The battle between the demonic Buddha and the strange creature had almost shattered the entire 8 Desolation secret realm. Ling Xiao could see that the demonic Buddha's state wasn't stable. Although he could occasionally erupt with the strength of an exalt, it seemed like he had just awakened. His true cultivation should be at the monarch realm. Therefore, the strange creature was still able to fight the demonic Buddha to a draw even when it was sealed and only had a head and a demonic palm. It was obvious how terrifying the strange creature was. Rumble, the 4 mountain peaks began to rumble loudly. Countless mountain rocks rolled down and turned into dust in the battle between the two of them. As for the 4 divine chains of order, although they had sealed the strange creature, they showed signs of collapsing. Not good. If the strange creature escapes, the demonic Buddha will probably be in danger. A trace of worry appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Rumble, above the void, the 108 prayer beads turned into 108 small worlds, revolving slowly around the demonic Buddha. The demonic Buddha seemed to have an unparalleled divine power, constantly erupting with the combat strength of a supreme being. In the strange creature's eyes, 2 blood-red saber rays slashed across the sky, shattered the demonic Buddha's flaming saber, and slashed down towards his head. The void trembled slightly. The 2 saber rays were extremely terrifying. A trace of Buddha aura spread out from the demonic Buddha's originally confused eyes. In an instant, a golden lotus was condensed in his palm. It slowly rotated and collided with the 2 saber rays. Crack, the saber rays were shattered, but the golden lotus shot towards the strange creature's eyes at an even faster speed. Boom, the giant hammer floating in the void fell. Blazing lightning drowned the golden lotus and turned it into nothingness. Every move in the battle between the strange creature and the demonic Buddha was extremely dangerous. The sky shook and the void shattered. If it wasn't for the reinforcement of the divine chains of order, the 4 mountains in the surroundings would have been flattened a long time ago. Above the void, cracks were densely packed. Chaotic mist filled the air. Strange black mist rose along with blazing Buddha aura, causing the battle between the strange creature and the demonic Buddha to become even more intense. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed. He felt that the divine chains of order built on the 4 mountains had reached their limit. As the four mountains were constantly smashed, the endless energy began to be isolated by the strange creature's mysterious power. The four divine chains of order were on the verge of breaking. Once the divine chains of order were completely broken, the strange creature would be able to break free from the ground. When that time comes, would the demonic Buddha be able to withstand it? What should I do? Ling Zhao's gaze was solemn. A battle of this level was beyond the scope of his ability to intervene. Roar, the strange creature let out a loud roar, and its body suddenly leaped. Suddenly, a divine chain of order collapsed, and its huge head finally rushed out of the strange black fog, exuding a monstrous murderous aura. It looked like a lizard's head, full of black scales. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and a pair of blood-red moon-like eyes that contained a crazy power that could destroy everything. The strange black mist was the power in its body. It was like the Xiantian Gang Qi in a warrior's body, endlessly growing and multiplying. A strange ancient sword was inserted diagonally above the strange creature's huge head, exuding a mysterious light. It intertwined with the divine chains of order, forming a powerful formation to seal the strange creature. When Ling Xiao saw the ancient sword, his body trembled, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The ancient sword was dark golden color. The body of the sword was wide but as thin as a cicada's wings. The runes on the body of the sword were engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and all living beings. It had a terrifying aura that seemed to encompass the heavens and destroy the universe. It was stabbed into the head of the strange creature. The divine chains of order on the sword intertwined. It seemed to have a mysterious connection with the entire Eight Desolation secret territory, suppressing the strange creature. When Ling Xiao saw the ancient sword, he felt as if he was connected to it by blood. His eyes were filled with excitement and emotion. "Old friend, I didn't expect to meet you here," Ling Xiao sighed softly. His powerful mental energy spread out and headed for the ancient sword. Weng, the ancient sword sensed Ling Xiao's mental strength and suddenly trembled. An unparalleled sword light burst out, containing a power that could destroy the heavens. It burst out with a brilliant light, emitting a trace of excitement and agitation. "Old friend. Sky-devouring sword. Come back." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with joy as if he had seen his own child. He slowly stretched out his hand. Kacha, thunder rumbled in the air as the ancient sword emitted a shocking sword hum. It was as if a mysterious world had appeared. The ancient sword's terrifying power was completely awakened. It blasted a huge hole in the head of the strange creature, and then it instantly broke through the air and flew over. A dazzling ray of light instantly fell into Ling Zhao's hand, forming a majestic and mysterious ancient sword that was overflowing with colorful lights. Boom! Ling Xiao felt a sense of connection with the sword. Instantly, he exuded an unparalleled aura. Golden light surrounded his body and a bright light lifted him up. At this moment, Ling Zhao's black hair flew in the wind. His eyes were filled with domineering and invincible confidence. At this moment, the sky-devouring supreme that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands in Ling Zhao's previous life had returned. The sky-devouring sword was Ling Zhao's personal sword in Ling Zhao's previous life. It was a top-grade supreme weapon, comparable to the legendary divine weapons. It contained the power to devour the heavens and destroy the earth. It was just that in his previous life, when Ling Xiao became the #1 expert in the world, the heaven-devouring sword was left in the Changsun sect and became their sect-protecting treasure. In his previous life, when Ling Xiao and Supreme True Dragon explored the Scarlet Dragon War God's tomb, they did not bring the devouring sword with them. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily ambushed by Supreme True Dragon. In this life, Ling Xiao did not sense the aura of the devouring heaven sword in the longevity sect. Initially, he thought that the devouring heaven sword had been lost or destroyed. To think that he would see it here. In Ling Zhao's previous life, the devouring heaven sword had started out as a weak spiritual weapon. It had grown alongside Ling Xiao, constantly devouring natural treasures and evolving. In the end, it had become the world-shaking devouring heaven sword. To Ling Xiao, it was no longer a simple weapon. It was like an old friend. "Old friend, 10,000 years have passed. Even you have suffered such heavy injuries? So much so that your true spirit was annihilated, and you can only rely on your spirituality to suppress the evil spirit. Looks like you are the hidden array core of the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation. Ling Xiao caressed the devouring heaven sword as he muttered to himself. He could feel that although the devouring heaven sword was still domineering and powerful, its weapon spirit had dissipated. All that was left was a sliver of indestructible spirituality. Moreover, the devouring heaven sword was stuck in the head of the strange creature. It was the hidden array core of the 8 Desolation Devil Suppression Grand Formation. Although so many years had passed and the devouring heaven sword was greatly damaged, the strange creature was still unable to escape. I guess it must be Xianxia who kept you here. Ling Xiao sighed softly. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was as if he had seen the peerless beauty smiling at him through the endless river of time. Roar! The devouring heaven sword returned to Ling Xiao's hand. In an instant, it exploded with terrifying power, causing great damage to the strange creature. The shocking sword essence almost pierced through the head of the strange creature. The strange creature roared. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty and frenzied killing intent. It stared at Ling Xiao and the devouring heaven sword in his hand. Moreover, taking advantage of the moment when the strange creature went berserk, the 108 Bodhi pearls of the demonic Buddha instantly pierced through the strange creature's demonic palm. A large hole was blasted open. Countless drops of black blood dripped down, turning into a surging strange black mist. Rumble! The strange creature was in pain and began to struggle violently. The surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. Huge mountains collapsed with a rumble. The last 3 divine chains binding the strange creature also shattered instantly. In the sky, cracks appeared one after another, filling the air with endless strange black mist. The mountains on the ground crumbled, and huge rivers flowed in reverse. A terrifying figure stood up from the depths of the earth and let out a roar that made one's blood boil. I, Luo, am free. This world will be buried with me. Roar! The strange creature spat out an obscure syllable. Its blood-red eyes looked at Ling Xiao and the demonic Buddha. Its eyes were filled with monstrous hatred and killing intent. A terrifying baleful aura spread out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble violently. Luo's aura rose violently, instantly surpassing the monarch realm and reaching the profound sovereign realm that could suppress the world. Moreover, there were 3 strange starlights flickering in its eyes. They contained a mysterious and dark aura. Ling Xiao looked at Luo without a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, a trace of powerful battle intent rose within him. With the devouring heaven sword in hand and sensing the power of the universal devil suppression formation, Ling Xiao could mobilize the power of the entire universal desolate secret realm. Old friend, follow me to conquer the world. Ling Xiao bellowed, and his aura instantly began to surge. Rumble! A tornado that swept through heaven and earth surged into Ling Xiao's body. His cultivation began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. First level of the Grandmaster Realm, second level of the Grandmaster Realm. 9th level of the Grandmaster Realm. Noble Realm. Monarch Realm. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Blood energy suffused Ling Xiao's body while a golden divine dragon coiled around him. The terrifying energy seemed to be on the verge of bursting Ling Xiao apart. In just a short moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation rose to the peak of the 9th level of the Monarch Realm. He was just a trace away from the Exalt Realm. It wasn't that the universal devil suppression formation couldn't bring Ling Xiao to the Exalt Realm, it was that his physical strength had reached its limits. No matter how heaven-defying the secret technique of the ancestral dragon was, Ling Xiao had only cultivated the earth dragon physique. So, the 9th level of the Monarch Realm was his limit. Ling Xiao's body had even started to be covered in veins of blood. The terrifying energy wasn't his own after all. It was merely borrowed energy, so it seemed extremely violent. Ling Xiao felt like the entire world was within his grasp when he sensed the formidable energy. He'd become the heaven-devouring Exalt again and looked down upon the world. The devouring heaven sword emanated a peerlessly sharp glow as well. Numerous rays of light shot through the air like divine chains of order, and they emanated an aura capable of devouring the world. Senior Demon Buddha, let's see who'll be the first to kill this fiend. Ling Xiao roared with laughter. His black hair fluttered while his gaze was dazzling. He seemed extremely carefree as he slashed the devouring heaven sword towards Luo. Even if he was only at the 9th level of the Monarch Realm, even if he was facing a devil who possessed the strength of an Exalt, there was only surging battle intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. The air of the wordless heavenly scripture, You deserve death. Mo Luo stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, and then he suddenly spat out a ray of black divine light from his mouth. It instantly obliterated a mountain in front of him before it shot towards Ling Xiao. For elephants strike the heavens. A bright glow flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes as Heaven Devourer swept through space, and then 4 rays of dazzling divine light instantly appeared in the surroundings. The quintessence of earth, water, wind, and fire converged together to form an enormous 4-colored divine sword that slashed down towards Mo Luo. The 7 Limits technique was a peerless martial technique that Ling Xiao had created in his past life. Every single move possessed the strength to obliterate the world, and its might was multiplied when executed with Heaven Devourer. When Ling Xiao executed the 4 elephants strike the heavens while at the 9th level of the monarch realm, it was simply incomparable to when he executed it before this. It seemed like it could even obliterate the sky. Bang! The 4-colored divine sword slashed against the black divine light, and then peerless light erupted and instantly obliterated the evil aura within it before it continued down towards Mo Luo. Crack! Black lightning flashed as Mo Luo's enormous hammer smashed down towards Ling Xiao. Moreover, it carried a strand of peerless lightning energy, and it was like an ocean of raging lightning. Black devilish light surged, and even the sky was torn apart. Expanses of chaotic energy suffused the surroundings as the boundless ocean of lightning collided with the 4-colored divine sword, and they were obliterated at the same time. Swoosh, however, a ray of light rose up from within the obliteration. Ling Xiao was charging over with Heaven Devourer in hand. The light from his sword was like a river of stars, and it illuminated Ling Xiao's icy cold gaze as it slashed down towards Mo Luo's neck. The speed of this sword was too fast. No one could describe the style of this sword, and no one could describe the speed of this sword. A ray of light tore through the sky, and then Heaven Devourer arrived before Mo Luo. Mo Luo was shocked as well, and he instinctively tried to block the attack with his enormous hammer. Bang! However, the demon Buddha attacked at this moment. An enormous palm descended while emanating Buddhist light, and it was like a myriad of Buddhas were paying homage to their ancestors. It instantly slapped the hammer, and it caused lightning to cover the sky. The demon Buddha's timing was very good. He blocked Mara's giant hammer and created the best opportunity for Ling Xiao. Puff! The Sky Devourer sword slashed across Mo Luo's massive head, causing an endless amount of black-colored blood to spray out. Mo Luo's head was nearly chopped off by soaring firmaments. Roar! Mo Luo roared furiously. Black light rose from his body as demonic aura filled the sky. His blood turned into tens of thousands of divine weapons. Like a sea of weapons, they shot toward Ling Xiao. Furthermore, there was a terrifying baleful aura within the strange black fog. It was as if it could turn one into a monster that only knew how to kill. 5 elements heaven sealing style, kill. Ling Xiao did not retreat. A cold light flashed in his eyes and the sky-devouring sword in his hand changed again. Countless sword lights exploded in the air, forming a strange sword domain that cut through the sea of weapons around him. Weng, although Ling Xiao did not let the wordless heavenly book rush out of his sea of consciousness, he let the wordless heavenly book emit a bright divine light and began to devour the strange black fog. The sky-devouring sword light swept across the void, stirring up the heavens with an unparalleled force. At the same time, it devoured all the energy in the world, forming an absolute vacuum around Mo Luo. Explode! A cold voice rang out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Instantly, the world turned upside down and the void shattered. The divine light storm formed by the 5 elements heaven sealing style shattered along with the void, engulfing Mo Luo in the middle. Rumble, accompanied by a furious roar, Mo Luo's body trembled violently as he charged out of the storm. Countless wounds appeared all over his body. Black blood dripped down, corroding the earth and causing the plants to wither and die instantly, turning into nothingness. All of you are going to die, Mo Luo glared at Ling Xiao and the demonic Buddha furiously. Perhaps it was because he had been suppressed for 10,000 years that his brain was not working well. His entire body was shrouded in killing intent and anger. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he charged toward Mo Luo with the sky-devouring sword in his hand. On the other side, the demonic Buddha stood on a lotus. 108 Bodhi pearls shone brightly as they suppressed Mo Luo. Outside the 8 Desolation secret zone, Xiao Long, Guan Hu, Yang Kuei, and Ji Ro were originally sitting cross-legged at the exit, using their powerful strength to support the exit of the 8 Desolation secret zone. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from the 8 Desolation secret zone, causing their expressions to change drastically. What's going on? Xiao Long's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Brother Xiao Long, could it be that there's some great danger in the 8 Desolation secret zone? Jiro's eyes flashed. That terrifying aura was so terrifying that even Sky Human stage experts felt fear. Clearly, it was extremely terrifying. Guanhu sneered and said, "What great danger can there be? The few Martial Dao Holy Lands have already scouted the 8 Desolation secret zone. There's no danger in it. Even if there's a great danger, I think it's because the people of your great Desolation ancient country are too unlucky. I'm afraid all 9 of you have died in the mouths of demonic beasts." Ha ha ha. Guanhu, you better watch your mouth. I'm afraid that the ones who will die in the end will be the people of your great Desolation ancient country. Xiao Long snorted coldly. All right. Stop quarreling. Look at the time. The Yin Valley has only been open for a day. Even if they come out, it will still take a few more days. We must be thinking too much. Yang Kuei carefully sensed and found that the terrifying aura had disappeared. He quickly persuaded them with a smile. Boom, at this moment, a black-robed young man rushed out of the 8 Desolation secret zone. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. His face was pale and he looked crazy. All dead, the black-robed young man roared as he coughed up blood. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that he was terrified to the extreme. Sun Ming? What's going on? Why are you the only one who came out? Where are the others? Yang Kuei's eyes flashed. He instantly recognized the black-robed young man. He was the genius of the Great Desolation ancient country, Sun Ming. At this moment, all of them should still be cultivating in the Yin Valley. Why would they come out? Looking at Sun Ming's miserable appearance, a bad premonition arose in Yang Kuei's heart. Sun Ming calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still filled with fear. He said, "Everyone is dead. Senior brother Hong Sha, senior brother Zhang Kai, the people of our great Desolation ancient country are all dead. Some were killed by Ling Xiao. Some died in the strange black fog. The strange black fog is too terrifying." Sun Ming was incoherent. However, Yang Kuei's expression changed drastically. Hong Sha and the others are all dead? What's going on, especially Hong Sha's identity? Thinking of the consequences of Hong Sha's death, even Yang Kuei could not help but tremble. You tell me clearly. How did Hong Sha and the others die? Who is Ling Xiao? What is the strange black fog? Yang Kuei slapped Sun Ming. His expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes flickered with a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. Ling Xiao is from the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. He killed Senior Hong Sha, Huang Yunji, and Sun Feng in the Yin pool and took away all the Yin baleful qi. Sun Ming's face swelled up after being slapped by Yang Huai. His eyes regained their clarity as he recounted what happened in the Yin pool. At this moment, the entrance of the 8 Desolation secret zone flashed and a few more figures appeared. Their eyes were filled with fear. Ling Qingqing, Li Qingfeng, Xia Hongxiu, Chen Fengdao, Ji Shuiyao, and 2 other genius disciples from the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. Hongxiu, you're back? Why are there only a few of you? Where are the others? Xiao Long was pleasantly surprised when he saw Xia Hongxiu and the others. He quickly walked over and asked. They're all dead, all dead. Royal uncle, quickly go and save Ling Xiao. You must save him. Xia Hongxiu's expression was gloomy. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Long with an anxious and pleading expression. Aunt, quickly go and save Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for him, we would have died in the 8 Desolation secret zone. He's the benefactor of the entire Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. On the other side, Ji Shuiyao also looked at Ji Ro anxiously. Ling Xiao, that little bastard, he deserves to die. After hearing Sun Ming's words, Yang Kuei and Guanhu went crazy. Their eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as they stared at Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the others. What are you doing? Guanhu, Yang Huai, I advise you not to act recklessly. Xiao Long and Ji Rou's expressions changed when they saw Yang Huai and Guanhu's madness. They took a step back and protected Ling Qingqing, Ji Shuiyao, and the others. Ling Xiao killed people from the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. All of you have to pay with your lives. All of you deserve to die. Guanhu and Yang Huai approached step by step with blazing killing intent in their eyes. Sun Ming's words struck them as if they were struck by lightning. Ling Xiao was so abnormal? In the Yinyang Valley, he killed 4 experts with his Dragon Tiger Realm cultivation and came out unscathed. Both of them were shocked and furious. This time, both Great Yellow Ancient Country and Great Flood Ancient Country were completely annihilated. More than half of their people died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Because of this, Guanhu and Yang Huai immediately directed their anger at the 2 kingdoms after seeing that there were still people who came out alive. Huang Yunji, Sun Feng, and Hong Sha want to kill Ling Xiao. Are they not allowing him to resist? You've gone too far. Xia Hongxiu was so angry that her face was flushed red. At the same time, her eyes were filled with anxiety. That strange black fog was too terrifying. Ling Xiao still hadn't come out. Every second wasted meant that Ling Xiao was in more danger. What is Ling Xiao? How can he be compared to our 7th Highness? Not to mention that he didn't come out, even if he did, I'll tear him to pieces. Guanhu gritted his teeth and said. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His eyes flashed with a cold light and his hair fluttered in the wind. He was on the verge of exploding. Xiao Long, Ji Rou, get out of my way. Today, I'll let the geniuses of your 2 countries die with Hong Sha. Otherwise, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Yang Huai's eyes were gloomy and his heart was filled with rage. Hong Sha's bronze battle body was something that Yang Huai couldn't break apart even if he didn't use the combat strength of a sky being. Ling Xiao was only at the Dragon Tiger realm. How could he kill Hong Sha? He felt like he was in a dream. It was unbelievable. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Do you think we're afraid of you? Xiao Long and Ji Rou's eyes flashed with cold light as they stood in front of Guanhu and Yang Huai. Rumble, a terrifying aura burst out. The Sky Being Realm experts controlled the power of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. A great battle was about to break out. Boom, a monstrous black fog gushed out from the entrance of the 8 Desolation secret region. It contained an evil, dark and cold aura as if it wanted to take away all life. The expressions of the 4 celestial realm cultivators changed drastically, and they felt their hearts trembling. They finally understood the source of the palpitations from before. It turned out that it was because of the strange black fog. However, what was this strange black fog? Crack, as the strange black fog surged, the runes at the entrance of the 8 Desolation secret region were shattered. The 4 tokens instantly turned into dust. With a loud bang, the void shattered. The entrance of the 8 Desolation secret region was completely destroyed. Qing Qing, Xia Hongxiu, and Ji Shuiyao's faces instantly turned pale. Ling Xiao is dead? Ling Xiao died just like that? A voice reverberated in their hearts. They couldn't believe it. However, what happened in front of them clearly told them that the 8 Desolation secret region was completely sealed. Ling Xiao couldn't come out anymore. Moreover, that strange black fog made even celestial realm powerhouses incomparably fearful, so how could Ling Xiao possibly survive? Ling Xiao saved them but sacrificed himself. When they thought of that, they felt a piercing pain in their hearts. Humph. Dying just like that is too easy for him. Even if he doesn't die, I will make him beg for death. Guanhu's eyes were extremely gloomy as he said coldly. Yang Huai's eyes were gloomy as well. However, when he looked at the strange black fog before him, his eyes were extremely solemn. If what Sun Ming said was true, then there was probably really a terrifying being within the 8 Desolation secret realm. Merely its aura alone caused the hearts of the 4 great heavenly realm experts to palpitate, and it was at least a peerless great calamity at the monarch realm, if such a terrifying being appeared, who in the entire 8 Desolation region would be able to resist it. When he thought of that, Yang Huai instantly lost interest in pursuing the matter with Ling Qingqing and the others. He urgently wanted to return and report this matter. Xiao Long, this matter isn't over. Your great desolation ancient kingdom, just wait for our revenge. Yang Huai glanced gloomily at Xiao Long and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left hastily with Sun Ming. When Guanhu saw Yang Huai leave, he knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for Xiao Long and Ji Rou alone. So, he left behind a few words before turning around and leaving. Let's go as well. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is. Xiao Long's eyes were slightly gloomy. Since this young man appeared in the capital, he had erupted with dazzling brilliance. His peerless talent even made the disciples of the martial Dao Holy Lands pale in comparison. But who would have thought that his brilliance would be like a comet that bloomed as soon as it appeared and fell in the 8 Desolation secret region? Li Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu were speechless. Li Qingfeng's eyes were also extremely red. Only Chen Fengdao's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He was probably the happiest person to see Ling Xiao die in the 8 Desolation secret region. Lung Feng, without Ling Xiao as your backing, you will die when I return. Chen Fengdao's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Although Li Qingqing, Xia Hongxiu, and Li Qingfeng were unwilling to believe it, the 8 Desolation secret region had been sealed. Moreover, there was that strange black fog wreaking havoc inside. Even a Sky Being realm expert would have died without a doubt. How could Ling Xiao have survived? Within the 8 desolate secret grounds, Ling Xiao did not know that he was already dead in the eyes of others. Together with the demonic Buddha, he had already exchanged over 1,000 blows with Mo Luo. Even though he had already suppressed Mo Luo firmly, Mo Luo's vitality was way too tenacious. Even though his head was nearly chopped off by Ling Xiao, it did not affect him much. Boom, the ground around them had already caved in. Gigantic mountains were shattered, and rivers flowed down, forming a gigantic lake. Above the void, a creepy black mist spread out, and the heavens trembled. 2 figures could be seen revolving around Mo Luo's gigantic body, bursting forth with unparalleled power. Mo Luo's entire body was filled with wounds. His body that looked like a human was covered in scales. His arms stretched across the sky as though they could lift up mountains. His entire body was emitting a torrential demonic qi. However, Ling Xiao could sense that Mo Luo was in a really weird state. It was as though he was deranged. All he knew was killing and rage, and his intelligence was greatly affected. Boom, Ling Xiao wielded the heaven-devouring sword and became one with it. He turned into a sharp aura that could shatter the world as he slashed down at Mo Luo. The gigantic hammer in Mo Luo's hand was extremely sturdy. Furthermore, it could control the power of thunder. It was extremely powerful. When it clashed with the heaven-devouring sword, it caused a bright flash of light. Buzz, 108 Bodhi pearls fell, and each of them seemed to have a devil Buddha sitting cross-legged on top of them. The Buddha light was vast, illuminating the void. It was eternal and immortal, and had a great magical power that could subdue demons and devils. Mo Luo slapped out with his palm. Even though the black mist was mostly destroyed by the Buddha light, it still slammed onto the Bodhi pearls. Instantly, the demonic light was torrential, wanting to drown the 108 demonic Buddhas. Boom, each of the 108 demonic Buddhas opened their eyes at the same time. Within their eyes, there were golden flames that streaked across the sky. Like the blazing flames of the sun, they enveloped Mo Luo instantly. Buzz. Ma. Ni. Pa. Me. Hum. At this moment, 6 ancient and mysterious syllables were spat out from the mouths of the demonic Buddhas. The entire world seemed to be trembling. A boundless Buddha light filled the sky, turning into a gigantic barrier that imprisoned Mo Luo. 108 demonic Buddhas sat cross-legged in the void all around, chanting Buddhist scriptures. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and flowers rained down from the sky. A golden flame burned fiercely, turning into a golden flame to refine and suppress Mara. Buddhist karmic fire? Ling Zhao's gaze shook as he recognized the supernatural power that the demonic Buddha used. It was the fire of karma of the Buddhist sect. The fire of karma could also be said to be the fire of karma. It contained the power of karma and the truth of fate. Any living being that was tainted by karma and could not escape from fate would turn into nothingness under the fire of karma. Rumble, the Buddhist light in the void was vast, and the chanting of sutras was extremely mysterious. It seemed to have come from the endless space and time, causing the karmic fire to burn even more fiercely. Mo Luo was trapped in the barrier. Karmic fire burnt his body and demonic energy surged from his body. Strange black fog surged around him. Although he was screaming in pain from being burned by the karmic fire, Ling Xiao could tell that Mo Luo would not die anytime soon. If that's the case, let me send you on your way. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of cold light as a mysterious aura exuded from his body. The sky-devouring sword was dazzling as it slowly rose in the void. Ling Xiao's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. There seemed to be 6 mysterious world shadows behind him. The 6 worlds revolved around each other, exuding the concept of reincarnation. It was extremely terrifying. The third style of the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and destroying earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation, this style was too terrifying. It contained a power that could pierce through life and death. Once the sword was unleashed, there would only be death. With the power that Ling Xiao had borrowed, he could only perform one move. After that, Ling Xiao would be exhausted and the borrowed power would disappear. However, Ling Xiao was willing to take the risk. Ling Xiao could tell that although the demonic Buddha was strong and the fire of karma was terrifying, Mo Luo seemed to have an aura that could cut off karma. It would be difficult to kill Mo Luo. Only the 6 paths of reincarnation could kill Mo Luo. Rumble, there was a thunderous boom that seemed to shake the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation behind Ling Xiao radiated with boundless divine force, causing Ling Xiao's aura to rise to the limit. Instantly, the sky-devouring sword soared through the air, heading straight for Mo Luo's forehead. The aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation intertwined. The sky-devouring sword seemed to become illusory at that moment, as if it no longer existed in this world. However, it contained an even more terrifying power, causing Mo Luo's expression to change drastically. He could sense a fatal threat from this move. Boom, Mo Luo struggled with all his might. The barrier of Buddhist light around him trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, it was already too late. The sword seemed to be the judgment of the gods, but it also seemed like the power of the underworld king of hell. It pierced through life and death. What it destroyed was not Mo Luo's body, but his life essence. Spurt, the sky-devouring sword instantly shot into Mo Luo's forehead. The illusory sword light seemed very weak, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Ling Xiao himself did not hesitate at all. He followed the sky-devouring sword and rushed into Mo Luo's forehead. Wang, the wordless heavenly book instantly floated out of Ling Xiao's body, turning into a dazzling light that enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, it began to rapidly devour the strange black fog and black blood in Mo Luo's body. Ling Xiao could clearly sense that after the 6 paths of reincarnation slashed down, more than half of Mo Luo's life essence was instantly destroyed. He was already on the verge of death. The full power of the wordless heavenly book instantly shattered Mo Luo's last trace of life. Boom, the light in Mo Luo's eyes dissipated. His huge body collapsed with a loud boom. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The demonic Buddha slowly withdrew the 108 Bodhi pearls and the power of the hellfire. Looking at Mo Luo's collapsed body, 2 streams of blood flowed down from his eyes. 1,000,000 years of tribulation, 10,000 Buddhas gathered into Yama. Kill all the heavenly demon generals, host all spirits. A vast and sorrowful voice came from the demonic Buddha's mouth. He ignored Mo Luo and did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he walked towards the distant sky and disappeared into the horizon. Senior demonic Buddha, are you from 1,000,000 years ago? Although Ling Xiao was in Mo Luo's sea of consciousness, he could still hear the sorrowful voice of the demonic Buddha. His eyes revealed a trace of emotion. The demonic Buddha was a person with a past. Perhaps his origin was related to Mo Luo. Boom, Mo Luo was killed by Ling Xiao, but the strange black fog in his body became the nourishment of the wordless heavenly book. Instantly, a dazzling vortex erupted, wildly devouring the strange energy in Mo Luo's body. The strange black fog was actually the demonic qi and blood in Mo Luo's body. Through this battle, Ling Xiao realized that Mo Luo might not be from this world. The blood in his body was black and the aura around him was incompatible with this world. Moreover, the demonic Buddha's hellfire did not affect him much. Therefore, it was highly likely that Mo Luo was from another world. Is the so-called calamity an invasion from an outside world? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The wordless heavenly book turned into a huge whirlpool and exuded a wave of excitement. It began to devour the energy in Mo Luo's body rapidly. After using the 6 paths of reincarnation, Ling Xiao's energy was depleted and he fell back to the 9th level of the dragon-tiger realm. A sense of weakness surged in his heart and he was not used to it. Moreover, although the earth dragon's body was strong, it still caused great damage to his physical body after releasing such terrifying energy. The wordless heavenly book devoured the energy in Mo Luo's body and fed Ling Xiao strands of extremely pure energy. It merged with his consciousness, bloodline, sea of qi, and physical body to repair his damaged body and improve in all aspects. Although Mo Luo was dead, his remaining energy was left behind by a supreme being. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the wordless heavenly book's devouring this time caused the golden light enveloped by the wordless heavenly book to spread rapidly. Originally, the wordless heavenly book was already 90% filled with golden light. As long as the golden light was completely filled, Ling Xiao would be able to obtain another secret skill. Ling Xiao was looking forward to obtaining the secret skill recorded in the wordless heavenly book. The sky-devouring secret skill was a secret skill that assisted in cultivation, while the ancestral dragon secret skill was a secret skill that cultivated the physical body. For Ling Xiao, it already had such a heaven-defying effect. Ling Xiao desperately wanted to obtain an offensive secret skill. He could imagine that the offensive secret skill in the wordless heavenly book would be extremely powerful and would not be inferior to the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and destroying earth. What's that? Ling Xiao was seated in Mo Luo's sea of consciousness. He was focused on refining the energy from the wordless heaven sutra. Suddenly, he felt a strange ripple. Resplendent light floated out from Mo Luo's sea of consciousness. This is a fragment of Mo Luo's primordial spirit? Ling Xiao shuddered slightly. As a supreme being, Mo Luo's Xianxia was incredibly strong. Although he was killed by Ling Xiao's 6 paths reincarnation, his Xianxia was not completely destroyed. Mo Luo's imprint had already vanished from the soul fragments, but they still gave off a sinister, dark presence. Maybe I can find Xianxia's whereabouts from these soul fragments. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he hurriedly executed the heaven-devouring secret technique. The heaven-devouring golden lotus emitted a bright light as it flew towards the primordial spirit fragment. These Xianxia fragments contained evil demonic qi. They had to be thoroughly cleansed and turned into the purest Xianxia energy before Ling Xiao dared to devour them. The sky-devouring golden lotus was even more miraculous than the sky-devouring spirit seed. Not only could it devour different types of Jin qi, but it could also devour the power of the primordial spirit. The sky-devouring golden lotus could devour anything. The sky-devouring golden lotus emitted a dazzling golden glow. A golden rainbow swept a piece of the primordial spirit fragment over. Strands of light flickered as it began to devour the demonic qi and black mist within. Under Ling Xiao's guidance, the black light on the primordial spirit fragment quickly faded away. It became white, flawless, and crystal clear. Ling Xiao carefully reached out with his spiritual energy and instantly pulled the primordial spirit fragment over to him. He began to devour it. A powerful spiritual energy spread out. The golden figure in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to have eaten a great tonic. It began to solidify and expand. At the same time, a memory imprint appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. These memory imprints were the most precious to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he only kept the memory imprint in the primordial spirit fragment. He removed the rest. Rumble, the sky trembled as tens of thousands of creatures cried. A monstrous figure descended from the 9 heavens, exuding an unparalleled demonic aura. He opened his mouth, causing clouds and mist to rise. Countless humans flew into his mouth and were devoured by him. The primordial spirit fragment recorded the scene of Mo Luo descending to this world and devouring all living beings. It also proved that Mo Luo was not from this world. Nothing. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness. He was filled with killing intent towards these outerium beings. However, he was slightly disappointed that he didn't find any memories related to Xianxia. Next one. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and the sky-devouring golden lotus approached another primordial spirit fragment. The sky-devouring golden lotus cleansed the fragments of Mo Luo's demonic aura before devouring and refining them. The memories that Ling Xiao saw of Mo Luo were fragmented as well. Moreover, they were all memories of Mo Luo after he had descended into this world. He did not know anything about Mo Luo's origins. Ling Xiao saw it as well. The human experts called Mo Luo and the others Outerium celestial demons. Outerium celestial demons were divided into 1-star celestial demons to 9-star celestial demons. Celestial demons were illusory figures without physical bodies. They relied on their powerful spiritual energy to confuse and kill. 1-star celestial demons corresponded to the meridian opening realm of the human race, 8-star celestial demons corresponded to the monarch realm, and 9-star celestial demons corresponded to the half-exalt realm. Above celestial demons were celestial demon generals. They were comparable to supremes and were extremely powerful. Based on the number of stars in their eyes, they were also divided into 1-star celestial demon generals to 9-star celestial demon generals. Above 9-star celestial demon generals were celestial demon kings. They were comparable to titled supremes and stood at the peak of human Tao. They looked down on the world and were extremely powerful. Mo Luo was a celestial demon king. He had invaded the war god continent 10,000 years ago. In the end, he was severely injured and sealed for 10,000 years. Where is Xianxia? Ling Xiao was slightly anxious. He had devoured so many primordial spirit fragments, but he still hadn't found Xianxia's whereabouts. His gaze landed on the last primordial spirit fragment. It was also the largest one. I hope it won't disappoint me again. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began to devour the last primordial spirit fragment. As the pure primordial spirit energy merged with Ling Xiao's consciousness, a grand picture scroll appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Rumble, under the vast sky, the mountains were resplendent. Auspicious Qi rose. This was the Chongsun sect from 10,000 years ago. They had thousands of spiritual mountains and millions of disciples. Mo Luo descended from the 9 heavens. Demonic Qi shrouded the Chongsun sect. Countless celestial demons and celestial demon generals descended and engaged in a life and death battle with the people of the Chongsun sect. Countless disciples of the Chongsun sect were assimilated by the strange black fog. They turned into monsters that only knew how to kill. They turned around and charged at their friends and family. Endless cries, screams, and sorrowful voices resounded throughout the world. The entire Chongsun sect and even the 8 Desolates region fell into a calamity. Brothers, Eternal Great Emperor has been updated for 3 months and 600,000 words. It's finally going to be published. Being published means that you have to pay for it. Other books only cost 300,000 to 400,000 words, but our Eternal Great Emperor is 600,000 words free. This is the result of Muyu's hard work with the editor. If it's not published, the editor will go berserk. First, let's answer a few questions I often see in the comments section. 1. Why do you have to pay for it? The website needs to operate and the author needs to eat. Brothers, think about it. Even your family's old cattle needs to be fed before they can work. If the author keeps updating for free, how can he feed his family? The website will probably close down long ago. There are free periods for a book, but there are also times when it's published. 2. How do you charge for it? Can it be cheaper? The price is set by the website. The author has no say. To be specific, it was 5 cents per 1,000 words. Twilight Rain would only be able to update a chapter with over 2,000 words, which was 10 cents per chapter. 10 cents per chapter was already very cheap. For this reason, Twilight Rain would have to think hard about the plot and work hard for more than an hour to write one chapter. She would have to sit in front of the computer for 4 to 5 hours to update 3 chapters a day. Muyu updates a month. Everyone only needs to spend a few dollars to buy drinks and snacks. So it's already very cheap. 3. How do I subscribe to Eternal Great Emperor? Everyone could read Eternal Emperor on QQ Reading app and Genesis Chinese Network. Book coins could be purchased through WeChat, Alipay, bank cards, and Q coins. 1 renminbi was equivalent to 100 book coins. For example, the 10 chapters of Tomorrow Evening Rain only cost 100 book coins. The quality of a book depends on the number of subscriptions. So, Muyu hopes that everyone can support the original book, if everyone pays a small amount of money to subscribe. Muyu will be happy and passionate. Eternal Great Emperor will be better and more exciting. why not? Muyu was an office worker. She went to work during the day and went home at night to write. She sacrificed all her time for entertainment and rest. Our book, Eternal Great Emperor, was written by Muyu on a quiet night while she was typing on the keyboard. Seeing the comments of many brothers encouraging Muyu, I'm really touched and happy. I was touched because I got to know such a group of cute brothers, but I was also happy because my book was recognized by everyone. Therefore, Muyu would definitely give everyone a blood-boiling, fantastical, and magnificent Eastern fantasy world with even more enthusiasm. Here, Muyu wanted to thank many people. First of all, it was her brothers, such as Long Qijuan, Doraemon, Long Tinghuyu, Qianyi, God Sky Army, Ming Er, God Sky Army, Longzi, Strange Uncle, God Sky Army, Ling Xiao, Little Fan. Too many brothers and sisters. It was because of your support that Eternal Great Emperor became better and better. Secondly, I would like to thank Chief Editor Taishan and Chief Editor Tiger. If it weren't for your recommendations, Eternal Emperor wouldn't have achieved such good results. Finally, I want to thank myself for persevering, for being willing to work hard and fight for a better life. Brothers, Ling Zhao's journey has already begun. The Eight Desolates region is only his starting point. He still has to travel across the War God continent, dominate the Myriad worlds, find Xianxia, find the supreme true dragon for revenge, and start a blood-boiling era, a legend that belongs only to Ling Xiao. Did Ling Xiao find Xianxia among the fragments of his primordial spirit? What would be the next secret technique that Ling Xiao would obtain? Ling Xiao was about to return to the capital. What kind of blood-boiling moment would he experience? Everything will be revealed in the 10 chapters that will explode tomorrow. Starting from noon tomorrow, 10 chapters will explode. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Clang, a dazzling sword radiance soared into the sky like a heavenly river, slashing at the towering Mo Luo. It was a woman in white with an extraordinary temperament. Her face was cold as she fought Mo Luo with the heaven-devouring sword in her hand. Xianxia, is that you? Ling Xiao trembled slightly as his eyes turned red. The figure that he had yearned for day and night had finally appeared in front of him again. Although it still felt surreal, Ling Xiao was still incomparably excited. Rumble, countless spiritual mountains in Xianxia sect were reduced to dust as countless disciples died in the catastrophe. Xianxia wielded the heaven-devouring sword and unleashed an unparalleled sword intent. She unleashed a power that could shake the sky as she attacked Mo Luo. This battle was extremely tragic. Mountains collapsed and the sky shattered. Xianxia started coughing up blood towards the end. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, but the battle intent in her eyes was still strong. The entire Eight Desolation region fell into a catastrophe. Ling Xiao could see thousands of spirits crying as mountains and rivers crumbled. Countless human experts died in battle while the endless heavenly demons descended from the 9 heavens to unleash a bloody catastrophe. Many scenes couldn't be seen clearly anymore. Ling Zhao's gaze seemed to be able to see through 10,000 years of time and space. He saw the delicate figure who killed billions of heavenly demons alone and fought against Mo Luo. She didn't wait for Ling Zhao's return, but the invasion of heavenly demons, the catastrophe of Eight Desolation region, and the bloody dusk of billions of lives. Mo Luo was suppressed in the end. However, Xianxia also paid a heavy price. Her white robe had turned blood red and her beautiful face was extremely pale. Xianxia used her unparalleled divine force to mobilize the power of the 8 Desolation dragon veins and set up the 8 Desolation demon suppression formation to suppress the heavily injured Mo Luo. She also used an ancient monk's golden body as the eye of the formation. The heaven-devouring sword was also left behind on top of Mo Luo's head. It used its supreme sword intent to grind away at Mo Luo's primordial spirit so that he would never be able to rise again. The memories in Mo Luo's primordial spirit were very fragmented. Ling Xiao could only see that Xianxia looked deeply in the direction of Xianxia sect. Her haggard gaze made Ling Zhao's heart ache. In the end, Xianxia tore open the sky dome and stepped on an ancient path to the heavens, disappearing forever. The ancient road to heaven faintly led to a mysterious world. It seemed to be an ancient continent, but it also seemed to be an eternal and indestructible god realm. Jins went to the War God continent? Or did he go to the god realm? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled, revealing a look of incomparable anticipation. If Xianxia finally broke through to the supreme god realm and obtained eternal life, perhaps Ling Xiao would still be able to see her. Jin say, wait for me. The scene before Ling Zhao's eyes disappeared as the last fragment of the soul was completely devoured and refined by him. The extremely pure power of the soul merged with Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, becoming a part of the golden soul. Rumble, Ling Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, and a boundless aura rose from his body, even though most of Mo Luo's energy had been devoured by the wordless heavenly scripture and only a small portion of it had been returned to Ling Zhao. The tremendous energy was as vast as the ocean. It immediately pushed Ling Zhao's cultivation to skyrocket, 9th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm. 10th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm, Perfection, Grandmaster Realm. In just a few moments, Ling Zhao's aura had broken through 2 realms. A kind of connection between heaven and earth spread out, indicating that Ling Zhao had completely entered the Grandmaster Realm. After reaching the Grandmaster Realm, Ling Zhao did not continue to increase his cultivation. Instead, he allowed the wordless heavenly scripture to devour all the energy. This is the true martial path primordial spirit. In Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, a 9-inch tall soul sat cross-legged, radiating a dazzling golden light. It was extremely mysterious. After devouring Mo Luo's soul fragment, Ling Zhao's spiritual energy also skyrocketed. The 1-inch tall soul fragment had completely condensed into a martial path primordial spirit. It sat cross-legged in the void of his sea of consciousness, illuminating the world and controlling his own soul. The condensation of the martial path primordial spirit also meant that Ling Zhao's spiritual energy had officially entered the alchemy Grandmaster realm, comparable to those in the noble realm. From now on, the most difficult stage on the path to the noble realm had been passed. Ling Zhao's cultivation path would be smooth from now on. If others knew about this, they would probably be scared to death. He had condensed a martial path primordial spirit at LV1 of the Grandmaster realm. Even the most dazzling geniuses would admit that they were not as talented as him. Along with the risk came great fortune. After all, Mo Luo was once a heavenly demon king who was comparable to a titled celestial being. Even though he had been suppressed for 10,000 years and his cultivation had weakened to the extreme, he was still a celestial being. It was because of the wordless heavenly tome that Ling Zhao was able to obtain such a great fortune. Buzz, just then, the wordless heavenly scripture began to buzz and tremble. The originally plain wordless heavenly scripture was now completely enveloped in a golden light. A mysterious scripture slowly emerged from the wordless heavenly scripture. Has the wordless heavenly scripture finally been completed? Ling Zhao's eyes widened in shock. A look of great anticipation appeared in his eyes. According to Ling Zhao's guess, the wordless heavenly scripture should have recorded 108 secret skills. All of them were supreme martial arts that could shock the world and dominate the universe. However, the wordless heavenly scripture was too damaged. It had to devour a large amount of energy to reappear the secret skills within. Mo Luo was a heavenly demon king. The wordless heavenly scripture had devoured all of Mo Luo's power. Finally, a page of the heavenly scripture was completed. It was about to reveal a supreme secret skill. Ling Zhao was very much looking forward to it. The sky-devouring secret skill and the ancestral dragon secret skill were secret skills that could assist in cultivation and the secret skill of the physical body. Ling Zhao was more looking forward to an offensive secret skill. However, he was not sure how the secret skill in the wordless heavenly scripture would manifest. He was also not sure what the secret skill would be. Buzz, the wordless heavenly scripture trembled slightly. Then, a page of the heavenly scripture opened. A few ancient golden words appeared on it. Heavenly Spirit Realm number 23, Secret Skill of Shifting. Secret Skill of Shifting? Is it a secret skill about speed? Ling Zhao was slightly disappointed. It was not the offensive secret skill that he was looking forward to. However, when his primordial spirit sank into the heavenly scripture and finished reading the mysterious scripture, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This secret skill recorded that the secret skill of shifting was the fastest secret skill in all the heavens. When cultivated to the extreme, not only could one travel through the void, but they could also shift the endless sand world. It was extremely powerful. However, from the content of the secret skill of shifting was indeed very abnormal. It could be said to be a life-saving trump card. After devouring a heavenly demon king, the 23rd Heavenly Dipper Realm secret art appeared. The price to pay for this secret art is really high. Ling Zhao smiled bitterly. The 23rd Heavenly Dipper Realm secret art wasn't considered high. It couldn't even be compared to his heavenly devouring secret art. If the wordless heavenly book needed to devour a heavenly demon king to appear, wouldn't it mean that he would need to devour a true god to obtain the top 10 secret arts? Ling Xiao was extremely lucky to have the wordless heavenly book devour Mo Luo. Otherwise, it would take him a long time to gather the terrifying energy of the wordless heavenly book. Now it seems that if I can find the incomplete secret art, the wordless heavenly book's energy consumption will be very small. It seems that this is the only way to obtain the secret art in the future. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Mo Luo's corpse had already turned into fine powder. Ling Xiao slowly stood up and a powerful aura spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The entire 8 desolate secret land had been destroyed. The surrounding mountains had collapsed, the earth was torn apart, and countless towering ancient trees had withered, turning the place into a desolate land. I wonder how long it took me to devour and refine Mo Luo's corpse. I wonder if Sister Qingqing and the others managed to escape. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of worry. When he was devouring and refining Mo Luo's corpse, he had forgotten about the time and everything else. He thought of the 1-month life-or-death battle in the Wanshou sect. Ling Xiao could see that the Wanshou sect was actually stalling for time. After all, the Wanshou sect was very far away from the Great Desolation ancient kingdom. I hope I can still make it if I go back now. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The heavenly devouring sword turned into a ray of light and flew into Ling Xiao's Dantian Qi Si to be nourished. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rapidly flew towards the exit of the 8 desolate secret land. Although the exit of the 8 desolate secret land had been destroyed, Ling Xiao naturally knew how to activate the 8 desolate devil suppression grand array. Hence, he was able to leave the secret land easily. Sister Qingqing and the others might have returned to the capital. Ling Xiao guessed. However, there was a sense of worry in his heart as he quickly flew towards the Great Desolation ancient kingdom. Although they arrived very quickly, that was because the Black Eagle possessed extreme speed. With Ling Xiao's own cultivation, he was still unable to reach the speed of the Black Eagle, which could travel 50,000 kilometers in a day. Ling Xiao comprehended the secret art of teleportation while he was on his way back. Because it was the secret art. Because it was related to the laws of the heavens and earth's void energy. Only those in the Grandmaster realm could begin to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, and only then were they qualified to comprehend the secret art of shifting. Teleportation. Teleportation. To travel. 2. Ling Xiao hurried on his journey without stopping. He was covered in dust and finally returned to the capital on the 3rd day. And day was to be. Ling Xiao walked towards the gates of the capital city and saw a few armored warriors inspecting the people entering the city. Their gazes were as sharp and cold as an eagle's. Huh? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he felt that something was wrong. The gate of the capital was guarded by the city guards. The city guards were part of the royal guards and were under the command of Meng Ao. They wore the same black armor and held the Kailan war flag. However, these soldiers wore green armor and carried the green serpent flag. If Ling Xiao remembered correctly, the green serpent army was under the command of Chen Weishan. Why would they take over the city gate defense? Ling Xiao frowned. Could it be that something had happened in the capital? Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the capital, the green Wyrm army noticed Ling Xiao, especially the leader. After seeing Ling Xiao, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. The leader exchanged a few words with the soldier of the Green Serpent Army and was about to leave. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He immediately flew to the side of the commander and grabbed him by the shoulder. How dare you? Put down the leader. The Green Dragon Army soldiers were stunned. They immediately drew their weapons and roared at Ling Xiao with murderous looks on their faces. What? What are you trying to do? The commander was only at the 6th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? Instantly, he was unable to move. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of panic in his eyes. You know me? Why did you run when you saw me? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. The leader swallowed his saliva and said, Young hero, you must be joking. How would I know you? I didn't want to run. It's time for us to change shifts. That's why I left. The leader's eyes flickered as he looked around. You're really dishonest. Ling Xiao sneered and exerted force with his fingers. A strong force came and the leader felt a piercing pain as he started to howl. Are you going to talk? If you don't, you can die. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Looking at the Green Serpent Army and the leader who wanted to leave after seeing Ling Xiao knew that something had happened in the capital. Young Master Ling, please spare my life. I'll talk. The leader was sweating profusely from the pain and quickly begged for mercy. Ling Xiao loosened his grip, and the commander told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the capital with a long face. After Ling Xiao left the capital, it was said that the imperial advisor, Pure Yang spiritual master, and the great Desolation King went into seclusion. The ninth Prince Xia Yunran took the opportunity to collude with Great General Chen Weishan and some of the civil and military officials to seize control of the capital. They announced that the Great Desolation King had passed away and killed the first Prince Xianxia, preparing to ascend the throne. As for those who refused to submit to Xia Yunran, they either died mysteriously or surrendered to Xia Yunran at the last moment. The entire Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom had undergone a huge change. Although Meng Ao was the great commander of the royal army, he was injured and had been recuperating in the Demon King's mansion. Xia Yunran instigated a few of the royal army's leaders to rebel, causing the royal army to be divided. A portion of the royal army joined Xia Yunran, while another portion of the royal army and 300 Tiger Camp soldiers were loyal to Meng Ao. They were all in the Demon King's mansion, confronting Chen Weishan and the others. Xia Yunran actually dared to rebel? This brat is really courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He didn't know why Xia Yunran was so stupid. After all, he was the one who refined the soul-returning pill. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Yang spiritual master would probably come out of seclusion soon. When the three noble realm experts came out, even the martial arts sacred grounds would have to treat them with caution. Xia Yunran was simply courting death. The leader carefully glanced at Ling Xiao and continued, the ninth prince was worried that you would come back, so he ordered us to patrol the gates of the capital. If we find any news about you, we have to report it immediately. I didn't expect Xia Yunran to be so afraid of me. Should I feel honored? Let me ask you, did Ling Qingqing, Xia Hongxiu, and Li Qingfeng return to the capital? The three of them came back 7 days ago, but as soon as they returned, Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu were put under house arrest by the ninth prince. I don't know where Li Qingfeng went either. The commander replied honestly. Good, very good. Xia Yunran must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Do you know where Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu are imprisoned? A cold glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes as he spoke slowly. I'm just a guard, how would I know? But the commander said with a wry smile, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Ling Zhao said impatiently, but what? Spit it out. I heard that something happened at the Demon King's residence. The commander shrunk his head and looked at Ling Xiao fearfully. Something happened at the Demon King's residence? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Some of the Imperial Army elites and Huban camp have joined Meng Ao and are guarding the residence. Even the ninth prince can't do anything about it. However, I heard that Commander Meng Ao, Governor Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiao Mu, Sky Sword Li Ling, and many of the Ling family's clansmen have been assassinated. The commander gritted his teeth and spilled everything. Assassinated? A cold murderous intent spread from Ling Zhao's body, causing the commander to tremble and turn pale. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei were loyal to Ling Zhan and had taken care of Ling Xiao a lot. In Ling Zhao's eyes, they were like family to him. Master Jiaomu was Ling Zhao's in-name disciple. Although he had become Ling Zhao's disciple to learn alchemy, he was willing to work hard for Ling Xiao. In addition, Li Ling had already become an elder of the longevity sect. These people were the closest to Ling Xiao in the royal capital. Why would they be assassinated? Could it be that they were implicated by Ling Xiao? Was it the ninth prince or the Wanshou sect? Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he immediately thought of the ninth prince and the Wanshou sect. However, the commander didn't know about this either. Go tell Xia Yunran that I, Ling Xiao, am back. Tell him to take good care of Ling Qingqing and Xia Hongxiu. If they lose a single strand of hair, I'll take his head. Ling Xiao glanced at the commander and said coldly. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of the Demon King's residence. The commander carefully glanced at Ling Xiao. When he realized that Ling Xiao was already far away, he quickly turned around and ran towards the imperial city from another route. Demon Lord Xianxia's residence. The atmosphere in the majestic and solemn mansion was very tense. Imperial guards in black armor stood in the mansion with bows, swords, spears, and other weapons in their hands. Their eyes were cold as they faced off against the group of soldiers outside. At this moment, the palace of Demon King was surrounded by the Green Dragon Army. The Green Dragon Army's warriors all had powerful auras and a murderous aura. They stared coldly at the palace of Demon King's palace without saying a word. In front of the Green Dragon Army stood a group of powerful figures. There were both young and old, and all of them sneered as they looked at the Demon King manor. There were two people in the lead. One of them was a dignified old man in a black robe. His cultivation had reached level 9 of the Grandmaster realm. Standing beside the old man was a handsome young man in brocade clothes. He had an arrogant look on his face as he looked coldly at the Demon King manor. Clansmen of the Ling family, I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to submit to me, then quickly open the door. Otherwise, when the Demon King manor breaks down, there won't be any survivors. The dignified old man sneered. His voice spread throughout the entire Demon King manor. If Ling Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize that this dignified old man was the former great elder of the Ling family, Ling Yunxiang. Ling Yunxiang, you still have the face to come to the Demon King manor? I didn't expect you to submit to the Wanshou sect and be willing to be their dog. How dare you call yourself a member of the Ling family? The little prince has already made your name out of the Ling family's genealogy. Get lost, or I'll kill you. In the Demon King manor, Meng Ao stood on the watchtower. He looked very pale, but his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Originally, Ling Yunxiang and Ling Tianxi had died in the Demon King manor, and they were killed by people from the underworld. But now, they were alive and well. Even Meng Ao couldn't figure it out. But Ling Yunxiang really did appear here, which could only mean one thing. The person who died earlier wasn't Ling Yunxiang. The scheme of substituting one person for another, thinking of this, Meng Ao felt a chill in his heart. Ling Yunxiang faked his death to escape, which meant that there was an unfathomably powerful force behind him. Meng Ao, that little bastard Ling Xiao is already dead. The entire imperial city is now the 9th prince's world. The 9th prince will ascend to the throne soon. If you continue to resist, you'll die without a burial place. Clansmen of the Ling family, do you want to be exterminated along with him? Ling Yunxiang sneered. His gaze fell on the Ling family clansmen beside Meng Ao. The Ling family clansmen who stayed in the Demon King manor were all selected by Ling Xiao. They didn't commit any major crimes and were willing to draw a clear line with Ling Yunxiang. However, the news of Ling Xiao's death in the 8 Desolation secret realm had spread throughout the royal capital. The Demon King's mansion had been besieged by the Green Flood Dragon Army for so long, so all the clansmen of the Ling clan were in a panic. Hearing Ling Yunxiang's words, the Ling family clansmen were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with struggle. Ling Xiao didn't spread the news of Ling Yunxiang and Ling Tianxi's deaths, so most of the Ling family clansmen didn't know that Ling Yunxiang and Ling Tianxi were dead. They thought that the two of them had escaped. Don't listen to Ling Yunxiang's nonsense. The little prince won't die. He'll be back soon. When that time comes, Ling Yunxiang will die. Moreover, Xia Yunran rebelled against his superiors, which is a major crime. When the king comes out of seclusion, it will be his death. Meng Ao's cold gaze swept across the Ling family clansmen as he spoke loudly. Currently, there were less than 1,000 people in the Imperial Army and the 300 Huban camp who were loyal to Meng Ao. However, the Green Dragon Army outside had more than 10,000 people. There were also more than 1,000 Ling family clansmen in the Demon King manor. Among them, there was no lack of experts with high cultivation. If these people were to be incited by Ling Yunxiang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha ha ha. Meng Ao, you're about to die, and you still dare to boast so shamelessly? You're just a piece of trash now. If you dare to come out, I'll definitely kill you. Ling family clansmen, I advise you to think clearly. In a moment, I'll give the order to attack. If you don't make the right choice, then don't blame me for not caring about our relationship. Ling Yunxiang sneered. Behind him stood dozens of Ling family clansmen. They were all people who were purged by Ling Xiao in the Demon King manner. Now, they had all surrendered to Ling Yunxiang. Hearing Ling Yunxiang's words, they also began to shout at the Ling family clansmen in the Demon King manner. Quickly surrender. If you follow the Great Elder, you won't be mistreated. The ninth prince has already promised. Once he ascends the throne, the Great Elder will be the Demon King Xianxia. At that time, you won't be lacking in glory and wealth. The Demon King manor is our Ling family's territory. When did Meng Ao become the master? Ling Xiao is already dead, and the Great Elder is now the master of the Ling family. Could it be that you want to betray the Ling family? Come out. As long as you come out, the Great Elder will let bygones be bygones. Behind Ling Yunxiang, the Ling family clansmen began to shout with all their might. Within the Demon King manor, the commotion among the Ling family clansmen became more and more intense. Everyone's eyes revealed signs of struggle and desire. They were very clear about the current situation of the Demon King's mansion. The most powerful heavenly sword Li Ling, Great Master Jiao Mu, Meng Ao, and Lu Xiongfei were all heavily injured. Moreover, how could a mere 1,000 imperial guards resist the Green Dragon army and Ling Yunxiang? Meng Ao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. If there were really members of the Ling family who had defected, it would be one disaster after another for the Demon King's manor. Young master, where are you? I'm useless, and I won't be able to defend the Devil Mansion, Meng Ao sighed in his heart, but his eyes revealed a trace of determination. He had decided that even if he died in battle, he would not let Ling Yunxiang succeed. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao would return. When Ling Xiao returned, it would be the death of Ling Yunxiang. Young master, the clansmen of the Ling family are already tempted. Once they panic, we can easily take down the Demon King's mansion. Ling Yunxiang looked at the brocade-robed young man beside him and smiled flatteringly. Very good, you've done well. Today, we must take down the Devil Mansion. As long as we capture Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiao Mu, and Li Ling, even if Ling Xiao is not dead, he will be obedient. The brocade-robed young man smiled faintly, and his eyes revealed a trace of victory. The brocade-robed young man was called He Feng, and he was the son of the Thousand Beasts sect's elder He Qing. This time, he followed the Thousand Beasts sect's first true disciple to the imperial city for a life-and-death battle with Ling Xiao. But he did not expect Ling Xiao to die in the 8 desolate secret zone. He Qing privately told He Feng that Ling Xiao had a supreme inheritance, and it was very likely that he was not dead. Therefore, he asked him to take down the Devil Mansion and capture Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiao Mu, and Li Ling. These 4 people would definitely be able to make Ling Xiao hesitate. Although He Qing did not know why he believed that Ling Xiao was not dead, to be able to defeat Shi Tianluo, who was at the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm, this terrifying talent was beyond He Feng's imagination. Therefore, he also believed that Ling Xiao must have a supreme inheritance. As long as he captured Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiao Mu, and Li Ling, he would be able to make Ling Xiao obediently hand over his inheritance. Thinking of this, He Feng's heart began to burn. Ling Xiao, I really hope you're not dead yet. Before you're killed by senior brother Tiger, all your heaven-defying inheritance and treasures are mine. He Feng's eyes revealed a hint of greed as he thought to himself. Great Elder, I'm willing to surrender. At this moment, a voice came from the Demon King's mansion. A middle-aged Ling family clansman quickly ran out, his eyes filled with panic. Meng Ao's gaze turned cold. He pointed at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Kill him." Suddenly, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Huban battalion soldiers. Countless arrows shot towards the middle-aged man. With a sharp sound, the arrows pierced through the air and turned the middle-aged man into a sieve. Whoever dares to surrender will end up like him. The Demon King's mansion can only belong to young master. Anyone who dares to betray young master will die. Meng Ao's voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell. His murderous gaze swept across the Ling clan, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. The originally restless crowd began to calm down. Clansman, the Demon King's mansion belongs to the Ling clan. What does it have to do with Meng Ao? Let's go together and open the door to welcome Great Elder. A sinister voice rang out from the crowd of the Ling family. Instantly, the crowd, who had just regained their calm, began to stir again. Who's there? Get out here. Meng Ao's gaze changed, but he realized that the voice was erratic in the crowd. He couldn't find the person who spoke at all. Clansman, the Green Flood Dragon Army is about to attack. Do you think that just 1,000 royal guards can stop the Green Flood Dragon Army? You have to know that Meng Ao is already trash. If Great Elder makes a move, he will die without a doubt. The Imperial City now belongs to the 9th Prince. Even if Ling Xiao isn't dead, what can he do? If he doesn't die at the 9th Prince's hands, he will die at the hands of the Wanshou sect. Follow Great Elder and you can still live. If you resist, only death awaits you. That sinister voice rang out again. It drifted through the crowd, and it emitted a kind of tempting fluctuation. Suddenly, more and more Ling clan clansmen began to move. Coward who hides his head but shows his tail. Get out here if you dare. Meng Ao was about to explode from anger. His expression was extremely ugly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, a few Ling clan clansmen who were near the door had a fierce look in their eyes. Instantly, their cultivation exploded and they charged towards the royal guards beside them. Pu, a few royal guards had their hearts pierced from the back. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they died. As for the Ling clan clansmen, they ran towards the door of the Demon King's mansion in a frenzy. They wanted to open the door and let Ling Yunxiang and the others in. Clansmen, charge! Kill these bandits who have taken over our home. Suddenly, many Ling clan clansmen began to go berserk. Their eyes were filled with madness as they charged towards the royal guards beside them. Bastard, bastard, Meng Ao's vision turned black as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to faint. He didn't expect that the Demon King's mansion would be in chaos before Ling Yunxiang and the others even attacked. Looking at the deafening battle cries in the Demon King's mansion, he felt helpless. Ha ha ha, young master they are already in chaos. We can attack the city now. Ling Yunxiang's eyes lit up when he heard the battle cries coming from the Demon King's mansion. He laughed and said, attack. Other than Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, Jiao Mu, and Li Ling, kill everyone else. He Feng's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he said indifferently. What about the Ling clan clansmen? Ling Yunxiang asked hesitantly. Humph. These clansmen are two-faced. If they can betray others today, they can betray you tomorrow. What's the use of keeping them? Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. He Feng snorted coldly. With one sentence, he decided the fate of the Ling clan clansmen. Yes. Although Ling Yunxiang felt a little heartache, these were all Ling clan clansmen. They were also the capital of the Ling clan in the future. He couldn't bear to kill them all. However, he didn't dare to disobey He Feng's orders. He could only nod in agreement. Boom, following Ling Yunxiang's order, the Green Dragon army that surrounded the Demon King's mansion began to move. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Arrows rained down from the sky and covered the entire Demon King's mansion. Some of the arrows even contained the fluctuation of genuine qi and gang qi. They were able to explode with unparalleled power. After landing in the Demon King's mansion, waves of miserable cries could be heard. The Demon King's mansion was magnificent. Even the surrounding walls were dozens of feet high, making it look like a small city. There were many watchtowers on which the Imperial Army soldiers were stationed. After several rounds of arrow rain, the Imperial Army and the Ling family suffered heavy casualties. The Green Dragon Army soldiers began to set up siege equipment and charged towards the Demon King's mansion. Rumble, the extremely sturdy gate of the Demon King's mansion could not withstand the impact of the Green Dragon Army. Soon, it was completely broken. Countless Green Dragon Army soldiers rushed out and began a fierce battle with the Imperial Army. It's over. Meng Ao's face showed a trace of pain and he closed his eyes. Meng Ao, die. Ling Yunxiang's cold eyes fell on Meng Ao's face. He suddenly jumped up like a rock and rushed towards Meng Ao. Although Hifeng asked him to spare Meng Ao and the others, it was not a problem to beat Meng Ao half to death to vent his anger. Meng Ao was severely injured and could not even exert the strength of a grandmaster. How could he be Ling Yunxiang's opponent? "Commander, let's go!" Several tiger camp soldiers in black armor roared. They held black sabers in their hands and burst out with all their strength, charging towards Ling Yunxiang. "You're courting death." Ling Yunxiang's eyes turned cold. Although these tiger camp soldiers were brave, they were only in the dragon-tiger realm. How could they be his opponent? "Gotcha!" Ling Yunxiang threw out a palm and a powerful innate gang chi burst out. It rolled up a sky full of saber radiance and smashed all the sabers. Then, it hit the tiger camp soldiers hard. Bang! The tiger camp soldiers' hearts were smashed by Ling Yunxiang's palm. They fell to the ground and died. "Commander, we'll stop him." "Run!" Numerous soldiers of the Huban camp stood in front of Ling Yunxiang dauntlessly. Their eyes were full of fearlessness and crazed fighting intent. "No!" Meng Ao roared. His eyes were wide open and 2 lines of blood flowed down his cheeks. These were all warriors that he had personally trained. Many of them were orphans, and they were only in their 20s. They originally had a bright future ahead of them, but they had all died in Ling Yunxiang's hands because of Meng Ao. Meng Ao's heart was bleeding. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. "Ling Yunxiang, I'll kill you!" Meng Ao roared as a sky halberd appeared in his hand. It emitted an unparalleled sharpness as he channeled all of his chi and blood into it and slashed towards Ling Yunxiang. "A piece of trash dares to fight me? You're courting death." Ling Yunxiang sneered. If Meng Ao was at his peak, Ling Yunxiang would naturally be extremely fearful. However, Meng Ao had already become a cripple now, and his combat strength was less than 10%. How could he possibly be a match for Ling Yunxiang? Rumble, a black longsword appeared in Ling Yunxiang's palm. Powerful Xiantian gang chi was infused into it. Suddenly, a torrential sword radiance shot towards Meng Ao. Clang, the sky halberd and the black sword collided, and an unparalleled sharpness erupted. Ling Yunxiang's body trembled slightly, and he could not help but take a few steps back. The sky halberd flew out of Meng Ao's hand. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he suddenly fell to the ground. "Am I really going to die?" "Your Highness, I didn't take good care of the young master. I apologize to you again." A trace of bitterness surged in Meng Ao's heart. His vision turned black, and he felt that the world was spinning. Although his furious attack was terrifying, after all, half of his cultivation had been destroyed. It was difficult for him to exert the combat strength of a guru, let alone fight with Ling Yunxiang, who was at LV9 of the guru realm. After that attack, Meng Ao suffered a huge backlash, and he was on the verge of death. "Ling Yunxiang, you're courting death." At this moment, a voice that contained monstrous anger exploded between heaven and earth. In the void in the distance, a figure, like a golden lightning, emitted a dazzling golden glow, and wrapped in a brilliant heavenly might, flew across the sky. It was a young man in white, bathed in golden sunlight. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning, full of cold killing intent and anger. Ling Xiao was back. "The young master is back?" Meng Ao vaguely heard Ling Xiao's voice and saw the peerless figure in white. Suddenly, a trace of calmness emerged in his heart, and he completely fainted. "Ling Xiao? Didn't you die in the Ba Huang secret area?" Ling Yunxiang's face changed greatly, and then a deep-seated hatred appeared in his eyes. It was because of Ling Xiao that Ling Yunxiang lost control of the Ling family after Ling Tianxi's death. He could only live in the dark like a stray dog. Therefore, his hatred for Ling Xiao had reached an extreme. Ling Xiao was also shocked. He saw Ling Yunxiang die in the demon mansion with his own eyes. Now that Ling Yunxiang had appeared alive, it seemed that Ling Yunxiang must have a big secret. However, no matter what, Ling Yunxiang was going to die today. "Ling Yunxiang, you're really scheming. In order to escape by faking your death, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your own grandson. However, even if you didn't die, I'll kill you again today." Ling Xiao's eyes were piercingly cold, and his killing intent was blazing. He didn't dare to imagine that if he had come back a little later, the demon mansion would have been flooded with blood and no one would be left alive. Ling Yunxiang deserved to die, hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Yunxiang's face twisted. He looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and said, Ling Xiao, I'll make you pay with your life for Tianxi. Die. Boom, the black sword in Ling Yunxiang's hand emitted an unparalleled sharpness, and it flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Looking at Ling Yunxiang, who was holding a sword, he threw a simple punch. Boundless blood and chi rose, and a golden divine dragon condensed around Ling Xiao. The fist radiance was vast and mighty, and it caused the void to tremble slightly. It contained a force that could suppress everything. What? Ling Yunxiang's face changed drastically. He felt a fatal danger from this punch. Ling Xiao's current strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. How did Ling Xiao's combat strength become so terrifying in such a short period of time? However, Ling Yunxiang didn't have time to think. The fist that was like the sun swept across the sky, and in an instant, it swept away all the sword radiance, and violently slammed into the black longsword. Crack, the black longsword was directly shattered by Ling Xiao, and the unparalleled divine force was transmitted into Ling Yunxiang's body, causing him to spit out blood. He was sent flying dozens of feet away by Ling Xiao's punch. Die. Rumble, the void trembled. The golden fist radiance was so vast that it seemed to have shrouded the sea in the void. Boundless fist radiance fell and bloomed with billions of rays of light. Ling Xiao came from the sky. His fist technique was invincible. He was like a peerless divine king who could suppress the world and sweep through the wilderness. His blood and chi shattered a large area of the sea of clouds. Ling Yunxiang's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. Facing Ling Xiao's fist, it was like facing the vast power of heaven. It made him feel like an ant looking up at a god. No. Block it for me. Ling Yunxiang's complexion was incomparably malevolent. He roared crazily. Endless ghost aura gushed out from his body. Behind him, a huge skeleton exuded monstrous dead chi. It seemed as if it had come from the 9 Serenities hell. It soared across the sky towards Ling Xiao. Ling Yunxiang was bleeding from his 7 orifices. More than half of his essence blood had been drained. He used a forbidden technique to desperately block Ling Xiao's attack. The huge skeleton looked like the ghost king of hell. Its eyes were blazing with ghost fire. The monstrous evil chi seemed to have condensed into a black sword radiance that shot toward Ling Xiao rapidly. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist landed on the huge skeleton. The vast fist radiance and the sword radiance collided with each other, creating a violent explosion that made the heavens and earth tremble. Crack, the skeleton that was filled with the aura of death actually shattered in an instant, unable to withstand the terrifying physical strength of Ling Xiao, which was like a real dragon, and exploded in an instant. Puff, the skeleton was formed by Ling Yunxiang's essence blood and spiritual soul. It was a self-mutilating secret technique. After it was destroyed by Ling Xiao, Ling Yunxiang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened and he fell from the void. Ling Yunxiang, die. Ling Xiao's eyes were piercingly cold. His killing intent was like a substance that completely locked onto Ling Yunxiang. After the skeleton was destroyed by Ling Xiao, he did not stop and continued to attack Ling Yunxiang. Everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it was the soldiers of the royal guards, Green Dragon Army, or the clansmen of the Ling family, they were all in disbelief. That was Ling Yunxiang, who was at the 9th level of the Supreme Power Realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Celestial Realm. Even in the capital city, he was well known. In the end, he couldn't even last 2 rounds under Ling Xiao's hands. He was about to die at Ling Xiao's hands. One punch to shatter the black sword, and one punch to severely injure Ling Yunxiang. Ling Xiao's godlike demeanor was forever imprinted in everyone's hearts. Young Master He, help me. Seeing Ling Xiao charging over, Ling Yunxiang's eyes were filled with terror. He turned to He Feng and begged for mercy. He Feng frowned slightly, but still made his move. Whoosh, a white sword light shot out from He Feng's hand. It was like a divine rainbow. It contained a monstrous sharpness as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He actually felt a trace of danger from the sword light that was shooting towards him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he threw out a punch. The vast fist force exploded in the void, disappearing at the same time as the sword light. You're Ling Xiao? Ling Yunxiang is a member of our Wanshou sect. You dare to attack him? Do you want to die? Fang's eyes flashed with a hint of greed as he sneered. Who are you? Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't even look at Fang. He hurriedly went to check on Meng Ao's condition. Although Meng Ao was severely injured, his life was not in danger for the time being. He was slightly relieved. Moreover, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed when he saw Meng Ao's empty sleeve. His eyes instantly surged with monstrous killing intent as he looked at Fang and Ling Yunxiang. Ling Yunxiang was already scared out of his wits. He ran back to Fang's side and pointed at Ling Xiao viciously. Ling Xiao, you're dead. This is the true disciple of the Wanshou sect, one of the 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect, young master Fang. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect? So you're the same as Shi Tianluo? Ling Xiao sneered coldly. This Fang looked very arrogant, but his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Although his cultivation was higher than Shi Tianluo's, in Ling Zhao's opinion, whether it was his temperament or strength, he was inferior to Shi Tianluo. Such a person actually became one of the 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect. His status in the Wanshou sect was probably not ordinary. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Fang's face instantly turned red. His eyes revealed a touch of coldness as he said coldly, Shi Tianluo is ranked 7th among the 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect. He lost to you only because he was incompetent. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to make a life-and-death battle with the Wanshou sect. You're simply courting death. This time, the Tiger King, ranked 3rd among the 7 disciples of the Wanshou sect, is here. You're definitely dead. If you know what's good for you, kneel down obediently and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the martial arts you've cultivated. Maybe I can even beg the Tiger King for mercy and let you live. Kneel down and beg for mercy? Hand over the martial arts? So you've taken a fancy to the martial arts I've cultivated. I'm afraid that you'll have the life to covet it, but not the life to cultivate it. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he sneered coldly. He didn't expect that this arrogant-looking young man would covet his martial arts and even shamelessly ask him to hand it over. At this moment, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he discovered that the Ling family members who had betrayed the Demon King's mansion were all trying to escape. Since you dared to betray the Ling family, you should be prepared to die. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as he flicked his finger. Streaks of invisible energy swords flew through the air, containing a cold murderous aura and killing intent. Suddenly, screams sounded one after another. The Ling family members who had escaped the Demon King's mansion were all pierced through the heart by the invisible energy swords. They screamed as they fell into a pool of blood. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold, and he didn't even frown. His gaze fell on the Ling family members who had followed Ling Yunxiang. Immediately, their faces changed and they wanted to escape. I once gave you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, then you can go and die. The ground beneath Ling Zhao's feet trembled, and immediately, the hard bluestone ground cracked open like a spider web. Powerful Xiantian chi force flowed along the ground, turning into sharp chi swords that shot out from under the feet of the Ling family clansmen, killing them all. Even Dragon Tiger Realm and Grandmaster Realm powerhouses were like chopping vegetables in front of Ling Xiao. They died cleanly and cleanly. In an instant, hundreds of Ling family members were killed by Ling Xiao on the long street outside the Demon King's mansion. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Fang was instantly enraged. Ling Xiao killing people in front of him was simply a slap to his face, making him feel extremely humiliated. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. His murderous eyes fell on Ling Yunxiang. Although I don't know how you faked your death and what's your relationship with the netherworld, it's no longer important. Once you're dead, everything will be over. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he walked towards Ling Yunxiang. Bang! 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 Every step Ling Xiao took caused the ground to rumble. The bluestone ground cracked and a monstrous murderous aura exuded from Ling Xiao's body, oppressing Ling Yunxiang. How dare you! Fang was completely enraged. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Ling Xiao. Qi, an ancient silver sword appeared in Yifang's hand, exuding a blazing light. The light was so bright that it caused the void to tremble slightly. Moreover, the brocade robe on Yifang's body began to emit a brilliant light. Runes spread out. It was a powerful treasure. 2 peerless weapons? No wonder you're so confident. However, if you want to stand up for Ling Yunxiang, you must be prepared to die. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed when he saw the ancient silver sword and brocade robe in Yifang's hand. They were both peerless spiritual weapons, especially the brocade robe. It exuded an extremely powerful defensive fluctuation. Experts below the celestial realm would find it difficult to break through Yifang's defense. However, Ling Xiao was no ordinary expert of the Grandmaster realm. Boom! Ling Xiao threw a punch at Ling Yunxiang. The divine light around him was blazing. His golden blood rose as if it had turned into a golden dragon, coiling around Ling Xiao. The dragon's head merged with Ling Xiao's arm, erupting with an earth-shattering power. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Yifang's eyes flashed. The ancient silver sword in his hand pierced through the air like a silver lightning. It was extremely fast. Ling Yunxiang's eyes were filled with terror, and he quickly retreated. Get lost. Ling Zhao's face flashed coldly. His fist intent covered the sky and changed direction. His fist landed on the ancient silver sword. An unparalleled fist force erupted. It was terrifying. Rumble, the ancient silver sword trembled as countless sword lights were shattered by Ling Zhao's punch. The runes on the ancient silver sword suddenly exploded, and the overflowing divine power passed into Yifang's arm, causing his entire body to shake. The ancient silver sword almost flew out of his hand. Even though the supreme-grade defensive artifact on his body had blocked most of the force, he was still sent flying dozens of feet away by Ling Zhao's punch. How is this possible? Only when he truly faced Ling Xiao, did Crane know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. His eyes were filled with shock. He felt as if he wasn't facing a human youth, but a primordial ferocious beast with monstrous vitality, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Ling Xiao had condensed the sky-devouring golden lotus, his earth dragon body had reached phenomenal success, and he had condensed his martial path primordial spirit. His cultivation had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. His combat strength had increased by more than 10 times or even 100 times compared to when he had fought with Shi Skyfall. Right now, Ling Xiao was confident that even if Sky Snake Descent appeared before him again, he would be able to blast it apart with a single punch. Therefore, a simple punch with the power of his physical body was enough to repel Yifang. Ling Yunxiang, prepare to die. Without Yifang's obstruction, Ling Zhao's cold gaze landed on Ling Yunxiang. His entire body turned into a golden lightning bolt and flew across the sky. No. No, Ling Yunxiang felt the threat of death. His eyes were filled with horror, and there was no trace of fighting spirit left in him. Golden light exploded in the sky, enveloping Ling Zhao's peerless figure as he charged towards Ling Yunxiang. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ling Yunxiang. Boom, a cold, dark, and evil aura emanated from Ling Yunxiang's body. His eyes instantly turned silver, and his entire body was enveloped in a black death aura. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared into the void in an instant. In the next moment, Ling Yunxiang appeared behind Ling Xiao. A slender black sword appeared in his hand, and a cold murderous intent filled the air as he stabbed towards Ling Zhao's heart. Ling Yunxiang's transformation was beyond everyone's imagination. Who would have thought that the person who seemed to be on the verge of collapse and had no strength to resist would actually reveal his ferocious fangs at the last moment and launch a sure-kill attack? Ling Yunxiang's eyes were cold, and there was no trace of fear left. The slender sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced through Ling Zhao's heart. Bang! Ling Zhao's body directly exploded, and he disappeared into the void. Ling Yunxiang's expression also changed greatly in an instant. Because he felt that the slender sword piercing through Ling Zhao's heart was just an illusion. In front of him was only an afterimage left behind by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already disappeared before his eyes. Then where was Ling Xiao? Ling Yunxiang felt a chill all over his body, and a monstrous murderous intent came from behind him. Ling Xiao had already appeared behind Ling Yunxiang without him noticing. Ling Yunxiang, die! Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Before Ling Yunxiang could do anything, Ling Xiao had already grabbed Ling Yunxiang's arms and suddenly tore them apart. Boom, how terrifying was Ling Zhao's strength. It was almost comparable to the cub of a primordial fierce beast. Everyone saw Ling Yunxiang's body instantly explode in the void. Blood mist filled the air, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Ling Yunxiang was torn apart by Ling Xiao. That hellish scene made many people's stomachs churn, and they couldn't help but vomit. Buzz, in between Ling Zhao's eyebrows, his mental strength turned into a golden light. In an instant, it rolled up in the void, rolled up a black spiritual light, and suppressed it in between his eyebrows. After condensing the martial Dao primordial spirit, Ling Zhao's mental strength had many more means. He could see the soul of a martial artist, and use his supreme magic power to capture the soul and obtain the information he wanted. After Ling Yunxiang was killed, Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that his soul had not dissipated to directly roll up his soul and suppress it in his sea of consciousness. Blood rain filled the sky. Ling Zhao's white robe was whiter than snow, and there was not a trace of blood on it. He stepped out of the void, and his eyes were calm and indifferent. However, no one dared to look at him directly, and they all lowered their heads. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Such a young man in front of them, who looked like he had just entered the first level of the Grandmaster realm, could actually tear Ling Yunxiang apart so easily. Moreover, Ling Yunxiang's ghostly speed when he was about to die just now was very easy to kill even for a celestial realm expert if they were not careful. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have known it and reacted in advance. The light under Ling Zhao's feet flickered like a long rainbow. He walked as if he was stepping on an invisible staircase in the void. He was very confident. The reason why Ling Xiao could suddenly disappear and then appear behind Ling Yunxiang was because he used a teleportation technique. He didn't expect the effect to be so good that even Ling Yunxiang, who was at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, was fooled. Ling Zhao's gaze fell on Yifeng. Yifeng's body trembled, and his face became extremely ugly. Although he had only fought with Ling Xiao once, he knew that he was definitely not Ling Zhao's opponent. However, if he retreated like this, he felt that he would lose face and was very unwilling to accept it. "Young master, you're back? That's great." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the Demon King's mansion. Ling Zhao's body trembled. He suddenly turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a white robe who looked extremely confident. He was supported by 2 armored soldiers of the Tiger Camp and walked out. It was Lu Xiongfei. At this moment, Lu Xiongfei looked very pale and his breath was weak. It was difficult for him to even stand up. Moreover, he only had one leg left. The other leg had disappeared at some point. Meng Ao lost an arm, and Lu Xiongfei lost a leg. Ling Zhao's eyes instantly turned blood red. "Uncle Lu, what's going on? Where's your leg? Who did it?" Ling Zhao's voice was bone-chilling. He suppressed a monstrous anger and his eyes turned red. He had only been away for more than 10 days. Not only did the situation in the royal capital change, but the Demon King's mansion was almost destroyed. Lu Xiongfei and Meng Ao were also seriously injured and on the verge of death. "It's the underworld." Lu Xiongfei's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. He said, "Young master, after you left the royal capital, the underworld sent 2 heaven-rank assassins and more than 10 gold-rank assassins. They wanted to slaughter my Demon King's mansion. Fortunately, Li Ling was there. He had risked his life to kill a heaven-ranked assassin, heavily injuring another, and even killing a few gold-ranked assassins. However, Li Ling had also been heavily injured, and Master Jiamu was still unconscious. My leg and Meng Ao's arm were all done by the underworld." "The underworld? Hell." Ling Xiao enunciated each and every word coldly. The fury in his eyes almost burned the heavens. His hatred for the underworld had reached its peak. Even though the underworld had tried to assassinate Ling Xiao on so many occasions, he had never felt the urge to kill all the rats that were hiding in the shadows. Why would the underworld's assassins target the Demon King's mansion so crazily? "Aren't they trying to kill me?" There was a hint of doubt in Ling Zhao's eyes, but he immediately turned to look at Yifeng. In the entire royal capital, only the Wanshou sect hated Ling Xiao so much that they even wanted to get rid of the Demon King's residence. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the Wanshou sect had hired assassins from the underworld. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do it." Yifeng jumped in fright, and said angrily out of humiliation. Even if you didn't do it, it has something to do with your Xianxia sect. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first and collect some interest. Ling Xiao's gaze was piercingly cold. His entire body exuded an unparalleled aura as he walked towards Yifeng. Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Green Dragon Army, listen to my command, charge. I don't believe that these 10,000 people can't kill you. Yifeng said fiercely. Although he felt that he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, these Green Dragon Army could be said to be Chen Weishan's elite troops. There were many experts in the Dragon Tiger realm among them. With so many soldiers surrounding him, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he could still be exhausted to death. A Green Dragon Army seal appeared in Yifeng's hand. Immediately, the 10,000 Green Dragon Army outside the Demon King's mansion roared at the same time. Pairs of cold eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Boom, powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. These were all elite warriors who had fought on the battlefield and survived hundreds of battles. The overflowing blood and killing intent emitted by the tens of thousands of people pressed down across the sky, causing the faces of the people in the Demon King manor to change greatly. The 10,000-strong Green Dragon Army had actually already condensed an army spirit. Their chi interweaved with each other, and their blood boiled. They emitted a kind of great power of heaven and earth, just like a celestial tier elite. They were able to mobilize the power of laws in the unseen world, using their power to suppress others. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at the Green Dragon Army in front of him and sighed. They were indeed the most elite force under Chen Weishan's command. They were really strong. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to tangle with the Green Dragon Army for too long. Yifeng, you're really different. Even if your cultivation is higher than Shi Tian Luo, you'll never be able to defeat him. Even if you have more people, you won't be able to defeat him. Ling Xiao sneered and the longevity ring shone with a lustrous light. Instantly, over 100 ferocious-looking giant full-armed apes emerged from the longevity ring. Every one of them had blood-red eyes and long arms. Blood energy surged up from their bodies and they looked incomparably valiant. Especially the leader, the long-armed ape king. His body was more than 100 feet tall. He was like a small mountain, exuding an extremely powerful pressure. If they were facing Ling Xiao, the 10,000 Green Dragon Army soldiers could still muster up their courage. However, facing the hundreds of long-armed giant apes that suddenly appeared and felt the monstrous murderous aura, their expressions changed drastically. Their morale was shaken. Roar, the long-armed giant apes pounded their chests and bared their sharp fangs. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, they immediately charged towards the Green Wyrm army. Boom, more than 100 long-armed giant apes rushed over like a black flood. Demonic aura was rolling, and blood chi soared into the sky. The Green Flood Dragon Army was instantly torn apart. Countless Green Flood Dragon Army soldiers were killed by the long-armed giant apes, and some were even trampled into meat paste. Battle cries shook the sky. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Especially with the long-armed ape king that was comparable to the peak of the sky realm. The Green Dragon Army didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The sudden appearance of hundreds of long-armed giant apes gave Yifeng a great shock. Especially the long-armed ape king's terrifying aura. It scared him so much that his legs almost went soft. This was definitely a 6th-level demonic beast that was comparable to the sky realm. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 6th-level demonic beast. It possessed the bloodline of an immemorial beast and was extremely powerful. Yifeng didn't expect Ling Xiao to have subdued such a terrifying 6th-level demonic beast. His whole body began to tremble. If he had known about the existence of the long-armed ape king, why would he still fight? He would just turn around and run. Wasn't that bullying? The long-armed ape king opened his mouth wide and revealed a sinister smile. His huge arm grabbed Yifeng and threw him in front of Ling Xiao. Yifeng did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Bang! Ling Xiao stared coldly at Yifeng. He grabbed Yifeng's neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. Haha, Yifeng's face flushed red as he felt a powerful Xiantian Gang Qi rush into his body, instantly shattering all his meridians, making him feel weak and powerless. His face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with fear. After you die, you can only blame yourself for being a member of the Xianxia sect and for messing with me. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and a strong killing intent flickered in them. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and he was about to kill He Feng. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying wave of air exploded in the air. An old figure shot through the air. His face was filled with anxiety, and his gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with rage and killing intent. Ling Xiao, if you dare to kill my son, I promise you that the entire demon mansion will be wiped out. The old man was He Qing. He Feng and Ling Yunxiang came to attack the demon mansion. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. However, when He Qing felt a terrifying demonic aura from the demon mansion, he knew that things had gone south. He didn't expect to see Ling Xiao trying to kill He Feng as soon as he arrived. This made him go crazy. He Qing only had one son, He Feng. Since he was young, all kinds of resources had been given to him. He had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture him. He doted on this son of his to the extreme. If Ling Xiao killed He Feng, he would definitely go crazy. Father, save me, He Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. He used all his strength to beg for help. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and sneered. So it's your son. No wonder he's such a useless piece of trash. However, I hate it when people threaten me. So, your son can only die. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, He Qing's and He Feng's expressions changed drastically. Ling Xiao, how dare you? He Qing roared and slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. The clouds in the sky gathered and covered the sky like a canopy, containing a terrifying power. Facing the attack of a celestial realm expert, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He was still cold and indifferent. A powerful force burst out from his hand and instantly broke He Feng's throat. He Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Pointing at Ling Xiao, he didn't even have time to say a word before he died. Bang! Ling Xiao didn't even move an inch. The giant long-armed ape beside him suddenly raised its head and looked at He Qing with its blood-red eyes. It punched the air and instantly, a muffled sound rang out. The giant palm was shattered and He Qing was also sent flying by the impact. Although He Qing was also a celestial realm expert, how could he be a match for the long-armed ape king? The long-armed ape king was already a demonic beast at the peak of the 6th rank, half a step away from becoming a 7th-rank demon king. Feng. He Qing's eyes turned red in an instant. The fire of anger in his eyes seemed to want to burn everything. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with hatred and resentment. Ling Xiao, I will make you pay with your life. He Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Even though he wasn't a match for the long-armed ape king, he could tell that the long-armed ape king was strong. However, without reaching the demon king realm, there was no way he could fly. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, the long-armed ape king might not be able to protect Ling Xiao. Rumble, a terrifying aura spread out. He Qing's hair was disheveled and his face was ferocious. A strange longsword appeared in his hand. His cold killing intent locked onto Ling Xiao. Finally going berserk? Ling Xiao stared at He Qing. There was no fear in his eyes. His battle intent surged. The sky-devouring sword seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's battle intent. In his dantian, it started to vibrate. Ling Xiao now had the confidence to challenge even a celestial realm expert. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of He Qing. Instead, he wanted to fight with He Qing to see where the limit of his combat strength was. He Qing, your mind is in a mess. At this moment, a sigh sounded in the void. With a flash of light in the void, an old man in a grey robe appeared. His hair and beard were all white, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His aura was very ordinary. Just by standing in the void, he seemed to have become the center of the world. Noble realm? No, he's only a half-step to the noble realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt a strong sense of danger. The old man in grey robe before him was like the ruler of the world. His aura could make the world tremble. To become a noble realm expert, one had to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and control the will of heaven and earth. Secondly, one had to condense the martial path primordial spirit and become one with oneself. Although the old man in grey robe had the power to control the will of heaven and earth, he was still rejected by the will of heaven and earth. He hadn't completely condensed the martial path primordial spirit. Therefore, he was only a half-step to the noble realm. However, even a half-step to the noble realm expert was far stronger than a celestial realm expert. Elder Su, he is Ling Xiao. Elder Su, please help me kill him and avenge my son. When He Qing saw the gray-robed elder, his eyes were filled with surprise and joy as he hurriedly said. The old man in gray robe was named Su Liangqing. He was the first elder of the Wanshou sect. He was second only to the supreme elders and the sect leader. He had a high position and was extremely powerful. A half-step to the noble realm expert could defeat the entire Ba Huang ancient kingdom. Beside Su Liangqing, there was a young man in a black robe standing in the air. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was covered by a mysterious light. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was wild and aggressive. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also looked at the black-robed young man and felt a strong battle intent emanating from him. Not a celestial realm expert? He is only at the peak of the 9th level of the supreme power realm, but he can fly in the air and guide the laws of heaven and earth. This black-robed young man obviously practiced a kind of powerful martial art, and obviously, he has practiced it to the advanced level. Is he the Tiger King mentioned by He Feng? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Ling Xiao, since you have agreed to a life-and-death battle with the Wanshou sect, why did you kill our disciple? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant because of this bastard? Su Liangqing stood in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao. His eyes were cold and his voice was cold. With the Ape King's intelligence, he naturally understood that Su Liangqing was scolding him. He immediately bared his teeth at Su Liangqing and his body emitted a strong killing intent. A life-and-death battle? Ha 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 ha. Since when did the Wanshou sect know how to abide by the agreement? If I didn't come, I'm afraid that the Devil Mansion would have been destroyed by you. Since He Feng dared to attack the Devil Mansion, he should have been prepared to die. Ling Xiao laughed and his eyes were full of mockery. He looked at Su Liangqing without a trace of fear in his eyes. He had a natural temperament and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Roar! 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 The long-armed giant apes seemed to have felt Ling Xiao's fighting spirit. They all roared loudly and their voices shook the sky. They beat their chests and an earth-shattering killing intent exploded. Little brat, it's good to be confident. However, if you don't have the strength to back it up, you'll only end up dead. What do you think? Su Liangqing's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke indifferently. A vast and majestic aura emanated from his body, causing the void to rumble and tremble. It was like the might of the heavens, and lightning bolts shot towards the giant long-armed apes below. Instantly, many of the giant long-armed apes looked fearful. Even the giant long-armed ape king looked fearful. A noble realm expert had the will to dominate the world. That was a kind of spiritual pressure. Even though the giant long-armed apes were ferocious, they were still suppressed. You can try. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely. Facing Su Liangqing's majestic aura, he did not seem to feel it. Instead, he exuded a strong fighting spirit. Although Su Liangqing's aura was strong, who was Ling Xiao? 10,000 years ago, countless sovereign realm experts had to bow before him. A mere half-noble realm expert was nothing to him. Su Liangqing's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to strike, the black-robed young man beside him spoke. Elder Su, if you have to deal with Ling Xiao personally, wouldn't it show that the disciples of the Wanshou sect are useless? It's a life-and-death battle anyway. Let's just bring it forward. Kill him. We still have other things to do. The black-robed young man said emotionlessly. His eyes glinted with sharpness. He stood in the air, his figure tall and straight, as if he could hold up the sky. His body contained an incomparably terrifying power. His entire being seemed wild, and traces of murderous aura filled the air, causing the void to tremble. Tiger King, be careful. Ling Xiao is not simple. Su Liangqing said slowly. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and stepped back. You're Ling Xiao? Although Shi Tianluo is trash, you shouldn't have humiliated the Wanshou sect. Get over here and die. Tiger King's eyes were filled with ferociousness. He looked at Ling Xiao and shouted. Like a tiger roaring in the forest, he was domineering and wanted Ling Xiao to come and die. Who do you think you are? Only the Wanshou sect can bully others, but others can't seek justice? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Ling Xiao sneered. His voice was impassioned, and there was a metallic intent in it. He stared intently at the Tiger King with a very sharp gaze. The Tiger King stepped out in the air, and there seemed to be chaotic qi gushing out from his feet. He walked towards Ling Xiao, and a towering baleful aura gushed forth, exuding an aura of confidence and invincibility. In this world, strength is everything. Our Wanshou sect rules the Bahuang region, so we can bully you, but you can only endure. There is no such thing as fair or unfair, this is the reality, you provoked the Wanshou sect, so you can only die. The Tiger King said indifferently, looking down at Ling Xiao from above. His voice exuded an irresistible majesty. Ha ha ha. What a great saying. Does that mean I can kill you just because I'm stronger than you? One day, when I can crush the Wanshou sect will disappear from the Bahuang region. Ling Xiao laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery. Tiger King did not get angry. He said calmly, if you have the strength, of course you can. But believe me, you won't have the chance. After today, the name Ling Xiao will become history. Really? In my opinion, it's not Ling Xiao who will become history, it's you, the Tiger King, who will become a dead tiger, buried with the Wanshou sect. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly, his body exuding a vast and unparalleled aura, like an unsheathed divine sword, standing between heaven and earth. The Tiger King's eyes turned cold, and a monstrous murderous aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. Boom boom boom, the two terrifying auras collided, shaking the void. Endless dark clouds covered the sky, as if it was the end of the world, and countless black lightning bolts burst out. Ling Xiao's body was shrouded in golden light, and endless blood qi turned into a golden dragon, coiling around his body, slowly lifting him up and soaring into the sky. The Tiger King's aura was extremely violent, black murderous aura filled the air, and there seemed to be a giant tiger head behind him, ferocious and terrifying, roaring in the sky, extremely aggressive and aggressive. Kacha, the two divine lights, one golden and one black, collided, and countless lightning bolts burst out in the void. The scene was extremely terrifying. The Green Dragon Army, the Tiger Camp, the Ling family, and the disciples of the Wanshou sect who were watching the battle were extremely shocked. Before they even fought, just the collision of auras had already erupted with power comparable to a celestial being. It was too terrifying. This kid's growth is too fast, he must die, or he will be a great enemy of the Wanshou sect. Su Liangqing and He Qing looked at each other and saw the shock and murderous intent in each other's eyes. A month ago, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Dragon Tiger realm, and he was able to defeat Shi Tianluo, who was at the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm. In just a month, Ling Xiao had broken through several levels and reached the Grandmaster realm. Even when facing the Tiger King, he was not at a disadvantage. This kind of terrifying growth speed made Su Liangqing and He Qing feel alarmed. Especially Su Liangqing, the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Boom boom boom, the collision of their auras caused the sky to change color, and the sun and moon to dim. It was too terrifying. The Tiger King also thoroughly felt Ling Zhao's strength. No wonder he had the strength to defeat Shi Tianluo. This kid's combat power could not be measured by cultivation. Qi, the Tiger King instantly attacked. His eyes turned pale white, and 2 rays of dazzling sword light, like the Milky Way, slashed at Ling Xiao across the sky. The sword light contained a terrifying Gungjin Qi, as if it could cut the sky. Anyone who saw it would feel a sharp pain on their skin. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he flicked his finger. Suddenly, a few invisible swords of qi went up to meet the attack. Crack, as if a thunderbolt had cut through the void, the Gungjin sword qi and the invisible swords of qi collided. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and dissipated in the void. Die! The Tiger King roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The huge tiger head behind him seemed to have leaped forward, and he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. A black evil spirit shrouded the sky, and the fist radiance was unparalleled, containing a domineering aura that could destroy everything. Kill! A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he leaped forward, his hand holding the Vajra fist print. His qi and blood were like dragons, and a vast innate qi burst out, sweeping across the sky. Bang! 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 The two figures collided rapidly in the void, as if they had turned into two shadows that were difficult to capture. Every time they collided, there would be a large explosion of divine light, and the void would rumble. That terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, causing the blood and chi of the people below to churn. Their eyes were filled with shock. Both of them were supreme talents of the age. Although their cultivation was only in the Grandmaster realm, the power that erupted from them was even more terrifying than a battle between celestial realm experts. Boom, the two of them clashed rapidly in the void. Their figures were like lightning, crisscrossing and colliding continuously. Then, they leaped high into the sky. Their figures turned into afterimages, making it impossible for people to catch them. The void rumbled as a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, creating waves of chi that dazzled everyone who saw it. Both of them were heaven's favorites of the age and were at the pinnacle of the Eight Desolates region. Their battle prowess could not be judged by their cultivation base. Tiger King was a peerless master ranked third among the 7 disciples of Wanshou clan. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Supreme Power realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the Celestial Being realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the peerless martial arts of the Wanshou clan, which was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was the most dazzling genius of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. He defeated Ling Tianxi with his fists and suppressed Shi Tianluo with his fists. Ling Xiao and the Wanshou sect had agreed to a life-and-death duel. Everyone had thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and would definitely die. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and the Tiger King had already overturned everyone's understanding. Rumble, the Tiger King's body was shrouded in a black baleful aura. His body was very vigorous, like a primordial ferocious beast. Every punch of his could cause the void to rumble and his blood to boil. His physical strength was extremely strong. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by golden light and divine light. His gaze was indifferent and piercingly cold. Every time he punched out, it was as if a dragon's roar shook the heavens. He possessed a peerless aura that allowed him to move unhindered and unrivaled. The two of them exchanged blows in the air, completely relying on the power of their physical bodies. Their boiling chi and blood intertwined together, setting off gusts of wind, causing the spectators to tremble in fear and their skin to hurt. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Tiger King instantly became extremely intense and attracted the attention of many people in the royal capital. That's the Tiger King, ranked third among the 10,000 beasts 7 scions. Legend has it that he killed a peerless genius of the celestial realm when he was only at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. How could Ling Xiao tie with him? This is unbelievable. That's right, Ling Xiao's talent is too monstrous. Look, he was only at the 3rd level of the Dragon Tiger realm a month ago, and now he has actually broken through to the Grandmaster realm? He must have had some fortuitous encounter in the 8 Desolate Mystery Zone. This young man's growth speed is too terrifying. What a pity, no matter how strong he is, offending the Wanshou sect will only result in his death. Everyone whispered to each other as they watched the peak battle in the void. Different expressions appeared in their eyes. Boom, divine light burst forth as if the heavens were about to explode. The Tiger King's body was shrouded in black light. It was as if a black divine tiger had leaped out from behind him. Its entire body was emitting sparkling white stars. It moved forward rapidly, and its aura was incomparably fierce. Ling Xiao let out a long howl and charged over at an extreme speed as well. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and his palm slammed down like an ancient divine mountain, colliding rapidly with the Tiger King. Rumble, after dozens of rounds, boundless divine light filled the air between Ling Xiao and the Tiger King. It was as if a small sun had exploded, and a terrifying aura of chi and blood swept high into the sky. Tiger King let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying several hundred feet away. He stood in the air with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, did not move. He was as steady as Mount Tai as he walked out of the explosion of divine light. His gaze was very calm. Very well, you've angered me. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because your physical body is invincible. Since that's the case, then I'll let you have a taste of my white tiger true technique. The Tiger King's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. His heart was also very shaken. He had actually lost to Ling Xiao purely in terms of physical strength. One had to know that he was the existence with the strongest physical body among the 10,000 beasts' 7 disciples. Even the dragon's son, who was ranked first, did not dare to say that he could beat him in terms of physical strength. He had tempered his physical body thousands of times. He had once slaughtered ferocious beasts and slain celestial beings. He looked down on the world, but in the end, he was defeated by a young man. This made him very unwilling to accept. I really don't have the time to anger you because I want to kill you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and his entire body exploded with a powerful battle intent. The Tiger King could be said to be the first person he had met who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Although he was defeated after a few dozen rounds, it was still very impressive. This was because Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the Earth Dragon body, could suppress a celestial being with his physical strength alone. He was like a ferocious beast in human form, terrifying to the extreme. He had a trace of the power of the ancestral dragon, which was very terrifying. You're courting death. The Tiger King's eyes flashed coldly. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a monstrous black light. A black divine tiger with a white light flashing around its body merged with the Tiger King's body, exuding a monstrous evil aura. It's the legendary White Tiger True Technique? This is one of the most powerful martial arts of the 10,000 Beasts sect, a middle-grade heaven-level martial art. It can lead one to the noble realm. I didn't expect the Tiger King to have cultivated it to the realm of great accomplishment. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the origin of the martial art that the Tiger King was using. The White Tiger True Technique was a middle-grade heaven-level martial art. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one would have the power of the ancient divine beast, White Tiger. It was very terrifying. As for the black divine tiger, it was emitting a lustrous white light, which represented that the White Tiger True Technique had been cultivated to the Desheng stage. When the black divine tiger had completely transformed into a white tiger, it would be the time when this martial art had been cultivated to perfection. Roar! The Tiger King let out an angry roar that shook the heavens. The terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions, as if reaching the depths of one's soul. The spectators who were watching the battle from afar turned pale. Some of them even had their internal organs injured and blood flowed out of their mouths. It was too terrifying. Just the sound waves from the periphery were already so powerful. What kind of terrifying power would Ling Xiao, who was enveloped by the sound waves, have to endure? Just as the tiger's roar shook the heavens and enveloped Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He also let out a long roar. Roar! A golden divine light exploded and his blood boiled. A golden divine dragon appeared around Ling Xiao's body, circling above the heavens and letting out a dragon's roar. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar shook the void. Endless sound waves intertwined and turned into billions of invisible chi swords, crisscrossing in the void. Boom! The two terrifying sound waves confronted each other for a moment. In an instant, the tiger's roar was drowned out by the dragon's roar and swept towards the Tiger King. Ling Xiao's dragon's roar was infused with a secret soul attack. It was extremely powerful and was not something that the Tiger King could withstand. Ling Xiao had already condensed the martial path primordial spirit. In terms of soul strength, even the great elder of the Wanshou sect, Su Liang, was not as good as him, let alone the Tiger King. Boom! The dragon's roar turned into a tangible matter with an invisible force and instantly exploded on the Tiger King's chest. The Tiger King's face turned pale. His body shook and his blood boiled. He also felt that his soul was injured by the sharp light. His eyes were filled with shock. Kill! Ling Xiao came across the sky and did not give the Tiger King any chance. Golden divine light enveloped his body, and there were traces of mysterious yellow qi. Mysterious yellow dragon scales seemed to have appeared on his body, and a powerful dragon's aura spread out from his body. White Tiger True Technique, heaven-breaking! Tiger King roared. His entire body was covered in a murderous aura, and his arms were emitting divine light. Suddenly, it was as if a black divine tiger had leaped out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The sky shook, and the void rumbled. Everyone saw a strange scene. In the void, a fierce battle broke out. Clang! Ling Xiao punched out like a real dragon claw. His whole body was filled with dragon power, and the divine tiger was pushed back. It was very domineering. The divine tiger's body was covered in black light, as if it was a black sea. The white light spots suddenly burst out into millions of sword rays, and enveloped Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's body shook, and endless blood boiled, turning into golden divine light, intertwining and pressing towards the void. The sword rays were scattered, and Ling Xiao and Tiger King collided fiercely, and flew back at the same time. At this moment, Su Liangqing and He Qing's eyes were suddenly filled with incomparable shock. This is the Green Dragon True Technique? He Qing's voice was trembling, and his face was filled with disbelief. It shouldn't be. Although the Green Dragon True Technique is very strong, it is different from what Ling Xiao used. However, I feel that the dragon-shaped martial art that Ling Xiao used must be related to the Green Dragon True Technique. Su Liangqing's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Legend has it that the Green Dragon True Technique of our Wanshou sect is incomplete. Could it be? He Qing's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Very likely. I don't know where Ling Xiao got this from. Maybe his dragon-shaped martial art can make up for the Green Dragon True Technique of our Wanshou sect. Su Liangqing looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of cold murderous intent. He had secretly decided that no matter what, he would capture Ling Xiao today and ruthlessly interrogate him. There were too many secrets hidden in this young man's body. City Lord, can young Master Ling win? Beside Lu Xiongfei, a soldier who was supporting him asked with eyes full of fanaticism. Young Master has never been defeated. Lu Xiongfei said slowly. Although his face was very pale, there was a trace of a strange expression in his eyes. Boom, Tiger King's eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. He pounced towards Ling Xiao, and the aura around him instantly became berserk. It was as if the power of an ancient beast had begun to awaken. He used his supreme physical strength to erupt the power of the White Tiger True Technique and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air. There seemed to be a mysterious aura flowing around him. Golden lightning flashed across the sky. With every step Ling Xiao took, it was as if a heavenly drum was beating. There was an indescribable aura that exploded. Circles of ripples flickered beneath Ling Xiao's feet and spread out in all directions. Cracks started to appear on the white tiger that was pouncing towards him. Then, it exploded in the air. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm as he walked in the air. It was as if the entire world was under his control. It was a kind of power that could control the will of the world and dominate everything. When Ling Xiao finished his 9 steps, the world suddenly rumbled and an incomparably vast aura pressed down on Tiger King. It was as if thousands of sacred mountains were pressing down. The terrifying pressure made Tiger King a little breathless. These 9 steps were the power that Ling Xiao had comprehended when he cultivated the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique to perfection and combined it with the secret technique of teleportation. Ah! Open for me. Tiger King's face was a little ferocious. His blood was boiling. He punched out with both fists, and it was as if 2 mysterious worlds had exploded. In the Black Sea behind him, it was as if an ancient beast was about to awaken and return. Rumble, it was as if 3,000 gods and demons were roaring at the same time. A battle saber appeared in Tiger King's hand. It was filled with black light and had an ancient design. The huge saber hilt was like a divine tiger, containing a sharp saber radiance. It's the Tiger Soul Divine Saber? I didn't expect Tiger King to take out the Tiger Soul Divine Saber. Ling Xiao is definitely dead this time. The disciples of the Wanshou sect exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with excitement. The Tiger Soul Divine Saber was a powerful Dao artifact of the Wanshou sect. It was rumored that it was damaged, but even so, it still had the power of an inferior grade Dao artifact. It was extremely terrifying. After Tiger King was given the Tiger Soul Divine Saber, he cultivated a peerless saber technique, the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash. Its power was unparalleled. This was the true power of Tiger King. Slash. Tiger King didn't hold back anymore. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a black vortex, as if it was going to swallow all the light. He raised the Tiger Soul Divine Saber in his hand slowly. It was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, containing a destructive force, and slashed down towards Ling Xiao. Gotcha! Black lightning flashed across the void. Under the influence of the Tiger Soul Divine Saber, it turned into a lightning saber radiance, rumbling through the void and exploding with unparalleled power. This saber was like the saber of a ghost, destroying everything in the world and killing all enemies. Even Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness in the face of this slash. Buzz, he could already hear the sky-swallowing sword buzzing. It was a kind of excitement when it met an opponent, eager to come out and fight with the Tiger Soul Divine Saber. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to take out the sky-swallowing sword. The sky-swallowing sword was important and it was famous 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao didn't want others to associate it with him. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't need to use the sky-swallowing sword to defeat Tiger King. Rumble, a mysterious aura flickered around Ling Xiao as a mysterious vortex appeared in the sky. Four terrifying beams of divine light shot up into the sky like a dome, covering the sky and covering the sun. Furthermore, they intertwined with each other and turned into a force that made people's hearts tremble. For elephants sky-striking style. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He attacked from the sky and welcomed the Tiger Soul Divine Saber with his palm. How dare he use his palm to receive the Tiger Soul Divine Saber? Ling Xiao is courting death. That's right. He's dead meat. Lord Tiger King once used the Tiger Soul Divine Saber to perform the Tiger Soul Divine Saber slash and killed 3 Celestial Realm experts with one slash. Each of the Wanshou sect's disciples had a cold smile on their faces. Lu Xiongfei and the people from the Demon King's mansion were also worried. When the Tiger Soul Divine Saber fell, it made them feel as though their minds were being taken away and they were no match for it. How much pressure would Ling Xiao, who was under the Tiger Soul Divine Saber, be under? Rumble. However, when Ling Xiao's palm fell, the void roared as though thousands of sacred mountains were pressing down at the same time. The 4-colored divine lights on the Zhou Tian shook violently and turned into a terrifying divine light storm. It stirred up all tangible matter as though it was going to reopen the heavens and earth, recreate chaos, and reshape the earth, water, wind, and fire. Under the divine light, Ling Xiao and Tiger King had a terrifying collision, causing the heavens and earth to roar. Clang! Ling Xiao's palm spewed out a divine light that pierced through the saber radiance and landed on the Tiger Soul Divine Saber. Instantly, the murderous intent on the saber dissipated and divine light shot out in all directions. Tiger King felt his arm go numb and the Tiger Soul Divine Saber started to buzz. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes as the Tiger Soul Divine Saber changed its direction and slashed towards Ling Xiao. The sharp saber radiance caused the void to tremble. No matter how tough one's body was, it could be sliced into 2. Bang! Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he stepped into the void. His entire body changed rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he threw a punch at Tiger King's back. The fist wind surged and intertwined with the astral wind. At the same time, there were golden lightning bolts that contained unparalleled explosive power. Tiger King felt the murderous intent behind him and didn't dare to delay. He immediately flew to the side and slashed the Tiger Soul Divine Saber behind him. Gotcha! The Tiger Soul Divine Saber split Ling Xiao into 2. However, the afterimage dissipated and Ling Xiao appeared beside Tiger King again. He then threw a punch at Tiger King's arm. Puff! Ling Xiao unleashed the secret skill of the ancestral dragon and the power of the 4 elephants sky-striking style. How terrifying was that? Instantly, flesh and blood splattered. Tiger King's body shook violently as he retreated while coughing out blood. Kill! 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 There's no one in this world that I can't kill. Tiger King roared furiously as if billions of demonic beasts were roaring in the heavens. Murderous intent and murderous intent exploded from Tiger King's body. The Tiger Soul Divine Saber seemed to have completely awakened. Boundless murderous intent filled the air and intertwined with Tiger King's energy. Rumble! Billions of saber radiance exploded and shot out in all directions, covering the entire sky. The dense saber radiance and murderous intent filled the air as if they were going to shatter everything. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh! Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on. He turned into a divine light and weaved through the gaps of the saber radiance, leaving behind countless afterimages. The saber radiance shattered everything but couldn't catch up with Ling Xiao's footsteps. Ling Xiao always managed to dodge it at the last moment. Go to hell. Tiger King's eyes flashed with murderous intent as though he could sense Ling Xiao's fear. Wielding the Tiger Soul Divine Saber, he slashed at Ling Xiao. The snow-white saber light was like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. It contained an unparalleled might. Whoosh, Ling Xiao continued to dodge and did not counterattack. Furthermore, he was forced to retreat continuously by the Tiger Soul Divine Blade. His body was even a little shaky. Ling Xiao can't hold on anymore. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Who can compete with the Tiger Soul Divine Saber? Ling Xiao dared to provoke our Wanshou sect, he will die without a doubt. The disciples of the Wanshou sect sneered as they realized what was going on. They had seen the Tiger King use the Tiger Soul Divine Saber slash before. That invincible demeanor that swept across the heavens and destroyed everything was forever imprinted in their hearts. Therefore, they firmly believed that the Tiger King was invincible. Now, Ling Xiao's retreat seemed to confirm their thoughts. Something's wrong. Su Liangqing's brows furrowed slightly, and there was a trace of unease in his heart. What's wrong? Great Elder, Ling Xiao is about to be killed by the Tiger King. This little bastard is too easy for him. He Qing sneered coldly, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ling Xiao had killed his only son. He had long hated Ling Xiao to the core. If the Tiger King could kill Ling Xiao, it would be considered as helping him to avenge his son. Ling Xiao, he, is very strange, Su Liangqing's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Ling Xiao's body was moving freely in the void. Even he could not clearly capture Ling Xiao's figure. Moreover, he felt that although Ling Xiao's body was a little shaky at the beginning, and he looked like he was in a difficult position when dodging the saber light, his body movement became more and more profound. In the end, it was as if he had merged with the void. With a move of his feet, he appeared in another place. This terrifying body movement was simply unheard of. It had reached the legendary level of teleportation. Whoosh, below Ling Xiao's feet, there were ripples spreading out. Terrifying saber radiance enveloped the void. Every saber radiance contained unparalleled killing power. However, Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. Every time he moved his feet casually, he would dodge Tiger King's saber radiance. This was the power of the secret art of teleportation. When Ling Xiao faced the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash, he realized that the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash was indeed a powerful heaven-class saber technique. Its power was unparalleled, and the saber light was endless. Its speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to dodge. Moreover, when facing the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash, Ling Xiao used the secret art of teleportation. He realized that his understanding of the secret art of teleportation was getting deeper and deeper. There was great terror between life and death, but there was also great fortune. Ling Xiao was taking such a risk. He was using the Tiger King as a whetstone to practice the secret art of teleportation. Under Ling Xiao's feet, ripples flickered as if they had turned into mysterious runes. They formed a mysterious resonance with the surrounding void. It was very strange. As long as Ling Xiao's mind moved, he could instantly dodge the unparalleled saber light. Damn it! A cold light flashed in the Tiger King's eyes. The speed of his saber attacks was getting faster and faster. However, Ling Xiao was very slippery, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if Ling Xiao had foreseen every attack and dodged them. The power of the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Its power was unparalleled, and it was extremely fast. Even a celestial realm expert could only take it head-on. There was no way to dodge it. When the Tiger King saw that Ling Xiao's mysterious movement technique was getting smoother and smoother, and was able to easily dodge his attacks in the end, he immediately guessed Ling Xiao's intention. This guy was actually using him as a whetstone. In a battle of life and death, Ling Xiao actually dared to be distracted and practice martial arts. This was the greatest contempt and humiliation to the Tiger King. It instantly made him furious. Tiger Soul Divine Saber, demon descends to the world. The Tiger King roared. The murderous aura around him soared into the sky. Endless divine light rose as if it had turned into an endless ocean. It was extremely terrifying. A terrifying saber light rose from the ocean. It emitted a jet-black demonic light, majestically spanning tens of thousands of feet. The huge saber light soared into the sky. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth had been split apart by this saber. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The black demonic aura became the only main color. Boom, above the tens of thousands of feet long saber light, it was as if a terrifying demonic god had appeared. Its cold and indifferent eyes looked down on the common people as if they were dogs. It held the tens of thousands of feet long saber light in its hand and slashed down towards Xianxia. This was the killer move of the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash. It contained the power to slay gods and exterminate demons. Even if the Tiger King wanted to use it, he would have to pay a huge price. After he was angered by Xianxia, he finally used this move. Demon descends to the world, rumble, the surrounding void was compressed. Under this saber, Xianxia actually felt as if he was being rejected by the surrounding void. Even if he used the secret teleportation technique, there was no way he could dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gotcha! Lightning flashed in the void as a faint chaotic aura filled the air. The 6 illusory worlds behind Xianxia trembled and emitted a horrifying power as though they were going to destroy the heavens and earth. 6 paths of reincarnation style. Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he threw out a punch. Instantly, the void trembled as the 6 illusory worlds appeared out of nowhere. Boundless chaotic aura wrapped around Xiao's fist radiance as he threw it towards Tiger King. Gotcha! Black lightning flashed in the void as majestic as a mountain. Boundless chaotic aura rose as Xiao used the 6 paths of reincarnation style to meet the Tiger Soul Divine Blade. Boom! Boundless divine light burst out as though a sun had exploded in the void. Heaven and earth rumbled as the terrifying fluctuation spread out, shaking the people below to the point that their vital energy and blood roiled. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Even He Qing and Su Liangqing's eyes turned solemn when they saw the two of them unleashing their attacks. This was especially true for Xiao's 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Chaotic qi rose from his fist, and it contained the mysterious laws of 6 worlds. They flowed around each other and surged with endless power. Even Su Liangqing felt the depths of his soul tremble. What kind of martial art is that? How can there be such a horrifying martial art in the world? Su Liangqing's face was filled with shock. That punch didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. It was the god of hell who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, the god who ruled over life and death. Rumble, everyone could see that Xiao's punch was like the most dazzling sun rising in the sky. The demonic aura in the sky was instantly swept away and the blade radiance was instantly shattered. The sun had just risen and shone brightly. The demonic shadow on the Tiger King's divine saber let out an indignant roar and instantly disappeared into the firmament. The heavens and earth were vast and the sun and moon were rotating. Only Xiao's punch was eternal and could suppress the world. Xiao's black hair fluttered in the wind as his eyes flashed like lightning. He was shrouded in golden light as the illusory world of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind him. He was like a god who ruled over all life as his punch smashed everything before it landed on Tiger King's chest. Puff! Tiger King spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There was even a trace of fear. His aura instantly became weak. He was sent flying several dozen feet away by Xiao. Then, he smashed into the ground from the void. Rumble, a deep pit appeared on the ground. The layer of mysterious runes on the Tiger King's body also exploded instantly. That was the mysterious armor that Tiger King was wearing. It had an ancient luster and blocked most of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, Tiger King would have been reduced to ashes under Xiao's punch, not to mention keeping his life. Even so, Tiger King's internal organs were still injured by Xiao's punch. His internal organs were almost shattered, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Even standing up was difficult. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, Xiao's peerless demeanor was like a young divine king descending to the mortal world. He used the 6 paths of reincarnation to suppress the Tiger King, making everyone feel as if they were in a dream. How could he be so strong? He Qing's voice was a little hoarse. He stared at Xiao, and his eyes were filled with anger and fear. He knew that even he could not withstand the 6 paths of reincarnation that Ling Xiao used just now. Didn't that mean that although Ling Xiao's cultivation was only in the Grandmaster realm, he already had the terrifying combat power to kill a celestial realm expert? There had never been a moment like this that made He Qing feel so fearful. The Dragon Tiger realm could defeat a Grandmaster realm expert because the gap between the Dragon Tiger realm and the Grandmaster realm was not insurmountable. As long as a Dragon Tiger realm expert cultivated heaven-defying martial arts and had heaven-defying attacking methods, he could completely go against the flow. However, the Celestial realm was different. The gap between the Grandmaster realm and the Celestial realm was even greater than the gap between an ordinary person and a Grandmaster realm expert. It was almost a world of difference. A Grandmaster realm expert could still become an ordinary person. However, a Celestial realm expert had already surpassed the category of ordinary people and became a real person. A Celestial realm expert had comprehended the realm of oneness of heaven and man. He could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to suppress his opponent. This was not something that could be compensated by cultivating martial arts. But now, Ling Xiao had broken He Qing's understanding. He clearly understood that a Grandmaster realm expert could really go against the flow and kill a Celestial realm expert. Rumble, Ling Xiao stepped on the void and walked toward Tiger King with a cold gaze. He was surrounded by a terrifying force of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Su Liangqing's expression changed. He instantly moved and stood in front of Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, as well as a hint of murderous intent. Killing is a matter of life and death. Ling Xiao said indifferently, without a trace of emotion on his face. He felt that he had been too lenient with the Wanshou sect before, which led to the Wanshou sect becoming even more aggressive and using all kinds of methods to deal with him. Sometimes, being lenient to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Since the Wanshou sect was so arrogant and thought that they could control the life and death of billions of people in the 8 Desolation region, Ling Xiao would show them that the people of the Wanshou sect were not unkillable. Using killing to stop killing, using the peerless power of killing to carve out a path for the Wanshou sect, Su Liangqing's face twitched slightly and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. He said, "You have already won. Do you still want to kill all of us?" Although they had agreed to a life and death duel, Tiger King was a peerless genius of the Wanshou sect. Su Liangqing naturally could not watch him die here. "Of course I have to kill all of my enemies. Get out of my way." Ling Xiao said indifferently, as if he was not facing a half-noble realm expert, but a person who could be scolded at will. Arrogant. Su Liangqing's eyes immediately darkened and a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Little guy, don't push it too far. You have challenged the dignity of the Wanshou sect. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. "Push it too far? Isn't the Wanshou sect the one pushing it too far? Since the beginning, it has been the Wanshou sect that has been arrogant and despotic. You have been targeting and framing me. You even agreed to a life and death duel in order to take my life. What? Now you want to slap your own face. Are you going back on your word?" Su Liangqing's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Little guy, don't go too far. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. You don't have to worry about that. Today, Tiger King is going to die." Ling Xiao said indifferently as a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Very well. Little guy, I would like to see how you can kill Tiger King with me here." Su Liangqing was so angry that he laughed. A powerful and terrifying aura exuded from his body and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Author's note, Muyu is very touched by the support of many brothers and sisters. She can only try her best to write an exciting story to repay everyone's support. However, in the past 2 days, there were many other voices in the book review and comment section. Regarding the fees, Muyu had made it clear in her comments that every book had a free period and a fee period. This was decided by the website and was not something that Muyu could control. Therefore, for those who are uncultured and scolding people, if you don't want to read, you can leave. Scolding people is your own fault. There is also the problem of duplicate chapters. That is the website's system. There is no charge for duplicate chapters. You can delete them and add them to your bookshelf. The duplicate chapters will be gone. As for the issue of updating, Muyu is not a full-time writer. She has to work during the day, so she can only update 3 times a day. The content that you see is written by Muyu every night until late at night. However, Muyu will try her best to write on weekends and holidays. I hope you can understand. Celestial realm warriors were one with nature and could manipulate the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, they could comprehend martial arts and their skills were superb. Noble realm warriors were the true masters of heaven and earth. They had reached the point where they could touch the laws of heaven and earth. Their every move could unleash power that was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than celestial realm warriors. If celestial realm warriors could manipulate the power of heaven and earth like a pool, then noble realm warriors could manipulate the power of heaven and earth like an ocean. The two were completely different. Roar, as if sensing the threat from Su Liangqing, the Ape King, who had been calm all this time, roared. His blood boiled and he looked at Su Liangqing with bloodthirsty killing intent. Kaboom, the void began to tremble as a vast pressure enveloped the sky, causing everyone to feel suffocated. It was as if they were being pressed down by the power of heaven and earth, and were about to be crushed into dust. This was the power of a noble realm warrior. Although he was only a half step to the noble realm, one could see how terrifying this realm was. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. The sky-devouring sword vibrated in his energy center. Sharp sword chi came out of his body and exuded a peerless sword intent that could penetrate everything. Ling Zhao knew that even if he was willing to let the Tiger King off, Su Liangqing would definitely not let him off. When Ling Zhao executed the 6 paths of reincarnation, he had already sensed the hidden greed and murderous intent in Su Liangqing's eyes. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill this old man in front of him. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Although a half-step to the noble realm warrior was strong, he was not invincible. Especially in the capital city, Ling Zhao had enough confidence to fight Su Liangqing. Kaboom, Ling Zhao and Su Liangqing faced each other. Just as a great battle was about to break out, a mysterious aura came from below. Tiger King slowly stood up from the big pit. Although the armor on his body was broken, it was flowing with mysterious light and runes. His blood was boiling, and a powerful aura began to erupt from his body. Tiger King's face was very pale, but there was a trace of madness in his eyes. He stared at Ling Zhao in the void and exploded with a strong desire to kill. Ling Zhao, you forced me to do this. Today, you will die. Tiger King's voice was very cold. His body exuded a strong killing intent as if it could shatter the sky. It was very terrifying. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Behind the Tiger King, a white tiger slowly condensed and took shape. Its body exuded a terrifying sharpness as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. It was a tiger with pure white fur. The fur on its body was like sharp swords, and it contained the chi of gung metal. Its 4 limbs stepped into the sky, and its fangs were sharp. Its eyes were filled with a monstrous baleful aura. As soon as this white tiger appeared, everyone felt their hearts tremble. This is the sign of the complete awakening of the white tiger bloodline? Su Liangqing's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. The reason why the Tiger King was one of the Wanshou sect's 7 disciples was because he possessed the legendary white tiger bloodline. The white tiger was one of the 4 divine beasts. Even if one only had a trace of the white tiger's bloodline, they would be able to unleash terrifying talent and power. Previously, the Tiger King had awakened the white tiger bloodline once, but it was only a preliminary awakening. Now, it was completely awakened. Under the pressure of Ling Zhao, the white tiger bloodline of the Tiger King was awakened, and his aura began to soar. Rumble, black divine light and lightning enveloped the Tiger King, causing his damaged meridians and internal organs to begin to rapidly repair. A mysterious power awakened in his bloodline, and it made his aura stronger and stronger. There was a faint fluctuation of breaking through the 9th level of the Guru realm and stepping into the realm of oneness of heaven and man. Elder Su, Ling Zhao is mine. The Tiger King stepped into the sky and looked at Su Liangqing as he said lightly. Be careful. Su Liangqing nodded, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Tiger King had broken through at this juncture. Perhaps he could directly break through to the celestial realm during the battle with Ling Zhao. Su Liangqing naturally would not stop such a great opportunity. Ling Xiao, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to awaken the white tiger bloodline so quickly and break through to the celestial realm. In return, I will kill you. The Tiger King's eyes were filled with cruelty as he said slowly. Rumble, the white tiger behind him became more and more solid, and there were faint signs that it was about to rush out of the endless space and time. Moreover, Zhou Tian's endless spiritual energy gushed toward the Tiger King. The mysterious aura made his cultivation slowly climb toward the celestial realm. This was a gift from heaven and earth. The Tiger King wanted to completely break through to the celestial realm through the battle with Ling Xiao. Is that so? Perhaps you will be disappointed. Ling Xiao said lightly, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. Die. The Tiger King did not wait for his aura to completely break through. He instantly soared into the sky, wrapped in the power of the white tiger bloodline breakthrough, and charged toward Ling Xiao. If you really break through to the celestial realm, perhaps you can still fight with me. But your mistake is that you shouldn't have broken through in front of me. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes. 5 elements heaven sealing style. Rumble, Ling Xiao growled, and the void instantly shook. The spiritual energy in the sky swept away, and 5 bright divine lights shot up into the sky, turning into a 5 elements enchantment and enveloping the Tiger King. The 5 elements heaven sealing style could be said to be the most special move among the 7 limits divine techniques of swallowing heaven and destroying earth. The 5 elements heaven sealing style did not crush and kill everything like the 4 elephants heaven striking style and the 6 paths of reincarnation style, but it had a mysterious power. Using the power of the 5 elements to form an absolute defense enchantment, and extracting all the power of the 5 elements and the laws of heaven and earth, this method was simply a killing weapon for the celestial realm and the noble realm. The 5 elements heaven sealing style isolated the power of heaven and earth. Although the celestial realm and the noble realm experts who could not mobilize the power of heaven and earth were very strong, they were like tigers without their teeth, losing their strongest attack. The Tiger King needed the power of the laws of heaven and earth to awaken the white tiger bloodline and break through to the celestial realm. Now that he was enveloped by the 5 elements heaven sealing style, his breakthrough was interrupted instantly. What? The Tiger King's expression changed drastically. He felt that the power in his bloodline was weakening slowly, and the surroundings seemed to have become a vacuum state. All the power of the 5 elements and the laws of heaven and earth dissipated, and his cultivation began to drop again. Tiger King, even if you break through, you still have to die. Ling Zhao's cold voice was heard. He took a step forward, exuding a monstrous power of qi and blood, and charged towards the Tiger King. In the 5 elements heaven sealing style, Ling Xiao was the absolute master. Although he could not maintain it for long, it was enough to kill the Tiger King. The 5 elements heaven sealing style could only be used on the Tiger King. If Ling Xiao dared to use it against Su Liangqing would probably break through in an instant. Not only would it be useless, but it would also cause Ling Xiao to suffer from the backlash. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Su Liangqing was too great. I don't believe it, break through. The Tiger King roared, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and madness. He began to activate the power in his bloodline, wanting to break through to the celestial realm completely. However, this enchantment was like another world, isolating all the laws of heaven and earth. The Tiger King could not achieve the unity of heaven and man at all, let alone break through. Tiger King felt an indescribable sense of weakness in the vacuum created by the 5 elements heaven sealing style. It was as if he was isolated from the world. It was a kind of loneliness in his soul. At this moment, a cold murderous intent filled the air. Ling Xiao charged towards Tiger King. The world of 6 paths of reincarnation exploded with a terrifying force as if it was going to annihilate everything. Boom, Ling Xiao's fist landed on Tiger King's body, triggering a dazzling divine light. The broken armor on Tiger King's body exuded a dazzling fluctuation of runes. Its defensive power was shocking. Tiger King spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. His eyes were filled with terror. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation style was too terrifying. Even though the broken armor had blocked most of the power, it still caused unimaginable damage to Tiger King. Watch how I break your tortoise shell. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. His body moved freely in the void, and the boundless fist radiance continued to fall on Tiger King. The broken armor shone brightly with mysterious runes flashing, blocking most of the damage. However, the rebounding force still made Tiger King cough out blood. His face was extremely pale. This broken armor is not ordinary. A light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he sensed a mysterious fluctuation coming from the broken armor. It seemed incomparably ancient, and Ling Xiao was unable to see through it. Moreover, Ling Xiao could see that Tiger King was not able to refine this broken armor. He only relied on the passive defensive power to block most of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation style. This kind of power made Ling Xiao secretly shocked. With the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation style, even if Tiger King was wearing a low-grade defensive Dao artifact, he would be killed by Ling Xiao, let alone a broken armor. However, although the broken armor was strong, it could not block all the damage. Ling Xiao threw out dozens of punches in an instant and immediately injured Tiger King. Stop! A loud roar was heard. Su Liangqing's eyes were filled with anger as he flew across the sky. A terrifying aura filled the void, suppressing the world. It was extremely powerful and wanted to suppress Ling Xiao. Originally, everyone thought that Tiger King, who had awakened the White Tiger bloodline and broken through to the celestial realm, would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao's methods to be so strange. He actually interrupted Tiger King's breakthrough and in the blink of an eye, severely injured Tiger King. His life was in danger. Boom! Ling Xiao seemed to have not heard Su Liangqing's words. He took the opportunity when Tiger King was severely injured and grabbed Tiger King's cultivation. This armor, it has a strong background. Ling Xiao did not hold back at all. Since the Tiger King did not refine this broken armor, he simply tore it off from the Tiger King's body and held it in his hands to study it seriously. Only the inner armor was left of this broken armor. It looked rusty and pitch black, very inconspicuous. However, under Ling Xiao's perception with his martial soul, he discovered that the patterns within the damaged armor were very fine. Moreover, there were many ancient symbols that intersected with each other. Moreover, the material of the armor was very precious and natural. Ling Xiao was unable to discern what material the armor was made of. This is my armor. Ling Xiao, give it back to me. Tiger King was about to faint from Ling Xiao's beating. Now that Ling Xiao had torn off his armor, he was angry and embarrassed. He looked at Ling Xiao with eyes that were about to spit fire. This was especially true for this broken armor. It was a secret treasure that the Tiger King had obtained from an ancient ruin. Although he had tried every method to refine it, he had been unable to do so. However, it possessed unparalleled defensive power and had saved him from danger many times. Now, Ling Xiao had actually snatched away this armor. It was as good as snatching away his lifeblood. Ling Xiao, let Tiger King go. Su Liangqing's eyes were cold. He stared at Ling Xiao and exuded a strong aura. Rumble, the void trembled, and the pressure of a king filled the air. Su Liangqing's eyes flashed with killing intent, but they were also filled with shock. The young man in front of him could not be judged by common sense. He was too abnormal. He had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, when he grew up, the Wanshou sect would be in trouble. Why? Ling Xiao sneered and a mocking smile appeared on his face. If he was the one who lost today, the Wanshou sect would not have thought of letting him live. In the end, the Wanshou sect was too overbearing. They were even a little shameless for Tiger King. Ling Xiao, killing Tiger King won't do you any good. As long as you let Tiger King go, the Wanshou sect will let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Su Liangqing suppressed the anger in his heart and said slowly. At the same time, he made up his mind. As long as Ling Xiao let Tiger King go, he would cripple Ling Xiao. He could not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Let bygones be bygones? The Wanshou sect is really high and mighty. But I really don't care. If the Wanshou sect has any tricks up their sleeves, I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid. But today is a life and death battle. We will not decide the winner, only the life and death. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was a sharp light in his eyes. Ling Xiao, if you dare to kill the Tiger King, I guarantee that your demon mansion will be completely annihilated. Moreover, everyone related to you will die. The murderous intent in Su Liangqing's eyes was almost tangible. His voice was extremely cold. Threat? Unfortunately, I am not afraid of threats. Tiger King, although I have no enmity with you, you still have to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, he slammed his palm down on Tiger King. A cold murderous aura enveloped the Tiger King. His eyes were immediately filled with fear, and his entire body began to tremble. No, Tiger King could not help but shout. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Su Liangqing also shouted. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura as he charged towards Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anger. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, as though he had not heard Su Liangqing's words. His palm blade slashed down, like a blazing river of blades cutting across the sky. In an instant, blood spurted out. The Tiger King's huge head soared into the sky, his eyes wide open and filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Ling Xiao dared to kill him. But he would never know the answer. As Tiger King's body fell to the ground, his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Meanwhile, Su Liangqing's eyes flickered with a hint of redness as his murderous intent soared. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Su Liangqing roared. The aura of a half-step to the noble plane exploded. Zhou Tian trembled. Streaks of black lightning, containing the power to suppress everything, charged towards Ling Xiao. The sky-devouring sword buzzed and vibrated, emitting a sharp light. It seemed to have sensed Su Liangqing's powerful aura and was beginning to recover. Ling Xiao stood in the void, his eyes filled with battle intent. With a flash of light in his hand, the sky-devouring sword appeared in his palm. The sky-devouring sword was simple in design, with mysterious patterns circling around it. It seemed to be engraved with the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars. It was a vast world. With the sky-devouring sword in his hand, Ling Xiao felt as if he was connected to it by blood. He felt as if he had the power to destroy the universe. For elephant sky-striking style. Ling Xiao spat out these words. His eyes were extremely sharp in an instant, and the sky-devouring sword slashed towards Su Liangqing. You're courting death. The killing intent in Su Liangqing's eyes was almost tangible. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant in the Grandmaster realm. He could kill him with a flip of his hand. On the contrary, the ancient sword in Ling Xiao's hand made him feel a little threatened. Boom, Su Liangqing's palm was thick and majestic. It was like a raging sea that came crashing down on Ling Xiao, dispersing the dazzling sword radiance in the sky. The divine light of the 4 elephants turned into 4 dazzling sword radiances that crossed the void. They collided with Su Liangqing's palm and were annihilated at the same time. Su Liangqing's palm also landed on the sky-devouring sword. Suddenly, a huge force was felt. Ling Xiao felt as if he was being suppressed by thousands of sacred mountains. The terrifying force sent him flying dozens of feet away. Cough, cough, Ling Xiao's face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were extremely bright. Was this the power of a half-step to the noble plane? It was indeed terrifying. Even if Ling Xiao used the 7 limits divine art of devouring heaven and earth, he was still defeated by Su Liangqing with a single palm strike. He even suffered serious injuries. A noble plane expert could control the will of heaven and earth. When he attacked, it was extremely terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was strong, it was not strong enough to go against the will of heaven and earth. Roar! When the long-armed ape king saw Ling Xiao being attacked by Su Liangqing, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He pounded his chest with his huge fist, and the blood chi around him surged to the heavens. He leaped hundreds of feet into the air and threw a punch at Su Liangqing. Bastard, you're also courting death. Su Liangqing's gaze turned cold as he slammed down with his palm. Torrential heaven and earth energy gushed out endlessly, as though the heavens and earth had been flipped upside down. The great void palm slammed onto the ape king's body, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. Although the long-armed ape king had already reached the peak of the 6th rank, it was impossible for a demonic beast to control the will of heaven and earth like a human being before reaching the 7th rank demonic king realm. However, the long-armed ape king's skin was thick and tough. After being sent flying by Su Liangqing's palm strike, he did not suffer any injuries. Suddenly, he stomped his feet, causing the ground to rumble and crack. He gathered strength under his feet and shot up into the sky. Rumble, Su Liangqing's eyes were cold as he slammed his palm down again, sending the long-armed ape king flying. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his killing intent blazing. Ling Xiao, you can go to hell now. Su Liangqing's foot landed, causing the void to rumble. In an instant, he had traversed thousands of feet and was heading towards Ling Xiao. Cold killing intent filled the air as the surrounding clouds surged. It was as though the heavens and earth were enraged. Are you that sure? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. The sky-devouring sword in his hand started to glow. At the same time, a mysterious and abstruse aura filled the air, heading towards the ground. At this moment, Su Liangqing's expression changed slightly. He could feel a fatal threat from Ling Xiao. This? How is this possible? Su Liangqing's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao was 2 whole realms away from him. How could he feel a fatal threat from Ling Xiao? However, his intuition told him that if he were to attack Ling Xiao, he would be met with an earth-shattering attack from Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao and Su Liangqing's aura surged as they began to confront each other in the void. A mysterious aura filled the air. The silent pressure caused the faces of the crowd below to turn pale. They felt as though they were about to suffocate. This little bee asterisk starred. How is this possible? He Qing's eyes were filled with shock and anger. One had to know that even he couldn't withstand Su Liangqing's attack. However, Ling Xiao managed to do so. Didn't this mean that if Ling Xiao fought with him, He Qing would probably die in Ling Xiao's hands? He Qing felt as though he was in a dream. The young man that he didn't take seriously had grown to such a realm in such a short time. At this moment, above the palace in the distance, 3 dazzling beams of divine light suddenly shot up into the sky. Rumble, it was as though 3 thunderbolts had exploded. The sky was filled with multicolored light and golden lotuses appeared in the void. Furthermore, a vast will of heaven and earth descended, forming 3 mysterious figures in the void. That's the Great Baron King, the Imperial Advisor, and Chunyang's spiritual master? Could it be? Someone's eyes widened as they thought of a possibility. Although the 3 figures in the void looked blurry, they were indeed Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Chunyang's spiritual master. The will of heaven and earth has descended and they have broken through to the noble realm? Su Liangqing's body shook as well. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the void in the distance. No, they have only gathered the will of heaven and earth but not the martial path primordial spirit. They are only at the half-step noble realm. Su Liangqing was slightly relieved when he saw that the 3 figures in the void were not solid. They were the embryonic forms of the martial path primordial spirits and had yet to be fully formed. Even so, the fact that 3 half-step noble realm experts had appeared in the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom was shocking enough. After all, half-step noble realm experts were highly respected even in the martial path sanctums. They were second only to the Master of the Sanctums and the Grand Supreme Elder. Brother Su, Ling Xiao is from the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. Aren't you disrespecting the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom and the Sun Moon Star sect by attacking him in public? A deep and majestic voice resounded in the void. Boom! 3 mysterious auras shot up into the sky as 3 mysterious figures flew out from the imperial city. Each of them was shrouded in dazzling light as they flew across the sky, exuding a vast and unparalleled power. Xia Huang was wearing a black dragon robe, a flat crown on his head, and a pair of cloud-treading boots. His eyes were majestic and he had a majestic aura. Ling Jiuchen, on the other hand, was wearing a white robe that was unique and unrestrained. He looked otherworldly and mysterious. Chunyang's spiritual master still had white hair and a white beard. He looked sage-like and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. His eyes seemed to contain mysterious starlight, making him look wise and wise. The 3 of them came together as if they were stepping on a divine rainbow. They instantly arrived before Su Liangqing. When Ling Xiao saw Xia Huang and the other 2, his eyes flashed. The sky-devouring sword in his hand slowly withdrew its sharpness and the aura that had merged with the ground slowly dissipated as well. The fatal threat had disappeared. Su Liangqing looked at Ling Xiao in confusion but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Xia Huang and the other 2. Rumor has it that the three of you have secluded yourselves in order to break through to the noble plane and have turned into skeletons. I didn't expect this small Tahuang ancient country to have so many talents. Su Liangqing said indifferently. He then looked at Xia Huang and said, Ling Xiao killed our people and must pay with his life. Are you going to stop me? While his expression was calm, his heart was in turmoil. Because the kings of the four ancient nations relied too much on the draconic qi, there had been almost no one who had broken through to the noble plane in the past few thousand years. The 9th level of the celestial realm was the limit. But now, Xia Huang had actually broken this legendary curse. How could he not be shocked? Moreover, the three people in front of him had all just broken through to the noble plane. Ju Chen had a natural aura and Chunyang's spiritual master's aura was obscure. Only Xia Huang made Su Liangqing feel a strong threat. Brother Su, you were the one who suggested the life and death duel between Ling Xiao and the Wanshou sect. Ling Xiao also agreed. What? You killed the young one and the old one jumped out without a care? Ling Jiuchen sneered, not giving Su Liangqing any face. Xia Huang also said slowly, Brother Su, since the life and death duel is over, why don't we just let it go? Isn't it too much for you to attack Ling Xiao with your status? Pure Yang spiritual master did not say anything. He looked like he was smiling, but it seemed like he wanted to help Ling Xiao. Su Liangqing's face darkened and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the three of them to be so determined to side with Ling Xiao. If there was only one of them who was a half-step to the noble plane, he might be able to fight. However, although the three of them had just broken through to the noble plane, Su Liangqing was no match for them if they attacked together. So what if it's a life and death duel? Since Ling Xiao dared to kill the Tiger King, he must be prepared to die. The dignity of the Wanshou sect cannot be disrespected. Are you sure you want to become enemies with my Wanshou sect? Su Liangqing looked at Xia Huang and the other two and said in a cold voice. Xia Huang furrowed his brows and said, Fellow cultivator Su, we won't go against the Wanshou sect. However, Ling Xiao is a member of my Grand Desolation ancient kingdom. Moreover, he is the descendant of an old friend of ours. Therefore, we cannot sit idly by and watch you kill him. The pure Yang spiritual master also smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Su, perhaps you still don't know who Ling Zhao's master is. If you knew, I'm afraid you wouldn't keep saying that you want to kill him. He has a master? Su Liangqing was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood. With such monstrous talent and peerless martial arts, Su Liangqing would never believe that there was no inheritance. Naturally, his master is that muddle-headed old man. Perhaps you've heard of his name. Sage Pure Yang said with a smile. What? Su Liangqing's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. Impossible. How could he possibly accept Ling Xiao as his disciple? Su Liangqing's voice contained a hint of trembling. As soon as he heard the words muddle-headed old man, he immediately shuddered. This was because many people in the four great ancient kingdoms might not have heard of the muddle-headed old man's name. However, in the 5 great martial arts holy lands, the muddle-headed old man's name was like thunder to one's ears. It was said that he dressed very sloppily, liked to drink and eat, and was extremely skilled in alchemy. He had already reached the legendary level of an alchemy grandmaster. It was said that he had already become an alchemy grandmaster 1,000 years ago. Today, even the leaders of the 5 great martial arts holy lands had to respectfully greet him. It was said that he was the strongest alchemy grandmaster in the entire 8 Desolation region, and he was also the number 1 person in the 8 Desolation region. Such a person was already a legend. At least, when Su Liangqing was young, he had already heard of the legend of the muddle-headed old man. Why is it impossible? I'm afraid you still don't know that Ling Xiao is not only talented in martial arts, but his talent in alchemy is even more terrifying. Now, he is already an upper-grade alchemy grandmaster. Otherwise, how could the muddle-headed old man have taken a fancy to him? Ling Jiuchen said with a faint smile. Upper-grade alchemy grandmaster? This title also scared Su Liangqing into a daze. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. This young man looked to be no more than 16 years old. His face was very delicate, and his smile was very bright. However, he had unparalleled battle strength. Moreover, he was actually an upper-grade alchemy grandmaster, in the entire 8 Desolation region, the most talented alchemy grandmaster was Zhao Ritian of the Sun Moon Star sect. However, he only broke through to the middle-grade alchemy grandmaster when he was in his 20s. A 16-year-old upper-grade alchemy grandmaster was simply unheard of. I'm sure you know Ling Zhao's background very well. The longevity sect he belongs to is just a mediocre sect. However, he was able to undergo such a terrifying transformation in such a short time. In the entire 8 Desolation region, I'm afraid that other than that muddle-headed old man, no one else can do it, right? So, fellow Su, I hope that you can let Ling Xiao go. It can be considered as giving face to that muddle-headed old man. Spiritual Master Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Su Liangqing's face immediately darkened. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with killing intent, but more than that, it was filled with fear and unwillingness. In his heart, he still believed Ling Juechen and Spiritual Master Chen Yang's words. After all, the miracle that happened to Ling Xiao could only be done by that legendary muddle-headed old man. However, the Wanshou sect had already offended Ling Xiao. Would Ling Xiao be willing to let the Wanshou sect off just like that? If this young man grew up, he would definitely be a disaster for the Wanshou sect. However, he did not dare to make a move against Ling Xiao. This matter was no longer something he could decide. Su Liangqing had to report to the sect leader and the supreme elders of the Wanshou sect as soon as possible so that they could make a decision. Fellow Su, let's end today's matter here. A battle of life and death has always been very fair. It is not considered an insult to the Wanshou sect's dignity. Xia Huang looked at Su Liangqing and said calmly. Seeing that Xia Huang had given him a way out, Su Liangqing snorted coldly and said, since that is the case, I will give face to the 3 of you. Ling Xiao, I hope that you will take care of yourself in the future. Su Liangqing looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. As long as the Wanshou sect doesn't provoke me, nothing will happen. However, if the Wanshou sect doesn't know their place, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Humph, let's go. Su Liangqing swung his sleeves. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be angered to death by Ling Xiao. With an ashen face, he wanted to leave with He Qing and the rest. Swoosh, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he saw a disciple of the Wanshou sect reaching for the Tiger Soul Divine Saber. Instantly, he shot out a stream of genuine qi from his hand and snatched the Tiger Soul Divine Saber along with the Tiger King's storage ring. Ling Xiao, the Tiger Soul Divine Saber belongs to the Wanshou sect. Su Liangqing's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth. It belongs to the Wanshou sect? How come I don't know about it? I only know that it's my spoils of war. It's good enough that I'm willing to return the Tiger King's body to you. This Tiger Soul Divine Saber is pretty good and sharp. It can be used as a chopper. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with mockery as if he did not see the anger in the Wanshou sect's eyes. He kept the Tiger Soul Divine Saber and the storage ring. Good, very good. Su Liangqing glared at Ling Xiao with a burning killing intent in his eyes before he turned and left. Although He Qing was also very unwilling and wanted to avenge his son, he had no other choice since Su Liangqing had already compromised. He could only glare fiercely at Su Liangqing and leave unwillingly. After the people of the Wanshou sect left, Xia Huang stood in the air and exuded a majestic aura as he looked down at the Green Dragon Army. Many of the Green Dragon Army were terrified. The Great Baron King was still alive and had broken through to the half-step to the noble realm. Did this mean that the 9th prince had failed completely? Treason was a serious crime that could implicate 9 generations of the family. Clang, someone's weapon fell to the ground and someone immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xia Huang. The situation was hopeless and the Green Dragon Army all knelt down to Xia Huang. Their eyes were filled with anxiety as they begged for mercy. You have all been deceived by evil people. You should have all 9 generations of the family executed. However, in consideration of your outstanding military exploits for my great desolation ancient country, I will spare your lives and allow you to atone for your crimes by performing meritorious deeds. As long as the main culprit of this rebellion is eliminated, this king will pardon your crimes. Are you all willing? Xia Huang's deep voice rang out, like the rumbling of thunder, vast and mighty. Thank you, Sovereign King, for your kindness. We are willing to redeem ourselves. Long live the Sovereign King, long live 10,000 years. The eyes of the Green Dragon Army soldiers were filled with joy, and they all shouted excitedly, their voices shaking the heavens. Inside the Demon King's mansion, the traitorous Ling family clansmen all had terrified expressions in their eyes. Because the warriors of the Huban camp had already surrounded them. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. It was precisely because of the betrayal of these Ling family clansmen that more than half of the royal army and Huban camp had been killed. Therefore, many of the soldiers were furious. Your Highness, please spare me. We were also blinded by Ling Yunxiang. We are willing to atone for our sins by performing meritorious deeds. Your Highness, please spare our lives. Your Highness, since we are of the same clan, please spare us. One by one, the Ling family clansmen all knelt down and begged Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Xia Huang had already pardoned the Green Flood Dragon Army, so Ling Xiao would probably spare them as well, right? The royal army and Huban camp soldiers were also looking at Ling Xiao, waiting for his decision. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I have already given you a chance, but you gave it up yourselves. Do you still have the face to call yourselves Ling family clansmen? Ling Xiao's voice was very cold, causing the expressions of the Ling family clansmen to change drastically. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. Huban camp, listen to my orders. Kill all the Ling family clansmen who participated in the rebellion, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly became incomparably cold as he said coldly. Yes. Many of the Huban camp soldiers responded loudly, looking at Ling Xiao with deep gratitude. They knew that Ling Xiao was giving them a chance to take revenge. Kill. Suddenly, the Huban camp soldiers roared and raised the battle sabers in their hands. Their bodies were filled with murderous intent, and they suddenly slashed down. Pucci, blood splattered and dyed the ground red. One by one, the Ling family clansmen's heads fell to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually killed all the Ling family clansmen. However, the bloody reality in front of them told them that even the Ling family clansmen would die without a doubt. Occasionally, there would be one or two Ling family clansmen with strong cultivation who tried to escape, but in the end, they were all chopped to death. Only a few dozen Ling family clansmen who didn't participate in the rebellion survived. However, when they saw the blood and corpses on the ground, their faces were incomparably pale. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Ling Xiao. They had never thought that the young man with a bright smile who looked so delicate and pretty would actually have such a decisive side to him. Even Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Sun's spiritual master's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance when they saw Ling Xiao's performance. This youth, regardless of whether it was talent or temperament, was the best choice. If he didn't fall in the future, he might really be able to ascend to the legendary Supreme Sovereign position. Green Dragon Army, listen to my orders. Suppress the rebels with me. Xia Huang's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as he looked at a magnificent palace in the distance. That was the place where the 9th prince, Xia Yunran, was preparing to ascend to the throne. Yes. The Green Dragon Army roared in response. They picked up their weapons and emitted a powerful killing intent. Their eyes flashed as they followed Xia Huang towards the palace. Heavenly Emperor Palace, Xia Yunran was wearing a golden dragon robe and a crown on his head. He paced around the palace with a look of panic in his eyes. Where did Mr. Mo go? You bastards, hurry up and find Mr. Mo for me. Xia Yunran's face was very malevolent. He was about to go crazy. Many things in the palace were smashed by him. Many palace maids and guards were silent as cicadas in winter. They crawled on the ground and trembled all over. Xia Yunran's eyes revealed a trace of fear. The terrifying aura of Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Sun's spiritual master when they came out of seclusion had enveloped the entire royal capital. It had also awakened Xia Yunran, who was still in a dream. Xia Huang actually came out of seclusion? Didn't Mr. Mo tell him that Xia Huang was definitely going to die? Why was Xia Huang still alive? And he had broken through to the half-step noble realm. This was like a bolt of lightning that struck Xia Yunran. He lost the ability to think and was only left with fear. Xia Yunran was jealous of the first prince, Xianxia. Moreover, he was unwilling to accept this. He believed that whether it was his dancing talent or his ability to rule the country, he was much stronger than Xianxia. But why did Xia Huang favor Xianxia so much and even let Xianxia supervise the country so many times? After Xia Yunran met Mr. Mo had plotted for him many times. Mr. Mo had shown his unfathomable methods and made his power grow bigger and bigger. He almost controlled all the civil and military officials in the imperial court and even took over the military power. This allowed his ambition to expand endlessly. Therefore, when Mr. Mo told him that Xia Huang was in seclusion to break through to the noble realm and would definitely die, he colluded with Qin Weishan to start a rebellion and kill Xianxia before he could react. Everything was going according to plan and he was just waiting for the time to ascend the throne. However, Xia Huang actually came out of seclusion. Xia Yunran immediately panicked. He frantically searched for Mr. Mo and found that Mr. Mo had disappeared. Only now did Xia Yunran faintly feel that perhaps he had really fallen into a conspiracy. He, who had always wanted to become the king of the wilderness, was only a pawn in Mr. Mo's hands. At this moment, the doors of the Heavenly Emperor Palace opened. Qin Weishan walked in with a few Green Dragon Army soldiers with a serious expression. "How is it? General Chen, did you find Mr. Mo?" Seeing Qin Weishan, Xia Yunran's eyes lit up. He quickly walked up and grabbed Qin Weishan's arm. "Found him. Someone saw Mr. Mo enter the Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain." Qin Weishan said slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. "What? Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain?" Hearing this, Xia Yunran's expression changed. The Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain was where the dragon vein of the wilderness was located. It was usually guarded by the Xia family elders. How could Mr. Mo enter the Imperial Mausoleum? Also, why did he go to the Imperial Mausoleum? Qin Weishan said slowly, "Your Highness, perhaps we were all fooled by Mr. Mo. His real goal was not to help you ascend the throne but to use your rebellion to divert everyone's attention. His goal was the Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain." Qin Weishan's expression was also very ugly. A sharp glint of blade radiated from his body and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that Xia Huang had already come out of seclusion. He and Xia Yunran were definitely going to die. There was no chance of pardon for the crime of treason. Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain? The elders of my Xia family allowed him to enter? Xia Yunran's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Your Highness, I'm afraid you don't know this, but the 9 celestial elders of the Xia family are all dead." Qin Weishan smiled bitterly. "What? Wasn't Mr. Mo only at the Grandmaster realm? Ha ha ha. So everything was fake, it was all fake." Xia Yunran was about to go crazy. He laughed out loud and his eyes were filled with madness. "Your Highness, please think of something. I'm afraid His Majesty will be here soon. We can't just wait to be captured, can we?" Qin Weishan's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety as he urged. Xia Yunran's eyes were cold and his laughter stopped abruptly. He coldly said, "We're going to the Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain. I want to see what Mr. Mo wants to do. He dares to lie to me, Xia Yunran. He really deserves to die." Xia Yunran flung his sleeves, turned around and walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, heading towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Qin Weishan gritted his teeth and followed. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace with Xia Huang and the rest, he saw a mess on the ground. Xia Yunran had already disappeared. A general of the Green Dragon Army captured a palace maid and interrogated her. Only then did he know that Xia Yunran had gone to the Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain. Not good. Xia Huang's expression changed. His body turned into a ray of light as he rushed towards the Imperial Mausoleum. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Ling Zhao's body trembled as he thought of a possibility. The Imperial Mausoleum in the back mountain was the dragon vein of the Great Desolation ancient country. It was also the forbidden area of the imperial city that guarded the dragon vein. Why would Xia Yunran go to the dragon vein? Could it be that he wanted to destroy the dragon vein? However, Ling Xiao felt that it was impossible. Xia Yunran shouldn't be crazy to such an extent. However, from Xia Yunran's foolish rebellion, it didn't seem like something a normal prince would do. Vaguely, Ling Xiao felt that there was a mastermind behind all of this. Underworld? Ling Xiao's heart trembled as he thought of this mysterious assassin organization. For some reason, Ling Xiao instinctively felt that all of this had a mysterious connection with the underworld. Perhaps I can find some information about the underworld from Ling Yunxiang's soul. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as the power of his primordial spirit spread out. He used a secret spiritual technique and probed towards Ling Yunxiang's soul. The imperial mausoleum in the back mountain was actually a huge valley in the middle of a mountain. The mountain peak looked very beautiful and was located at the northernmost part of the imperial city. It was where the emperors of the Great Desolation ancient country were buried. Xia Huang's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the imperial mausoleum. At the entrance of the imperial mausoleum, the array that originally sealed the imperial mausoleum had been forcefully broken by someone. The 9 celestial elders of the Xia family had all disappeared at this moment. There were only some bloodstains and traces of battle left on the ground. Vile spawn. Xia Huang's face was ashen as his eyes flashed with a cold light. The 9 celestial elders were the most powerful forces of the Xia family. Now that they had all died in the imperial mausoleum, the imperial family's strength had been greatly reduced. Xia Huang knew that even if Xia Yunran wasn't the one who killed them, it was definitely related to him. He also didn't expect Xia Yunran to be so deranged. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also used a secret spiritual technique to obtain the information he wanted from Ling Yunxiang's soul. His face instantly turned serious. Ling Yunxiang was indeed a member of the underworld. Moreover, he was a gold-ranked assassin and one of the leaders of the underworld in the imperial city. It was because of the Demon King's residence that Ling Yunxiang was able to live like a fish in water. Although Ling Yunxiang didn't have access to the most important information, Ling Xiao had discovered a crucial piece of information. Xia Yunran's rebellion was actually related to the underworld, and the underworld's goal was the dragon vein in the imperial mausoleum in the back mountain. These assassins who were hiding in the corners actually had designs on the dragon vein. Rumble. At this moment, the entire imperial mausoleum began to tremble. A mysterious aura exploded and a powerful dragon's aura filled the air. The earth began to tremble violently and an angry dragon's roar came from the depths of the earth. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and caused the entire imperial city to tremble. Waves of yellow mist filled the imperial mausoleum in the back mountain, containing an icy aura of death. That dragon's roar was the voice of the dragon vein spirit. It was as if the dragon vein spirit had been severely injured. The dragon's roar contained a tyrannical sense of anger, causing the mist in the valley to roll violently. Not good, something's happened to the dragon vein. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Sage Chunyang looked at each other. Their expressions changed greatly as they leaped into the valley. Boom, in the valley, yellow mist filled the air, giving off a deathly aura. All the flowers and trees within the deathly aura withered, as if the imperial mausoleum had turned into a forbidden land. Roar, a furious dragon roar sounded, causing the earth to shake and the void to rumble. The surrounding mountains cracked and pure dragon vein earth chi gushed out, but it turned into yellow deathly aura. The sky was dark and there was no light at all. The yellow deathly aura gushed out, as if it wanted to engulf Xia Huang and the rest and drain their vitality. Get lost. Xia Huang shouted coldly. A powerful will of heaven and earth spread out, instantly dispersing the deathly aura. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Chunyang Zhimen's expressions turned serious. They felt that this place was boundless. After flying for so long, they still hadn't found the dragon vein. Array. Ling Juechen said slowly, his eyes revealing a trace of shock. To be able to silently trap 3 half-step noble realm experts in the array, and the deathly aura was a threat to celestial realm experts. The person who set up this array was truly extraordinary. Ling Xiao followed beside Ling Juechen, his eyes flashing with a trace of surprise. It's the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array? Ling Xiao said slowly, recognizing the origin of this array. Speaking of which, the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array's origin was extraordinary. It was the array of a martial arts sanctuary 10,000 years ago. It was rumored that it could connect the worlds of yin and yang and had the power to reverse life and death. Ling Xiao had seen it in his previous life, so he felt that this array was very similar to the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array. The yellow deathly aura was the aura of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs was the aura of extreme death. It was a mysterious energy that could turn life into death. It usually existed in the depths of the earth and coexisted with the dragon vein. It was very difficult for it to appear in the world. The Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array used the power of the dragon vein to create the power of life and death in the Yellow Springs. It had an extremely mysterious power. Although Ling Xiao guessed that this array was the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array, he didn't know what the person behind it wanted to do. When Xiao Huang and the rest heard the introduction of the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array, their eyes turned cold. Damn it! How dare you target my great desolate dragon vein? Xiao Huang's eyes were cold as a powerful aura emanated from his body. He gathered the will of the heavens and earth and punched towards the void. Crack, suddenly, an unparalleled fist force filled the air. It contained a power that could tear everything apart. It caused the death chi in the air to shake violently and surge violently. Roar, another dragon's roar rang out. It contained a ripple of unwillingness as it slowly fell silent. Rumble, in the void, the death chi of the Yellow Springs surged, and black lightning filled the air. A huge yellow dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long traversed between heaven and earth, and a powerful dragon might spread out. Seeing this huge yellow dragon, the expressions of Xiao Huang and the other two changed drastically. That powerful dragon might and the intertwining majestic earth chi all indicated that this huge yellow dragon was the dragon vein of the Great Desolation. The yellow dragon floated in the Yellow Springs. Its aura was cold and gloomy, containing a thick death chi. A pair of blood-red moon-like eyes fell, looking at Xiao Huang and the others with a ferocious look. The Great Desolate Dragon Vein. It really is the Great Desolate Dragon Vein, Ling Xiao sighed softly, and there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Young Master Mo, the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation has been activated. Xiao Huang, Ling Juechen, and Spiritual Master Chunyang have all fallen into the trap. As long as the formation is activated, the three of them will be killed. On a mountain shrouded in the death chi of the Yellow Springs, a black-robed man knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Standing in front of him was a slender young man in a white robe. He looked very elegant and handsome, but his face was pale. Moreover, his eyes were emitting a faint blue glow, like the will-o'-the-wisps in hell. It was chilling. What about Xia Yunran and Chen Weishan? The white-robed young man's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement as he asked slowly. They have followed your instructions and turned the 9 heavenly beings elders and the corpses of the warriors into ghost slaves. As long as the death chi of the Yellow Springs is completely released, they will become an army of ghost slaves. The black-robed man ordered. Very good. Ha ha ha. The Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation has been completed. No one can stop me anymore. My years of planning have not been in vain. The three of them have failed, but I, Mo Wuji, am destined to succeed. The white-robed young man, Mo Wuji, who was the Mr. Mo that Xia Yunran referred to, laughed loudly. His body emitted a strong and cold ghostly energy, like a huge black hole, and began to devour the death chi of the Yellow Springs around him. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar resounded. The huge dragon in the void spat out a mouthful, and suddenly, a yellow ocean surged over. Its aura was unparalleled, and it suppressed Xiao Huang and the other two. The death chi of the Yellow Springs surged, as if it had turned into a mountain of swords and a sea of swords in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Xiao Huang and the other two saw that the huge dragon had launched an attack, and their faces changed instantly. They began to use their techniques to defend themselves. Boom! Xiao Huang stood in the air, emitting the majesty and domineering aura of a king. He punched out towards the void, and instantly, a terrifying fist aura exploded, blasting away a large amount of the death chi of the Yellow Springs. A silver ancient sword appeared in Ling Juechen's hand. The sword chi was 3,000 feet long, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It destroyed the surging waves that roared like a tsunami. The horsetail whisk in Immortal Pure Yang's hand shot out like divine chains of order, forming a mysterious light that blocked the mountain of blades and the sea of swords formed by the deathly aura of the netherworld and completely shattered them. Ling Xiao did not make a move. Under Ling Juechen's protection, his eyes seemed to be filled with light. He swept his gaze across the huge yellow dragon in the void, trying to find a flaw. This Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation was far inferior to the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation that Ling Xiao had seen 10,000 years ago. It could only be considered a simplified version. Furthermore, the mastermind had hurriedly set it up, so there would definitely be many flaws. This was Ling Xiao's chance. He did not think that Xia Huang and the other two could stop the great wilderness dragon vein. It should be known that the 8 great ancient nations of the 8 Desolates region could last for 10,000 years because of the suppression of the dragon vein. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the dragon vein. When the great wilderness dragon vein was completely unleashed, it was an existence that could be suppressed even by supremes. Although the current great wilderness dragon vein was not as strong as it was 10,000 years ago, it was still not something that Xia Huang and the other two half-step to the noble realm could stop. Rumble. Swoosh, swoosh. Beams of blazing divine light shot out from the dragon's mouth. They contained the power to pierce through everything and were extremely fast. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused Xia Huang and the other two to change their expressions. Boom. Boom, boom. Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Pure Sun Spiritual Master used all their strength. Their fighting spirit sword and the will of heaven and earth exploded from their bodies as they tried their best to resist. However, although the divine light was blocked, the 3 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning and were pushed back dozens of feet. Roar. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering and murderous intent filled the air. Ghostly chi filled the air as if ghosts had appeared. Together with the yellow dragon in the air, they charged towards Xia Huang and the others. The rising dragon formation grew stronger and stronger. Although Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Pure Sun Spiritual Master were all experts who were half a step away from the noble realm, they were still struggling in the end. They were even injured by the terrifying energy and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He could clearly feel that the dragon vein of the Imperial Mausoleum had been broken by someone. Someone had set up the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation. It was a supreme method to convert the earth chi of the dragon vein into Yellow Springs death chi. The death chi of the underworld filled the air and faintly intertwined with the earth vein. It seemed like it was going to spread out. Wherever the death chi of the underworld reached, no life was born and everything withered. The mastermind wants to use the Rising Dragon Formation as a foundation to turn the entire imperial capital into a land of death? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock and anger. The mastermind was indeed ruthless. The result was that tens of millions of people in the imperial capital would die here. Moreover, Ling Xiao could faintly feel that the death chi of the underworld contained a power that could turn people into puppets. Boom. 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 The battle between Xia Huang and the other two and the yellow dragon continued. However, they were already at a disadvantage and seemed to be in imminent danger. At this moment, the death chi of the underworld began to spread in all directions. Mysterious figures slowly appeared. Their auras were cold and deathly silent. They were like ghostly soldiers from hell and appeared before Ling Xiao and the others. Those figures were all dressed in black armor and filled with death aura. Their expressions were dull, and their bodies were surrounded by a dark green aura. Their eyes were filled with a dense ghost aura. Without any shouts or charges, these ghost soldiers instantly attacked Ling Xiao and the others. Rumble, the death aura of the Yellow Springs vibrated, and the weapons flew through the air, incomparably sharp. It was especially so for the 9 people at the front, who emanated death chi of the Yellow Springs. It could be seen that they were 9 old men. Mobilizing the death chi of the Yellow Springs, the power that burst out was even more powerful than ordinary celestial realm cultivators. 9 elders? Xia Huang's eyes widened as he recognized them instantly. These 9 people were the 9 elders of the Xia clan who guarded the Imperial Mausoleum. However, he did not expect that he would be refined into a ghost slave and become a monster that only knew how to kill. Moreover, Xia Huang also saw Xia Yunran, Chen Weishan, and the others in the ghost slave army. His eyes revealed a trace of pain, but more than that, there was monstrous anger. Damn the person behind this! Xia Huang roared and attacked in an instant. A black gold halberd appeared in his hand. It flowed with a mysterious luster like a black flame as it flew through the air and struck forward. A dazzling flame fell with unparalleled heat, enveloping the 9 elders and the ghost slave army in an instant. Rumble, however, when the black gold halberd landed on the ghost slaves, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and those blazing flames could not cause any harm to them. The 9 elders stepped on the flames and came forward, unscathed. Their eyes were filled with dark ghost fire. Kill! Ling Juchen and Chunyang spiritual master also shouted. Their eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as they attacked. They could see that these ghost slaves had long lost their vitality. It was only because of the death aura of the Yellow Springs that they became a ghost slave army that only knew how to kill. Xia Huang and the others did not hold back. Each of them fought with all their strength. In the end, they killed the ghost slaves one after another and shattered their bodies. Buzz, within the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Grand Array, there seemed to be a mysterious sound wave spreading. Moreover, a terrifying aura rose from the giant yellow dragon in the void. A monstrous dragon claw swept across the sky and slammed down on Xia Huang and the others. Moreover, the ghost slave army that had been killed had come back to life. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, and ghost aura surged as they charged at Yi Shiwen. The situation instantly became critical. Rumble, that monstrous dragon claw seemed to contain an unparalleled destructive power. Xia Huang and the other two revealed a frenzied look in their eyes. They attacked at the same time and exploded with their strongest power. However, they were still sent flying by the dragon claw. They coughed out blood continuously and their auras became weak. The ghost slave army charged forward fearlessly and was about to drown Xia Huang and the others in an instant. I know, so it's the 7-star soul morning nail. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The moment the giant yellow dragon in the void attacked, he finally saw clearly that there were 6 mysterious nodes flashing on the giant yellow dragon's body. That aura was exactly the same as the 7-star soul morning nail. The 7-star soul morning nail was a treasure of the ghost Dao. It was a secret treasure made with the divine power of the Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. It could stabilize the 7 souls of living beings and control the 3 souls. It contained a mysterious power. 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao saw the 7-star soul morning nail. It was a treasure of a ghost Dao holy land. Legend had it that it had once killed an immortal and was taken from the corpse of an ancient god. Ling Xiao was still wondering how the mastermind suppressed the great desolation dragon vein. It turned out that it was because of the 7-star soul morning nail. This 7-star soul morning nail should be a replica. Moreover, there are only 6 of them. This is my chance. Ling Zhao's eyes shone. He could see that the giant yellow dragon's body was pinned by the soul morning nail. However, the most crucial Dubhe soul morning nail was missing, causing a flaw to appear in the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Grand Array. This slight flaw was already fatal. Spirit of the dragon vein, you are the ruler of the earth and the ancestor of all living beings. I know that you are unwilling to be sealed, so awaken the power of your true spirit. Come back. Ling Zhao's forehead shone brightly. A trace of mysterious power of the primordial spirit surged into the sky and headed for the giant yellow dragon in the void. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The giant yellow dragon, which was originally filled with a ghostly aura, actually revealed a trace of struggle and pain in its huge eyes. What's going on? Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Chunyang's spiritual master had originally been heavily injured under the pressure of the giant yellow dragon. They were about to fight with their lives on the line. However, when they saw the giant yellow dragon suddenly stop, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. In my name, Ling Xiao, I return your freedom. Whoosh. At the same time, Ling Zhao's body turned into a bolt of golden lightning. He landed on a slope hundreds of meters to his left and punched it. Rumble. The earth trembled. The slope was instantly shattered by Ling Xiao. Death energy of the underworld filled the air. A black nail could be faintly seen. It flowed with a mysterious light and was nailed deep into the earth. Alkaid soul morning nail. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel an aura from the soul morning nail that made his primordial spirit tremble. This soul morning nail looked extraordinary. It actually had the power to restrain the primordial spirit. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Rise. Ling Zhao's feet trembled. A majestic force came crashing down. Instantly, the earth trembled violently. The Alkaid soul morning nail began to tremble violently. Not good. Stop him. Mo Wuji, who was observing the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Grand Array, was shocked. He hurriedly pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This 7-star soul morning nail was very mysterious. It was because of the 7-star soul morning nail that he was able to nail the dragon vein spirit and set up the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Grand Array. How did Ling Xiao see through it? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures in black robes appeared behind Mo Wuji. Each of them had a powerful aura. They were like ghosts as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Boom. At the same time, the earth trembled violently. The Alcade Soul Morning Nail was finally taken out by Ling Xiao. It emitted a mysterious light in the void and turned into a 3-inch-long black nail. It emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Ling Xiao immediately took out a jade box and put it away. Above the void, a black light spot at the tail of the yellow dragon dissipated. Suddenly, the sky shook, and the dragon's might filled the air. The yellow dragon's eyes seemed to be in a daze, and it began to struggle violently. Ling Xiao has found a way to break the array. Go and protect him. Xia Huang's eyes lit up. He also saw the changes in the yellow dragon. Immediately, he was invigorated and continued to fight the undying ghost slave army. Whoosh, whoosh. Ling Juchen and Pure Sun Spiritual Master looked at each other and immediately charged towards Ling Xiao. Damn it. Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Formation, disperse. Mo Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. Instantly, a black flag flashed in his hand and it flew towards the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Grand Array. Rumble, endless Yellow Springs death chi surged, turning the world into a vast expanse. It was as if the Yellow Springs River was flowing, emitting ghostly wails and howls. In an instant, the Yellow Springs River blocked Ling Juechen and Daoist Pure Yang. Break! A cold light flashed in Juchen's eyes. Immediately, the ancient silver sword in his hand slashed down with unparalleled sharpness. He wanted to break through the bindings in front of him and save Ling Xiao. The Pure Yang Spiritual Master also unleashed his supreme divine power. A blazing sun seemed to have appeared behind him. Its radiance was dazzling as it pressed down on the Yellow Spring River. Rumble, the earth quaked as unparalleled divine light shot out in all directions. The death energy of the Yellow Springs surged in all directions. Although the Yellow Springs River was shaking violently, it was like a chasm that firmly blocked the path of Ling Juechen and Daoist Pure Yang. On the other side, a few black-robed men with biting cold auras had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as his killing intent condensed. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. The sky-devouring sword emitted a sharp light and swept towards the black-robed men. The black-robed men's figures were like ghosts as they changed directions in the void. Moreover, their auras were very powerful. They were already close to the level of Sky Realm experts. However, such a cultivation base was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. The sky-devouring sword's light swept out and a sword light instantly erupted, sweeping in all directions. Endless sword chi wreaked havoc and directly chopped the black-robed men into pieces. A bloody mist spread out in the void. Next, Alia's Soul Morning Nail. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sensed dozens of powerful auras rapidly approaching. Without any hesitation, he used a secret teleportation technique and rushed into the distance. Thousands of zhang away, an ancient tree that was only left with a trunk was blown apart by Ling Xiao's punch. Unparalleled divine power shook the earth, causing a huge crack to appear on the ground. A soul morning nail rose from the crack. Ling Xiao kept the soul morning nail. Like flowing water, his speed was extremely fast and he instantly moved towards the third soul morning nail. Ling Xiao used the secret teleportation technique, and the sky was filled with afterimages. Although those black-robed men were charging at Ling Xiao, they couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's speed. In the blink of an eye, 5 soul morning nails were pulled out by Ling Xiao. Only the last heavenly jade soul morning nail was left. You ruined my plans. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Mo Wuji's heart was bleeding. His face became extremely ferocious and his eyes were filled with burning killing intent. The Great Desolation Dragon Vein was very strong. Mo Wuji also spent a lot of effort to nail the 6 soul morning nails into various parts of the Dragon Vein spirit so that it would become a part of the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array. However, before the 7th heavenly pivot soul morning nail could land, Ling Xiao, Xia Huang and the rest barged in. Therefore, he could only hastily activate the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array. Unexpectedly, the last soul morning nail became the biggest flaw. Ling Xiao discovered the secret of the soul morning nails and pulled them out in a short period of time. Young Master Mo, let's retreat quickly. The Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array is about to be broken. When Xia Huang and the other two break out, it will be difficult for us to escape. A black-robed man said with an anxious look on his face. No, even if we have to retreat, I have to kill Ling Xiao. Mo Wuji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stood on top of a mountain and looked at Ling Xiao, who was flying towards him from afar, and said coldly. Under Mo Wuji's feet was the 6th Heavenly Jade Soul Morning Nail. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely release the Dragon Vein spirit, he had to pull out this Soul Morning Nail as well. Mo Wuji could already see Ling Xiao coming towards him at lightning speed. Their gazes collided in the void, releasing traces of divine light waves. Ling Xiao, you ruined my plans. Die. Mo Wuji roared angrily. His whole body emitted a powerful aura. The death energy of the Yellow Springs spread around him. His aura was very sinister and ghostly, like a ghost king from hell. It was very terrifying. Although Mo Wuji looked like he was only in his 20s, his cultivation had already reached the first level of the Heaven Realm. His talent was peerless. Mr. Mo, I didn't expect you to be from the underworld. These should be all the elites of the underworld in the capital city, right? Just nice, let's settle our old grudges. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he looked at Mo Wuji and a group of black-robed men behind him. These people had strong auras, but Ling Xiao was very familiar with them. They were exactly the same as the assassins from the underworld who were chasing after him. Boom, Xia Huang was fighting fiercely with the ghost slave army, while Ling Juechen and Daoist Pure Yang were trapped by the Yellow Springs River. They were trying their best to break free from the restraints of the array. They had already seen Mo Wuji and company surrounding Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with anxiety. However, the Yellow Springs Rising Dragon Array was not broken, and the three of them were unable to break free from the array. Ling Xiao, you are indeed vigilant. But I really regret it. I should have gotten rid of you earlier, or you wouldn't have ruined my plans. Mo Wuji's eyes were cold, as if there was a ghost fire dancing in them. He was indeed filled with regret. At the beginning, Ling Xiao was only at the spirit transformation stage, but under the repeated pursuit of the underworld, not only did he not die, he became stronger and stronger. Especially in the 8 desolate secret territory, Mo Wuji had overestimated Ling Xiao. He had sent 2 top-notch gold-ranked assassins, but they still failed to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao had died long ago, he wouldn't have ruined his plans today. The underworld is a group of rats living in the smelly sewers, only daring to act in the dark. But today, I will make the underworld disappear from the world completely. Ling Xiao stared at Mo Wuji and said indifferently. Make the underworld disappear? Ha ha ha. What big words. Mo Wuji laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. Ling Xiao, the underworld's strength is beyond your imagination. But you won't be able to see it. Today, you are destined to die. Go, kill him. Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold, and he didn't dare to waste any more time. The weakest of the black-robed men behind Mo Wuji was a gold-ranked assassin at the master stage, and there were even more than a dozen of them at the heaven stage. They were considered a powerful force in the entire capital. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, the dozens of black-robed assassins' eyes flashed with killing intent, and they charged towards Ling Xiao. This was the foundation of the underworld. Ling Xiao believed that these dozens of black-robed assassins could fight Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Sun's spiritual master at the same time. Ling Xiao was indeed no match for them. But unfortunately, this was the great desolate dragon vein. Rumble, Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked at the assassin who was rushing towards him. His eyes were indifferent, but there was a sharp glint in them. Dragon vein spirit, awaken. Ling Xiao used the power of his soul to communicate with the huge yellow dragon in the sky. Immediately, a terrifying dragon's might permeated the surroundings. The dragon's roar rushed into the clouds, shaking the sky. It contained freedom and joy from breaking free from restraints, as well as fury and killing intent. Crack, the earth suddenly cracked open, and the yellow dragon in the sky slowly faded away. From the ground, a black and yellow dragon rushed out, flying through the air. It coiled around Ling Xiao's body, emitting waves of joy and intimacy. The 7-star soul morning nails were already missing the most crucial heavenly pivot soul morning nail. In addition, Ling Xiao had already removed 5 of the soul morning nails, so the last one could no longer bind the dragon vein spirit. With Ling Xiao's secret technique, the dragon vein spirit was instantly awakened. The 8 Desolates region's dragon vein was originally set up by Ling Xiao and Jin Se. Feeling the familiar waves of Ling Xiao's soul, the dragon vein spirit was very excited. How terrifying and majestic was the power of the great desolate dragon vein! It contained the purest dragon vein earth energy, which instantly merged into Ling Xiao's body, causing his power to rise rapidly. A terrifying aura spread out. Not good, retreat. Mo Wuji's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could communicate with the dragon vein spirit. The last heavenly jade soul morning nail was still under his feet, so how could the dragon vein spirit break free? But it was too late. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and the devouring heaven sword in his hand shone with unparalleled sharpness. The 4 divine lights of earth, water, wind, and fire shot into the sky and gathered in the air, forming a huge sword aura. Its sharpness was unparalleled, destroying everything. For elephant's sky-striking style, the sky-devouring sword gathered the power of the dragon vein, and a huge sword aura descended from the sky. It contained a power that made Xia Huang and the others tremble in fear. Although those black-robed assassins were strong, how could they withstand such a crushing power? Boom! Dozens of black-robed assassins exploded in the air. They were swept by the terrifying sword aura, and exploded into a mist of blood. Not even their bones were left, and they didn't even have time to scream. On Ling Xiao's palm, a golden lotus bloomed, emitting a mysterious light. It curled in the air slightly, and collected the dozens of black souls. This was the magical effect of the devouring heaven golden lotus. Not only could it devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it could also devour the souls of all living things. Ling Xiao stood above the 9 heavens, with the black-yellow dragon vein coiling around him. The devouring heaven sword in his hand shone with a peerless sharpness. His black hair flew in the wind, and his white robe was whiter than snow. He had an aura of invincibility. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Mo Wuji's pale face. He was indifferent, like a divine dragon overlooking an ant from the 9 heavens. How? How is this possible? Mo Wuji's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his mouth was filled with bitterness. But in the next moment, his entire body shuddered as he sensed a fatal danger approaching. He didn't even think about it before fleeing into the distance. Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go. With his current cultivation level, he was no match for Ling Xiao. Mo Wuji, go to hell. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He slowly raised the devouring heaven sword. The power in Ling Xiao's body felt like it was about to explode, and he felt like he needed to vent it. The current Ling Xiao was strengthened by the dragon vein spirit. Although it wasn't as terrifying as when he used the 8 Desolation Demon Suppression Array in the 8 Desolation Secret Territory, it wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. Ling Xiao even dared to fight a noble stage expert. This was also why Ling Xiao had the confidence to challenge He Qing and Su Liangqing. Because he was in the capital, he could use the power of the Great Desolation Dragon Vein at any time. As long as his physical body was strong enough, he could explode with destructive power. Mo Wuji's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. A light flashed in his hand, and a purple ancient jade appeared. He suddenly crushed it. Boom! A mysterious force swept Mo Wuji up, as if he was going to disappear into the void. It's a one-time teleportation Dao item? Where do you think you're going? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he instantly recognized that the ancient jade in Mo Wuji's hand should be a one-time use Dao item. It could instantly teleport him thousands of miles away, and was extremely precious. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take out this treasure because he was forced into a corner by Ling Xiao. But now that the void was under Ling Xiao's control, and the will of heaven and earth was descending, how could Mo Wuji escape from under his nose? Whoosh! A resplendent sword radiance shot across the sky, instantly dispersing the teleportation force on Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. Ling Xiao, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely die. Mo Wuji's eyes were filled with fear as he roared in a threatening manner. He did not expect that the single-use offensive Dao item that he was relying on would be destroyed by Ling Xiao, completely destroying his hope of escape. Ling Xiao had already caught up with him. He held the heaven-devouring sword in his hand and was surrounded by the energy of the dragon vein. He stared coldly at Mo Wuji. "Don't dare to kill you? You are really childish." Ling Xiao sneered. He did not care what Mo Wuji said. The heaven-devouring sword emitted a monstrous sword radiance and instantly drowned Mo Wuji. Heaven and earth rumbled as the sword radiance swept across. Accompanied by the ancient and vast roar of the dragon, Mo Wuji did not even have the time to scream before he disappeared into the void. Mo Wuji's storage ring flashed in the air and was kept by Ling Xiao. The heaven-devouring golden lotus emitted a misty light and a ray of light flashed. Instantly, Mo Wuji's soul was sucked into the heaven-devouring golden lotus. In the imperial mausoleum at the back mountain, endless death energy of the yellow springs filled the air. As the spirit of the dragon vein was released by Ling Xiao, endless earth energy surged. Under the effect of the dragon vein, the death energy of the yellow springs was suppressed and sucked into the depths of the earth. After the death energy of the yellow springs dissipated, heaven and earth became empty. However, the imperial mausoleum at the back mountain was a mess. All the flowers and trees had withered and the mountains were vast. It was like a desolate land. "Ling Xiao, you can control the dragon vein of the wilderness?" With the yellow springs rising dragon formation completely destroyed, Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Sage Pure Sun were able to escape. When Xia Huang saw Ling Xiao, he could clearly sense the qi of draconic qi on him. His eyes were filled with shock. One must know that even if Xia Huang was the king of the great wilderness and was inextricably linked to the dragon vein of the wilderness, he could not be like Ling Xiao, who could fully activate the dragon vein of the wilderness and unleash the power of a noble stage cultivator. "This is nothing. It's a secret technique that my cheap master taught me. At a critical moment, I can temporarily borrow the power of the dragon vein." Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he discreetly pushed the responsibility of controlling the dragon veins of the Great Desolation onto his non-existent master. "So it's the muddle-headed old man. He's so skilled, I didn't expect him to know how to control the dragon vein." Xia Huang and the other two came to a sudden realization, and their eyes revealed a trace of admiration. The muddle-headed old man could be said to be the most mysterious person in the Eight Desolates region. His strength was unfathomable. If he was the one who taught Ling Xiao the secret technique, Xia Huang and the others would naturally think that it was natural. With the power of the dragon vein, you can unleash the power of the noble stage. No wonder Mo Wuji and the others died in your hands. It's a pity that we didn't leave any survivors. Mo Wuji's group's whereabouts are mysterious. If we had left any survivors, we might have been able to interrogate them about their origins. Xia Huang said regretfully. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, you might not know this, but these people are the assassins of the underworld. Mo Wuji is the leader of the underworld in the Great Desolation ancient country. This time, I'm afraid that all the elites of the underworld in the Great Desolation ancient country have died here. The rest are just some small fries." "They are the assassins of the underworld?" Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Pure Sun spiritual master all revealed a trace of shock. Even with their cultivation, they were incomparably fearful of the underworld. Although this group of rats hiding in the smelly sewers were very annoying, their strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that they had once successfully assassinated a noble stage expert, and Mo Wuji had actually become the guest elder of the 9th prince, openly walking in the capital. No wonder they couldn't find any traces of the assassins of the underworld no matter how hard they tried. As for what the underworld is scheming, we have no way of knowing. Fortunately, their scheme didn't succeed. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of light as he said slowly. Xia Huang, Ling Jiuchen, and Pure Sun spiritual master all nodded in agreement. Being able to kill Mo Wuji and the others was already the greatest reward. Xia Huang checked the imperial tombs at the back of the mountain, and only relaxed when he found that the tombs weren't damaged. Moreover, in the valley, Xia Huang also found over 10,000 corpses. They were all warriors of the Great Desolation ancient kingdom, killed by Mo Wuji and the others to be refined into a ghost slave army. Even Xia Yunran and Chen Weishan were among them, and their eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. After the death energy of the Yellow Springs dissipated, these corpses were completely devoid of life. After pausing in front of Xia Yunran's corpse for a moment, Xia Huang's eyes revealed a faint trace of emotion. Finally, he left without saying a word. Soon, the Green Flood Dragon Army's warriors came in and buried these corpses. The rebellion that had engulfed the entire royal capital was finally quelled just like that. The price was the death of the first Prince Xianxia and the ninth Prince Xia Yunran. The warriors of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom also suffered heavy losses. Naturally, Xia Huang's heart wasn't as calm as his appearance. After all, Xia Yunjia and Xia Yunran were his most beloved sons. Ling Juchen and Daoist Pure Sun were speechless. Not long after, the Green Flood Dragon Army's warriors came to report that Xia Hongxiu and Ling Qingqing had been safely rescued. The two of them didn't suffer any injuries, but their cultivations were sealed, and they were locked in a heavily guarded palace. When Xia Hongxiu and Ling Qingqing walked over, they saw Ling Xiao, and their eyes revealed incomparable surprise and disbelief. Ling Xiao, I knew that you were lucky. Nothing would happen to you. You made me worry for so long for nothing. How are you going to compensate me? Ling Qingqing punched Ling Xiao's chest. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red, but her charming face was filled with a happy smile. Xia Hongxiu only stood beside Xia Huang, looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Qingqing with a slightly gloomy gaze. Many thanks for Sister Qingqing's concern. When I return, I'll give Sister Qingqing something good. I guarantee that you'll like it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, keeping her in suspense. Ling Qingqing's eyes instantly lit up. She smiled and said, You said it. If you don't satisfy me, I won't let you off. Xia Huang, Ling Juchen, and Daoist Pure Sun temporarily left. With such a huge rebellion and unforeseen event in the capital, there were still many things that they needed to deal with. Ling Xiao returned to the Demon King's mansion. Young master, it's great that you're fine. Meng Ao had already woken up, and was being supported by someone. He looked very pale, but when he saw Ling Xiao, he and Lu Xiongfei, their eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Uncle Meng, Uncle Lu. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of pain. Meng Ao lost an arm, and Lu Xiongfei lost a leg. It was all done by the assassins of the underworld. It was related to the Wanshou sect, Mo Wuji, and Ling Yunxiang. Today, Mo Wuji and Ling Yunxiang had died in Ling Xiao's hands. The Wanshou sect's Tiger King was also killed by Ling Xiao. This could be considered as revenge for Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei. Meng Ao seemed to understand what Ling Xiao meant. He smiled and said, Young master, isn't it just an arm and a leg? It doesn't affect us at all. The most important thing is that you're safe. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei had also felt that terrifying wave of energy in the Imperial Mausoleum and were worried about Ling Xiao's safety. Now that they saw Ling Xiao safe and sound, they were relieved. Uncle Meng, Uncle Lu. I've killed the culprits who caused you to lose your arms and legs. The people of the Wanshou sect can't run away. Sooner or later, I'll make them pay with their blood. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He then told them what happened in the Imperial Mausoleum. Mo Wuji is the leader of the underworld? No wonder we couldn't find any trace of the underworld. But young master now has the power to challenge a noble realm cultivator. This is incredible. Young master's talent is even more demonic than the Lord's. Lu Xiongfei exclaimed. His eyes were full of excitement. Unknowingly, this young man had grown to such a level. He was almost at Ling Zhen's level. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Uncle Meng, Uncle Lu, don't worry. I have a way to restore the lost arms and legs. Ling Xiao thought of the peach of immortality he got in the 8 Barren secret land. The peach of immortality tree was a top spiritual root. It had immense vitality and could restore broken limbs. It had a miraculous effect. Really? Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei looked at each other. Their eyes were full of surprise. They thought that there was no hope, but when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they became excited. After all, if they could restore their arms and legs, they would have the hope of improving their martial arts. Otherwise, they would never be able to enter the celestial realm. That's right. This time, I got some good stuff in the 8 Barren secret land. It can be put to good use. Ling Xiao smiled and walked into the demon lord's residence with the others. The place where Lin Feng was cultivating was guarded by the soldiers of the tiger camp. The terrifying saber intent was so powerful that Ling Xiao was amazed. He didn't expect Lin Feng's Skyblade bloodline to be so pure. However, judging from the degree of condensation of the saber intent, Lin Feng should be coming out of seclusion soon. Lin Feng had been in seclusion for close to a month now. Ling Xiao was also looking forward to seeing what kind of terrifying power Lin Feng would unleash after his heavenly blade bloodline was fully awakened. Master Jiaomu and Li Ling were still unconscious. Grandmaster Jiaomu and Li Ling did not seem to be in good condition. Their auras were very weak, and their faces were as pale as paper. Most of their meridians were broken, and their bodies were in terrible condition. They were relying on the power of healing pills to maintain their lives, but they would not be able to last much longer. Ling Zhao's gaze instantly turned serious. The underworld is truly ruthless. Ling Zhao's expression was cold. He could easily tell that Grandmaster Jiaomu and Li Ling had been injured by people from the underworld. That strange power of the underworld was unique to the assassins of the underworld. The assassins were all entrenched in Grandmaster Jiaomu and Li Ling's dantian, invading their entire bodies. At that time, the forces of the underworld were too terrifying. If elderly Ling had not risked his life to kill a large number of assassins, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Xiongfei and Meng Ao's faces were also filled with anger as they spoke slowly. Ling Xiao nodded, his gaze deep. He was prepared to investigate the souls of Mo Wuji and the others. Perhaps there were still some secrets that he had not discovered. Boom, Ling Xiao struck out with his palm, and a golden lotus floated in the void, emitting countless rays of light, spreading towards Grandmaster Jiaomu and Li Ling's bodies. Although the strange power of the underworld was very strong, how could it be a match for the sky-devouring golden lotus? They were all refined by the sky-devouring golden lotus, completely disappearing into the meridians of the two. Ling Xiao used his own vital energy to protect Li Ling and Grandmaster Jiaomu's heart meridians. After stabilizing their life forces, he heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Meng, prepare a secret room for me. I want to refine healing pills. Ling Xiao said slowly. He was prepared to use the Immortality Peach Spirit Fruit as the main ingredient to refine the Immortality Peach Treasure Pill. Not only could it regrow Lu Xiongfei and Meng Ao's limbs, but it could also completely heal Grandmaster Jiaomu and Li Ling's injuries. All right. Meng Ao nodded in agreement. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at a secret room, ready to refine the pill. Ling Xiao had already condensed his martial Dao primordial spirit, and his mental strength was comparable to a low-grade alchemy grandmaster. This meant that Ling Xiao could even refine supreme Dao pills. The Immortality Peach Treasure Pill was only a peerless treasure pill, so it was not difficult for Ling Xiao to refine it. Weng, the 6-yang cauldron floated out from the longevity ring, emitting a resplendent spiritual light. The 6-yang cauldron was only a mid-grade treasure, so it was still a little lacking for Ling Xiao. However, with Ling Xiao's mental strength, he was confident that he could refine the Immortality Peach Treasure Pill with the 6-yang cauldron. The Immortality Peach Treasure Pill was actually refining the mysterious substance within the Immortality Peach Spirit Fruit, so it only needed a dozen supplementary spiritual herbs. There was no need to collect them. A fist-sized golden Immortality Peach Spirit Fruit appeared in Ling Xiao's palm, emitting a dazzling glow and a fragrant aroma. This Immortality Peach Treasure Pill is not only a top-grade healing pill, it can also raise one's martial Dao aptitude. It is also very useful for the disciples of the longevity sect. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The Immortality Peach Treasure Pill was the mysterious substance within the Immortality Peach Spirit Fruit. In terms of effects, it was naturally much better than consuming the Immortality Peach Spirit Fruit alone. Boom, the true devouring fire emitted a dazzling light, instantly enveloping the 6-yang cauldron. A blazing aura spread out, and Ling Xiao's eyes became focused as he began to refine the Immortality Peach Treasure Pill. Preheating the cauldron, extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs, nourishing the pill, all of this was done smoothly by Ling Xiao, without any difficulty. A few hours later, when the 6-yang cauldron emitted a dazzling light, 9 perfectly round pills flew out, emitting a mysterious light. They jumped slightly in the void, and their spirituality was very strong. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he reached out and grabbed the void. In an instant, the 9 Immortality Peach treasure pills landed in his hand. Sensing that each of the Immortality Peach treasure pills was of high grade, Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. With these Immortality Peach treasure pills, Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiaomu, and Li Ling's injuries would be healed quickly. Their cultivation would even improve. Next, let's see where this so-called underworld came from. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as the heaven-devouring golden lotus floated in front of him. He could see that the souls of Mo Wuji and company were being suppressed within. From Ling Zhao's forehead, a trace of primordial spirit energy emerged, trying to find the information he wanted from their souls. Wang. The sky-devouring golden lotus shone brilliantly, and strands of golden light wrapped around those souls. Furthermore, there was a trace of mysterious energy that began to extract the memories within those souls. Ordinary people, even experts of the noble realm who had condensed their martial path primordial spirit, would not dare to absorb the memories of others. It was easy for their primordial spirit to become impure and affect their future martial path. However, Ling Xiao did not have such concerns. The sky-devouring golden lotus could refine everything and remove the origin imprint in the soul. Therefore, although Ling Xiao was checking the memories of Mo Wuji and the others, it did not affect the purity of his primordial spirit. The memories of those assassins were like scenes that slowly floated into Ling Zhao's mind. From their birth, cultivation, marriage, and even the moment before their death, everything was clearly visible to Ling Xiao. This underworld is so mysterious? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He saw that these gold-ranked assassins in the Master Realm, and even heaven-ranked assassins in the Celestial Realm, had been absorbed into the Netherworld, but they had only accepted tasks and received commissions for revenge. Moreover, they would be controlled by the Netherworld with secret methods, but they did not know the origin of the Netherworld at all. Although the memories of their souls were complex, there was little useful information about the underworld. Gotcha. After the memories of the assassins were extracted by Ling Xiao and swept by the sky-devouring golden lotus, they were instantly shattered and turned into the purest energy. The energy was refined by the sky-devouring golden lotus and integrated into Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, gradually strengthening it. Ling Zhao's gaze finally fell on Mo Wuji's soul. The soul was a very illusory existence that could not be seen by the naked eye. It could only become tangible after condensing into a primordial spirit. Therefore, only Ling Zhao's martial Dao primordial spirit could sense Mo Wuji's soul. It was a black illusory figure with a ferocious face. It looked exactly like Mo Wuji, and it looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. However, the power of the soul was too weak. It was bound by the sky-devouring golden lotus and could not break free. Wang. A trace of primordial spirit power descended and began to extract the memories of Mo Wuji's soul. It wanted to find out the true secrets of the underworld from them. Ling Xiao had a premonition that the underworld must be after something big since they dared to covet the 8 Desolation Dragon Vein. However, just as Ling Xiao was extracting Mo Wuji's memories, a vast and powerful energy suddenly awakened in Mo Wuji's soul. Rumble, Mo Wuji's soul instantly exploded into smithereens. Within the boundless void, a figure with a terrifying aura seemed to appear. His eyes were like lightning, and his entire body emitted a torrential ghostly aura. It was as though he was a ghost king from the depths of hell. Who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of my netherworld sect? A cold voice rang out. That silhouette was actually formed from the power of the primordial spirit. He instantly flew through the air and shot towards Ling Zhao's forehead with cold killing intent. He wanted to destroy Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. A mere essence soul imprint dares to behave atrociously towards me? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The martial way primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness sat cross-legged in the void, illuminating the heavens and earth. A vast and unparalleled force pressed down on that figure. Rumble, although the figure was strong, it was a primordial spirit brand of an expert. Any ordinary soul would have been crushed by it. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have condensed a martial way primordial spirit. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. That figure was suppressed in an instant. Moreover, the sky-devouring golden lotus appeared and devoured that figure. A martial way primordial spirit at the Grandmaster realm? How is this possible? Who the hell are you? A shocked voice came from that figure. However, Xianxia did not give him a chance. The powerful devouring power of the sky-devouring golden lotus exploded and swallowed that figure in an instant. It's actually the Netherworld sect? Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. This was the second time he had heard of the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect was one of the 5 great martial way holy lands in the 8 Desolates region. It was also the most mysterious martial way holy lands. Previously, in the fearsome Beast Mountain range, they had plotted against the Great Xian Empress, Ji Feishuan, and even started a rebellion in the Great Xian Ancient Kingdom. Who would have thought that the true identity of the Underworld sect is actually the Netherworld sect? The Underworld sect and the Netherworld sect are indeed of the same origin. It seems like they are plotting something big for the Great Desolation Dragon Vein. The rebellion that the Netherworld sect started in the Great Xian Ancient Kingdom might also be for the Great Xian Dragon Vein. Xianxia muttered to himself. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Mo Wuji should be an important figure in the Netherworld sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a noble realm expert to leave a primordial spirit brand in his soul. Although he knew that the Underworld sect was the Netherworld sect, it was still a mystery as to why they were plotting against the Dragon Vein. Xianxia vaguely felt that this was a very important matter that he had to figure out. Far away from the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom, there was a huge mountain range that was shrouded in yellow mist all year round. The mountain range was filled with a ghostly aura. There were many black palaces, and there was even an army of ghost slaves and skeletons. They walked out of the mountain range and lined up to train their soldiers. There were black rocks all around, and there was a large yellow lake in the center of the mountain range. It emitted a mysterious aura. At this moment, an old man in a black robe slowly floated up from the yellow lake. His entire body emitted a monstrous aura. The old man looked very strange. He was surrounded by a ghostly aura. He wore a ferocious mask on his face, and his sunken eyes seemed to have a ghostly fire dancing in them. Anyone who saw him would shudder in fear. Mo Wuji is dead, an old and hoarse voice rang out, and a strange fluctuation spread out. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, dozens of figures in black robes flew across the sky. The black robes were embroidered with the shape of skeletons. It was eerie and terrifying. The dozens of black-robed figures had powerful auras. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but their eyes were cold and emotionless. They stood at the side of the yellow lake and bowed to the masked old man. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The masked old man's body suddenly emitted a terrifying black light. His eyes seemed to be shooting out black flames of anger, as if they were going to burn the void. Mo Wuji is my successor. I want to see who dares to spoil my plans. This time I will make everyone in the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom pay with their lives. The masked old man stood up. Ghostly aura surged around his body. It was as if countless ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. A terrifying aura that swept across the heavens and earth spread out. On a mountain peak in the distance, there was a majestic black palace. A very strange young man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were flowing with a gorgeous light. Is that trash Mo Wuji dead? There is one less threat. That place is about to open. When I master my divine technique, I will crush all the geniuses in the 8 desolations and become the lord of the netherworld. Sun God, Moon God, Dragon Sun, Jade Lake Saintess. I can't wait. Xianxia did not know what had happened in the Underworld sect. He left the stone room and gave the peach elixirs to Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei. He also gave one to Master Jiamu and Li Ling. Young Master, you can already refine supreme grade elixirs? This is incredible. Lu Xiongfei and Meng Ao were in disbelief when they saw the peach of immortality elixir in their hands. Ling Juechen and Pure Sun Spiritual Master were the only 2 supreme-grade alchemy masters in the entire Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. Xianxia was only 16 years old, but he was already a supreme-grade alchemy master. It was like a dream to them. Uncle Meng, Uncle Lu, take it. This peach elixir has the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. It can also improve your martial Dao foundation. It might even help your cultivation. Xianxia said with a smile. Okay. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei nodded excitedly. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. They quickly found a secret room and prepared to refine the peach elixir. After Ling Xiao gave the peach elixirs to Master Jiamu and Li Ling, they saw a dazzling golden light enveloping them. Majestic life essence surged and slowly repaired the meridians in their bodies. There was also a kind of rebirth power that made their physiques undergo miraculous changes. Buzz, wisps of mysterious substance from the peach elixir entered their bodies. Master Jiamu and Li Ling were shrouded in a dazzling light. Their injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This change lasted for 2 hours. When Master Jiamu and Li Ling opened their eyes, a powerful aura began to spread out. Their eyes were filled with incomparable surprise and joy. Master Jiamu's cultivation had risen to the peak of 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. He was only 1 step away from the celestial realm. Li Ling had also made great progress. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the celestial realm. The sword essence around him became purer and more condensed. "Thank you, Saint." "Thank you, Master." Li Ling and Jiamu bowed to Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. They knew that it was all thanks to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive, let alone recover from their injuries and improve their cultivation. "You're welcome. We're all on the same side. Speaking of which, I've implicated you this time. I didn't expect the Thousand Beasts sect and the underworld to be so crazy." Ling Xiao sighed and said. "What are you talking about, Holy Sun? My cultivation is still too weak. I can't even stop a few sky-rank assassins. However, this underworld is very secretive. They are hidden in the dark. What a headache. Holy Sun, you must be careful." Li Ling's eyes revealed a trace of shame as he spoke solemnly. "Ha ha ha. Elder Li." A burst of laughter came from outside. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei had also come out of seclusion. Their arms and legs had grown out, and their temperament had become stronger. Moreover, their cultivation had improved, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. They were only a step away from entering the celestial being realm. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. They did not say anything. After all, they were loyal to Ling Zhen. Now, they were ready to sell their lives to Ling Xiao. Destroy the underworld? Kill the Tiger King? What happened when we were unconscious? Looks like we've missed a good show. Li Ling and Master Jiamu looked at each other with shock in their eyes. When Lu Xiongfei and Meng Ao told them what had happened after they were unconscious, they looked at Ling Xiao with surprise and disbelief. Ling Xiao's growth was too fast. They did not expect Ling Xiao's strength to change so drastically after returning from the 8 Baron secret zone. Now, he could even kill a celestial realm expert. In the Imperial Mausoleum, with the help of the dragon bloodline, he could explode with the power of a noble realm expert. This kind of Ling Xiao made them feel unfamiliar, but they also felt incomparably excited. "Son of Saint, you're really a monster. When you first came to the Imperial City, you were only in the Dragon Tiger realm. In the blink of an eye, you broke through to the Grandmaster realm and have the combat strength to crush a celestial realm expert. Looks like even I might not be your match, Holy Sun," Li Ling said with a bitter smile. He felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Sky Sword Li Ling was also a peerless genius of the Great Baron Ancient Kingdom. He had awakened the Sky Sword bloodline. His sword will was unparalleled, and his combat strength was extraordinary. However, when he faced Ling Xiao, he also felt a lot of pressure. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His current combat strength had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before he had entered the Bahuang secret land. With the Heaven-Devouring secret skill, Ancestral Dragon secret skill, Teleportation secret skill, 7 Limits divine technique, and Heaven-Devouring sword, from his previous life, Ling Xiao's battle prowess could no longer be described by his cultivation base. Of course, Ling Xiao knew the main reason. It was because the 8 Desolation region was a small place after all, and it didn't even have many experts at the noble realm, let alone monarch realm experts and supreme exalts who were renowned throughout the world. In the distant war god continent, that was where the true geniuses competed. There were all kinds of young kings, young paragons, and even innate gods. They even mastered Tian-class martial arts and paragon martial arts. Such people were favored by the heavens and earth. That was where Ling Xiao was going to fight. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura shot up into the sky, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The entire Demon King's mansion was enveloped by a vast, ancient, and domineering saber chi. The heavens was like a saber, and the divine might was like hell. The Myriad Calamity Heavenly Saber was added to the body. It was a sharp and domineering aura that came from the bloodline. The Heavenly Saber bloodline has awakened? Lung Feng is coming out of seclusion. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked out of the room. Li Ling and the rest were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly followed him out. They also wanted to see how terrifying the Heavenly Blade bloodline was for Ling Xiao to value it so highly, especially Li Ling. He had the Heavenly Sword bloodline, while Lung Feng had the Heavenly Saber bloodline. He naturally wanted to compete with Lung Feng. Since ancient times, the sword was the king of all weapons, and the saber was the ancestor of all weapons. Sword cultivators and saber cultivators were the two strongest types of martial artists. Therefore, when sword cultivators and saber cultivators met, there would be a battle. Boom! The small courtyard where Lung Feng was cultivating in seclusion seemed to have been swept by millions of saber radiances. It was completely turned into ruins. The saber radiated an unparalleled sharpness, causing the void to tremble and ripple. An extremely pure saber essence filled the air, exuding an ancient and domineering aura. Lung Feng seemed to have turned into a peerless divine saber, becoming the center of the universe. The Heavenly Saber bloodline has been completely awakened. Level 6 Grandmaster Realm. Not bad. There was a look of admiration in Ling Xiao's eyes. Lung Feng's performance had already exceeded his expectations. It seemed like Ling Feng's Heavenly Saber bloodline was purer and more powerful than he had imagined. Buzz! Lung Feng opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a saber, piercing through the endless void. Holy Sun, take my Azura's 10th saber. Lung Feng's voice rang out, accompanied by an unparalleled saber chi. The saber radiance above Lung Feng's head instantly turned snow-white, like a silver river descending from the sky, descending toward Ling Xiao. Meng Ao, Lu Xiongfei, and Master Jiamu were shocked by the strong fighting spirit and the terrifying saber. Essence that could crush everything. Azura's 10th saber? Great! Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The Azura saber skill originally had 8 sabers, a black-class peerless martial technique. Later on, Lung Feng had derived the 9th saber and it had become an inferior earth-class martial technique. Ling Xiao did not expect Lung Feng to derive the 10th saber after the awakening of the Heavenly Saber bloodline. That kind of invincible power that could crush everything made Ling Xiao feel a trace of threat. However, it was only a slight threat. When the unparalleled saber radiance descended from the sky, Ling Xiao made his move. A simple punch was thrown. Boom! Golden lightning surged and exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's fist was like an ancient divine mountain, containing a vast and unparalleled power, accompanied by a mysterious dragon's might. Although the 10th saber skill was powerful, it still exploded under Ling Xiao's punch. Unparalleled divine radiance swept out in all directions. Lung Feng's body trembled slightly, and he retreated a dozen steps. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had thought that after awakening the Heavenly Saber bloodline and comprehending the 10th saber skill, he would be able to put up a fight against Ling Xiao. However, he had not expected to be defeated so easily. Moreover, Lung Feng could sense that Ling Xiao had only used his physical strength in that punch. He did not use his Qi Gang. Otherwise, Lung Feng would not have been pushed back so easily. Holy Sun, I didn't expect that I would still be no match for you after awakening the Heavenly Blade bloodline. It seems like the Holy Sun's trip to the 8 desolate mystic realm this time has undergone an earth-shaking change. Lung Feng said with a bitter smile. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He thought that he was already considered a monster by cultivating in seclusion for a month and breaking through from LV1 to LV6 of the Grandmaster realm. Previously, Ling Xiao was only at the 3rd level of the Dragon Tiger realm. Now, he was already at the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm. Your Skyblade bloodline is very pure. In terms of combat power alone, your current combat power is not inferior to Shi Skyfall's. However, your potential is greater than his. Although the Azura's 10th blade is powerful, comparable to a mid-grade earth-grade martial art, it is still too weak. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With his current battle prowess, if Shi Tianluo was standing in front of him, he could easily kill him. Therefore, even though the Azura's 10th blade was not bad, it wasn't a threat to Ling Xiao. This is the manual of the 10 Annihilation Slash. It is a high-grade heaven-grade martial art that is most suitable for the Skyblade bloodline. Cultivate it well and don't bring shame to it. Ling Xiao passed the manual of the 10 Annihilation Slash to Lung Feng. 10 Annihilation Slash? Lung Feng's body shook, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Even though he didn't know what the 10 Annihilation Slash was, he understood that it was a high-grade heaven-grade martial art. The strongest martial art in the ancient kingdom of Great Desolation was a low-grade heaven-rank martial art. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to use a high-grade heaven-rank martial art right off the bat. Even if it was created in the sacred grounds of the martial Dao, it would still be considered a sect's ultimate martial art. It wasn't something that ordinary people could come into contact with. The 10 Annihilation Slash was created 10,000 years ago by a Saber Emperor who possessed the Skyblade bloodline. Even though the Saber Emperor was only at the 9th level of the Monarch realm, he had once used the 10 Annihilation Slash to kill and exalt. So, the 10 Annihilation Slash is of the same origin as you. Speaking of which, you should thank Chen Fengdao for obtaining this martial art. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not hide the origin of the 10 Annihilation Slash. He explained how he obtained the 10 Annihilation Slash. Chen Fengdao is really unlucky. Such a peerless martial art was given to the young master in the end. If he finds out, he'll probably vomit blood and die. Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei opened their eyes wide with disbelief. Holy Sun, Chen Fengdao cultivated the 10 Annihilation Slash as well? If that's the case, I really want to experience it. If I'm able to kill Chen Fengdao with the 10 Annihilation Slash, I'll be able to comfort my father's soul in heaven. A trace of cold light and killing intent appeared in Lung Feng's eyes. Speaking of which, I don't know where Chen Fengdao is after returning to the capital. Xia Yunran and Chen Weishan are dead, so Chen Fengdao isn't a threat. Uncle Meng, investigate Chen Fengdao's whereabouts and hand him over to Lung Feng. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. Don't worry, young master. Chen Fengdao won't be able to escape. Meng Ao grinned. Lung Feng looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Not only did Ling Xiao give him hope for revenge, but he also awakened the Heavenly Blade bloodline for him. He even passed on the 10 Annihilation Slash, a peerless martial art. He was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Cultivate well. Ling Xiao patted Lung Feng's shoulder and smiled faintly. Lung Feng was extremely talented, and his martial arts willpower was firm. Ling Xiao planned to nurture him well. In the future, he would definitely become the cornerstone of the Changsun sect. After the demon mansion was cleansed by Ling Xiao's ruthless methods, there were only a few dozen Ling family members left. Most of them were from the side branches. They were once ostracized and framed by Ling Yunxiong. Therefore, after joining Ling Xiao, they were considered loyal. As for these people, Ling Xiao planned to nurture them. After the demon mansion went through a bloody baptism, it began to exude a majestic vitality. Ling Xiao went into seclusion in the demon mansion for 3 days, stabilizing his cultivation. After all, his breakthroughs were too fast. Although he had accumulated a lot, Ling Xiao still checked carefully to ensure that there were no problems with his martial arts foundation. Mo Wuji's storage ring was obtained by Ling Xiao. The contents of the ring shocked Ling Xiao. There were more than 5 million spirit crystals. All kinds of spiritual equipment and treasured equipment added up to more than 1,000 pieces. There were also many precious spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and the name list of the assassins of hell. With this name list, the entire hell in the Great Desolation ancient country can be completely eradicated. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He hated the assassins of hell to the core. If he could eliminate them completely, he naturally didn't want to leave any loose ends behind. He believed that after handing this name list to Xia Huang, he would settle this matter properly. Finally, Ling Zhao's eyes fell on a black nail. Dubhe murderous soul nail. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Just as he expected, the most important Dubhe murderous soul nail was in Mo Wuji's storage ring. There were many treasures in Mo Wuji's storage ring, but Ling Xiao valued this Dubhe murderous soul nail the most. Dubhe murderous soul nail, the 7-star murderous soul nails are finally gathered. Mo Wuji has treasures but he doesn't know it. This set of 7-star murderous soul nails is the most precious treasure. Ling Xiao sighed softly as a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao knew the value of the murderous soul nails. They were treasures passed down from ancient times. There were a total of 360 of them, and they were in the shape of Zhou Tian. It was said that when all 360 murderous soul nails were gathered, they could erupt with power comparable to the best supreme weapon, although there were only 7 7-star murderous soul nails in Ling Zhao's hands, they could form a set. The flow of energy between them was comparable to a low-grade Dao weapon. The murderous soul nails were treasures that targeted the soul and primordial spirit. After refining the 7-star murderous soul nails, Ling Xiao was confident that he could even severely injure the martial primordial spirit of a noble realm expert. The 7-star murderous soul nails could be said to be another powerful trump card of Ling Xiao. Buzz! Ling Zhao's primordial spirit flashed, and the 7 murderous soul nails were swept into his sea of consciousness. The power of primordial spirit spread, and he began to refine and nurture them. There should be other murderous soul nails in the underworld sect. If I can gather all 28 murderous soul nails, with the power of the 28 constellations, I'm confident that I can destroy the primordial spirit of a noble realm expert. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as he thought to himself. 3 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Sun's spiritual master came to the Demon King's mansion together, bringing incomparably exciting news. Ling Xiao, the secret realm in the fearsome Beast Mountain range is about to open. Xia Huang and the other two followed Ling Xiao into the secret chamber, their eyes revealed a trace of excitement. And according to my calculations, that secret realm is very likely to be the longevity secret realm left behind by the longevity sect 10,000 years ago. Reverend Pure Yang's wise eyes shone brightly. Is it finally going to open? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. From Ling Zhao's point of view, it wasn't very likely. That secret realm was the secret realm of longevity, and the ancient jade that recorded the soul-returning pellet was left behind by an expert from the longevity sect. Moreover, there was an imprint of 10,000 years on it. Others might not be able to tell, but to Ling Xiao, it wasn't difficult at all. What's the specific situation? Ling Xiao asked Xia Huang and the other two. Xia Huang smiled bitterly and said, the secret realm in the fierce Beast Mountain range was accidentally discovered by me, Ju Chen, Pure Yang spiritual master, and your father. The ancient jade of the resurrection pill was also obtained from there. Originally, we thought that only the 4 of us knew about it. However, we didn't expect that the other holy lands of the martial Dao had already known about it. It was only because it wasn't the time to open it that they didn't act rashly. Do you know why the Wanshou sect came to the capital? It wasn't just because they wanted to investigate the death of a celestial being elder of the Wanshou sect. More importantly, it was because of the secret realm. Moreover, these days, the spatial fluctuations from the fierce Beast Mountain range have been getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, we speculate that the secret realm will open in the next few days. Moreover, the Wanshou sect, Sun Moonstar sect, Terminator Demon sect, and Jade Lake sect are all rushing to the fierce Beast Mountain range. Apart from the most mysterious underworld sect, almost all the experts from the holy lands of the martial Dao and the 4 ancient kingdoms are coming. Ling Xiao nodded. Xia Huang and the other two originally wanted to make a fortune in secret. After breaking through to the noble realm, they would go to the secret realm to search for treasures. However, they didn't expect everyone to know about it. One could imagine how depressed they were. It seemed that the moon god's main purpose in coming to the capital was the secret realm of longevity. In Mara's memory, Ling Xiao saw countless extraterrestrial demons descending and scenes of bloody battles in the longevity sect. However, in this life, he didn't feel the existence of the secret realm of longevity. He guessed that it must have been sealed by Xianxia. Perhaps Xianxia really did leave some information or something in the secret realm of longevity. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to go to the secret realm of longevity. In the longevity secret territory, there were countless precious spiritual herbs, divine weapons, and precious martial arts. These were the foundation of the longevity sect, and they belonged to the longevity sect. If those holy lands dared to have any ideas, Ling Xiao wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Therefore, we plan to go to the Fierce Beast mountain range immediately. Once the secret realm opens, we'll go in and seize the opportunity. 10,000 years ago, the Longevity sect ruled the world. They had countless noble realm and monarch realm experts. They even had several supremes who were renowned throughout the world. Especially the strongest man in the world 10,000 years ago, the sky-devouring supreme. If we can obtain some of the inheritances, not to mention the noble realm, the monarch realm will be nothing. Xia Huang's eyes were burning with ambition. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. After all, the secret realm of longevity was too shocking. It was much more powerful than the 8 Desolation secret realm. If the 8 Desolation region wasn't so remote and far from the War God continent, those supremes of the War God continent probably wouldn't be able to sit still. If they could obtain the inheritances of the sky-devouring supreme and the longevity sect, they would have a chance to reach the legendary titled supremes. They would stand at the peak of the human Tao and touch the legendary God realm. Supremes were immortal for 10,000 years, and gods were immortal. Such a temptation was enough to make anyone go crazy. Alright, since that's the case, let's return to the longevity sect first. Now that the Fierce Beast mountain range is in turmoil and experts have gathered, I'm afraid that something will happen to the longevity sect. It's hard to guarantee that no one will be foolish enough to do so. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of sharpness, and he was slightly worried. The longevity sect was too weak after all. Even with the protection of the longevity god sealing formation, it was difficult to resist the noble realm experts of the holy lands of the martial Tao. Especially the path understanding tree, they couldn't let the holy lands of the martial Tao know about it. Ling Juchen smiled and said, Ling Xiao, don't worry. The Sun Moon Star sect and the longevity sect have some relations. I heard that the moon goddess has already gone to the longevity sect. With the Sun Moon Star sect there, no one will be foolish enough to do so. The moon goddess? Ling Xiao nodded his head. Even though Ling Xiao could not see through this mysterious woman, she would probably protect the Chongsun men on account of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Xia Huang, and Ling Ju discussed for a while and finally decided to set off immediately. Xia Huang, Ling Juchen, and Pure Sun Spiritual Master each brought one person. They were Xia Hongxiu, Ling Qingqing, and Master Jiaomu. Ling Xiao decided to bring Li Ling and Lin Feng back. Meng Ao had already been conferred the title of Grand Marshal by Xia Huang and was in charge of the million-strong army of the Great Desolation ancient country as well as the most elite royal guards. Lu Xiongfei was also conferred the title of Prime Minister and was in charge of internal affairs. Ling Xiao knew that Xia Huang wanted to maintain a good relationship with him for his sake. Ling Xiao accepted such good intentions and left enough spiritual crystals and spiritual pills for Meng Ao and Lu Xiongfei. As long as there were no accidents, they would be able to break through to the celestial realm very soon. At the same time, Ling Xiao also taught Meng Ao a heaven-class middle-class martial art, Universal Demon Subduing Halberd. It complemented Meng Ao's halberd perfectly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao left the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash and Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash to Lu Xiongfei. Lu Xiongfei was skilled in both the sword and the flying saber, but his natural talent in the saber Dao was even stronger. If he were to cultivate the Tiger Soul Divine Saber Slash to perfection, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through into the royal realm or even the monarch realm in the future. After arranging everything, Ling Xiao brought Lin Feng and Li Ling to meet up with Xia Huang and the rest, preparing to head to the Chongsun sect. Whoosh, a gigantic dragon-shaped ancient sword soared into the sky like a divine rainbow. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sky above the capital. The dragon-shaped ancient sword was the Great Desolation Dragon Sword, a mid-grade Dao artifact. It was the strongest divine weapon in the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom and also Xia Huang's personal sword. The Great Desolation Dragon Sword under Ling Zhao's feet was filled with dragon might. It was like a giant dragon crossing the heavens, and its speed was extremely fast. Holy Sun, my mother asked me to pass this to you. Lung Feng walked to Ling Zhao's side and handed him a map. The ink on the map was still wet, so it must have been drawn not long ago. This is the location of the cold miasma? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, instantly recognizing the map that Lin Feng had given him. On it was a detailed record of the place where Lin Feng's parents had accidentally entered the cold miasma. Saint, is there any treasure at the location of the cold miasma? Lung Feng asked curiously. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, there are some spirit medicines that are very important to me. Help me thank Madame Ling. Lung Feng waved his hand and said, the Holy Sun is too polite. My mother said that it's her honor to be able to help the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao smiled. With this map, he would be able to find the 9-heaven spiritual herb very quickly. By then, he would be able to make another breakthrough in the secret skill of the ancestral dragon. The third level of the body of the flying dragon had the ability to fly and burrow into the ground. When combined with the secret teleportation technique, even noble plane cultivators would find it difficult to match Ling Xiao's speed. The valley where the cold miasma is located is not far from here. I can take a look along the way. Ling Xiao looked at the map carefully and told Xia Huang his idea. Xia Huang naturally had no objections. The great desolation dragon sword flashed and rushed towards the endless ferocious beast mountain range below. Just as Ling Xiao was following the map and heading towards the valley where the frosty miasma was located, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Vicious beast mountain range. Zhao Ritian was dressed in a golden robe with a jade crown on his head. He was riding a unicorn covered in red scales. He looked extremely flashy. Second uncle, are you saying that this ferocious beast mountain range really has the 9-heaven spirit dissolving herb? That is the supreme king herb. Even our Sun Moon Star sect only has a few of them. Zhao Ritian muttered to himself as he rode on the unicorn at an extremely fast speed. Don't worry. If I say there is the 9-heaven spiritual herb, there will definitely be it. When you get the 9-heaven spiritual herb, you will be able to completely transform your soul into the legendary pure yang primordial spirit. By then, your holy body of the sun will be completely awakened. The small 8 desolation region will be nothing to you. By then, even honorable plane cultivators will have to kneel before you. An old voice came from Zhao Ritian's body as he chuckled. Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement as he said, Second uncle, do I really have such a powerful body? The legendary holy body of the sun is a natural-born honorable plane cultivator. I feel that my talent in alchemy is slightly stronger, but my talent in martial arts isn't that strong. I'm far weaker than my elder brother. What is your elder brother? At most, he has the 9-sun bloodline that is comparable to a king. Moreover, it is not pure. It is far weaker than your holy body of the sun. Listen to your second uncle. Once your holy body of the sun is completely awakened, you will be invincible in the world. There was a hint of disdain in the old voice. Really? Second uncle? That's great. Zhao Ritian was so excited that his face turned red. I knew it. I, Zhao Ritian, am a peerless genius. In the future, I will definitely become a peerless honorable plane cultivator. I will be invincible in the world. Once I awaken my holy body of the sun, I will definitely defeat that kid Ling Xiao and vent my anger. Ling Xiao? That kid is not simple. Don't provoke him. The old voice said. Second uncle, don't worry. I will ignore him for now. Once I awaken my holy body of the sun, I will settle the score with him. That kid is too arrogant. I have never seen anyone more arrogant than I, Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly as his eyes were filled with anger. We have arrived at the frigid miasma land. The old voice was a little speechless. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious aura and exclaimed in surprise. In front of Zhao Ritian, there were a few mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were majestic. Countless ancient trees stood tall and gave off a desolate aura. Between the mountains, there was a mysterious valley. It was shrouded in a layer of white mist that drifted in all directions. The surroundings were very quiet. There was not a single sound from any living being. Second uncle, is the 9-heaven spiritual herb that you mentioned in this valley? Zhao Ritian pulled on the reins of the unicorn, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. This unicorn was a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It had the bloodline of an archaic species. Although it was very thin, it was very powerful. It was the second uncle who helped him tame it. That's right. It is this valley. However, you have to be careful. This frigid miasma is very strange. If it enters your body, it will be very troublesome. The second uncle warned. Don't worry. I, Zhao Ritian, am a martial artist. What is a mere frigid miasma to me? Zhao Ritian was very showy. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he rode the unicorn into the valley. Buzz, the white frigid miasma contained a trace of cold aura. As if it had sensed the presence of a living being, it began to ripple and enveloped Zhao Ritian. Scram! Zhao Ritian shouted coldly. Instantly, blazing flames rose around his body. Red clouds surrounded him and emitted a faint golden light. It was as if the void was trembling slightly. It was the scorching sun heavenly fire that Zhao Ritian had refined. The scorching sun heavenly fire seemed to be the nemesis of the frigid miasma. The white frigid miasma retreated instantly, opening up a path. Second uncle, my scorching sun heavenly fire is not bad, right? Zhao Ritian smiled proudly. It is not bad. I forgot that you have refined the heavenly fire. This is even better. When you get the 9 heavens spiritual herb, I will teach you the method to refine the legendary Great Sun Dao pill. I guarantee that you will be able to transform into a pure young primordial spirit. The second uncle said with a smile. Thank you, second uncle. Second uncle, you are the best to me. Big brother only knows how to cultivate. He has never cared about me. Zhao Ritian said emotionally. Silly child. Who asked me to be your second uncle? Let's go. The valley that was enveloped by the cold miasma was not as dangerous as Zhao Ritian had imagined. Instead, it was filled with flowers and ancient trees. It was like a fairyland. Ancient vines curled about within the valley. The ancient trees were tall and strong, exuding an exuberant vitality. Above the distant cliff, a snow-white waterfall flowed down 3,000 feet. It released rumbling sounds as it landed in the deep pool below. Second elder, where is the 9 heavens spiritual herb? Didn't they say that the 9 heavens spiritual herb grows in places where the stars gather? Places of extreme heat and extreme cold? Why is this place different from what we imagined? Zhao Ritian looked at the valley in front of him curiously. There was no cold aura in the valley. Instead, there was a gentle aura that spread out, making one feel warm all over. Extreme yin begets yang, extreme yang star energy. This place is indeed a treasure trove. Ritian, if I'm not wrong, the 9 heavens spiritual herb should be behind the waterfall. Go and bring it back. This is the best place for you to break through to the pure young primordial spirit. However, the 9 heavens spiritual herb is a king herb. It will definitely be guarded by powerful demonic beasts. You have to be careful. Second elder warned. Is it under the waterfall? Don't worry, second elder. I'll be careful. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up. He rode the unicorn to the side of the waterfall in an instant. Then, he leaped behind the waterfall. As the snow-white waterfall fell, the water splashed and rumbled like thunder. Endless water vapor filled the air, emitting an icy chill. After Zhao Ritian entered the waterfall, he immediately shivered. He felt that his body was about to freeze. The waterfall seemed to contain an extreme cold energy that was bone-chilling. Don't worry. The chill in the waterfall is the extreme yin energy. It won't do you any harm. The 9 heavens spiritual herb is there. Go and get it. Second elder's voice carried a hint of excitement. On the black stone wall below the waterfall, there was a stone platform. There was a faint light surrounding it. A silver grass grew on the stone platform. The grass was emitting a silver glow. Its leaves were as delicate as jade and emitted a faint fragrance. It was as if countless stars were flowing on it. It really is the 9 heavens spiritual grass. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with excitement. He leaped forward and reached out his hand to grab the silver grass. Be careful. Zhao Ritian also felt a sense of crisis at the same time when second uncle's voice was heard. Rumble, behind him, a cold, murderous aura filled the air. Furthermore, a silver ray of light shot across the sky and landed on Zhao Ritian's back. It emitted a majestic force and sent him flying. Runes flickered on Zhao Ritian's body. His golden robe shone brightly, emitting an incomparably strong defensive power. That was why he was not injured. Only then did Zhao Ritian realize that a huge silver python had appeared behind him. It was more than 100 feet long and its body was covered in dazzling silver scales. Its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at Zhao Ritian with a murderous aura. In particular, there was a silver sarcoma on its head. Silver thunder python? Who would have thought that there would be such a demonic beast? It seems like it wants to wait until the 9 heavens spiritual grass is fully matured before swallowing it to degenerate into a thunder dragon? How ambitious! However, it's only at the peak of rank 5. It's not a threat. Ritian, go and kill it. Second uncle's surprised voice was heard as he explained the situation to Zhao Ritian. It turned out that the silver thunder python possessed a trace of the immemorial thunder dragon's bloodline. It was considered an immemorial mutant and could control lightning. It was extremely powerful. The 9 heavens spiritual grass had a magical effect on the silver thunder python. It could possibly activate its thunder dragon's bloodline and completely transform it into a dragon. The 9 heavens spiritual grass belongs to me, Zhao Ritian. Die. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly. He was unhappy that he was ambushed by the silver thunder python. Suddenly, a snow-white battle saber appeared in his hand. It emitted a dazzling light and a strong saber intent. It slashed towards the silver thunder python. Rumble, the silver thunder python let out a long hiss and whipped its tail across the sky. It was emitting silver lightning at an extremely fast speed. When the battle saber landed on the silver thunder python's body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew and Zhao Ritian's arm went numb. The battle saber almost flew out of his hand. Boom, the silver thunder python spat out a silver lightning ball towards Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. The scorching sun heavenly fire gathered around his fist. The fire instantly engulfed the lightning ball and exploded it. A mysterious and ancient aura emanated from Zhao Ritian's body. It instantly suppressed the silver thunder python, emitting an aura that made one's soul tremble. The silver thunder python, which was initially ferocious, trembled. A trace of fear could be seen in its eyes. When Zhao Ritian saw the opportunity, he slashed down with his saber. The snow-white saber light drowned the silver thunder python. It emitted traces of blood and many of the scales on the silver thunder python's body were shattered. Kill the silver thunder python. Its demonic pill is extremely precious. It will benefit you greatly. You must not let it escape. The second elder had just used his aura to suppress the silver thunder python. His voice was weak as he spoke. Don't worry, second elder. I'll definitely kill it. Zhao Ritian pulled himself together and said confidently. The aura suppression from the second elder seemed to contain a force that could directly attack one's soul. The silver thunder python looked at Zhao Ritian with less ferocity. Instead, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. Boom, the silver thunder python swept its tail again. After sending Zhao Ritian flying, it turned into a silver light and fled towards the bottom of the waterfall. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Ritian was enraged. He held his battle saber and his golden robe emitted a dazzling light. He chased after the silver thunder python and entered the deep pool under the waterfall. Rumble, the water vapor surged and the saber light flashed in the deep pool. However, it soon returned to normal. Zhao Ritian chased after the silver thunder python into the depths of the pool. Swoosh, at this moment, a golden lightning flashed across the sky. It pierced through the cold poison outside the valley and entered the valley. Extreme Yin begets Yang. Extreme Yang star energy. This is indeed the place where the 9 heavens spiritual herb grows. If I'm not wrong, the 9 heavens spiritual herb should be behind the waterfall. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. In his hand, the qi drawing stone emitted a silver light that flickered between light and dark. The qi drawing stone that Ji Feishuan gave him contained a trace of the 9 heavens spiritual herb's aura. As long as he was within 1,000 feet of the 9 heavens spiritual herb, the qi drawing stone would light up. Ling Xiao asked Xia Huang and the rest to wait for him outside the valley while he entered the valley with the qi drawing stone. Indeed, he found the 9 heavens spiritual herb. Ling Xiao leaped up and used the sky-devouring secret skill. His aura was completely concealed as he flew towards the waterfall. Ling Xiao knew that the nine-heaven spiritual herb was the king of herbs. It would be best if he could obtain the nine-heaven spiritual herb without anyone noticing. Otherwise, there would be a fierce battle. Unicorn? Could it be that someone else has entered this place? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw the unicorn beside the waterfall. His eyes lit up and he flew towards the back of the waterfall at an even faster speed. In the valley, a huge waterfall flowed down. After Ling Xiao leaped into the waterfall, he immediately saw the silver blade of grass on the black cliff. It really is the nine-heaven spiritual grass. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with joy. However, he was very cautious and did not immediately pick the grass. Instead, he carefully sensed the surroundings with the power of his soul. He did not discover any danger. Strange, this nine-heaven spiritual grass doesn't have any demonic beasts guarding it? Who left the unicorn behind? Ling Xiao found it strange, but he still leaped onto the stone platform. The nine-heaven spiritual grass shone with a brilliant silver light. Its leaves were sparkling and translucent, and its fragrance wafted into his nose. It looked very delicate. Ling Xiao carefully picked the nine-heaven spiritual grass and placed it in a jade box. He placed it in his longevity ring. With this nine-heaven spiritual grass, I just need to gather a few other spiritual herbs and I can begin to break through to the body of the flying dragon. Then, I'll be able to fly. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with anticipation. Although his heaven-devouring qi was very dense and could allow him to fly for a short period of time, he could not fly for long periods of time or long distances. Cultivators cultivated martial arts and comprehended everything in the world. Being able to fly and break free from the shackles of the earth was an irresistible temptation to everyone. Rumble, at that moment, the pool below began to tremble violently. Endless waves of water surged into the sky and exploded in the air. A powerful ripple spread out. There are ripples of a battle? Could it be that someone is fighting in the pool? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought of the unicorn outside the waterfall. He guessed that the owner of the unicorn wanted to pick the nine-heaven spiritual grass and was attacked by the demonic beast. Were they fighting? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a strange smile. If that was really the case, then he was the one who picked the fruit. If the owner of the unicorn knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Roar. Boom, a loud roar rang out, accompanied by an explosion that shook the sky. It was as if some powerful creature in the pool had self-destructed. The black pool was instantly dyed red. A dazzling stream of light soared into the sky and headed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the light landed in his palm. It turned into a dazzling silver Yao pill. It looked like it was flowing with a beautiful light and there were traces of silver lightning around it. It was very strange. It's the demonic core of the thunder python? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. From the color and aura of the monster core, he instantly recognized the origin of this monster core. The silver thunder python had a trace of the immemorial thunder dragon's bloodline. It could be considered an immemorial variant and was very powerful. Legend had it that if the bloodline was completely cleansed, it could even evolve into an immemorial thunder dragon. It's only right for the thunder silver python to protect the nine-heaven spiritual grass. Ling Xiao nodded. At this moment, the silver-ringed lightning snake on his wrist woke up. To be exact, it was awakened by the silver thunder python's Yaodan. It revealed a trace of urgency and desire. You want this Yao core? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. The silver-ringed lightning snake nodded repeatedly. Its eyes revealed a trace of human-like excitement. The silver-ringed lightning snake also had the bloodline of a true dragon and could control the power of lightning. The silver thunder python's Yaodan was very attractive to it. If it could completely refine it, it might be able to break through to the 5th rank. Alright, this Yao core is yours. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the silver thunder python's Yaodan to the silver-ringed lightning snake. The silver-ringed lightning snake excitedly and intimately rubbed against Ling Xiao's arm. Its body wrapped around the silver thunder python and began to extract and refine the energy of the Yaodan. Although the silver thunder python's Yaodan was precious, it was useless to Ling Xiao. However, it was very attractive to the silver-ringed lightning snake. It could be used to cultivate the silver-ringed lightning snake's strength and leave it for Shui Wei to protect herself in the future. Boom! At this moment, a wave exploded in the deep pool. Zhao Ritian, dressed in a golden robe and his black hair flying, rushed out of the pool. His eyes were full of arrogance. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He saw Ling Xiao and a silver thunder python Xiaodan in his hand. Stop right there. Ling Xiao, why are you here? That silver thunder python Xiaodan is mine. Give it back to me. Zhao Ritian roared. His face was full of anger and his eyes were about to spit fire. Zhao Ritian fought with the thunder silver python. Although the thunder silver python was extremely strong, Zhao Ritian had the help of second uncle. In the end, he managed to suppress the thunder silver python. Who knew that the thunder silver python would rather die than submit? In the end, it would rather self-destruct than submit to Zhao Ritian. The silver thunder python exploded into pieces in the deep pool, leaving only a Yaodan behind. Zhao Ritian originally wanted to collect the spoils of war, but he did not expect that someone would pick the fruits of his labor. And this person was the person he hated the most, Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian? Why are you here? Don't tell me that the unicorn outside is yours? This silver thunder python Xiaodan flew into my hand automatically. What does it have to do with you? Go play somewhere else. After seeing Zhao Ritian, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He did not expect to see Zhao Ritian here. And looking at Zhao Ritian's appearance, he was about to go crazy. Staring at the Yaodan in Ling Xiao's hand, he was filled with anger. Zhao Ritian was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, that silver thunder python was killed by me. Its Yaodan is naturally mine. Why am I here has nothing to do with you. My 9-heaven spirit dissipation herb. Zhao Ritian's gaze landed on the stone platform. When he realized that the 9-heaven spirit dissipation herb was gone, his body froze. It was as if his whole family had been killed. He screamed as flames began to spurt out of his 7 orifices. Forget about the silver thunder python Xiaodan. The 9-heaven spirit dissipation herb was related to whether Zhao Ritian could achieve the pure yang primordial spirit. It was his life. Ling Xiao taking away the 9-heaven spirit dissipation herb was worse than killing him. Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. Zhao Ritian's eyes were red. His lungs were about to explode from anger. A surge of anger rushed to his head. Without thinking twice, he charged towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh, the blade in Zhao Ritian's hand emitted a blazing light. The blade light was unparalleled. It swept across the sky and slashed towards Ling Xiao. However, to Ling Xiao, this blade was not even comparable to Lin Feng's 10th blade of Azura. It was not a threat at all. Your blade technique is not bad. But it's still too weak. Ling Xiao's calm voice rang out. Then, he threw out a punch. The vast fist force came crashing down from the sky. It contained a majestic force that could crush everything. It was like a divine mountain pressing down. It was unstoppable. Boom! Ling Xiao's punch broke through the layers of saber chi and landed on the battle saber. Instantly, a dazzling divine light shone brightly. A vast and unparalleled force came through, causing Zhao Ritian's expression to change drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by Ling Xiao, crashing into the deep pool below. Cough, cough, Zhao Ritian rushed out from the deep pool. Although the golden robe on his body had blocked most of the force, Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. It had injured his internal organs. This punch had also awakened Zhao Ritian's anger. He was both shocked and furious. He could not believe his eyes. How did Ling Xiao become stronger again? That punch was as brilliant as the heavens. It made him feel as if he was facing a celestial realm expert who could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to crush everything. Eh? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He did not hold back in that punch, but he did not expect Zhao Ritian, who looked like he was only at the 6th level of the Grandmaster realm, to be able to block his punch without suffering any serious injuries. Is it that golden robe? It's actually a Dao artifact? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the golden robe on Zhao Ritian's body. There were faint runes spreading out, as if there was a mysterious resonance with the surrounding heaven and earth. This was the power of a Tao artifact. It was intertwined with the will of heaven and earth, possessing a mysterious power. Ling Xiao did not expect Zhao Ritian to be so rich. In the entire Great Barren Ancient Kingdom, only Xia Huang had a Tao artifact. Even in the Holy Land of the martial Tao, Tao artifacts were considered the most precious treasures of the sect. Second uncle, is there any way to kill Ling Xiao? He's too much of a bully. The 9 Heaven Spirit Disintegration Herb and the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core are mine. Why did he have to come at this time? He's too shameless and too hateful. Zhao Ritian roared in his heart and called out to the second uncle. Ritian, if I had not intimidated the Thunder Silver Python, I might have tried to suppress Ling Xiao. However, I have no other way now. Moreover, Ling Xiao is too strange. I can feel a sense of threat from him. If it's not necessary, it's best not to provoke him. The second uncle's old and weak voice sounded. Second uncle, aren't you omnipotent? Even you can't deal with this kid? Zhao Ritian said in disbelief. The second master sighed and said, Ritian, I'm only a soul now, and I don't have a physical body. I'm utterly unable to utilize any powerful abilities. Anyway, just don't provoke Ling Xiao. At most, we'll just give him the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Herb and the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core. Where there's life, there's hope. There was a hint of pain and helplessness in his voice, but there was nothing he could do about it. Zhao Ritian's face instantly turned ugly. However, he didn't want to give up just like that. Ling Xiao, you're returning the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissipation Grass to me? I don't want the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core anymore, I'll give it to you. However, you must return the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissipation Grass to me. Zhao Ritian glared at Ling Xiao and said, unwilling to give up. Heavenly treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You said that the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass and the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core were yours, so they were yours? If you have the ability, you can call one of them and see if they agree. Get the hell out of here, or I won't hold back anymore. Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian and smiled. To be honest, even though this Zhao Ritian was arrogant, haughty, and arrogant, Ling Xiao did not have any bad feelings towards him. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian would be in for some bad luck. This was the second time they met, and he even gave the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass and the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core to Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Xiao's shameless words, Zhao Ritian trembled in anger. He looked at Ling Xiao with anger and helplessness. Ling Xiao, tell me. What do I have to do for you to return the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass to me? No matter if it's spiritual crystals, weapons, demonic cores, or heavenly treasures, as long as you're willing to return the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass to me, I'm willing to exchange it with you. Zhao Ritian felt like his heart was bleeding. To his dismay, he realized that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Even when the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass was snatched away by him, he could only beg Ling Xiao to return it to him. Then I'm really sorry. The 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass is very useful to me. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you company. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After that, he flew out of the waterfall. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Zhao Ritian was so angry that he was about to cry. His eyes were red as he felt wronged. That was the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass. As long as he could get his hands on the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass, he would be able to completely form the pure young primordial spirit. By then, he would be able to awaken the holy body of the sun. He would be able to dominate the 8 Desolates region and conquer the world. However, this beautiful hope was cruelly snuffed out by Ling Xiao. No, I must get the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass. Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth, flew out of the waterfall and chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had effortlessly obtained the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissolving Grass and even gave him the Thunder Silver Python's demonic core. He was in a good mood. However, Ling Xiao realized that Zhao Ritian had also rushed out of the waterfall. He was riding on his unicorn and was chasing after him. Zhao Ritian, are you itching for a beating? Do you want to be beaten up again? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian from the corner of his eyes and said slowly. Zhao Ritian was scared out of his wits. However, he still forced himself to look at Ling Xiao and said, this road doesn't belong to you. I can go wherever I want. What does it have to do with you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored him. If Zhao Ritian wanted to follow him, so be it. Ling Xiao would never give him the 9 heaven spirit-dissolving grass. After leaving the valley that was shrouded in the cold miasma, Ling Xiao saw Xia Huang and the rest waiting outside. You're out so soon? Did you find the spiritual medicine you needed? Xia Huang and the rest asked in surprise. Ling Xiao had been in the valley for less than 15 minutes. Wasn't the speed too fast? Moreover, they also noticed Zhao Ritian who was following behind Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Why was Zhao Ritian here? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. On the other hand, Zhao Ritian's face darkened. Ling Xiao had obtained the 9 heaven spiritual herb and the thunder silver python's demonic pill. It was as if Ling Xiao had stolen his peaches. Then let's go. Young Master Zhao, do you want to come with us? Xia Huang smiled faintly as his gaze fell on Zhao Ritian. No matter what, Zhao Ritian was from the Sun Moon Star sect. With the relationship between the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom and the Sun Moon Star sect, Xia Huang couldn't ignore him. You guys can go. Don't worry about me. Zhao Ritian's face darkened as he said coldly. If that's the case, young Master Zhao, we'll meet again. Swoosh, the Great Barren Dragon sword was like a dragon as it swept across the sky. It turned into a blazing rainbow as it headed towards the direction of the Chongsun sect. Ling Xiao stood on the Great Barren Dragon sword as the wind around him blew. His black hair danced in the wind as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He wondered how the Chongsun sect was doing. Was Shui Wei doing well? Whenever he thought of that adorable figure, Ling Xiao would feel a sense of warmth in his heart. Perhaps only Shui Wei would not care if Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing or a genius. She would stay by his side forever. Bachelor sage, look. Leng Feng's voice interrupted Ling Xiao's train of thought. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback as he looked in the direction Leng Feng was pointing at. Behind the Great Barren Dragon sword, a blazing fire chariot was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed, following closely behind the Great Barren Dragon sword. On the fire chariot, Zhao Ritian was dressed in a golden robe. His gaze landed on Ling Xiao as he gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect this guy to be so persistent. However, the fire chariot was emitting an ancient rune aura. It was actually a powerful Dao artifact. Zhao Ritian had too many treasures on him that even Ling Xiao was surprised. This guy was simply a treasure trove. Young master, should we teach him a lesson? A cold glint flashed across Leng Feng's eyes. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, don't bother about him. If he wants to follow, then let him follow. The Great Barren Dragon sword was extremely fast. After a few hours, it had crossed the fearsome Beast Mountain range and arrived at a vast land. In the distance, there was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was emitting an ancient and boundless aura. It was extremely majestic. That was the Chongsun sect. Ling Xiao was shocked. They were finally back. The Great Barren Dragon sword quickly stopped at the foot of the Chongsun mountain. The Chongsun mountain was covered by the Chongsun god sealing array. Ling Xiao did not want to rush to the top of the mountain. He wanted to return to the Jin's pavilion to check on Shui Wei first. The eyes of Xia Huang and the others were filled with curiosity. Although they all knew about the longevity sect, other than Master Jiao Mu, no one else had ever been to the longevity sect. Legend had it that this longevity sect was the holy land of martial arts that had dominated the war god continent 10,000 years ago. But there were also people who said that this longevity sect had only inherited some martial arts and was completely different from the longevity sect from 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao, is this the Chongsun sect? Xia Huang asked curiously. The longevity sect looked very ordinary. Although there were some palaces and pavilions on the mountain peak, they did not have the grandeur of the martial Dao holy lands. The longevity mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. It looked calm and peaceful. Towering ancient trees stood in great numbers, verdant and elegant. That's right, this is the longevity sect. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and led Xia Huang and the others up the longevity mountain. Qing Qing, Xia Hongxiu, Li Ling, and Leng Feng were all very curious. How did such an ordinary-looking Changsun sect nurture a monster like Ling Xiao? At this moment, Ling Xiao's ears twitched. He heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. His eyes flashed and he quickly walked over. Ha ha ha. Do you admit defeat? As long as you say that Ling Xiao is trash, I'll let you go. In a forest, a young man in a red robe laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. Under his feet was a young man in a black robe. He looked very handsome, but his face was very pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. He struggled to get up, but the genuine qi in his body was scattered by the young man in the red robe. His chest felt heavy and he felt like he was suffocating. The young man in the black robe was Deng Yalan. Behind Deng Yalan was a group of longevity sect disciples. But they did not dare to say anything. Behind the young man in the red robe, there were a few other young men in red robes. Each of them had a powerful aura and their faces were filled with arrogance. Because these young men in red robes were disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect, a martial Dao holy land. I'm not convinced. The saint is not trash. If the saint was here, none of you would be a match for him. Deng Yalan said with difficulty. His eyes were filled with anger. He had broken through to the first level of the Dragon Tiger realm and cultivated the guardian demon fist that Ling Xiao had taught him. His combat strength was very strong. However, the young man in the red robe who was stepping on him was too abnormal. He was also at the first level of the Dragon Tiger realm, but he could easily suppress him. The reason was that the young man in the red robe had already cultivated fist intent. Although Deng Yalan was on the verge of comprehending fist intent, he was still a little short. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? How dare he call himself the saint? If he dares to be here, senior brother Lu doesn't have to do anything. I can suppress him myself. What a small sect. You don't know anything. The young man in the red robe glanced at the young man with the highest cultivation behind him and smiled. Deng Yalan, I'll give you one more chance. Do you admit defeat? As long as you call Ling Xiao trash, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the young man in the red robe. The innate energy under his feet shone brightly and a murderous intent spread towards Deng Yalan. Deng Yalan shuddered. However, he stubbornly looked at the young man in the red robe without saying a word. Very well. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. The young man in the red robe smiled maliciously. The powerful innate energy under his feet exploded and he was about to kill Deng Yalan. Swoosh, at this moment, a cold figure flew across the sky like a black bolt of lightning. In an instant, a palm struck towards the young man in the red robe. Who is it? The young man in the red robe trembled. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. Boom, a monstrous divine force swept over, and the red-robed young man was instantly sent flying by the palm strike. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and a powerful Xiantian gang qi wreaked havoc in his body, instantly destroying all his meridians and crippling his cultivation. A young man in a black robe appeared in the middle of the crowd. He was emitting a cold aura and his eyes were indifferent. No one dared to look him in the eyes and they all lowered their heads. It was Lung Feng. How dare you touch the disciples of the Changsun sect? Do you want to die? Ling Xiao walked over slowly from afar. Although there was a smile on his face, it was a cold smile. His eyes fell on the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. The saint? The saint is back. It's really the saint. That's great. Ha ha ha. These bastards dare to be arrogant. The saint will teach them a lesson. When the disciples of the Changsun sect saw Ling Xiao, they were shocked. Their eyes were filled with joy as they shouted. It's Ling Xiao? Holy Sun, you're finally back. Deng Yalan struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of excitement. You're not bad, but you're much younger than him. His cultivation is only the same as yours. Don't be discouraged. Ling Xiao smiled and patted Deng Yalan's shoulder. Deng Yalan nodded emotionally and said, Holy Sun, they're all disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. Let's just forget about it. Deng Yalan was a little worried. He knew Ling Xiao's character. Back then, he dared to challenge Dang Yalan and Dang Tianda when he was only in the channel opening realm. If Ling Xiao was impulsive and taught the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect a lesson, it would be troublesome. After all, the Sun Moon Star sect was the ruler of the 8 Desolation region. The Chongsun sect couldn't be compared to them at all. You crippled my junior brother's cultivation and you want to just let it go? Do you really think the Sun Moon Star sect is easy to bully? A cold voice was heard. Among the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect, there was a very burly young man. He had a crew cut and looked very energetic. His skin was crystal clear and gave off a faint glow. His eyes were extremely bright, as if there were flames shooting out. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Master Realm, which was the highest among the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. The red-robed young man was injured by Lin Feng and his cultivation was crippled. Immediately, the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were furious. The burly young man looked at Ling Xiao with a cold gaze. He gave off an extremely powerful aura that pressed down on Ling Xiao and the others. The expressions of the Chongsun sect's disciples changed drastically. Dang Yalan's expression turned serious as he whispered to Ling Xiao, "Saint, this person is called Lu Yang. He's a disciple of the Sun God faction. Senior sister Nangong and senior brother Jian were defeated by him. You must be careful." Ling Xiao and Xia Huang didn't reveal their cultivation, so Dang Yalan didn't know Ling Xiao's current cultivation. However, Ling Xiao was only in the spirit transformation realm when he left the Chongsun sect. No matter how strong he was now, he was probably only in the Dragon Tiger realm. He definitely couldn't be Lu Yang's opponent. "Who do you think you are?" Ling Xiao sneered and glanced at Lu Yang. "This is my Chongsun sect, not your Sun Moon Star sect. He humiliated my Chongsun sect's disciple. Sparing his life is already a mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as crippling his cultivation. I would have taken his life. Bastard, how dare you disrespect senior brother Lu? Senior Lu, kill him. What dog's head Holy Sun? Does he really think that the longevity sect is still the longevity sect from 10,000 years ago?" The faces of the Sun Moon Star sect's disciples changed. They glared at Ling Xiao and scolded him. Lu Yang's gaze also turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "How arrogant. Since that's the case, let me see what qualifications you, the holy son of the longevity sect, have to be so arrogant." A sharp light flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, and he said to Ling Xiao, "Holy Son, let me do it." "All right. After all, the Sun Moon Star sect and my Chongsun sect have some ties. Let him live." Ling Xiao nodded. With the strength of Lin Feng's bloodline, he could even fight against a level 9 Grandmaster. It was enough to deal with Lu Yang. "Let me live? Ha ha ha." Lu Yang laughed out of anger. He did not expect Ling Xiao to look down on him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you'll only be courting death if you stick your head out. You better think carefully." Lu Yang looked at Ling Feng with a cold gaze. Although he did not know Ling Feng's cultivation, Ling Feng looked to be in his 20s. In this small Great Desolation ancient country, he would at most be a Dragon Tiger realm expert. He was simply courting death. "Cut the crap. If you don't attack now, you won't have the chance." Ling Feng's gaze was like a blade as he exuded a sharp aura. His battle intent rose. The guy in front of him was a disciple of the Sun Moon Star sect. Ling Feng also wanted to see who was stronger between him and the disciple of the martial arts sanctuary. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Yang's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed his level 6 Grandmaster realm cultivation. He stomped on the ground. Boom, the rocks under his feet shattered. Lu Yang was like an immemorial barbarian elephant as he threw a punch at Ling Feng. That powerful aura swept out, causing the expressions of the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect to change drastically as they revealed worried looks. Lu Yang was a level 6 Grandmaster. No one in the entire Chongsun sect was a match for him. The young man that Ling Xiao brought seemed arrogant, but how could he defeat Lu Yang? He would probably be defeated in the next moment. Only Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He was incomparably indifferent and calm. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Pure Sun Spiritual Master smiled. They knew Ling Feng's combat strength very well, so they knew the outcome of this battle. Relatively speaking, they were more curious about the Chongsan Mountain. It looked ordinary from the outside, but when they entered the Chongsan Mountain, they realized that the spiritual qi in the Chongsan Mountain was extremely abundant. It had even turned into a thin mist. It was comparable to the blessed enclave of the martial Tao sacred grounds. Li Ling's eyes also flashed as he looked towards the peak of the Longevity Mountain. He could feel a vast and expansive sword will from there. It grew and multiplied endlessly, filling up the heavens and the earth, causing him to feel somewhat agitated. The Chongsan sect was indeed not simple. Seeing Liu Yang's punch, Lung Feng's eyes flashed. Innate qi gushed out of his body as he slashed down with his palm. Clang, Lung Feng's palm contained a domineering saber radiance. When it hit Liu Yang's fist, it was as if it had hit a metal rock. Sparks flew and a violent aura exploded. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. Level 6 Grandmaster Realm? How is that possible? Liu Yang's eyes were filled with shock. He immediately sensed that Lung Feng's cultivation was at level 6 Grandmaster Realm, the same as him. How could there be such a demonic genius in the small great desolation ancient country? At the same time, Liu Yang saw Ling Zhao's calm expression from the corner of his eyes. If Lung Feng's cultivation was so abnormal, how powerful would Ling Xiao be if he could control Lung Feng? An ominous premonition flashed across Liu Yang's heart. Again. Lung Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he exuded a powerful aura. His saber essence filled the air. It was domineering and ancient, with an invincible aura that could split the heaven and earth. Clang, Lung Feng raised his arm and his palm radiated a blazing radiance. It was as if a snow-white divine saber had formed on his arm. He slashed across the sky at lightning speed. This was the 10th move of the Azura saber. Lung Feng had perfected the Azura saber skill. Coupled with his heavenly saber bloodline, he was able to unleash a power that even Ling Xiao was shocked by. Liu Yang's expression changed as he felt a strong sense of threat. Facing Lung Feng's saber light, he let out a loud roar. Instantly, a blazing heat wave swept out from his body, as if a blazing sun was slowly rising. 9 Sun Palm. Is that the ultimate Earth-class martial skill, 9 Sun Palm? Senior brother Liu is going to win. The Sun Moonstar sect's disciple's eyes were filled with excitement as he hurriedly said. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as well. He knew about the 9 Suns Palm martial art. It was known for its unparalleled ferocity and contained a divine power of extreme yang. If it was unleashed at full power, it was even stronger than the Vajra subduing demon fist. However, although the 9 Sun Palm was powerful, Liu Yang had not mastered it to the complete realm and he was still lacking compared to Lung Feng. Rumble, the fist radiance and the saber radiance collided and the space rumbled. Boundless saber radiance swept out in all directions. The 9 dazzling suns in the sky destroyed all the saber radiance and pressed down on Lung Feng. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Liu is going to win. A Sun Moonstar sect's disciple exclaimed. When they sensed Lung Feng's cultivation at the 6th level of the Grand Master realm, they were shocked and jealous. Lung Feng was younger than many of them, but his cultivation was stronger than theirs. It was a big blow to these disciples of the Holy Land who were usually high and mighty. Now that they saw that Lung Feng was about to be defeated, an indescribable sense of pleasure rose in their hearts. However, Lung Feng's expression did not change. He was still cold and indifferent. Rumble, the shattered saber radiance in the sky emitted a destructive aura. Lung Feng's saber essence was pure and powerful and it resonated with the destructive aura in the sky. A black saber radiance appeared above Lung Feng's head. The sharp aura sent chills down one's spine. Destruction slash. As Lung Feng's cold voice resounded, the saber radiance above his head moved instantly. Swoosh, it was as though a heavenly river had pierced through the sky. It was snow-white and it was extremely fast. In an instant, it shattered the 9 Sun Palm that was formed by the 9 Sun Palm. The saber radiance vibrated and emitted a mysterious glow in the sky. It was like a white line that split the sky and broke through the darkness as it slashed down on Liu Yang. What? Liu Yang's expression changed drastically as he felt a fatal danger looming over him. His hair stood on end and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Lung Feng's saber had clearly been shattered by his 9 Sun Great Palm, but what was the saber light that had appeared in an instant? Liu Yang had no time to think. A dark golden light flashed in his hand as he punched out. Crack, Lung Feng's saber slashed apart Lu Yang's fist. His gaze was like steel as he slashed down on Lu Yang's fist. Instantly, resplendent runes flickered as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yang looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His crimson robe was torn to shreds, and his face was extremely pale. He was sent dozens of meters away by Lung Feng's blade. His eyes were filled with fear. His palm was dripping with blood, and a sharp saber will permeated the air. Furthermore, the glove on his hand had dimmed, indicating that he had been severely injured. This fist glove was Lu Yang's only high-grade prized artifact. For it to suffer such heavy damage caused Lu Yang's heart to ache. At the same time, he rejoiced in his heart. If it weren't for the glove on his hand would have been chopped off by Lin Feng's saber. How could there be such a terrifying saber technique in this world, encompassing the heaven and earth, destroying the heavens? His saber intent was unparalleled, and he was invincible. The scene was dead silent. This was especially so for the Sun Moon Star sect disciples. They were originally cheering, but at that moment they felt as if their necks were being strangled. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Senior brother Lu was defeated? Defeated by an unknown young man. This made them feel as if they were in a dream. As for the Changsun sect disciples, after a short moment of shock, they began to cheer. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's subordinate was already so powerful. How could their saint be weak? He would only be stronger. Now, I want to ask you one question. Are you convinced? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yang, who was in disbelief. His expression was indifferent as he returned the question that they had asked Deng Yalan. Lu Yang's face revealed a trace of anger. However, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Ling Feng. Ling Xiao, what's there to be arrogant about? If you have the ability, fight me yourself. What's the point of having someone else do it for you? Lu Yang said loudly, putting up a strong front. Are you sure you want to fight me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and there was a trace of radiance in them. Xia Huang and the rest had a strange look on their faces. Did water enter Lu Yang's brain? He couldn't even defeat Ling Feng, and he wanted to fight Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was indeed very deceiving. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he had a slender figure. Although he was handsome, he didn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old youth. His smile was bright, and he didn't look like a powerful genius. Of course, if you fight me personally, I'll take it as my loss if I can't defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Yang's heart trembled when Ling Xiao looked at him. It was as if he was being stared at by a powerful beast. However, he wasn't willing to lose face like this, so he mustered up his courage and said. Even if this 15 or 16-year-old youth was strong, how strong could he be? Rumble. At this moment, a blazing flame war chariot came from afar, giving off an ancient and powerful aura. Zhao Ritian stood on the blazing flame war chariot, his golden robe flapping in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. Senior brother Zhao, why are you here? Lu Yang and the others' eyes flashed, and they were instantly overjoyed as they hurriedly shouted. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian kept the blazing flame war chariot in his storage treasure, then jumped down from the sky and landed beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, what will it take for you to return the 9 heaven spirit dissolving herb to me? Zhao Ritian ignored Lu Yang and the rest. He walked up to Ling Xiao and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Lu Yang and the other Sun Moon Star sect disciples were stunned. What's going on? How did Zhao Ritian get together with Ling Xiao? Senior brother Zhao, do you know Ling Xiao? He crippled Zhao Hai's cultivation and spoke rudely to our Sun Moon Star sect. Senior brother Zhao, please help us and let me teach this kid a lesson. Lu Yang cupped his hands and said respectfully to Zhao Ritian. Crippled Zhao Hai? He's a bastard to begin with. I'm not surprised at all. However, are you sure you want to fight him? Zhao Ritian glanced at the red-robed youth whose cultivation was crippled and looked at Lu Yang in surprise. I want to have a fair fight with him. Senior brother Zhao, is there a problem? Lu Yang was confused by Zhao Ritian's stare. Zhao Ritian glared at Lu Yang and said, I say, kid, are you out of your mind? Didn't senior sister Yueshan tell you? Even Shi Tianluo from the Myriad Beasts sect was defeated by Ling Xiao. Do you think you're stronger than Shi Tianluo? What? Shi Tianluo really lost to Ling Xiao? Shi Tianluo was ranked 7th among the 10,000 Beast's 7 disciples, but his potential was in the top 3. This was because he had the bloodline of the heavenly snake, and it was extremely pure. Therefore, he was very famous in the few martial arts sanctuaries. There were rumors that Ling Xiao had defeated Shi Tianluo when he was only in the Dragon Tiger realm. However, to Lu Yang and the rest, it was simply nonsense. Even the sun god and moon god, whom they worshipped, did not dare to say that they had defeated Shi Tianluo, who was in the Dragon Tiger realm. Who was Ling Xiao, however, now that Zhao Ritian said this, could it be that Ling Xiao had really defeated Shi Tianluo? Thinking of this, Lu Yang shuddered. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare to say that he could defeat Shi Tianluo. If what Zhao Ritian said was true, then he was really courting death. No wonder the group of people behind Ling Xiao looked at him as if he was an idiot. It turned out that he was really an idiot. Thinking of this, Lu Yang was embarrassed and angry. His face turned red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. When Deng Yalan heard this, he was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. It turned out that the rumor that Ling Xiao had defeated Shi Tianluo, who was in the Dragon Tiger realm, was true. How strong was Ling Xiao now? Deng Yalan and the other disciples of the Changsun sect looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Alright, Deng Yalan, bring me to the sect leader of the Changsun sect. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at Deng Yalan. Ling Xiao planned to let Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Chunyang Zhenren meet Nangong Xian. After all, the 3 of them were considered to be in the noble realm. Ling Xiao would lead the 8 Desolates region sooner or later. When the time came, with the 3 of them looking after the Changsun sect, Ling Xiao could leave with peace of mind. Deng Yalan's expression changed. He stammered, "Saint, the sect leader is not in the Changsun sect." What happened? Ling Xiao's face darkened. From Deng Yalan's expression, he could tell that something had happened that he was unaware of. Deng Yalan glanced at Lu Yang and the others. He gritted his teeth and said, "Holy Sun, the sect leader is in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. The sun god of the Sun Moon sect wants to enter the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. The sect leader has no choice but to make a bet with the sun god. As long as the sun god can break the formation of the Back Mountain Forbidden Area, he will be allowed to enter and cultivate." What? A sharp glint appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes as a powerful and cold aura emanated from his body. This caused Deng Yalan and the others to tremble as they revealed looks of reverence. Very good. Does the Sun Moon Star sect really think that our longevity gate can be trampled on by others? Today, I want to see what kind of person this so-called sun god is. Deng Yalan, lead the way. Ling Xiao's gaze was very cold, and there was a suppressed anger in his heart. The Path Understanding Tree in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area was the #1 spiritual root in the world. It was also the root of the longevity gate's rise. He could not afford to lose it. When Ling Xiao left, he used the longevity god sealing array to seal off the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Even if an expert of the heaven realm entered rashly, he would definitely die. However, at that time, Ling Xiao was only in the spirit transformation realm. The array that he set up was not at its peak, so he could not be sure that it could stop the sun god. After all, the sun god was rumored to be the #1 genius of the Sun Moon Star sect. He was peerless and unparalleled in the entire 8 Desolates region. He and the moon god were known as the Sun Moon Prides. The sun god must be an expert of the heaven realm. If Ling Xiao's guess was correct, the sun god should be cultivating the Sun True technique of the Sun Moon Star sect, a heaven-level medium martial skill. If the Sun Moon Star sect discovered the existence of the Path Understanding Tree, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes. Deng Yalan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement as he hurriedly led Ling Xiao to the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. My big brother is in the longevity sect? Ling Xiao, I'm telling you, you'd better hurry up and return the 9 Heaven Spirit Dissipation Herb to me. Otherwise, my big brother will teach you a lesson. Zhao Ritian hurriedly followed behind, mumbling to Ling Xiao as they walked. The sun god is your big brother? You 2 brothers' names are really strange. However, don't worry, if your big brother dares to mess around, even if he doesn't find trouble with me, I won't let him off. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as his eyes blazed like lightning, containing a hint of coldness. You're definitely not my big brother's match, I promise. Although I don't like my big brother, he has already broken through to the heaven realm. He has also cultivated the Sun True technique to the greater mastery realm. Once the Sun True technique is fully cultivated, he can cultivate the Sun Moon Star scripture of the Sun Moon Star sect. At that time, he will inherit the position of the sect master. He is many times stronger than Shi Tian Luo. Zhao Ritian said slowly. There was a strange look in his eyes. The Sun Moon Star scripture? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as the corner of his lips curled into a cold arc. The Sun Moon Star scripture was passed down to Shangguan Ming by Ling Xiao. How could he not know about such a supreme martial art? However, the Sun Moon Star sect had the Sun God, Moon God, and Star God bloodlines. It was rumored that the Star God bloodline had long been lost, and only the Sun God and Moon God bloodlines were left. The true star scripture probably no longer existed. Without the true star scripture of the Sun Moon Star scripture, it would at most be a heaven upper grade martial art. Ling Xiao wanted to see if the current sect master of the Sun Moon Star sect still remembered the agreement back then. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Nangong Xian and the Great Elder sat cross-legged in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. In front of them was a bright and transparent enchantment that covered the entire valley. Rumble, the enchantment was dazzling and had mysterious runes flowing around it, giving off an ancient and mysterious aura. However, at this moment, there was a violent fluctuation, as if someone was attacking the enchantment from the outside, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Sect Master, although the Holy Sun's enchantment is strong, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the Sun God's attack. If he really breaks the enchantment, will we really let him enter the Back Mountain Forbidden Area? The Great Elder's hair and beard were all white, and his white robe was spotless. He looked like an immortal, but at this moment, there was a look of worry in his old eyes. Nangong Xian was dressed in green, and his face was as sharp as a knife. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his bright eyes were shining as if they could contain heaven and earth. He was very mysterious. We can't lose the path understanding tree. The reason why I proposed this bet was to buy time. However, if the Moon God really breaks the enchantment, I won't let him touch the path understanding tree even if I have to risk my life. Nangong Xian's aura was strong, and he was already at level 9 of the Grandmaster realm. In less than a year, he had broken through from level 1 to level 9 of the Grandmaster realm. It was shocking. However, Nangong Xian had inherited the true meaning of the Longevity Supreme Scripture and had been cultivating under the Path Understanding tree. In addition to his years of accumulation, his cultivation speed could be said to be rapid. After experiencing it firsthand, they were even more aware of the terror of the Tree of Path Understanding. Merely cultivating under the Tree of Path Understanding every day had such terrifying effects. Once the Tree of Path Understanding bears fruits, what kind of heaven-defying effects would there be? Therefore, the Path Understanding tree was the foundation of the Changsun sect. It was also given to them by Ling Xiao before he left. They could not afford to lose it. That's the only way. Sect leader, you've cultivated the Longevity Supreme Scripture. Can you fight the Sun God? The first elder asked with anticipation. Now that Nangong Xian was unfathomable, the first elder could not even take one move from him. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing how strong Nangong Xian was now. I can fight him, but it's hard to say who will win. Nangong Xian's eyes glinted. But the Sun God is not the most important. The most important thing is the Sun Moon Star sect. This time, a noble realm supreme elder came. Peng Zihao is already hard to deal with. When the Longevity Secret Land opens, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Sun Moon Star sect will come. The Great Elder sighed and said, that's right. The Immortal Secret Territory used to be our Chongqing sect's treasure trove. But now, it's become a treasure trove for the 8 Desolates region. We can only blame ourselves for not being able to protect our ancestors' inheritance. I wonder if the saint can make it back in time. Nangong Xian smiled and said, he will definitely return. The Moon Goddess has already said that even Sky Snake Descent was defeated by Ling Xiao. In time, I believe that the entire 8 Desolates region will crawl under his feet. When that time comes, it will be the time for the Changsun sect to rise. Yes. He has a magical power that can create miracles and turn the impossible into the possible. The first elder stroked his beard and agreed. Rumble, outside the back mountain, the rumbling sounds became louder and louder. The enchantment shook violently. Countless runes on it exploded, leaving only a thin layer. Outside the back mountain, one could vaguely see a figure in the air, exuding a terrifying aura. He was attacking the enchantment. There seemed to be thunder exploding in the sky. The light in the void was scorching, and a sea of fire rose. A sun was floating in it, and it crashed into the barrier. Additionally, it would appear that the human silhouette outside the barrier was capable of identifying the nodes of the Grand Longevity God Seal array. Every attack from the human silhouette was aimed at the weakest points of the barrier, causing it to grow weaker and weaker. Countless runes began bursting apart and the barrier gradually grew dim. Rumble, with a final loud bang, the originally powerful barrier was completely shattered. Outside the barrier, a powerful figure slowly walked through the air, accompanied by an indifferent and calm voice. Sect leader Nangong, I'm glad I didn't let you down. Can you show me the true appearance of the treasures in this forbidden area? A young figure soared through the sky. Every step he took caused ripples to appear in the void. Radiance flowed all over his body as he stood in the void like a godly king, exuding a powerful and invincible aura. He wore a set of golden battle armor. His figure was slender and handsome. Faint red clouds lingered around his body, and a mysterious sea of fire appeared behind him as if it wanted to burn the sky. Especially his eyes, they were incomparably deep. It was as if the sun had just been born, and the scene of chaos filled the air. It encompassed the heaven and earth, mysterious and unfathomable. He stood there, exuding an aura as vast as the sea. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling under his feet. It made people want to kneel down. He was the sun god, the great sun god. He looked at Nangong Xian. His voice was very calm, and his gaze was indifferent. One look and one could tell that he was a determined and confident person. My apologies, nephew sun god. The back mountain is the forbidden area of the Xianxia sect. Those who are not disciples of the Xianxia sect are not allowed to enter. Please leave. Nangong Xian and the great elder stood up. Their green robes fluttered in the wind, and a faint light surged in their eyes as they looked at the sun god. Oh? Does that mean Sect Master Nangong is not going to keep the agreement? The sun god's gaze was very calm. He was not angry at all. Nangong Xian looked at the sun god and smiled faintly. Nephew sun god, I didn't promise you that I would let you see any treasures if you broke the array. I only said that if you broke the array, you could enter the back mountain. Now that you've entered, please leave. Nangong Xian's voice was very firm. A vast and mysterious aura surged around him, and an endless sword intent was born from it. It was extremely pure. Sect Master Nangong, you're in the wrong. I just want to experience it. Could it be that Sect Master Nangong can't even satisfy this request? The sun god's gaze flickered as he spoke emotionlessly. I'm sorry, but I can't. Nangong Xian said emotionlessly. The sun god's eyes shone with a blazing light. If that's the case, then I'll have to experience Sect Master Nangong's ultimate technique. I'm sure that if I defeat Sect Master Nangong, no one in the Xianxia sect will dare to stop me. The sun god's voice was very calm, but it was filled with an oppressive dominance. You can try. Nangong Xian's eyes flashed with sword radiance as he stared at the sun god without backing down. Boom, a powerful aura surged from the sun god's body. An endless amount of heat waves filled the air. Behind the sun god, there seemed to be a sea of fire burning the sky. A mysterious sun slowly rose, causing the space to tremble. Wang, Nangong Xian's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Faint sword will surged around him. Countless tiny sword rays appeared in the air, mysterious and unfathomable. They vaguely converged into a sword domain and began to surge. It was like an invisible battle. The entire back mountain was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. The battle between the sun god and Nangong Xian was about to start. This is the Xianxia sect's forbidden ground. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into the Xianxia sect's forbidden ground? Do you want to die? A cold and emotionless voice resounded in the air. From afar, Ling Xiao and the others walked over and appeared outside the back mountain. Ling Xiao's robe was whiter than snow. He was tall and slender, and he exuded an aura that seemed to be able to split the heavens. He stood there and stared at the sun god in the air. Who are you? The sun god's expression was cold. He looked at Ling Xiao emotionlessly. The Chongsun sect's holy son, Ling Xiao. Sun god, get the hell out here. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stomped his foot. The ground rumbled and a dragon's roar filled the air. In the air, a mysterious aura intertwined. A bolt of heavenly purple lightning that exuded an aura that could destroy everything smashed towards the sun god. The immortality god sealing array was activated. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation level, the power of the immortality god sealing array was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. The murderous intent that filled the void and the purple heavenly thunder that shook the heavens made the sun god's expression turn serious. Boom, facing the purple heavenly thunder, the sun god's body suddenly emitted a vast aura. He slapped out with his palm and instantly, a blazing light swept out. One could vaguely see a sun rising and colliding with the purple heavenly thunder. Kacha, the divine light exploded and the void rumbled. The majestic heavenly might made Nangong Xian, the great elder, and even Xia Huang reveal a trace of shock in their eyes. This was especially so for Xia Huang. He had once witnessed the terrifying scene of Ling Xiao activating the power of the dragon vein. And now, this great longevity god sealing array was actually stronger than Ling Xiao activating the power of the dragon vein. Boom, the sun exploded and a purple lightning spread out. A terrifying destructive force exploded, forcing the sun god to retreat from the forbidden area. The immortality god sealing array? I didn't expect the immortality sect to have such an array. With your cultivation level, you can actually use the purple heavenly thunder. Looks like I've underestimated you. The sun god's gaze fell on Ling Xiao and there was a trace of surprise in his voice. Since you recognize the immortality god sealing array, you should know the relationship between the Sun Moon Star sect and the immortality sect. You shouldn't be so rude. Ling Xiao stepped into the void, step by step. Golden lotuses flashed under his feet. His robe was whiter than snow and there was a faint purple heavenly thunder surging around him. He looked directly at the sun god with a sharp gaze. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. It looked like the sun god hadn't entered the forbidden area and probably didn't know about the path understanding tree. Otherwise, with the relationship between the Sun Moon Star sect and the immortality sect, the sun god might have recognized the origin of the path understanding tree. If that happened, it would be troublesome. The path understanding tree was known as the #1 spiritual root in the world, and the path understanding fruit it bore could even be called a top-notch sacred medicine. It was the foundation of the holy land of the martial way. It could be said that as long as the path understanding tree existed, even an unrated sect would be able to grow into a holy land of the martial way with enough time. If the news were to leak out, those martial way holy lands and supremes wouldn't be able to sit still. There would definitely be a bloody battle then. With the immortality sect's current strength, the path understanding tree. Origin? The so-called origin, after such a long time, has long dissipated like smoke. Moreover, the current Chongsun sect is not qualified to talk about the so-called origin. The sun god's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was emotionless. Ling Xiao sneered heavenly thunder. 10,000 years ago, the sect leader of the Sun Moon Stars sect was called Shang Guanming. He was a demonic Tao Titan at that time. In the end, he was subdued by the sky-devouring Supreme and was bestowed with the Sun Moon Star scripture. The ancestral teachings of the Sun Moon Star sect were to be forever loyal to the longevity sect's holy sun. They had to ensure that the longevity sect's bloodline would never be severed. Am I right? The Sun Moon Star sect's disciples, Nangong Xian, and the Great Elder were stunned. Although they knew that the Sun Moon Star sect and the Immortality sect had a relationship, they didn't expect it to be like this. Didn't that mean that the Sun Moon Star sect was originally under the Immortality sect? Thinking of this, the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect revealed a look of disbelief. On the other hand, the disciples of the Longevity sect were a little excited. What a joke! Our Sun Moon Star sect is a righteous sect. How could sect master Shangguan be a demon way person? Our Sun Moon Star sect is the martial way holy land of the 8 Desolates region. How could we listen to your immortality sect? The sun god said calmly. His eyes were cold. Senior brother sun god is right. Ling Xiao must be out of his mind. Who does the immortality sect think they are? How could we listen to them? That's right. He offended senior brother sun god. He's dead meat. Senior brother sun god, kill this brat. Lu Yang and the other Sun Moon Star sect's disciples looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. It's no use denying it. The sect's ancestral teachings are engraved on the steel of sun and moon. It's okay if others don't know about it. But as the sun god of this generation, you should know about it, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You know about the steel of sun and moon? The sun god's eyes flashed as if he wanted to see through Ling Xiao's heart. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He stood in the air and looked at the sun god. The sun god was very unhappy. He was a peerless genius of the 8 Desolation region, one of the top experts of the younger generation. His cultivation had long reached the celestial realm, but Ling Xiao was only at the first level of the supreme power realm. If it weren't for the immortality of God's sealing array, the sun god would have killed Ling Xiao with one slap. How could he be so arrogant? However, Ling Xiao's words shocked the sun god. The steel of sun and moon was the most mysterious existence in the Sun Moon Star sect. Only the sect leader, supreme elder and a few others knew about it. It was said that it contained the inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the Sun Moon Star sect. Moreover, the steel did record the relationship between the Sun Moon Star sect and the Immortality sect. The sun god was silent. Seeing the sun god's silence, the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were stunned. What was the steel of sun and moon? Could it be that Ling Xiao was right? Ling Xiao, you have to know that the Immortality sect is no longer the Immortality sect of 10,000 years ago. The Sun Moon Star sect is no longer the Sun Moon Star sect of 10,000 years ago. In this world, strength is everything. Do you think that you can control the Immortality God sealing array? The sun god looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. A powerful aura spread out from his body. It was like the might of the heavens. The scorching light was dazzling, making him look like a sun god. You're right. In this world, strength is everything. However, the Immortality sect looked down on the 8 Desolation region 10,000 years ago. It's possible that they can restore their glory after 10,000 years. Does the Sun Moon Star sect want to go against the teachings of your ancestors? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had a peerless demeanor that made people admire him. Restore our glory? With just you guys? The sun god looked at Ling Xiao, Nangongxian, first elder and the others with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Let's talk about it after you leave the 8 Desolation region. The teachings of the ancestors of the Sun Moon Star sect are followed by everyone. However, we are following the saint of the Immortality sect 10,000 years ago, not you. The aura of the sun god spread out and pressed towards Ling Xiao as if he was going to suppress him. Is that so? When I pull out the steel of sun and moon, it will be the time for the Sun and Moon Star sect to submit to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was an unparalleled sharpness around him that broke the sun god's aura. It was like a divine light that could split the heavens and earth. It was unstoppable. When you can pull out the steel of sun and moon, then you can talk big. The sun god's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a faint killing intent filled the air. He was shocked. The steel of sun and moon was the most precious treasure of the Sun and Moon Star sect. It was said that it was left behind by the sky-devouring Supreme. Only the Holy Son of the Xianxia sect could activate it. This was a secret. How could Ling Xiao know about it? However, the sun god didn't think that Ling Xiao could pull out the steel of sun and moon. After all, the Xianxia sect was no longer as strong as it used to be. The Xianxia sect's inheritance had been cut off. No matter how talented Ling Xiao was, he couldn't pull out the steel of sun and moon. Ling Xiao and the sun god's eyes were like lightning as they clashed in the void. Sparks flew in all directions and a powerful aura spread out. Boom, the aura from the two of them was like a giant wave that swept across all directions. They clashed in the void. The aura from the sun god was like the sun true fire. It was vast and majestic. It was extremely aggressive and swept across all directions. Ling Xiao was like a peerless divine sword that emitted unparalleled sword radiance. It was as if he was going to break everything. He clashed with the sun god and was not at a disadvantage. The aura from the two of them surged. The disciples below turned pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao can actually compete with senior brother sun god. How is this possible? A Sun Moon Star sect's disciple had a look of disbelief in his eyes. It's the power of the array. Ling Xiao is no match for senior brother sun god with his own strength. Lu Yang's eyes flashed as he saw the purple lightning surging around Ling Xiao. The sun god is also a bloodline martial artist. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Although the sun god's cultivation was only at the third level of the celestial realm, Ling Xiao felt that he was as unfathomable as the pure yang spiritual master and Ling Juechen. Ling Xiao felt that the sun god's bloodline had an extremely strong yang energy. It should have a yang attribute bloodline power. With the sun god's terrifying cultivation, the true sun technique, and all sorts of powerful martial arts, if Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him, he would have to pay a heavy price even if he took out the devouring sky sword. The sun god was indeed very strong. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have the god-sealing longevity array. The Sun Moon Star sect will not tolerate such humiliation. The sun god took a step forward in the sky and the earth rumbled. A gigantic sun rose behind him, emitting a blinding light. The sun god wore golden armor and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning and there was a golden glow above his head. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, like a sun god. An unparalleled aura pressed down on Ling Xiao, and a strong fighting spirit began to rise. You're the arrogant one, not me. My Chongsun sect won't allow you to humiliate us either. Sun god, do you dare to fight? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. His blood was boiling. The sun god was an extremely powerful opponent. Even Ling Xiao felt threatened by him. However, this kind of opponent not only did not make Ling Xiao feel afraid, but it also made him feel a strong fighting spirit. The fight between geniuses began in the Eight Desolates region. Fight. The sun god only spat out one word, but it was like a clap of thunder. As the sun god took another step, the sky was filled with scorching light. It was like a sun was slowly pressing down on the people in front of it. Even Nangongxian's expression changed when he felt the sun god's aura. Even though he had cultivated the longevity supreme scripture, he still felt that he was no match for the sun god. If Ling Xiao hadn't come, he wouldn't have been able to stop the sun god from entering the back mountain. Ha ha ha. The Sun Moon Star sect and the Chongsun sect are family. Why do you two have to fight? It's just hurting your relationship. At that moment, an old laughter rang out in the sky. Whoosh, a white-haired elder in a red robe appeared in the sky. He looked dignified and elegant, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. He looked at the sun god and Ling Xiao and waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast force of heaven and earth spread out, separating Ling Xiao and the sun god. This is the power of the noble plane? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the old man in red. He could feel the old man's terrifying cultivation. He was a true noble plane cultivator. Not only did he control the will of heaven and earth, but he also condensed the martial way primordial spirit. Zhou Tian was one, and he was a noble plane cultivator. This is the Grand Elder of the Sun Moon Star sect, Peng Zihao. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he's already a noble plane cultivator. You must be careful. Nangongxian whispered to Ling Xiao. Peng Zihao's gaze landed on Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise and admiration. He smiled and said, You are Ling Xiao? I heard that you defeated Shi Tianluo when you were in the Dragon Tiger realm. You're indeed a young hero. If you're willing, I can make you a true disciple of the Sun Moon Star sect. The disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were stunned. The Grand Elder wanted to make Ling Xiao a true disciple of the Sun Moon Star sect. This was the first time they had received such treatment. Immediately, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with envy. Nangongxian and the Grand Elder looked terrible. Peng Zihao was trying to poach Ling Xiao in front of them. He was too rude. However, Peng Zihao was a noble plane cultivator. No matter how unhappy they were, they didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao looked at Peng Zihao and smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder. I'm doing well in the Chongsun sect. I believe that the Chongsun sect will surpass the Sun Moon Star sect in the future. Pumziheo smiled and said, "It's good for young people to be aggressive. However, you should act according to your ability. Since you're not willing, I won't force you." Sun God, why did you enter the forbidden area of the Chongsan sect? Pumziheo looked at the Sun God and asked slowly. Ling Xiao looked at Pumziheo's serious face and felt disgusted. Pumziheo must have known that the Sun God had attacked the boundary of the forbidden area. He just jumped out when he saw that the situation couldn't be resolved. Otherwise, Pumziheo wouldn't have cared about the Sun God's actions. Grand Elder, I feel that there's a treasure in the forbidden area that has a lot to do with the Sun Moon Star sect. The Sun God said faintly. Pumziheo's eyes flashed. Oh? What treasure? Sect leader Nangong, what treasures do you have in the back mountain? Can you let us take a look? Pumziheo smiled and looked at Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, Elder Peng. The back mountain was left behind by the sky-devouring Supreme. Other than the sect leader and the Holy Sun, no one else is allowed to enter. I can't break the rules." Pumziheo smiled and said, "I see. If that's the case, then forget it. However, the immortal secret territory is about to open. Our sects are on the same side. If sect leader Nangong has any detailed information, please let us know immediately." "I thank you." Nangong Xian smiled and said, "Elder Peng, you're welcome. I will." "Alright, if that's the case, Sun God, let's go." Pumziheo smiled and nodded as he looked at the Sun God. Seeing that Pumziheo did not pursue the matter, the Sun God did not say anything. Before he left, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Stay away from the Moon God. Compared to her, you're like a firefly to the moon. You're from two different worlds. I hope you don't embarrass yourself. I don't think you need to worry about who I'm close to." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "Take care of yourself." The Sun God said indifferently. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he turned and left the back mountain. Zhao Ritian, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, was dumbfounded. He had wanted the Sun God to help him take down Ling Xiao and steal the Nine Heavens spiritual herb. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to fight the Sun God head-on. Zhao Ritian was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He had forgotten to complain to the Sun God. Now that he saw the Sun God and the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect leaving, he quickly followed after them. Seeing that Pumziheo and the Sun God had left, Nangong Xian and the First Elder heaved a sigh of relief. "Ling Xiao, you're finally back. I didn't expect your cultivation to have increased so much. You're about to surpass us old men." Nangong Xian and the Great Elder looked at Ling Xiao with shock and emotion in their eyes. They had heard that Ling Xiao had defeated Shi Tianluo, but they couldn't believe it. Now that they saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached LV1 of the Grandmaster realm, and that he could use the power of the Longevity God's sealing array to fight against the Sun God, they felt like they were in a dream. Nangong Xian and the First Elder realized that Ling Xiao had grown at a terrifying speed during his trip to the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. "Sect leader, Great Elder, you flatter me." Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Xia Huang and the others and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the Great Wilderness's monarch, Xia Huang. This is the Great Wilderness's imperial preceptor, Ling Juechen. This is the Spiritual Herbs Pavilion's master, Spiritual Herbs Pavilion. Spiritual Herbs Pavilion." Nangong Xian and the First Elder were both shocked. Xia Huang, Ling Juechen, and Chunyang Zhenren were all half a step away from the noble plane. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to imagine that they would come to the Chongsan sect. What surprised them was that Sky Sword Li Ling was actually persuaded by Ling Xiao to join the Chongsan sect and become the elder protector of the Chongsan sect. This was the first celestial realm elite in the Chongsan sect, so they naturally wouldn't disagree. After exchanging some pleasantries, Nangong Xian asked the Longevity sect's disciples to bring Xia Huang and the rest to the courtyard to rest. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, Nangong Xian, and the Great Elder went to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Inside the valley, white mist was dense, and propitious vapors were rising. The white mist was made up of spirit energy that was so dense that it had materialized and contained an incomparably pure energy. Hundreds of flowers were blooming in the valley. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, and some of them even had medicinal effects that were decades or even centuries old. The spiritual herbs in the valley were all planted by the great elder, because he realized that the growth rate of the spiritual herbs in the valley was 10 times or even 100 times that of the outside world. Because of the tree of path understanding, everything in the valley was different. There was a mysterious fluctuation that was like a mysterious mark that was telling the truth of heaven and earth. Xianxia saw that in the center of the valley, the tree of path understanding was more than 3 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and its entire body emitted a sparkling luster. It was as green as jade, and there were mysterious patterns on its leaves. One look at it and one would fall into a state of enlightenment. Strands of red light lingered around it, and the branches of the tree of path understanding drooped down slightly. They were like divine chains that pierced into the unknown void, and were extracting endless energy. This was another magical effect of the tree of path understanding. It could insert its branches into layers of the void, and extract endless energy from time and space to nourish itself. Standing under the tree of path understanding, it was as if all the distracting thoughts had disappeared. One's entire body was clean, as if all the dust had been cleansed. One's Tao heart also became clear. Whoosh, Xianxia took a deep breath and felt comfortable all over. All the pores on his body opened up, and his entire body relaxed. I didn't expect the tree of path understanding to grow so quickly. It seems like the new life after the destruction has caused some mysterious changes to the tree of path understanding. Xianxia looked at the tree of path understanding in front of him, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xianxia, you're right. This tree of path understanding is indeed the first spiritual root. It has the miraculous effect of allowing one to enter a state of enlightenment at any time. Today, Qing'er, Jianwuk, Suozhan, and the rest have all improved tremendously because of the tree of path understanding. They're about to break through to the master realm. Nangongxian's face also revealed a hint of emotion. The longer he cultivated under the tree of path understanding, the more he understood the meaning of the first spiritual root. This tree of path understanding was the foundation of the Xianxia sect's rise, and it could not be lost. The essence of the tree of path understanding was the path understanding fruit. It was the top sacred medicine of heaven and earth, and it stole the fortune of heaven and earth. The tree of path understanding that did not bear fruit was already so miraculous. What kind of heaven-defying effect would the path understanding fruit bear? Nangongxian and the first elder were looking forward to it. Therefore, we must strictly control the people who enter the forbidden area of the back mountain. They must be absolutely loyal to the sect, and only those who have made great contributions can enter to cultivate. This must not be known to the other martial arts sanctuaries. The first elder's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Pengzihao alone was enough to make the entire Xianxia sect feel like they were facing a great enemy. There were also many noble realm experts in the martial arts holy lands. If the news was leaked, the Xianxia sect would definitely not be able to fend off so many noble realm experts. Sect leader, first elder, don't worry. This time I will strengthen the Xianxia God Sealing Array, and use the tree of path understanding as the eye of the array. When the time comes, even if a noble realm expert dares to cause trouble, he will not be able to return alive. Xianxiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. If he had not returned in time today, the Sun God would have discovered the tree of path understanding. Given the relationship between the Sun Moonstar sect and the Xianxia sect, the Sun God should be able to recognize the origin of the tree of path understanding. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Even if Xianxia had the sky-devouring sword, he would definitely die if he faced a noble realm expert. Rumble, the entire Longevity Mountain trembled. A mysterious ripple spread out from the forbidden area behind the mountain. It was as if the entire world had been enveloped by it. Xianxia stood before the Epiphany tree and formed a seal with his hands. Powerful sky-devouring dipper energy spread out from his body. He used the power of his martial path primordial spirit to communicate with the Longevity God Sealing Array, preparing to strengthen the array. The Longevity God Sealing Array was originally set up by Xianxia and Jin Se 10,000 years ago. It had the power to suppress supremes and slay gods and demons. After 10,000 years, the Longevity God Sealing Array had lost most of its power. However, the foundation was still there. Xianxia believed that one day, the Longevity God Sealing Array would regain its power from 10,000 years ago, or even become stronger. Rise. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as the earth trembled. Endless amounts of earth qi surged and intertwined with the light emitted by the path understanding tree. It was as if countless divine chains of order were formed, connecting heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. In the void, purple lightning flashed. Rays of sword light spread out like an endless sea of swords. Ling Xiao was lifted up by the power of heaven and earth. With the Epiphany tree as the foundation, he mobilized the draconic earth qi of Longevity Mountain and the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the Longevity God Sealing Array. An ancient and powerful fluctuation enveloped the Longevity Mountain, causing everyone's eyes to reveal a look of extreme shock. On a peak of Longevity Mountain, the Sun God and Peng Zihao opened their eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. The Longevity God Sealing Array's power is increasing? Looks like there really is an incredible treasure in the forbidden area behind the mountain. The Sun God's eyes shone brightly. He was very familiar with the Longevity God Sealing Array. Although this supreme divine array had shocked the heavens 10,000 years ago, it had become incomparably weak. Otherwise, the Sun God wouldn't have been able to break through the barrier of the forbidden area. The Longevity God Sealing Array needed a divine item as its core. The more precious the item, the more terrifying its power. 10,000 years ago, the Longevity God Sealing Array was able to unleash the power to slay gods and demons because of the Epiphany tree, the first connate spiritual root. Now, he could feel that the aura of the Immortality God Seal Array was getting stronger and stronger. This confirmed the Sun God's guess that there must be an incredible treasure in the back mountain. Perhaps? However, our top priority is the Immortal Secret Land. We shouldn't complicate matters. This time, the Immortal Secret Land might contain the inheritance of the Sky-Devouring Supreme and the Immortal Paragon. You must get one of them. That's the foundation of our Sun-Moon-Star Sect's indestructibility. Peng Zihao's eyes flashed as well. It was as if he could see through the void and saw Ling Xiao's figure in the forbidden grounds. The Sun God nodded and said, "Don't worry, Supreme Elder. Given the relationship between the Sun-Moon-Star Sect and the Changsun Sect, the inheritance of the Sky-Devouring Supreme will definitely be mine." Even the Sun God couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about the inheritance of the Sky-Devouring Supreme. The unrivaled expert who had swept through the heavens 10,000 years ago. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Sky-Devouring Supreme, he would have a chance to step onto the path of martial arts and reach the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a Supreme. That's right. The Sun-Moon-Star Sect is determined to get the inheritance of Sky-Devouring Supreme and Longevity Supreme. At that time, the sect leader and I will do our best to help you and the Moon God. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. That's right, said the Sun-Moon-Star Sect. Peng Zihao said slowly with a sharp look in his eyes. The two of them fell silent again, especially the Sun God. His body was covered in red flames and the divine light of the sun was dazzling. He was engulfed in the essence of heaven and earth and entered a mysterious state. He gave up on observing the changes in the Immortal God Sealing Array. Boom, after an unknown period of time, the entire Immortal Mountain trembled slightly. The sea of lightning and the sword radiance disappeared at the same time. Only then did the Immortal God Sealing Array calm down. Wang, a mysterious fluctuation spread out. At this moment, the Tree of Path Understanding looked different. It was as if it was intertwined with countless divine chains of order. Every leaf was sparkling and translucent. The entire tree emitted a divine light, making people feel as if they were floating in the air. Moreover, the Path Understanding Qi was getting thicker. It was as if they could feel the true meaning of martial arts at any time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and opened his eyes slowly. There was a trace of fatigue in his eyes. Even though he had formed the martial path primordial spirit, activating the Immortal God Sealing Array consumed a lot of primordial spirit power. Sect Leader, First Elder, I've used the Tree of Path Understanding as the foundation and mobilized the Longevity Dragon Vein to strengthen the power of the God Sealing Formation. Even a Noble Realm expert would not be able to break through the defense of the formation. Celestial Realm experts would definitely die. With the protection of the formation, our Longevity Sect will have an additional layer of protection. Ling Xiao looked at Nangong Xian and Great Elder and smiled. Even Noble Realm experts can't break through? Nangong Xian's eyes were filled with shock. However, as the sect leader of the immortal sect, he could naturally feel the terrifying power of the immortal god's sealing array. It made him tremble in fear. Ling Xiao took out the immortal peach tree and planted it in the valley. With the path understanding chi from the path understanding tree, the immortal peach tree could grow rapidly. Although the immortal peach tree couldn't be compared to the path understanding fruit, it was still a top-grade king medicine. It was extremely precious to the immortal sect. Nangong Xian and Great Elder were almost numb. They were shocked by Ling Xiao's endless methods. With so many treasures, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have been snatched away by the martial path Holy Lands. They were extremely grateful that the sky-devouring Supreme Patriarch had appeared and sent such a monstrous disciple to the immortal sect. The enchantment of the back mountain was also strengthened. Ling Xiao had also taught Nangong Xian the secret control technique. Even Peng Zihao couldn't break the enchantment, let alone the sun god. After all, the path understanding tree was too precious. Ling Xiao had to be careful. Ling Xiao, Nangong Xian, and Great Elder walked out of the back mountain. Outside the valley, Nangong Qing, Jian Wuk, Zuozhan, Deng Yalan, Deng Tianda, and many other elders and disciples of the immortal sect were waiting outside. When they heard the news of Ling Xiao's return, they were all extremely excited. Ling Xiao was now the idol of all the disciples in the immortal sect. Ling Xiao, you're back? Nangong Qing was dressed in white with a long sword on her back. Her hair was like a waterfall and she was still as cold as a fairy. However, when she saw Ling Xiao, her bright eyes revealed a trace of excitement. She smiled at Ling Xiao. In an instant, the sky lost its color. All the disciples stared blankly. This eldest senior sister was a famous ice and snow fairy. Who would have thought that there would be a time when she would smile? End of chapter 328. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.